Hi, how are you?
Welcome back to the roast. It's been far too long, and we have breaking news. Breaking news. Trent Williams is extending his deal. He's back in the facility, or he will be in moments, to finalize a new deal, and he'll be ready to go for Monday Night Football against the New York Jets. He boarded the private jet last night with the big old dog and his brother. His agent is telling Schefter and Rappaport, hey, it's close enough to where we could report the practice today to get ready for the New York Jets and the season opener at Levi Stadium for Monday Night Football. So a week ago, we had no idea if Brandon Aiyuk was going to be on board. We didn't know if Trent Williams was going to be on board. Well, you know what? We got a full squad now, and everybody's ready to roll to get back to New Orleans to go get a damn Super Bowl championship. Let's freaking go!
And
Trent's
you're back.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And Spadoni's back.
Oh, yeah.
And Lubman's back.
Oh, yeah.
Well, you got my sound?
I don't really care about Lubman.
Let me know when you find that.
I don't really care about Lubman. I mean, the Miami Hurricanes look like they're all the way back.
Cam Ward?
Cam Ward was special. But they got that defensive line, and they've got a running back, and they've got receivers, and they've got corners, and they got the swagger, and they're still in Florida's recruits, and they're doing the gator chomp in the swamp, and Crystal Ball's talking that talk, and I got to watch DJ just stink it up yesterday from Florida State. But who cares about that? Trent Aiyuk is back.
0-2. Sorry, I couldn't resist.
DJ looked horrible.
He's terrible.
Can you stop the run? Bill O'Brien was sweating. I know we're going to get into the Niners, so just real quick. Bill O'Brien was sweating so much.
You know how humid it was out there?
Oh, my God.
It was super humid. It was bad. Florida State's done. DJ's done.
Florida State's done.
By the way, Old Takes Exposed got me again.
How?
Listen,
How did Old Takes Exposed get you?
I tell you how they get me. I tell you how they got me. I know what happens here. Oh, by the way, Christian McCaffrey returned to practice today, too.
Oh, yes.
The cash trade is gone. Christian McCaffrey is ready to roll. Brock Purdy is ready to roll. Deebo Samuel's ready to roll. And by the way, before we even continue, our thoughts and prayers are Ricky Pearsall for what happened Saturday down at Union Square. Thankfully, he is alive. He is doing well. He's going to miss at least the first 4 weeks of the season to get right. But Ricky Pearsall, we're praying with you. Thank God he's okay. He's already been released from General Hospital down there in Potrero. So Ricky Pearsall is okay, but he's gonna miss the first 4 games. But I don't want to get that out there. We never condone violence. We never condone what happened there with gunplay or whatnot. But he's doing okay, Shasky.
Yeah, and I want to get this out of the way, and we're gonna obviously keep our thoughts and prayers with the young man. He's lucky to be alive.
Yeah.
I mean, the young man is lucky to be alive. An inch this way, an inch that way. He might not walk again. He might not live again. I mean, it's just a horrific situation. And it is not partisan to say that everybody wants their family to be raised in a safer community, whether it's San Francisco, Walnut Creek, Fresno, Dallas, Texas, New York, Chicago, Illinois, Naperville. Like pick wherever you want to live. Okay, we all agree with that, and you can't control idiot, crazy people who are doing criminal, dumb activities, and it just sucks. And I don't want to make any excuses. This is one of those main situations where about 50 things can be true simultaneously, but the overarching theme should be, hold your loved ones. Try to be a good person and pray to God that this young man gets out of this situation and is able to live a normal life again, which it sounds like he's going to be able to, and this should not be, I don't want any. We're not going to take any. We're not taking calls on what's wrong with society and blah, blah, blah. We can all have our own feelings on things. This isn't a blue versus red. This isn't this mayor versus that.
You don't even need to bring that up.
No, but I want to make this very clear. It's like, it's a sucky situation where a young man, hopefully is going to be able to recover from this, and some moron did a horrible thing, and I'm hoping that he gets punished.
Yeah.
That's very, very simple. And his mother put out an unbelievable, Facebook post that kind of made the rounds. I'm talking about Ricky Pearsall's mom. And she's right. It's like, look, this is someone's son, right?
Yeah.
He's under 25 years old. He's still a kid. To me, he's still a kid. All right.
21.
And it's just, it sucks. And I hope he's going to be okay, and I'm praying for him. And it sounds like he got lucky, and he's going to be all right. And that's the most important thing. And for two native San Franciscans, it just sucks to see all the rhetoric regarding our city. Our city's not perfect. Our city's not perfect, but we're going to move on.
Yeah, we don't even need to get into that. Enough was said on Twitter, and people have their opinions, and I'm not here to change them. But it was a flesh wound. The bullet didn't hit any vital organs. So thank the heavens for that. That could have went awry very quickly. And, Sergeant Joel Harrell recounted the response to the Pearsall shooting. This is really good. This is courtesy of NBC Bay Area, Sergeant Joel Harrell.
Holding him, and I was like, okay, just be calm. We're here. We're going to take care. Everything's okay. And I could see his breathing started getting faster. I could feel his body changing. I see him look down, and he looks at me. He goes, "Am I gonna die?" And I just like, no. I take off my hat because I wanted to make eye contact with him. I wanted him to hear me. And I said to him, "Listen, look at me. I know you don't know me, but I want you to trust me. It's not your time. God is here with us, okay? Please be calm and breathe. You're strong, okay? I want you to be strong like you are out in the field. Just breathe." And he looked at me. He listened. He did it, and that helped so much.
And it could have saved a life. Shout out to Sergeant Joel Harrell. Shout out to her for hearing the scene. And you read the story when the shots happened. She was down the street. She was like, "Whoa, that's not just fireworks. That's something happening here." And so she got the help. She called police. They got the shooter, 17-year-old young man from Tracy, California. And Ricky Pearsall is alive. He was able to leave the hospital a day later. He's back home. His family's probably around him. He's going to miss the first 4 weeks of the season. And it's a tough start to his rookie season when you consider the hamstring injury and the shoulder injury, and now you get shot. But you know what? The young man survived. He's doing well. John Lynch and 49er staffers was at General Hospital to make sure that he was okay. But to recount that situation, look, I've never been shot. I can imagine what it's like to feel that and be in that situation. There's probably all kind of panic through Ricky Pearsall's mind.
Adrenaline.
The Sergeant Joel Harrell was able to calm him down, tell him that, hey, you're going to be okay. I got you. You're in good hands. So hell of a story there. You can hear the emotions coming from her voice. She was getting choked up there, Shasky. And I'm getting choked up just listening to that.
Well, I've got a lot of different friends and family, and I know you do too, that are deep into, police work, right? They're police officers, and these people do risk their lives. And I know that there's a variety of feelings regarding the police and whatnot. They're around the corner. There's a mobile unit right there. It's just some crazy moron doing something stupid. And Ricky's lucky to be alive. And thank God for this woman being there, this officer to be there. And so, and look, I don't want to take calls all day about, what's right and what's wrong in our society. We all know what's going on. You have an opportunity to, go vote in November, and hopefully you take that serious and you think about your community. Because I know you have a young daughter and I have a young boy, and I want to see them be able to take the streetcar downtown and to be able to hang out, and that sucks. And Ricky's lucky to be alive, legitimately lucky to be alive. Yeah,
no doubt. I mean, it is... Wow, what a situation. It's just crazy news, because we started getting texts around the same time about the news, and I was like, uh-oh, this might be real, because everybody knows somebody, right? Everybody knows somebody in the city, but he's okay, and that's the most important thing, that Ricky Pearsall is okay, and he's still alive, and he'll be able to progress and continue his football career at some point, the thing that he loves to do. So with that said, Trent Williams is back, and I know it's a tough and very uncomfortable segue there, but Trent Williams is back. Brandon Aiyuk is back. Christian McCaffrey's back on the practice field. And when we talk about this offense, because we're all confused and dazed about what was going on with hold-ins and hold-outs, are we ready to see this offense score 30 points a game again? Are we ready to see this offense break franchise records? Are we ready to see Brock Purdy elevate to another level? Are we ready to see B.A. Debo do work, who, by the way, has had a great training camp? And, oh, by the way, George Kittle's had a great training camp. I'm ready to roll, folks. Are you ready to roll? Come on.
Am I ready to roll? Here's the pivot for you. Hit me with my sounder. All aboard. Let's go. All aboard. Hop on the 49er train. Let's go. Where's the Super Bowl this year, Bonte?
In New Orleans, baby.
Let's go. We got CMC. Hit me with the sound. We got Trent Williams back. We got Brandon Aiyuk back. We got Kyle Shanahan dressed in a Great Gatsby all-white outfit. I don't know what the hell he's wearing.
What Rick Ross.
That? I don't know.
Hey, I don't know, but listen, 50 Cent was just annihilating Rick Ross last week because they got beef all the time. Rick Ross flies out. I followed his entire Instagram story. He was at his house talking about hosting the Tyson and Holyfield fight in his lawn. He's sitting there just, hey, man, I got 5 bathrooms. I got this, I got that. That's when he's hanging out with Kyle Shanahan, Brandon Aiyuk, and Deebo Samuel. The same night that Ricky Pearsall got shot. So it definitely rubbed people the wrong way with that one. But what is Shanahan is feeling it right now. He's feeling it. Possibly. This may be the year, Shanny. This may be the year, Shanny.
You know, we did an exercise last week, Joe Spadoni and I, where we said, I say Kyle Shanahan, you say what? And it was really interesting. And hearing just the Niner fan base, and look, you lose the Super Bowl and you lose it in overtime and you lose it in the fashion that they did with all the sound. And it felt like you didn't know the rules, right? Whether they did or didn't, it felt like they weren't prepared for the moment.
Let's just say it wasn't a good look.
It wasn't a good look. It does feel like, although people think he's really good at what he does, he's got some fatal flaws. And that was the overarching theme. It's like, man, Shanahan knows how to build up a team. He knows how to, create a roster, maximize play calling, etc. Can he win the big one? Like, that's the number one thing. And I look at the team this year and I'm like, all right, I know next year there's a lot of uncertainty. We don't know what the cap holds. We don't know what's going to happen with Brock Purdy. We don't know what's going to happen with Debo and all these different guys. This is their best team.
Shasky, can I just say something real quick about next year and the year after? The NFL is now a year-to-year league.
Of course.
Now you have your pillars, and if you can find a franchise quarterback, you got something to build around. If you got a left tackle, there's somebody to build around. You got a left tackle to build around. You got a wide receiver, great. You could build around a wide receiver or a defensive end or whatnot. But it's become a year-to-year league, and I say that because I don't care about Brock Purdy's contract right now. I don't care about Deebo Samuel's extension or what's going to happen with him after the season. I don't care about Mooney Ward's contract or Deommodore Lenoir's contract at this moment. I care about winning football games. I care about the team avenging what happened in Las Vegas back in mid-February, Shasky. That's what I care about. I don't care about future contracts right now. I just don't.
Well, I don't think most people do, but just look around the league. You're talking about like Kirk Cousins. He just signed a $200 million deal. Does anyone think he's going to be the quarterback there next year?
No, we don't think he's going to be the quarterback in November.
Okay, Russell Wilson. How big of a deal did they swung 8,000 picks for Russell Wilson. A year later, Sean Payton's like, get out of my life.
Exactly.
Right? So to your point, yeah, we have no idea.
No idea.
So that's why I'm saying, right now, I'm all aboard for this year.
Yeah, all in on this year. All in on a team that averaged over 29 points a game last season. They had 4 guys go over 1,000 scrimmage yards last year. And by the way, Brock Purdy, the league leader of franchise history when it comes to passing yards in a season. I mean, this offense is ready to lock and load.
Another thing I don't think anybody wants to hear as we get ready for the Jets, and I got a lot of Jets stuff. I know we got a long week ahead of us as we wait for it. I don't give 2 rips about if the Niners won, if Aiyuk won, if, who won the negotiation, did it work? You know what I care about? Like, are you good a month in? Like, right. After a month, are you playing good football? Is the team playing good football? Oh, we've got Brandon Aiyuk for the entire season. Fantastic. Because I know when he's out there, this team is way better with Brandon Aiyuk as opposed to whatever combination of draft picks were out there that they could have gotten. I don't give 2 rips if he got 28, 26, 31. He's here, and let's just go from here.
Hey, he's here, and he's happy.
Yes.
He's happy.
Did you see the ear-to-ear smile?
the ear-to-ear smile.
Can we retire one thing, though?
What's that?
The quill pen.
No, I love the quill pen. That's a Niner tradition.
Obnoxious.
The quill pen is great.
It's
Give
obnoxious.
The quill pen. I love the quill pen.
The red quill pen is so silly.
I love the quill pen. Matter of fact, I want a quill pen. I want to start writing all my notes with quill pens. Honestly, maybe Baby Ches would even write even more with the quill pen. Anyway, he's back. And you know what made me happier about the Brandon Aiyuk deal? It wasn't the money. It wasn't the fact that he's back on the field. It wasn't the fact that he's playing against Sauce Gardner and the New York Jets. It's a video Baldy put out Friday. A Baldy breakdown of Brandon Aiyuk in the Super Bowl. And Baldy breaks down the Super Bowl. And it's all Brandon Aiyuk. And he goes, I think people underrate this guy. Look at the Chiefs bracketing him with 2 corners, Trent McDuffie and L'Jarius Sneed. So all the dialogue, when we just talk football, forget the numbers. We talk football. Well, does Brandon Aiyuk really demand a double team? He's the 4th option on the team. Well, the Kansas City Chiefs treated Brandon Aiyuk like the number 1 option in the pass game. They bracketed him multiple times. And then Baldy breaks it down saying, you know what? Look at him when he's in one-on-one coverage. He wins. He wins over and over and over. And then the run blocking aspect where he's getting down and dirty. We got our premium player back on board there. So we got a legit threat everywhere. Aiyuk, Debo, McCaffrey, Trent's back. It might get ugly for the New York Jets on Monday Night Football. I actually feel sorry for them right now.
Well, and I think about, like, what have they added since last year, that Super Bowl loss? Well, offensively, they've added a better right guard.
Oh.
It feels like Pooney is better than where Burford and Feliciano were at the end of last year.
Yep.
Would you agree with me?
Absolutely.
All right. It feels like every other weapon is there offensively. Juwan Jennings being back in the fold. But I think adding Jacob Cowing, I think that gives them a speed element that they haven't really had at wide receiver since Marquise Goodwin. Then I look at defense. I mean, I don't know what the middle of the defensive line is going to look like, but I think Leonard Floyd is already better than the combination of what they had last year at defensive end. And then I look at the safeties. Now that Talanoa is back, boy, it feels like, Jair Brown and Talanoa, that's pretty good safeties. And they're going to go cover 3. You're going to have one of those guys in the box. I don't know. I really like where they're at defensively. I think we're looking at a top 5, 6, 7 defense this year, and I don't think we talk enough about the defense.
And it sounds like they may play a little bit more man, and Nick Sorensen alongside Brandon Staley. I love Brandon Staley, the addition of a former head coach in the building. Now, Brandon Staley may move on after the season, but him being up in the press box, being up in the booth, looking down at everything defensively, I love where the 49ers are at right now. Jacob Cowing, watch out now. Watch out now. And then you know what? Chris Conley's come a long way. Juwan Jennings has come a long way. The Niners are as deep as they ever were offensively. Defensively, I think they're going to get after the quarterback. Again, Monday Night Football can't come soon enough. The Jets are in trouble, folks. Breaking news, Trent Williams is back. By the way, our clocks are all messed up. It says 12:41:48. Did you see that? I was like, wait a minute, it's 12:41. What the hell's going on? DirecTV's off. They don't have a contract with Disney. What the hell's going on around here? I leave for a week.
Sounds like you got to rely on your producers. Oh, boy.
Oh, yeah, that's going to be tough.
Are you Nathaniel Hackett or are you Norv Turner as a coordinator?
I'm Lincoln Riley over the weekend. How about that?
How about, well, you know what? Let's get into that real quickly on the other side. Real quick. They made a hire that I think is the most underrated hire in the country.
The D coordinator from UCLA.
Also, Brian Kelly, please. Oh.
By the way, how happy is everybody going to be for the Red and Gold Summit this Wednesday, which is tomorrow at Fremont Bank in Fremont. 39150 Fremont Boulevard. Willard or Dibs will start things off from 2 to 4. Rest of the hosts will join from 4 to 6 to talk about the biggest storylines surrounding the 49ers at the start of the season. And you can come and watch as well. Space is limited. First come, first serve. Plus Baldy today at 7:30 on the River Islands guest line. Can't wait for that. That's all coming up. Brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Crack, crack, crack. Have you been in a car?
What up? What up? This is Big Pun from South City. You are now listening to the morning motherfucking roast with my boys Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, we may need some big extra plug, too. I'm the biggest. I'm the baddest, because I thought about Trent Williams ASAP. East Texas in the building. He got on the private jet last night. Everybody's tracking the plane. Well, he's in the Bay Area, and the breaking news is from Adam Schefter, Ian Rappaport, from everybody out there, including his agent. Trent Williams will be at practice today. They're close enough to where a new deal will get worked out. Trent Williams, look, man, probably just wanted to skip training camp. Who the hell knows? Maybe bigger news, too. Just as equally important. Christian McCaffrey's back in practice, folks. Christian McCaffrey's back.
And further proof that the cap is just completely fake, the 49ers this morning via Spotrac converted basically $7 million of Malik Collins' 2024 salary into a signing bonus, adding 3 void years, essentially freeing up another $5.5 million for this year. And they have a league-wide $51 million in cap space heading into week 1.
So with that said,
well, I mean, what?
So can we stop freaking out about who's going to sign and whether or not we have money for this guy? Because for 3 years, I've heard, no, actually 2 years, I heard you can't have Debo and Aiyuk. You got to pick one or the other. No, you don't. If you want them on the same team, you can keep them on the same team.
As long as they're good. The team's got to be good.
Right.
That's
the
the number
team's
one
got to
thing.
be good, number one, no doubt.
But
And the
I'm
team's going to be good for a long time. That's why this whole cap thing where it was like, you don't have enough money for him. He's got to wait his turn. This stuff is all hyperbolic. It's nonsense. The cap is not. I saw the Saints one year. They were like $100 million over the cap. And somehow, some way, they were adding dudes. The LA Rams were over the cap and had no picks. What happened? They kept all their dudes. If you want to keep your premium players, there's a will, there's a way to manipulate the dollars and the cents. And the Niners have done it once again. Trent Williams is back. Christian McCaffrey's back on the field. Brandon Aiyuk, I'm so damn happy this morning, folks.
I am too.
I swear to God, I'm ready to roll.
I am too. I'm super fired up. And I just want to get into coordinators for a second. And I'm going to swing this all the way back to Nick Sorensen in a second. A good coordinator can elevate the entire roster, and a bad coordinator can ruin a season.
Yep.
Now, I think that Steve Wilkes was on the closer to the bad scale than he was to the great scale, but he's not the worst I've ever seen. Like, think about it, Niner fans. Mike Nolan was so subject to whoever the offensive coordinator was. If he didn't have a great offensive coordinator, he was doomed. He couldn't do anything on that side of the ball, right? Could he? I mean, like, Norv Turner was the offensive coordinator with Alex Smith,
right.
And it was like, oh my God, Alex might be a player. You know, like, wow, Larry Allen, Frank Gore, we're cooking something.
And then on came along Jim Hostler.
And then it was, Mike Johnson and
how about Jimmy Ray with Mike Singletary?
I mean, and let's just call it what it is. Mike Nolan was doomed, right? He was doomed. Lincoln Riley right now for the USC, they couldn't stop a nosebleed the last decade, I would say, USC's defense. They looked phenomenal.
Oh, they were great.
And they hired this guy, D'Anthony Lynn, who's Anthony Lynn's son, and it looks like he's the hot-to-trot defensive coordinator.
He was at UCLA last year.
Exactly, and apparently there was an arms race to get him, and boom, they got him. Think about what Andy Reid has with Spagnuolo.
Oh, it's great. Spags is a great defensive coordinator.
You can make the argument Spags was the best coordinator in the Super Bowl.
Yeah. The best coach in the Super Bowl, maybe.
Of all the, Shanahan, Andy Reid, Wilkes. You can make the argument Spags was the man. I don't think Tom Coughlin wins without Spagnuolo. I don't think Andy Reid wins this last one without Spagnuolo. Look, this guy is an extremely important guy. Bill Belichick with Bill Parcells, right? How important was that? Mike Holmgren for George Seifert early on. Like, the coordinator matters. Now I'm going to swing it back to Nick Sorensen. I am extremely optimistic and excited about Nick Sorensen because I do think, as critical as I've been of Brandon Staley, having outside influence, a guy who runs a completely different scheme, I think it's a really good thing. They needed to shake it up a little on that defensive side of the ball. Yeah, still run a lot of the same principles that Bosa and Warner love. No doubt. You want to keep those guys happy. But having wrinkles and having some outside influence, I think is only going to help this team.
Brandon Staley's a very good addition. As much as we laugh at him, I think having a former head coach who hit rock bottom with the Chargers, let's be real.
Yeah.
Needed to kind of reset get around Shanahan, get around a winning culture, just get around something different.
Didn't he need
add eyes.
PR rehab?
Yeah, no doubt. And he's going to rehabilitate himself in the San Francisco organization. Now, when it comes to Nick Sorensen, he's been with this organization since 2022. So he's been around these players. He's been around his coaching staff. He's been around this fan base. He's been in this organization. And he's worked himself up. Defensive assistant, of course, defensive pass game specialist, a nickelback coach. DBs have played very, very well. And now he's a D coordinator. So a lot of the same concepts as you just mentioned, they're going to run. But it also feels like they may run a lot more man defense because they have a lot of trust in these corners. And Deommodore Lenoir, Travis Ward, and Renardo Green may get a lot of snaps here. I really love the cornerback room. So Nick Sorensen being in the system, kind of like D'Amico Ryans. Remember, he was a linebacker coach, learning under Saleh. Got to groom, got to learn from Saleh, knew the system. Boom! Now all of a sudden he's a D coordinator, they take off. It's a great, great move. Just a nice little subtle move. Not a lot of pressure in. It's still, by the way, what Crocker told us last year. Shanahan's a real defensive coordinator. He's in the defensive meeting rooms. He wants to run his scheme or whatnot. So Shanahan still has his fingerprints on him. So that's why I'm extremely happy. If Wilkes didn't know the defense, he couldn't bring no assistance here, whatever. Get your guys. Sorensen is his guy. He seems to be adapting very well. And so coordinators are very important. And by the way, we got maybe the best offensive coordinator in the game in Kyle Shanahan. So coordinators are very, very important.
Don't you think when we talk about Kyle Shanahan, if I just ask the average fan, most of them will be like play calling, in-game specifics of adjustments and pre-snap motion. Like you might get a lot of offenses. I think his most unique attribute, he's found a way to refill this coaching staff year after year after year. You know how hard it is to hit on 2 straight DCs? Let alone, you can say what you want about Steve Wilkes. I think it was a miss, but it wasn't like it doomed their season.
No, it made the Super Bowl loss in overtime.
Right? Now, think about, he's lost Mike McDaniel. He has lost the guy who's Bobby Slowick, who's the passing coordinator and was the passing coordinator, is now the offensive coordinator for the Houston Texans. He's lost so many different guys, and we know LaFleur at one point was here, and he worked with McVay, and he's worked with a lot of different guys. To refill his cupboard of staff, I think it's just an underrated quality. That's the Bill Walsh quality.
Well, that's the Bill Walsh quality. It's the Bill Parcells quality. It's the Bill Belichick quality. I mean, how many offensive coordinators? I know we had Josh McDaniels for a long time, but he also went through a stretch with Bill O'Brien.
Yeah.
Right? And you know what I'm saying?
Bill.
So, sweaty old Bill. It was very humid in Tallahassee last night. And, boy, DJ, you want to talk about tragic. Oh, my God. That was just painful.
Very Trey Lance-like last night.
That was.
I hate to say it.
Nah, Trey Lance didn't miss that bad. I mean, this guy DJ was missing dudes wide open by 10 yards. Missing dudes wide open.
This is the ghost of Trey Lance.
I mean, DJ,
Boston College looked like, ooh.
So Old Takes Exposed got me last night. Now I'm getting tagged all over the place.
What are Old Takes Exposed for those who aren't online?
So good point, good stuff. So Old Takes Exposed, freezing cold takes. He can play. What is Old Takes? What is freezing cold takes? So freezing cold takes is an account that takes everybody's bad take, and they just resurface it.
Oh.
So if somebody makes a prediction, they take it and they post it, and people laugh at you or whatnot. I've been on there about 6 times. It's all good. I laugh at it. It's pretty funny.
Well, you're a high-volume shooter. Some would say you're the Kyle Korver of takes.
No, not the Kyle Korver, the Kobe Bryant of takes, buddy. Got to have a take, first of all.
I have a big mouth sometimes.
There's a lot of people who are scared to have a take in this business.
I'm with you on that.
I got takes.
You're
on
like
takes,
Joe
on
Namath,
takes.
actually, now that I think about it. You finished with more interceptions and touchdowns, but you're known for certain predictions.
Hall of Famer right there.
Speaking of which, Evan Barnes, who I got to see at the U.S. Open, our buddy Evan Barnes, who we had on during the Memphis series, now writes for the who does he write for? The New York Times.
I don't
New York
know.
Daily News.
Okay.
New York Daily News.
The New York Daily News, okay.
He just replied to me, man, we all hoped that DJ was going to be that dude. He was the real deal in high school. Now it looks prophetic that Bryce Young passed him up during their senior years. But no, here's the greatest part about the tweet. So I tweet, and this was after the Notre Dame game because everybody was hyped up off the Notre Dame game.
Yeah, it was one of the great games.
It was unbelievable.
Overtime.
We thought he was the better quarterback on the team, best quarterback on the team. I tweeted, I believe DJ could be a top 15 pick in the 2021 NFL draft.
Yikes.
Hashtag Clemson. My boy Zach Poff, who now runs Max Preps, Once from Express, we went to SS State together. He replied, this is back on November 7, 2020. I'm not even lying, but I think he would be the number one pick over his teammate right now.
That was with Trevor Lawrence.
The reply was worse than the tweet.
That's a rarity. It never happens like that.
It never happened. So a lot of people are like, yo, I'm not going to lie. That Notre Dame game had me feeling the same way.
Everybody
but
felt
like
that
some
way.
people like, oh, Bonte, you getting cooked. I don't care. This is funny. I was cracking up like, wow, what a bad take 4 years later. Got to have a take, though.
Well, look, I just want you to know, this college football season, there are so many athletes, so many quarterbacks, so many players I'm looking at. This lefty for Oregon, woo!
I don't know about Gabriel.
I like him.
Gabriel.
He's got a few years to go.
Where'd he go? He went to Central Florida.
Yeah, he's got a few years to go.
Didn't he go to Oklahoma?
Yeah, I like him. Cam Ward?
Cam Ward. I like
Did you
Cam
see
Ward a
that?
lot. I like Cam Ward a lot. Yeah, I saw it. It made me sick to my
The Georgia
stomach.
quarterback?
Carson Beck's going to probably be the number one pick.
How about number 12, Travis Hunter for Colorado?
Milroe looked better.
How about the Tennessee guy?
Shedeur? No, Travis Hunter. What about Shedeur Sanders?
Shedor's fine.
Shedor's going to be a top 15 pick.
I think Hunter's the best player in the country.
Best player in the country? Oh, I got to take on that. I don't know. I saw some dudes. I saw some dudes in Georgia who may have an argument there. You see their linemen?
Yeah, the one guy hurt his ankle.
Jeez. All right. Garlic Fries Baseball Guys podcast. Anybody still listening? Anybody still watching the Giants? Not the Rippy guys. But boy, the people on the East Coast are laughing at us being Giants fans. Oh my God. I got to see Stanton, Sotos, Judge, and Stanton go back to back to back. And I come back and I see the Giants lose a series to the damn Marlins. Oh my God. Oh my God. All right. What's coming up in the game brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full service banking with no compromises. The Giants, out of sight, out of mind. 888-957-9570. Niner fans, come on. Trent's back. McCaffrey's back. Aiyuk's back. I want to hear from you. Let's roll, baby. The journey to New Orleans starts on September the 9th against the New York Jets. Let's go. That's all coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full service banking with no compromises.
Eat all.
from Frisco. If you're anything like me, you're getting hella roasted every day on the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game. Yay!
Yay is right. 888-957-9570. Niner fans, Trent Williams is back. The 11-time Pro Bowl offensive tackle, left tackle, we should say, is back in the fold. He flew in last night. His brother posted it on Instagram, middle of the night. Big Trent, what kind of dog was that, Shasky? You're a dog guy. What kind of dog was that?
I didn't see the dog.
You didn't see the dog?
Yeah, send it to me. I'll take a look at it.
It's in the thread. It's in the thread. Shows you how much Shasky
And while you do that,
thread.
let me give you some high school football scores. Anybody out there, send them to us. A little quick recap. Very quickly here. SI got destroyed by San Ramon Valley 28-10.
So San Ramon Valley
is very good.
Very good, but they lost a linebacker, right? The linebacker went to Reardon, apparently, from San Ramon Valley.
I don't know that.
Anyway, he's like, I think he's going to like an SEC school, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, Reardon won 35-34 shootout over McClymonds at McClymonds. Sacred Heart wins 42-0 over Soledad. Just a couple of the ones that came across my timeline.
The private schools? No private schools, Shasky? No.
Just getting you ready for your daughter, you know?
Soledad's a public school.
What?
It's out in the Salinas Valley.
Yeah, McClymonds is a public school. Where is Soledad?
It's like in past like Salinas if you're going more east in like the valley.
Bye-bye, Salinas.
Yeah, exactly.
No, shout out to Sacred Heart Cathedral. That's a big win for Reardon. McClymonds is usually in the state championship game every single year.
They came back.
That's a huge win. I saw the highlights.
Yeah, 2 touchdowns.
John Tofe's son had the highlights. John Tofe, shout out to him.
Who was also a very large human being.
Yeah, John Tofe Cabal. I remember he was playing in the Pro-Am, SF Pro-Am one year, and, I was doing the PA, public address announcing at the Pro-Am. And so usually, basket score by John Tofe, assisted by so-and-so. So one time he dropped a dime. I just credited the guy who scored the best basket, and Tofe looks over and goes, I can't get no credit for my dime. The hell. Assist by John Tofe. He's a man, though. He's
That's
good,
pretty
dude.
good.
He's a great dad, dude. He played overseas for a long time.
Let's go. I want people to send us to some high school games this year.
My nephew, Jaden Jefferson, scored a touchdown in the first game of the season against Grant High School in
De La Salle.
Sacramento. Yeah. They beat Grant 42-6. I was
Grant's
watching on my
always
phone.
good.
Yeah, I was watching on my phone at a casino in Philly. Jaden Jefferson, my nephew up there, scored a touchdown. They're going to go overseas and play NFL Europe's team.
What?
Yes. In October, they're playing at Tottenham Stadium.
No way.
In October, yeah, De La Salle. Yeah. They're playing out there overseas.
Wow.
Yep.
Shout out De La Salle.
Shout out De La Salle.
One of the most, well-run organizations in terms of football in the entire state.
Dog was a Mastiff, Kane Corso. That's according to Rob on a couple people on the Xfinity Mobile text line. Shout out to the Xfinity Mobile text line.
I have a belief. No, Trent's way larger than me, but I don't want to have a dog that I think could kill me in the house.
Look at this black dog.
Yeah, they're
this dog
sick.
looks
The
vicious.
Kane Corso is an Italian breed of Mastiff.
Are you surprised Big Trent has a dog like that?
I mean, the dog's as big as he is.
So his
that
brother
dog needs a saddle.
So his brother Instagram last night, Fredo Silver, Fred Rowe Silver. I botched that. And it's Trent about to get on the PJ. Is that a silverback logo on the PJ? Look at the private jet. I think he's got a silverback logo. I don't even know what it is, but it's this big massive.
Was that the
dog.
Turner and Hooch dog? Is that the same dog from Turner and Hooch?
Maybe. But, I mean, good Lord. Look at that dog. And Big Trent's got the big dog. All black. This dog looks vicious. I would not mess with Big Trent. Hey, Big Trent. All the things I said to dog, because I'll speak for myself here. I'm not going to speak for Shasky. I'll speak for myself. Hey, Big Trent, man. We just wanted you back, man. Yeah. It's all good.
Where my dogs at?
Hey, dude, we want you to get your bag, Big Trent. We don't care about the Super Bowl no more.
I mean, I just Google searched Trent Williams' dog, and his dog's about that life. That's all I'm going to say.
What?
He may have taken out one of his neighbor's dogs before.
Oh, boy.
Let's say the lab didn't have a chance against the Mastiff.
I'm not laughing at it. I mean, look at this dog. That's the first thing I took away. Forget the private jet.
This is why my dogs don't go out often. They are it's literally like swallowing a grape if you were going after my little Pomeranian.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, man. This dog is huge. So year 15, let's get it. Silverback. So the Silverback is back. Big Trent's back. So Big Trent, welcome back, buddy. We're going to welcome you in open arms, man. East Texas in the house.
Get the choo-choo train going.
Choo-choo. Get the locomotive. This is Big Trent. I saw some big Trent highlights. As soon as this was posted, somebody posted some big Trent highlights.
Was it him punching the Eagles?
No, it was him smoking that dude from the Cardinals. Remember that?
Is his most iconic Niner moment when he pointed the finger laughing at the Cowboy fan?
That might be it.
Or is it Boombox Trent?
Or is it him just punking some dude from the Green Bay Packers in the end zone with Trey Lance running around for the touchdown? I mean, he did that against the Cardinals. Big Trent's he's a bully, man. And his dog looks like a bully. I can't get over this big mastiff. I can't get over it. Keep me away from that dog.
Considering he's got a criminal record, I think we should stay away from the dog.
Dog has a criminal record. Oh, man. By the way, join 95.7 game at Harding Park Friday, September 6th for the Penatelli Financial Partners Golf Tournament. Chaska will be out there.
I need to get a new gap wedge. I'll be out there.
Benefiting the Autism Society, San Francisco Bay Area. Go to 957thegame.com to learn more. Presented by ACO Pest Control, the Bay Area's locally family-owned pest control company. That was the first thing I took away, Chaska, was the big-ass dog. Segment sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Let's get to Lars and Pacifica. Lars and Pacifica, what's happening, man? You're on the roast.
Yo, guys. Hope you had a fantastic Labor Day. Got to enjoy some good food with your families.
I did.
One thing I want to say is this Niner team, it's starting to remind me of the last Warriors team when we won against the Celtics. Veteran team, the gang is back together again. Aiyuk's in the building. Trent's going to come in and sign today. The media is counting us out everywhere except for here in the Bay Area. So, I mean, it's just, for some reason for me, man, it's just feeling very similar. And I think the 49er fans got to be stoked. And we're finally coming into the year where it's like, all right, let me show you what I got when everybody's already counting us out. And I don't know, I'm just seeing similarities between what everyone is thinking the Golden State Warriors were going to do that year and everybody saying Brock Purdy's going to regress. I think Brock Purdy's going to have his Steph Curry, breaking 3-point record season. And that's all I got. Go Niners.
I'm very interested and excited to see what Brock has in store this year. Just looking around at watching the NFL, it's preseason, so not a lot of the starters are playing, but his pocket presence, there's just a difference between him and, any backup quarterback that you see playing. Like, they're all frenetic and they're holding the ball. He's just so calm back there. And, I don't love when he's spinning around trying to throw the ball 30 yards across the field, but that's not what he's going to be asked to do during the regular season. And I'm very excited to see what he looks like. He did not need to be playing behind Jalen Moore. If you were looking for any reason on why they need to get Trent Williams in, just look at his jersey from the preseason game. It was covered in green stains, and that tells me, get Trent here yesterday, and so I'm glad that he's back because Brock Purdy's going to be a pocket quarterback, and he's going to thrive from within the pocket. You got to have your left tackle there.
Got to have Jalen Moore, boy.
He's not good.
Yeah, that would have been rough. I mean, think about this. I'm on vacation. Somebody's asking me about Big Trent. And actually, a lot of East Coast people, I got to shout them out. New Yorkers and Philadelphians. I guess that's what they call them. They were like, you Niner fans, they fear the 49ers.
Why?
They just think, they're like, Philly fans are like, we just know the Niners are going to be there. And they have so much talent. And New Yorkers were like, dude, don't trip. Trent's going to be back. Aiyuk's going to be there. You guys are good. They just think highly. In our own bubble, we're like, oh, Shanahan this, and I don't know if Purdy can do this, and boy, McCaffrey's got to say it. Out there in the East Coast, they're like, you guys got the best team. It's not even close. They fear the 49ers, which kind of made me feel good. It did make me feel good.
Do you believe in Madden, like the ratings being as a great, accurate kind of assessment of where your team is?
I don't like admitting this on air. Kind of do. I do kind of look at the ratings because that's a national poll.
Yeah.
It's people from not just the Bay Area.
And they can miss. I think Aaron Banks is ranked way too low in the video game, for example. They can miss on things. I'm not saying it's the end-all, be-all. But I play with the Niners, and I did a full season. And let me just say, Brock broke a lot of passing records.
Yeah.
And the Avengers look pretty sweet. The guy who was really popping, and Matt Mayoko brought this up, and I found it to be interesting. But the guy in the video game who I think is one of the more fun players is Debo. Debo is, and McCaffrey's outstanding in the game. But Debo Samuel was unreal in Madden. And I'm saying to myself, like, all right, well, what does Debo have cooked in store this year? And I think we're really sleeping on Debo having a monster year. Matt Mayoko said, of all the training camps he's been to, that Debo has been here, this was hands down his best training camp.
Yeah, I don't know if I think sleeper's a strong word because we know who Debo is.
What about bounce back?
And we know I thought he had a very good season. He got over 1,000 scrimmage yards.
Yeah, but do you think he thought it was an A season?
Maybe not, but because of the injuries. But you look at that NFC Championship game. The dude did catch 9 balls.
Oh, he was
in that game.
He was unbelievable.
He was unbelievable. So you know what I'm saying? We know what Debo looks like, and we understand that it's a contract year, and he moved his number from 19 to 1. So I don't know. I don't know if sleeping on him. But by the way, in Madden, since you brought up Madden,
he runs too with the arm like this.
Last season's Madden, I was running a franchise with the Cleveland Browns. And my quarterback was always in an MVP race with Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy ended up playing like 19 years.
Oh.
Aiyuk played
19 years.
Aiyuk played like 15 and was an all-pro every season. So some of the Madden stuff where you like, wow, they really think highly of Aiyuk and they think highly of Trent. They think highly of Brock Purdy. Yeah, the Niners are loaded. Folks, the top 100 on the NFL Network. How many Niners was on that list?
There were 8.
All right? I mean, come on. Think about the all-pros. Think about the players, the premium players at each position. They're ready to roll here. So when you bring up Brock Purdy and what he could do for an encore, who's to say he can't throw more than 31 touchdowns? Who's to say he can't throw for over 4,500 yards if the Niners do pass? You got to remember, Brock Purdy broke the record, and they were third to last in pass attempts per game.
And he didn't even play in Week 17. And I know the 17th game is going to kind of dilute certain things, but he also came out of that 0-1 game with a concussion a little early, remember?
Right, no, I do.
So here's the thing with the Niners. Quarterback, I think they're going to be slightly better, right? Whether he has a better season or not, I don't know. But I think in his third year, he's going to be better. I think his mind is sharp. I think his body was clearly healthier than he was last year where he had to take time off during training camp. Offensive line, I think they're better. I think Dominic Pooney is going to be better than Burford, and Feliciano. I don't know about Colt McKivitz. He's still a big question mark for me. I think they're slightly better. Tight ends, they're about the same, right? Yeah. Running backs, about the same.
Well, I think J.P. Mason is running a lot better this year.
I still think McCaffrey. I'm going off McCaffrey, but that's a good point.
Guy, but Jordan Mason looks like he can play the part. Elijah Mitchell is going to be out for the season, unfortunately, with the hamstring or whatnot. Garindo's got a lot of speed.
Yeah, he's got a lot of speed.
He's got to stay healthy, and he can't stay, but he's got a lot of speed. I'm very intrigued with him. But Mason looks like he's going to take another step this year.
And okay, wide receiver. I think they're a little deeper. I think adding Cowings adds a dynamic that they just haven't had the last 3 seasons.
I love Jacob Cowings.
I know, I do too. I'm really high on him. Special teams. I think their special teams is a huge question mark in terms of kick return, punt return, coverage, all that. We will see, right? That's every team in the league right now.
You feel good about Jake Moody, though?
I do. He only missed 1 field goal in the preseason. Yeah. I thought he was good. Punter, I like Presley Harvin. I know, they're going to keep Wisnowski. Whatever. We'll see. Defense. These are the 2 areas where I think there's a huge question mark. Defensive tackle, replacing Dre Greenlaw at linebacker. I like D. Winters on tape. I like what I've heard from practice. But you're replacing one of the best outside linebackers in the game. In Dre Greenlaw, who plays brilliantly in tandem with Fred Warner. When you're mentioned in the same sentence as Willis and Bowman, you're pretty special. So that's going to be a huge unknown. Let's see what happens there. Then defensive tackle. Can the Malik Collins, Javon Hargrave, and whoever the hell else is on the team, can they be better than whatever you got from Eric Armstead when he was healthy and Hargrave at the beginning of last year? Hargrave fell off. Those are the only areas on the entire team, to me, that look like unknowns.
Well, those are big question marks, though.
Everywhere else, I think we're better.
Well, defensive end, you have Bosa and Leonard Floyd, but what happens if one of them goes down?
Well, I think a lot of teams would say that.
Yeah, but depth, they don't even. I would like to have 3 pass rushers. Like you think about those great New York Giants teams that won the Super Bowls in 07 and 11. They had a deep defensive line. They had the NASCAR pass rush on third downs. Who was it? Tuck, O.C. Umenyiora, who was Michael Strahan.
I mean, that was.
It was JPP. They had a lot of guys here.
Yeah.
If Bosa or Leonard Floyd does go down, if they do go down, Robert Bill Jr., is he ready for this? There's a big drop-off here. Either Carlos Matos, we don't know him yet. We don't know what type of player he is. We'll see, but edge depth is a concern of mine. Up in the middle, Jordan Elliott, Kevin Givens, backing up Hargrave and Malik Collins. We'll see about that. But there are question marks here. And then Hufanga, where is he going to be at? Are we ready just to see Hufanga? Like, I feel good with Tig Brown. I feel good with Mustafa.
Well,
I feel good with George Odom.
I think they're going to play 3 safeties a lot.
Sometimes on third down. Yeah, I've heard that. So we'll see about that.
I think Tig and Hufanga are going to play together, and I don't know. Maybe George Odom. Maybe you get a little Malik Mustafa. I'm not worried about secondary. I think this is the deepest secondary they've had since going back to like the 2011, 2012 Harbaugh teams.
This is a very good secondary. Very good secondary.
It has the potential to be better.
But you better stop that run.
Absolutely.
You better stop the run. And that's what we got to see here against the New York Jets and their home run hitter in their hall. But edge depth for me is a very big concern of mine because they like to rotate their defensive linemen. There's a lot of times we'll see a drive where Bosa's on the sideline for the first 4 plays of the drive. I don't like that. It feels like Bosa has to get his Max Crosby on and play multiple snaps, especially when we talk about price point and what we're paying them or what the 49ers are paying them. Not we. We're not paying them a damn dime. Jay York and Parag Barate are giving them all the money, but he's got to play every snap. And if he can't play every snap, are we sure we're ready for Robert Beal Jr.? Are we ready for Yetur Gross Matos? Especially without Drake Jackson, he's out for the entire season?
Okay, well, let's look at the NFC. Like, what front scares you more than the Niners
right now?
Like, I love Hutchinson, but they need other players opposite him.
No, the NFC is a little.
It's a little light.
It's a little light, but I'm trying to win a Super Bowl.
No, I get that, but you got to get through the NFC first.
No doubt about that.
I mean, when you lose Aaron Donald, and by the way, I don't know if you've been paying attention. It sounds like Aaron Donald could come back to the Rams during the season.
Would it surprise you?
No.
I just watched him run a 40-yard dash against Shady McCoy. Did you see that?
Yeah, I did, and he
smoked Shady McCoy.
Yeah, but Shady's a little out of shape.
Yeah, but so what? This is a defensive tackle. You see how quick he was?
I ran into Shady in Philly at Planet Hollywood the day the Niners played the Eagles. Shady's enjoying life. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, well, we know that. I mean, he's doing.
But Aaron Donald beating him in a race does not surprise me. Aaron Donald's a freak.
Aaron Donald looked like he was still in shape.
Yeah, well, he's ready to go.
So it doesn't. I don't believe he's gonna. I never believed that he's gonna stay retired. Sean McVay has him on the hotline. Say, hey, look, November, we're gonna be in it. We're gonna be in it. We're gonna have a chance. Come back.
But like. Your point is well taken regarding defensive ends and just defensive line in general. But I would ask, like, Philly losing Hassan Reddick is a big blow.
It's a big blow.
All right?
It's a big blow.
I still think they have a decent front, but not what the Niners is. I love Hutchinson, but they don't really have a true guy opposite him currently. Maybe during the season, I look at it different. Green Bay? Can anyone name the defensive line for Green Bay? You know, these are the threats to the Niners.
Rashawn Gary.
What?
Rashawn Gary's legit.
Rashawn Gary's nice. He ain't Bosa.
No.
He ain't even close to Bosa.
Preston Smith is good. They got some depth there.
But it's not a like for like. You know what I'm saying? It's if the Niners somehow, some way suffer an injury on this defensive line.
Well, that's
now you're going to be involved in all these damn shootouts. I want to win some games comfortable.
I think their defense will be really good.
I think the defense will be good. I'm just saying D-line depth could be a problem. What if Bosa doesn't get off to a hot start? Now, everybody's telling me that Bosa looks great right now.
Well, no.
But it's hard to say. It's hard for me to tell if Bosa's going to be great when you're going against Jalen Moore every damn day.
If you were asking me who's the guy who has to have a career year for the Niners to be really good this year,
right. Nick Bosa,
to me,
right?
it's Nick Bosa.
Right?
If
That's
Nick
what I'm
Bosa's
saying.
back to DPOY Nick Bosa, that changes everything for this defense.
It does change everything. It takes this defense from a fringe top 10 defense to bona fide top 5 defense. And all of a sudden, you get to the AFC teams and saying, oh, we got Bosa, we got this guy. By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMG, FM, and HC1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Our clocks are all off right now. It says 12:41:48. It's just stuck on 12:41:48 a.m. What happened? What was that?
What was that?
What the hell was that?
That's Thomas the Train.
That's you.
No, but what was that reference to?
It's one of the many weird noises we make on this show.
Hey, love, man, I don't want to hear from you right now.
What's that? I can't hear you over 0-2.
Y'all win
It
one
is sad, but it's true.
Y'all win one game against sorry-ass Florida, and you think you're back. Billy Napier.
Better than losing to sorry-ass Boston College.
They might beat you. They might beat you. Be careful. Be careful, Miami. Let's go to Nick and Berkeley.
DJ Uiagalelei transferring or something? What's going on?
We'll get Nick on the other side. All right, we'll break. This guy's going to be insufferable.
The college football scene is better when the U is back.
I'm not going to lie.
Let's slow our roll on that one.
When Cam Moore threw that touchdown pass to make it 38-10, and the two receivers looked at the slot and they went like this. I said, damn it. And then, it was a true story. Later on that night in the Philadelphia hotel, the 30 for 30 was on with the U, and I started watching it. Yeah. And I was just like, damn.
Life is better when the U's good. Like, as much as I, make fun of USC, it's better when USC is good.
It
just
true.
is.
It is. You're right.
I want all the premium schools to be good again.
It is sad, but it's true.
How about that Tennessee quarterback?
They got a big game this week against North Carolina State. We'll see about them.
LSU, LSU receivers every year. The most talented receivers I've ever seen.
Lacey. Dude,
are you kidding
they still
me?
lose
Number
a game?
2?
Yeah, number 2 was sick.
Oh, my God.
And they didn't score in the opening drive.
I couldn't believe it.
USC, though, they're back. Fight on, baby. Fight on. Fight on. Big Dog City was at that game. Can you believe it? I couldn't get enough of that game. I was watching it on the plane on the way back to the city. All right, Nick and Berkeley, 888-957-9570. We got some Shanahan sound that you cannot miss. Wait till you hear from Peter Schrager on NFL Network on Kyle Shanahan, and we'll see if anybody agrees with what he had to say about Kyle Shanahan. That's coming up, brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for this member deal.
What's going on, Roasters? It's Brian Baldinger with the NFL Network, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, I can't wait to talk to Baldy. He put out a video showcasing Brandon Aiyuk in the Super Bowl. And for all the people who say, well, he doesn't get double-teamed. Look different in the Super Bowl. He got double-teamed a lot in the Super Bowl. Baldy's breakdowns, folks. Aiyuk's back. Trent Williams is back. He just got back today off the private jet with his Mastiff. He's ready to roll. He's going to sign a new deal. Christian McCaffrey's back on the practice field. Folks, who cares? The offseason's over. All the drama, all the exhaustion, all the contract talk, it's done. We're focused on the Jets, Jets. And I'm getting flashbacks of Garrison Hurst. I almost said Harrison Hurst. Garrison Hurst and the overtime touchdown run against the New York Jets and Glenn Foley and Bill Parcells and Keyshawn Johnson and Wayne Corbett. The Jets are in trouble. Trouble.
RELAX.
No, I'm not going to relax.
So can I ask you a couple quick questions about the Jets?
Sure.
How many playoff games in the history of the Jets?
Have they won?
Just in general, how many have they played?
The history of the New York Jets? I don't know the answer to that. I'm guessing they've played a lot of playoff games.
Surprisingly, 25.
That's it? No.
25
in their history? 25 playoff games?
Yep.
That's it?
I went down the deep dive. Yep.
25, wait. 25 playoff?
I have them all right here. 2010, 29, 2006, 2004, 2002, 2001, 98, 91, 86, 85, 82, 81, 69, and the Super Bowl in 68.
Wait, 69 to what? They didn't make the playoffs from 69 to...
69 to 81.
So they missed the playoffs in the entire 70s. They didn't go to one playoff game in the 70s?
Nope.
That is unbelievable.
Longest drought of playoffs in all of sports in North America.
Right now?
Yes.
Ooh, Rockies?
It is the New York Jets.
Really?
The New York Jets, 13 seasons, have the current active longest playoff drought in all of sports in North America.
Holy smokes. I can't get over the fact they didn't go to the playoffs one time in the 70s.
They've been to 5 conference games, okay, in the AFC.
Conference title games.
What?
Conference title games?
Yeah.
Yeah, they lost to the Colts one year. They lost to the Steelers one year. They lost to the Broncos one year. I want to say they lost to the Dolphins maybe one year.
Can you name in their final playoff game in 2010, their last one, can you name anyone of the skill position players to touch the ball for the Jets? We know Sanchez was the quarterback. I've got the list here. You will never get...
Sean Green?
Sean Green was the leading rusher.
Leading back, yep. Come on now.
With LaDainian Tomlinson backing him, essentially in and out of the lineup.
Braylon Edwards?
Braylon Edwards was on the roster.
Yep. There's another guy.
A first-round pick was their top receiver in the last AFC Championship game, their final playoff game since 2010.
Santonio Holmes?
He was on the roster, but not their number one receiving target that game. Dustin Keller from Purdue, the tight end.
Dustin Keller.
No one would have ever gotten that.
He's a good tight end.
Jericho Cotchery, Brad Smith, Braylon Edwards, Dustin Keller.
Yeah. Name some Jets on that.
And Santonio Holmes. And then one more. So they've got 25 games in the history of the Jets.
That's crazy.
25
I can't believe
games.
that.
Wasn't Plaxico on that team?
What?
Wasn't Plaxico on that team in 2011?
He was not.
No, I feel like he was on the
He didn't play in that
Giants or the
game.
Steelers.
He didn't play in that game. He was definitely on the team that year.
How many playoff games for the Niners since Harbaugh? Since Harbaugh was here?
They probably had 25.
20.
20, yeah.
So just to tell you how inept the Jets are, since 1968, they've had 25 games in the playoffs.
I can't believe that.
The Niners, since Harbaugh, have had 20.
Wow.
So all you people, look, I'm not saying that you are going to be the Jets, but let's also have a little perspective on how phenomenally run the Niners have been for the last 15 years.
I just can't believe the Jets didn't make not one playoff game in the 70s. They had Joe Kleclo. They had the sack exchange in the 80s. They're going to have a 30 for 30 on them, by the way, coming up soon. And they were really good. But then, now that I think about it, NFL Films always shows the game when they lost to the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah.
And they choked the game against the Cleveland Browns at old Cleveland Municipal Stadium with Marty Schottenheimer as a coach.
So can you name any of the defensive players on that 2010 Jets last playoff team?
Bart Scott.
He was on there?
He was on there. Vernon Golston.
Mm-hmm.
They had a D tackle, Sheldon Richardson.
Mm-hmm. You're forgetting a Hall of Fame outside linebacker, D end. Jason Taylor.
Jason Taylor played for the Jets?
Yes. With Darrelle Revis.
Did he really?
With Darrelle Revis.
Is Rickershaw Ferguson there?
Cromartie.
Probably. Antonio Cromartie was definitely there.
How crazy. Think of that. Again, Niner fans, like, I know we've been frustrated. I get it. Like, we haven't won the big one. You could be the Jets.
You could be the Jets.
And I'm looking at their team this year. By the way, just for comparison's sake, they've been to 5 AFC Championship games. They're 1-4.
Yeah.
The Niners have been to 19 NFC Championship games. Now, I know nobody's going to hang that banner, and I get it, but just be thankful that you're not the Jets. I'm looking at their roster this year, Bonte, okay? And on defense, I wrote down some of their best players on D and on O. Yeah. On defense, Sauce Gardner, Quinnen Williams, C.J. Mosley, DJ Reed, ex-Niner, Quincy Williams, Jermaine Johnson, Chuck Clark, Will McDonald, Ashton Davis, the safety from Cal. Hassan Reddick is sitting out right now, so I didn't put him on there.
I don't think he's going to play.
Then on offense.
And don't you're forgetting one guy. Javon Kinlaw. Mook Dog, baby. Mook Dog, baby.
Bring him up.
He's back to Levi's.
Offense.
He's coming
Aaron
back
Rodgers,
to Levi's.
Tyron Smith, Mike Williams, Garrett Wilson, Breece Hall, Morgan Moses, and Tyler Conklin. On paper, this Jets team has a lot of talent.
The Jets will be solid.
They have a lot of talent.
But they're the Jets, right? They'll somehow, some way find a way. I don't know. Maybe the franchise is cursed. Maybe curses do exist. Because on paper, this Breece Hall kid at running back is a home run hitter. He is a
Play
threat.
with Brock.
He is a threat. He is good. They invested in their offensive line this past offseason. So the Jets, I expect them to come in with this defense. Their defense is really, really good. Baldy's going to break it down in just a second here at 7:30 in the morning on the morning roast. But their defense is really, really good. They could play man, and it'll be interesting to see what Saleh does against his former team. Obviously, he knows Shanahan, but Shanahan knows him. How will they attack the New York Jets? That's what I want to know from Baldy. What's the best way to attack this defense, especially without Hassan Reddick playing the edge? But I think they'll be fine defensively. Leonard Taylor III, not bad. Will McDonald's not bad. They've got some talent.
Well,
Jets have some talent.
I just look at it this way. Like, I think the time to get them is going to be early part of the season, because I think there'll be a better team by mid to end of the year. That being said, there's a lot of unknowns. What do you even look for film? Like, I was going back, I'm like, well, no one played in the preseason on their offense. Well, and I look at last year's film, like, they didn't have Mike Williams. Breece Hall was coming back from an ACL injury.
Yeah.
Like, they played 2 snaps with Aaron Rodgers.
4 snaps.
How do you even know?
And how ironic is it that Leonard Floyd was the guy to sack him, and that was the play he got hurt on, Leonard Floyd.
But how do you even know what to prepare for?
Well, you just look at old film about Aaron Rodgers, and I to your point about catching him early, Aaron Rodgers will be rusty. He hasn't played an NFL game in 2 years.
Yeah.
So, he's had the scrimmages or whatnot, and, from what they say, Rodgers looks like Rodgers. We'll see. We'll see about that.
Well, his arm has always been great.
The arm talent's there.
And his mind is always
Wilson.
been
And Garrett
beautiful.
Wilson's one of the best wide receivers that nobody knows about yet. Even though he plays in New York City, Garrett Wilson is a stud. And what we know about Mike Williams, when he's healthy, he's one of the better deep threats in this league.
Absolutely.
He's physical, can high point the football. He's a problem. He's a matchup nightmare when he's healthy. So this is a Jets team that I expect to be, by the end of the year, I'm not going to say Super Bowl contender, but I expect them to be in the playoffs.
Well, if they made the playoffs, it would be a big deal.
For them.
Absolutely, it would. Well, I just think for the league. Like, look, I roll my eyes when I hear Greenberg and all the different New York Jets fans that are in the media talk about the Jets and the misery of being the Jets. But on some level, it is cool if the Jets can get into the playoffs.
I think the Giants are the bigger New York team.
Well, of course, of course they are. I'm just saying, like, I think it's good for sports when a bad team finally gets into the playoffs. It was fun for the Kings to get into the playoffs.
No, you need a whipping boy. The Jets are the NFL's whipping boy. It's better when they do suck, because they're kind of like the AFC Dallas Cowboys. They're not the Dallas Cowboys in terms of all the hype, and they always fell. But the Jets, for some reason, get all this hype and all this attention and all these headlines. And you just mentioned it. They've been in 25 playoff games. Why the hell are we talking about the Jets so much?
Well, if you think about it, from 01 to 09 was the most productive seasons they've ever had. Wild card in 2001, wild card to division round in 02, wild card to division round in 04, wild card, and then
you went from Parcells to Herm Edwards to Rex Ryan.
They lost in 06, 09. AFC Championship game. 2010, AFC Championship game. Like, that's their from 01 to 2010 has been the most productive seasons they've ever had.
Yeah, it's sad. It is sad. But we'll ask Baldy in just a second. I want to play this before we get to Baldy and set this up. Peter Schrager, NFL Network, hit the timeline yesterday. And we saw Shanahan with all the Great Gatsby stuff and the house party Saturday night with Rick Ross, and he's got the hair and everything like that, and everybody's going crazy. Peter Schrager says that Shanahan has the most writing on this season. Take a listen.
I look at this past weekend, and Kyle Shanahan, they had a little party with Brandon Aiyuk, with Deebo Samuel, with Rick Ross, the boss, and this is what Kyle wore to the party.
Oh, my word.
Wow. Now, I've been texting with sources. It was actually a great Gatsby theme.
Is your source wearing number 17 in that picture?
It might have been Rick Ross, the boss. I might have been. It was a great Gatsby theme.
That's Scott Fitzgerald.
And I think, a guy who's got so much riding on this season as the head coach of the 49ers with contracts, everyone wants to. Purdy's got to get paid at some point. We've got to pay. Talanoa Hufanga has to get paid. Kyle's coming in there, and he's grown the hair out. Mm-hmm. He bookended his summer with the McCaffrey wedding, where he was wilding out, and this amazing Great Gatsby. This is me saying, hey, I've got the swag. My team's got the swag. You guys can poke holes in us all summer long. We good. In fact, we Gucci.
Hey, Gucci.
I think Kyle Shanahan's got the most riding on this season. I also feel like he has no doubts that his team is ready to go. I'm going to say the head coach of the defending NFC champions, Kyle Shanahan's got the most on his shoulders, and he's got some hair rocking on it, too. He's growing out that hair, and I respect it, and he was rocking it like Gatsby on Friday night.
All right, that's Peter Schrager, NFL Network. Does Shanahan have the most writing on this season? Hard to say a coach has it. You got players on his team. Maybe it's Deebo. Maybe it's Kittle. Maybe it's Big Trent, who's back in the facility today. But in the meantime, before we get to Nick and Berkeley, hang on tight there. We got to get to Baldy here on the Morning Roast. It's Shark Week, and we got action, baby. The Chiefs and Ravens on Thursday. The Eagles and Packers down to Brazil. They can't even leave their hotel rooms. You can't even tweet in Brazil. We're not going to know what's going on in Brazil unless we watch it on Peacock. But then we got the Niners and Jets, and you know what, Baldy? We got the full squad back together. We know about Brandon Aiyuk, and I loved your breakdown from the Super Bowl. Brandon Aiyuk doesn't get double-teamed? Well, it looked like it from your film that you put out there on Baldy's breakdowns on your Twitter account at Baldy NFL. And now Big Trent's back from East Texas. He got on a private jet last night. I don't know if you saw the big old mastiff dog, but it doesn't surprise he's got this big old dog, all black, and he's ready to roll. The Niners are back together, Baldy. It's a good thing.
It is a good thing, and it's good for the league because I always think you need teams that everybody's gunning for. And 49ers, I mean, listen to, Schrager's talk right there, leading into me, but it is like they got a big bullseye on their back. Kyle understands, they're all in. John Lynch, Jed, Kyle, they're all in. I never really had, I knew Trent would be back. I had some doubts about Brandon. But this is, they're loading up. They're loading up to make another run. And this is what you should do. You got a quarterback on a rookie contract. You got to load up. You got to be all in. You can't leave guys at home. You got to put them all on there. You get an extra day this week with Trent, because of the game Monday night. It's going to seem like forever to get there. Once we start playing games on Thursday, Friday, Sunday, by the time you get to Monday night, there's only one game on Monday night. Everybody's watching. Everybody wants to see both these teams. Kyle has been to the championship game 3 times. He's been to the Super Bowl twice. We know what the record is with the 49ers. They are a great roster, but not all great rosters win Super Bowls, and that's what this challenge is all about.
Baldy, I think what they've built is pretty unique in the era of player movement, player empowerment, just the finances exploding to what they are. For them to keep Purdy, CMC, Aiyuk, Debo, and Kittle with Big Trent all together on one side of the ball. This is going to be year 3, essentially, with all those guys. It feels very rare in this particular era that we're in. Am I off on that?
You know what? It's interesting. No, you're not off, Joe, at all. In fact, free agency started, a full-blown free agency started in 1993. And this feels like a roster from pre-1993. It used to be, when I was playing with the Cowboys in the 80s, I knew exactly who the Cowboys, I knew our roster every year, except for a couple rookies. I knew the Washington Redskins at that time, the Giants. We all knew, okay, there's LT, there's Pepper Johnson. We knew that, there's, Dave Butts in Washington, whatever, Charles Manley. Like, we knew everybody's roster. I feel like anybody that's playing the 49ers, the Rams, Seattle, in the division, they know exactly who the 49ers are. And everybody watching Monday night knows who their roster is. They know Trent's over there. They know that they've got some of the highest paid players at positions. And they know those players are personified great players. They prove it year in, year out. It is rare. It's very rare that they could keep that many great players on a roster.
Brian Baldinger here on the Morning Roast, courtesy of the River Islands Guest Line. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands Guest Line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? All right, so who are the Jets, Baldy? We're just breaking down the Jets here. We don't know what Aaron Rodgers is going to look like. We do love Breece Hall. We love Garrett Wilson. Mike Williams is back from the Chargers, of course. Now with the New York Jets, he's one of the best deep ball threats in this game, but he's never healthy. So who are the Jets, Baldy? Who are the New York Jets? What team are we going to see on Monday night?
Well, nobody better take Aaron Rodgers lightly because he played 4 plays last year. He's approaching 40. Nobody better do that. I've seen that team practice last year and this year as much as anybody out there. That guy, when you go out to watch him in practice, he doesn't look 40. His arm doesn't look like that. I saw Brett Favre late in his career, and the arm fell off. I saw Peyton Manning's arm fall off. Like, that's not the case. And I don't know if there's a smarter player or coach than Aaron Rodgers in his business. You better take Breece Hall might push Christian McCaffrey for leading the league in rushing, yards, the whole thing this year. He has that kind of ability. The offensive line is as good as it's been since, in over 10 years, okay? It's the best it's been. And they've got depth. So this is a talented offense, but defensively, they've got great players at every position. Their 2 linebackers are as good as what, when we saw San Francisco last year and what they have off the ball inside linebacker. They can rival what Fred and Dre were like with what they have. And this secondary has never played with the lead where the guys might get a chance to start. DJ Reed, who was former 49er, drafted by the 49ers, Sauce. Like, they've got everything in place to be a great defense. I think this is a very, very talented team. I picked them to win the AFC.
Wow.
So, and win the AFC East. I'm sorry, Joe. But win the AFC East, I picked them. Like, I think this is going to be a very good team.
Wow. I mean, how do the Niners even prepare for this offense? Like, I went back last night, I'm thinking, like, all right, I'm going to watch some preseason games. But, like, nobody's playing in the preseason, and Aaron hasn't played in, like, 2 years. And I know Nathaniel Hackett and him have some kind of connection. So how are the Niners defensively preparing for this particular offense when there isn't a lot of footage and, like, tape to draw from?
Joe, it always starts with the basics. You got to stop the run. You got to stack and shed. You got to get off blocks. You can't let Breece Hall make these cuts into open daylight, just the way you can't do that to McCaffrey. That's where it always starts. It always starts with the fundamentals, playing with low pad level, being able to stack, shed, all right, being able to get off blocks. It starts with the basics. And so that's what I'm sure that, Coach Sorensen and that staff is doing on San Francisco right now. Like, that's where it starts. Aaron, look, he's going to have his quick sets. He's going to get you in your hockey shifts. If he sees 12 guys on the field, you're changing your defensive line on the 5th play of a drive. He's going to try and get a quick one on you. If he sees that you're not lined up quickly, he's going to quick snap it. He's going to take advantage. He's going to see every single advantage he can get. His eyes are amazing. He doesn't miss. And then this Garrett Wilson, they're going to move him all over the place. But when you watch him practice, it doesn't look like he's the fastest player on the field, but he is the fastest player on the field. Like, his ability to go get a ball that looks like it's out of range, he just has another gear. And he can adjust as well as anybody in this business. it's going to rival anything that the 49ers have seen from the Rams over the last 3 years in Cup and in Nakua.
Wow. Baldy here on the River Islands guest line on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. So how do you attack this defense here? You mentioned that if they do play with the lead, they can start getting their hands on footballs there with Sauce Gardner and DJ Reed. Trent Williams down there in the middle. He was the same draft class with Nick Bosa. He went 3 overall. Of course, Bosa went 2 overall to the 49ers. What's the best way to attack this defense? Or are they just strong all across the board here, Baldy?
No, they're strong. They're strong, and they got speed. They got very veteran players everywhere on this defense. But, look, the 49ers are built on running the football. I've broken this down many times, but they basically have 5 running plays. I'm sure Robert Saleh knows this run game as well as anybody. Heck, John Benton, he took him from San Francisco to coach his offensive line for 2 years, and now John's gone, and he's down in New Orleans now. But, he knows this run game. He knows the stretch and the counter and the wind back. There's no secret that this whole thing, play, action, pass, everything comes off of it. They know they want to attack the middle of the field. Those safeties from the Jets are going to get a chance to, let those receivers from San Francisco feel their punch in the middle of the field. I think these teams are pretty familiar with one another, even though they haven't played much. But, I would think that San Francisco, especially Trent back in there right now, they want to get this running game going. When they lost games last year to Minnesota, Cincinnati, Baltimore, they didn't run the ball well. So, that's really still the key to their success. Nothing against Brock or anybody else, but, this thing gets fueled off their running game.
How does CMC get himself up to speed with no preseason? You think he's going to be okay? Or is there something they can do this week in practice? Or is he just one of those unique thoroughbreds?
Joe, I worked with LaDainian Tomlinson for a long time. I think he's as good a back as I've ever seen. I played with Dickerson and Dorsett, and respect for Emmett and Walter and everybody. But I remember one year, Marty Schottenheimer was coaching the Chargers, and he put LT out there, and he pitched it to him. That's back when touchback, you get the ball to 20. And on the first play, he pitched it to LT, and he went 80 yards for a touchdown. And like LT, he laid the ball on the ground in the end zone, and he came off the field to the sideline. He didn't play another play in preseason. I kind of feel like that's McCaffrey. Like, you can have, you got to get banged up a little bit. But I feel like McCaffrey's cutting, his ability to run through contact, and his eyes, like, I don't think he needs a whole lot of work at that. I think he's going to be fresh and ready to go Monday night.
Was he built to play in the Shanahan system in terms of the zone cutting, the receiving out of the backfield? I don't see what the flaw is in his game. He's a great pass protector as well. He's an outstanding player. It just feels like he was made by Skynet. Like, if this were the Terminator, like, he was made by a computer to play in the Shanahan offense.
Well, there's a reason why they traded for him. He gave up a lot to get him, Joe. Even after he had 2 injury-marred seasons in Carolina. Like, I think Kyle looked at him and going, this is the ultimate back in my offense. The ability to catch it like he can, the ability to run routes like he does, the ability to hit home runs when he gets to the open field like he has done. Like, it's been an amazing run. He came out of a draft and running backs, like, he's like Aaron Jones is still there, and but a lot of these guys are done, and he's still going. And so, look, he had over 400 touches last year. I don't know how many guys can survive that. LT, LaDainian Tomlinson, had 8 straight seasons of 400-plus touches. Nobody will ever do that again.
8?
But that's the challenge. And you watch him work out and train. Outside of that week for the wedding and whatever honeymoon he had, all he does is build his body up to prepare for the season.
I think people forget how good LaDainian Tomlinson was.
8
just absurd.
Straight 400? I couldn't believe that.
Absurd numbers, man. He was so good for so long. Baldy, going back to Brandon Aiyuk, who just signed a 4-year, $120 million deal with the $76 million guaranteed. Obviously, Sauce Gardner may shadow him in the pass game. But I want to go back to your video that you broke down in the Super Bowl, because I think people underrated Brandon Aiyuk and his ability within this offense. One-on-one coverage seems like he always gets open. He run blocks. Teams bracket him. I think a lot of people were confused saying, I don't know if he gets doubled or whatnot. What makes Brandon Aiyuk the player that he is and why he's worth the money that he is?
Well, I think, first of all, Steve Spagnuolo in that Super Bowl is like, okay, here's the 49ers' number 1 option. On almost every formation it's set. They made sure that they were giving him extra attention. And it opened things up for Juwan. It opened things up, for, Debo to have some catches and for Kittle. Like, they were determined because if you just think about, the 49ers championship game against Detroit, like he was the spark to the whole comeback, down 17 points in the third quarter, making a circus catch down the field. Like Kansas City said, if somebody's going to beat us and we're going to get beat, it's not going to be Aiyuk. And when he get one-on-ones against, Justin Reed or whoever, like he won because he's a great route runner. And I showed you that final play there in the end zone. And, there's a great corner, L'Jarius Sneed, like on all fours, crabbing, trying to stay on his feet. The good coordinators in this league know how to give receivers attention to make sure that they're squeezed, bracketed, underneath, over the top, no matter where they go. And so that's how the offense works. Like, he's their number one guy, and that's why they had to get the deal done.
Who are you most excited to see on the 49ers this year? One of the established players, maybe an up-and-comer? Who's the guy that you're looking at? You're like, man, I wonder what he's going to do this year.
Well, I think Jair Brown, Tig, is going to be a great player. Like, that guy was a ball machine at Penn State. I've talked to the head coach there in Penn State about him. He got a chance to play with Hufanga's injury. Like, they let Jimmy Ward go because I feel like they think they got themselves a great safety to go for a long time. I think that's one guy that I'm really excited about. I'm very excited about Dominic Pooney.
I knew you were going to say that.
I think you need dominant run blockers up front in this system, especially like we know what Trent can do. Like, the more just earth movers you have up front, the easier things get for this whole offense. And I think this kid, like, I understand there was injuries to other guys at that position as he got a chance, but he took advantage of the chance. Like, he might have growing pains against if Quinnen goes over there on Monday night a little bit because he's an elite player, but he looks like he's ready to handle his business up front.
Baldy, we played the sound of Peter Schrager on NFL Network, your colleague over there, and he said that, basically Shanahan has the most riding on this season. Now, I don't think Peter means it, and I don't think Shanahan's on some hot seat. Hell, the seat's not even warm. He's got a nice little recliner with his feet kicked up. He could be the head coach for the 49ers for a very long time when you consider his record 54-29 in the regular season over the last 5 years and 8-4 in the playoffs. But on this team, with all these great players and the great ownership and this great fan base, is it Shanahan who has the most riding on this season, Baldy?
What, if any other coach?
Any other coach, any other player, anybody. It's hard for me to agree with that.
The seat's hot in Dallas, for sure. Just because of the history of that organization and all that. I mean, it's hot in Philadelphia. It's hot in places where expectations are high. The only reason why it would be considered hot is because of the roster that he has, and he can fully run his offense. He's got everything he needs to run his offense at the highest level. So there's great expectations. And really the expectations are what Andy Reid has been delivering in Kansas City. It's just if Andy Reid doesn't win a Super Bowl, nobody's like batting an eye. They're like, right, they're going to be competitive. But it's just because of the roster, and they've gotten so close on a couple of occasions, including when he was a coordinator in Atlanta. They've been so close. And the fact is that you have to break through as either a quarterback or a coach to have greatness associated with you. And once you do that, they can never take it away. It always goes side by side with what you do. As soon as you win it, the pressure gets right back on you to repeat. And that's just, and some teams can deliver like Kansas City did. Some teams fall along the wayside. But this is a talented roster. Everybody knows it. And it's up to Kyle to guide it right now.
Baldy, we had some unfortunate news Saturday with Ricky Pearsall. Thankfully, he's okay. He's been released from the hospital. He's going to miss at least the first 4 games of the season. The rookie out of Florida. How can this impact the locker room? Positively, negatively? How do players receive that type of news, man, when the teammate like that gets shot? It's unfortunate, no doubt about it, and we're just thankful that he's okay. But how's this locker room going to rally behind Ricky Pearsall? Have you been in any situation like that?
I've had guys that, had car accidents, missed time, like good teams, and the 49ers will do this. They rally around those players. And the thing that happened to him could happen to anybody, And so it wasn't like it's 3:00 in the morning and he's in a place he shouldn't be. It's none of that. It could happen to anybody. And so he just happened to be an innocent guy. I've heard all the arguments, just give up the watch, all that. Well, nobody knows how you're going to react in any of those, because I still don't exactly know how it all went down. I'm not trying to piece this thing together. I don't want to investigate it. I feel bad for Ricky because he's missed so much time already.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like the bad part to him is it looked like he was just getting back on the field and getting healthy, and now you have to deal with this. And so I feel like his rookie season is slipping away. And it's too bad because he's a very talented player. The 49ers, they don't screw up these first-round picks. Like, they know what they're doing. This kid is a talented player. Like, I don't know when he's going to get on the field now and when you can count on him. But still, he's just missing more and more time. But how can it impact the locker room, Bonte? I just think it just raises the awareness on everybody in the locker room that you have to be cognizant of where you're at all times. And it's not just San Francisco. This could happen anywhere.
Yeah.
So, it's better if you're just sitting on the couch on Saturday afternoons watching, some of these great college games, maybe.
So many great college games. There's so many young quarterbacks I'm watching.
Yep.
And we'll get to that in 1 second. You said you got the Jets winning the AFC. These are all predictions. We know. And two-parter here, okay? One, I want your boldest NFL prediction for this year, okay? It might not come true, probably won't, but I want the boldest. And the second one, what would it mean for the league if the Jets, who have the longest drought in North American sports for making the playoffs.
I can't believe that.
What would it mean if they won the division, went to the playoffs? Because I was telling Bonte, I think it would be cool. I'm not some Jets fan by any means, but it is cool to see Old Man Rodgers and that team make the playoffs. I want those fans. I'm taking my buddy Jamie to the game. It's his first ever game at Levi's. He's a diehard Jets fan. I don't want to see my boy.
Fan?
What?
Why are you going to the game with a Jets fan?
Because I don't want to see my boy miserable. I want to see him have a little bit of fun.
Oh, this guy's
the
different,
Jets are
man.
the AFC. I don't care.
I want no gangrene around me.
No, I think it would be cool.
Well, there's a couple things to the question, Jim.
Yeah.
I was a celebrity bartender the night the Red Sox won their first World Series.
Oh, man.
And Red
Sam
Sox
Malone
fans
Baldy?
in the bar started crying, literally crying, tears of joy. We remember when the Cubs broke through.
Yeah.
And they won. And, you think like the curse and all this stuff, the curse of the Babe with Boston, all that stuff, it breaks. Like the Jets, I feel like I grew up in Long Island. I was a Jet fan. Right. You hitchhike down to Hofstra University when you're 17 years old to go watch, practice, go watch the Sac Exchange, beat each other up. I feel like 50 odd years of just pure misery for Jet fans. Like, I feel like everybody has something in their life that they can relate to that for. And then look, Aaron Rodgers' greatness gets cemented. It's somewhat in doubt right now, even despite what our eyes tell us and the one Super Bowl. He wins another Super Bowl. Now, like, he's a shoo-in. And now, as soon as the confetti falls, if that would happen, are you coming back? Like, that's the first question. Are you coming back to repeat? Like, how do you feel? So, like, all those things, like, happen. Joe Douglas is a great talent evaluator, the general manager. I've known Joe since he was a little area scout he was never little, but an area scout with the Ravens. Like, that guy has won a Super Bowl with Baltimore, won a Super Bowl with the Eagles. Like, his greatness gets cemented as a general manager. A lot of things break through if that can happen.
Wow. Growing up in Jets.
And it's great for ratings.
Yeah.
Let's face it. Ratings drive everything that me and you and we're doing right now. The ratings.
No doubt.
And you watch them, if they're in the playoff hunt in December, the Jets will be somehow, there'll be a national TV game every week all the way into the playoffs.
We're just kind of discussing this where I feel like maybe they're the AFC Dallas Cowboys, where the Cowboys get all these headlines and they're the top talking point on all these debate shows all over NFL Network, all over ESPN. And the same thing with the Jets for many, many years. And the Jets haven't done a damn thing. And yet we hear about the Jets every single year.
The Cowboys make the playoffs,
right?
Though.
Yeah, they at least make the play. Yeah, I hear you. I hear it. But the Jets are always, if there's one team that gets all the headlines, it's the Cowboys. Next on that list, you can make an argument it's the New York Jets, Baldy.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's a reason why there's one game on Monday night, and it's the final game of week one, and it's against the 49ers, and it happens to be the Jets. Like, ESPN wants every eyeball that's a football fan to tune into this game. Like, these schedule makers are smart. They know exactly what they're doing. And so there's the last couple of years now, maybe you know exactly. I mean, we've always had two games on the opening Monday night game of the year. This year, they're like, we don't want any other game to dilute this game. We want every eyeball on Aaron Rodgers, Kyle Shanahan, Robert Saleh. Look, we want the star players, Sauce Gardner and Brees and the whole group. We want cameras on all these guys.
You know, my dad used to say Joe Willie Namath, like, wasn't the greatest quarterback ever, but what he did pushed the game forward and united, you know, AFC, AFL, NFL, you know, and the prediction and the way it went down and beating that Colts team and everything. We don't understand it now, but as a historian of the NFL, it was like a Larian magic kind of a thing where it kind of saved the league and united the league and put them at the forefront. And like, Joe Willie Namath is that guy because of that, right? I mean, Baldy, am I off?
No, the AFC broke through. The AFC broke through. They hadn't won a Super Bowl. It was the third Super Bowl. Green Bay had dominated to that point, and you know, AFC teams hadn't done that. He basically gave legitimacy to the whole AFC. Buffalo was good with Jack Kemp, and you go through all the team, John Hadle, you know, and what they were doing with the Raiders. He broke through. I mean, he was the guy that did it, and so it was a big deal when that happened, and it was a big deal in the history of this business. You can't talk about the history of the NFL. We're in our 105th year right now, and not talk about Joe Willie Namath out of Beaver Falls, Pennsylvania, via the University of Alabama, and Bear Bryant, and not talk about the history of not mentioning that player in that game.
Always wondered if he would have just decided to go to the St. Louis Cardinals or something. If he would have just said, you know what, screw the AFL,
well, he never
to the
would have been Broadway Joe.
No doubt. I know.
With the mink coat,
that was
hair,
huge. No,
the
that was
ads,
huge.
the commercials.
The bar that he had.
I mean, he was the
club
man.
/ bar. Unbelievable.
Well, when you see all these commercials that Peyton have and Patrick Mahomes have and all that, it started with Joe.
Yeah.
Like Joe is the one that started, whether it was Noxema, you know, shaving cream, whatever. Joe started. He was the original, to me. Now, I didn't know many of the guys before, but he was the original pitch man. We saw him on all those commercials back in the day. And, you know, the cameos and the things with Farrah Fawcett and all those things were, you know, I mean, it's you know, that stuff is like folklore, but it's real.
No doubt. When you flying out to Brazil, Baldy?
Let's see. I'm flying out in 8 hours right now. Yeah. One of these hours, the next 8 hours, I'll start to pack.
Eagles, Packers. A lot of hype on the Packers. I know we got to run here, but we're watching them because the Packers are ascending with Jordan Love and the big fat contract. Then you got Philadelphia on the other side that add Saquon Barkley. And I was just in Philadelphia. And Eagle fans are telling me, oh, man, we're worried about the Niners. I'm telling them, well, I'm worried about you guys. You guys have Saquon Barkley. I feel like there's a sleeping giant in the league this year. It could be those Philadelphia Eagles.
Well, I mean, they probably are only because of the way they finished. I mean, this is a team that started off 8-0 2 years ago, started off 10-0 last year, was in the Super Bowl, been in the playoffs every year under Nick Sirianni. And I think they severely upgraded the coordinators and the talent. Howie Roseman's done a phenomenal job in Philadelphia. It's a very talented roster. It's up to, you know, Jalen Hurts to make this thing start humming the way we see Brock Purdy doing it in San Francisco.
I can't wait, Baldy. Safe travels out there to Brazil. We'll be following your work. We'll talk to you next Tuesday after the Niners take on the New York Jets, man. Football, it's back. It was back last week with all the great college games, but now we get the big boys in the saddle. The NFL is back, baby.
All right, Sam. See you guys.
See ya.
See you, Baldy. Love you, bud.
I thought we were going to go straight to the injury report right there. My bad. Oh, man. NFL's back, baby. NFL is back. That was Baldy right there. Ricky Pearsall on the reserve non-football injury list, meaning he'll miss at least the first 4 games of the season, as he was placed on the list after suffering a gunshot wound over the weekend at Union Square, but was fortunate enough to avoid any life-threatening injuries. Despite the scary situation, Pearsall is expected to make a full recovery. Our prayers go out to Pearsall and his family. Scary, scary situation, but he is okay. He's out of the hospital, and hopefully he'll get back on the field sooner rather than later. The injury report brought to you by Boxer and Gerzer, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping get your workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What is coming up on the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Your phone calls coming up. Does Shanahan have the most riding on this season? We'll get to all that stuff. Big Trent's back. Chris McCaffrey's back. Aiyuk signed. Niners are full squad, baby. Let's go.
The Red and Gold Hotline is...
part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
It's good to be back. Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. Hey, by the way, I didn't say good morning to all the graveyard shift workers. I didn't say good morning to all the security guards. I didn't say good morning to the overnight dancers. They had New York City buzzing.
Stop!
Oh.
Stop it!
Just leave it at that. No, I didn't go to a strip club.
I live with these people. I love these people. They're part of my family.
They are part of my family. Good morning to everybody out there, including our friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call it to the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. All right, you're just waking up. And by the way, I got to tell you about the drinks to honey juices at the U.S. Open. Oh, they're hitters. They are hitters. Got to get to the U.S. Open, Shasky. Got to get you to Flushing Meadows.
I got Augusta a little higher on my list currently, but that's okay.
That's fine. Good luck. Augusta's on my list. Trust me, I'll make my way at the Masters one day. Wimbledon, French Open, Roland Garros. I'm on my tennis hype right now, though. Coco got bounced. I can't believe Coco's unforced error. I think 60 unforced errors. Couldn't serve was all bad. Shout out Brad Gilbert. Shout out Bully. They hooked me up, man. They hooked me up. Anyway. If you're just waking up, Trent Williams is back at the facility. He's about to sign a new deal. Brandon Aiyuk is going to hit the practice field today. The locker room's open for reporters. They're going to talk to all these players. Oh, by the way, Christian McCaffrey, he's been cleared to practice as he gets ready to roll for Monday Night Football against the New York Jets. And most importantly, Ricky Pearsall is doing great. After an unfortunate situation Saturday afternoon in San Francisco, Union Square, he got shot in his chest. But it was a flesh wound. Hopefully he'll heal up. He's going to be out the first 4 weeks, but he is still alive. He is still breathing. He's been released from the hospital. So good news all across the board for the 49ers over the last 5 days. After it was all doom and gloom, Shasky, everything is all right with the 49ers.
Yeah, the good thing is that the young man is going to be, it sounds like he's going to be good to go. And, poor guy's lucky to be alive. I mean, he's lucky for a variety of reasons, and that's the real life stuff. You know what I mean? And now we transition in awkwardly to the football stuff, where the team has to keep moving on, and life moves on. Have anybody who's ever been through anything, you realize life keeps churning. And getting Brandon Aiyuk back, thank gosh. Getting Trent Williams back, thank gosh, for the regular season outlook of the 49ers. And now it's everybody got to focus for a Jets team that who knows what they're going to look like. I do know this: when the Niners are fully healthy, they're a really good team. And so to have Christian McCaffrey back at practice today is going to be the first real practice day, getting ready for the Jets.
Game planning.
And like you, I enjoyed that sampler platter of college football over the weekend to get me ready for the NFL year, baby.
College football is just, Penn State looks good this year.
Yeah, quarterback.
Penn State's finally got a quarter. Yeah, they got a quarterback. They got some receivers. Penn State looks like they're going to be the truth. They look sick in that all white, by the way. There's some best. Call me an all white guy you want to, but the no names on the back of the jersey.
I mean, you're going to
the blue sticker, dude. I'm telling you, man. The Penn State uniforms, they popped in West Virginia. They punched West Virginia in the mouth.
And we didn't bring it up yet, but my guy Riley Leonard and the Notre Dame Fighting Irish winning.
It was a good win for them.
That was a really good win.
Texas A&M, everybody picked Saban and company picked Texas A&M. By the way, I'm going to fade McAfee. I'm going to fade him because even before the Florida State game.
McAfee was faded.
Well, he was faded.
That's the thing you're missing.
But McAfee, before the Dublin game, when Florida State got their asses kicked by Georgia Tech, and I was on a plane watching that thinking, damn, it's how vacation's starting. McAfee goes right before the game. I was feeling like Georgia Tech could pull off the upset. But I just watched Florida State warm up, and I saw their pregame warm-ups, and let me tell you, there's no way I'm picking against the Noles, and they get the ball ran down their throats, and they lose the game in Dublin. Saturday at Texas A&M College Station. I was thinking about the Fighting Irish. I drank all these Guinnesses, 32 Guinnesses in Dublin, Ireland, and my grandfather, I said, I'm rolling with Notre Dame, and then I saw this big-ass flag, and I saw College Station, and he took the Aggies. And I'm like, you know what? Let me just fade this guy. Nah, I didn't bet week one.
There is a guru-like quality to McAfee,
is, right?
Where he cups his ears to the crowd like he's Hollywood Hogan.
I'm out.
Yeah, or I guess prime Hulk Hogan. Like, what does the crowd want? I'll give him that.
I do like
Love
Nick
you,
Saban. I do like Nick Saban, though. I do like Nick Saban on College Game Day. He's good. Belichick, man, they're so good on TV.
Football's back, dude.
Football's all the way back.
How many fantasy drafts tonight?
Oh, I had one last Thursday. I did in Philadelphia. Actually, the day that you signed, I had to draft in Philadelphia, and I felt good about that.
Okay. Online, of course. Now they had a Zoom up, but I didn't do the Zoom. I was too big for the Zoom, huh?
No, I'm not too big for the Zoom. Okay. Just my computer can only hold so much.
What was the point of the Zoom if you're doing it online, just to see everybody?
Yeah, I guess because people don't get together or whatnot. So that's the point.
That's why live is live.
It's an option. Some people did it live together. Yeah. I think Harry Bearson and DC and company, they did it together, and then they had to Zoom for other people. I was just on the draft. I was in Philly. And then had a draft last night. Now, this is gonna be funny. So I thought I had two drafts yesterday.
I'll be the arbiter of whether it's funny.
Well, you're going to laugh at me. I guarantee you're going to laugh at me. So I had two drafts yesterday, and I thought one was at 7:30 and one was at 9. So I'm ready for the 7:30 one, right? Boom. Get the draft done. As soon as the draft's over, I go over to ESPN. It's like, all right, where's the draft? My team's already set. I'm thinking, what the hell happened? My computer was on East Coast time zone. So the draft was at 6 p.m., and it auto-drafted for me.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that's a no.
I'm not happy, but the team does look good.
It's bothering me.
Jamar Chase, Michael Pittman Jr.
Steiny was in the championship last year with an auto draft.
A.J. Brown, Anthony Richardson, Aaron Rodgers, Sam Laporta. Not a bad team. Jalen Warren. Not a bad team. But I was disappointed. Auto draft, man. Come on, joke's on me, right? Ha, ha. So, no drafts today. Draft season's done.
I give you number 1 pick overall in fantasy, and you have to choose a Niner.
Oh, it's Christian McCaffrey.
Without hesitation?
I mean, what?
That's who I got number 1 overall in the 95-7 The Game Fantasy League.
And you picked him?
I did, yes. It was not that hard of a choice.
You kind of have to. Yeah.
I mean, come on.
I had the number 1 overall pick in another league last year, and I made the wrong decision. I was not going to do that again.
Yeah, it's tough for me picking Niners because every time I do, I feel like I curse them.
I never really picked Niners, and I don't have a Niner on my team this year. But if I had the number 1 over a pick, why wouldn't it be Christian McCaffrey?
Well, it's interesting because Aiyuk was falling in a lot of drafts because of this whole situation, and I got him really late in ours. I was like, you know what? Screw it. Like, there's the values there. I was like, I'm just going to take this guy.
He'd be a Raider,
right? Well, no, not even. No, that'd be worse. Actually, that'd be worse. I do not want him. Yeah, for fantasy.
That's why I didn't take Devontae Adams.
Yeah, exactly. You don't want to take Devontae.
I did get Brock Bowers.
No, Brock Bowers. You should be taking. Yeah, he's going to get a lot of touchdowns.
He slipped. Yeah, I do like Brock.
But he kept falling. I was like, I'll take him. I was like, I don't feel great about it. We'll see. Then he signed 2 days later. Then I feel awesome about it. I think Aiyuk's going to be fine. You guys worried about him at all?
No.
Like week 1, anything like that? No?
So when he signed, you guys saw the video. I'm in the hotel room, and I was fired up. Like, my guy Aiyuk signed. Because you know what? The process of everything, and I get fandom. We lose our minds. Michael Irvin said it best yesterday. I was watching It Is What It Is with Cameron and Mace. And Michael Irvin said, since I became a fan, it's a roller coaster. He goes, when my team loses, I'm done with them. I'm done. And by Thursday, I'm back at the altar saying I do. And so I get fandom. And with that said, the whole Aiyuk situation, it made people crazy to where we underrated Brandon Aiyuk. We underrated him. The guy was a second-team All-Pro last year, and we underrated him, saying that he's just replaceable. He never sees double teams, blah, 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 blah. And the minute he signs, I saw how many people were smiling. And then Baldy comes out with the breakdown the next day, the Super Bowl breakdown. And it kind of validated everything I thought about Brandon Aiyuk. So I'm excited about him to see what he does. Now, will he receive for over 1,300 yards? I don't know. They have so many weapons. Who the hell knows? But can he go 1,000 yards again? Absolutely. 3 years in a row going to over 1,000?
I mean, that he should. It's like 60 yards a game. I mean, I think he should do that pretty effortlessly.
But no, it's a little different on this team when you have this many weapons.
But it's 60 yards a game. I mean, it's
come on.
If he maintains a 15 yard per catch average, that's like 4 or 5 catches, he should be able to do that, no problem. I think he'll be more prolific than that. I think the majority of right-minded people think that he's a really good player. And so the team is way better with him on it. And he really fits what they want to do in terms of route running, creating separation, contested catches, his synergy with Brock. A lot of people wanted him. I think the way that he went about it might have rubbed some people the wrong way.
I don't know.
We poke holes in people's game when we think they're out the door. Like Eric Armstead right now. Eric Armstead's a really good 49er, and when he's not on the team or when he's injured or whatever, people start coming up with all the criticisms of a player's play. I think the majority of people think that the team is better with a player of that caliber.
That wasn't the tenor of the conversation all offseason when it came to Brandon Aiyuk. What you just said there was not the tenor of the conversation with most Niner fans that called this show and the conversations we're having. I heard a lot of, he's replaceable. He's just another dude. He's not a top 10 wide receiver. He's not worth the 28. Just play for the 14. Blah, 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 blah. Like Keeping the Faith right here on YouTube, for example. I'm happy Aiyuk is back, but I'll keep it 100. I'm booing him out of the tunnel Monday night. Now, come on. That was the conversation for so long with Brandon Aiyuk. So now it's all good, and I think we're all happy that he signed. We got our number one receiver back. We got a rapport with Brock Purdy and Brandon Aiyuk, and let's roll. So that makes me feel great. That makes me feel great, and that makes me feel great that the Niners are going to have this offense back in wholesome, trying to go to another Super Bowl and trying to win one, for crying out loud. Let's go to the lines. Let's go to Tyler in San Francisco. Tyler, what's happening?
Gang violence. My boys, we are finally back. How do y'all feel?
Tyler, do me a favor. Let's retire that front end stuff. Just given in light of everything that's going on in the world, and here, let's just not bring that up.
Oh yeah, sorry. Shout out white boy Rick. Get well soon, my boy. Real quick, two things. I had the first pick in the draft last night. I took CeeDee Lamb over Christian McCaffrey. Did I make the right decision?
Wait, who'd you take? CeeDee Lamb over Christian McCaffrey?
I took the Lamb.
Yeah, that was dumb. That was dumb.
It's 1 point per reception, bro. He was the leading fantasy player last
Tyler,
year.
I don't care about your fantasy team, Tyler. I don't care.
Just flush him.
I don't care. No. What you got? Get to the call. I don't want to flush you, man. You've been good to us. You better get to it.
It doesn't mean that you can't get flushed.
If Shanahan makes it back to the Super Bowl again this year and loses for a third time, which would be our fourth time in most modern Niner fans' history, should he be on the hot seat or fired?
What do you think, Tyler? You think he should be on the hot seat and fired?
If you lose, hey, Bill Belichick won 7 Super Bowls, or 6 Super Bowls, and he doesn't have a job. If you lose,
it's time to flush you, Tyler. We got to flush you.
I'm not going to sugarcoat it. You can sit here and do a sugarcoat job.
Your call's not good. It started off on the wrong foot. It didn't end well. You need to contact Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain at flowingwater.net. I mean, come on.
One of the things that I always say is read the room. Read the room a little. Not you.
In terms of Shanahan?
No, Tyler. Just read the room.
The gang violence?
The whole call.
The
whole call. Just read the room.
Now,
back to Shanahan. Do I think Shanahan's polarizing? I do, Bonte. I think he's really, really,
he said
really
hot seat. Should he be on the hot seat?
No, that's a little too far.
Guy's 54-29 over the last 5 years, and he's 8-4 in the playoffs.
There's no doubt. But look, he's really good at what he does. Can he get over the hump? And, we could talk about the margin of victory, meaning how slim the margins are that create wins and losses, right? Literally a bounce here, a bounce there, and the Niners are looking at an entire different situation. I mean, you could say that during the Harbaugh era. You could say that during the Shanahan era. I think he's really, really, really good. But I know that for a lot of people, I took a lot of calls last week, and I don't agree with this, but for a lot of people, it's like, wow, is this guy ever going to get over the hump? And that's a different question than is he on the hot seat? It's is he going to break through?
When you asked, and we'll get to Nick and Berkeley in just a second. When you asked people, hey, if I say Shanahan, you say what? What were some of the answers? I'm eager to hear it. Spinoza, you got it?
Well, we cut up an entire sound of people, giving their answers, and these aren't just like the hand-selected ones. This is just in a row.
Oh, you got, do I have it here? Oh, okay, all right. Let's get Nick and Berkeley. Nick and Berkeley were scrambling back there. Nick and Berkeley, what's happening?
Hey, man, first of all, check this out. First of all, the Niners, we don't care who you are. We don't care about the Jets. The J is for joke. They're not relevant. Like you say, Bonte, there's levels to this, man, and they're not even on our level. We're about to pull the plug and put them out of their misery in the first game, bro. All the little dreams that's getting shot down. I mean, they don't even have their own stadium. What pro team doesn't have their own stadium, for God's sake? It's ridiculous. No wonder they're garbage, man. They're just going to sweep them under the rug. Shanahan, if you want to win and you're letting your hair grow out, man, rock some cornrows and really shock the crowd. Feel me? You know what I'm saying? That's how you need to roll, Shanahan, because you go to all these parties and you friends with Lil Wayne and all that, man. Have Lil Wayne's hairdresser twist you up or something. And check this out, man. Why not us is what I'm talking about this year. Sassy, stop worrying, bro. There's no more worrying. Don't talk. The word scared should not come out your mouth because you know what? They're not popping no more champagne in Miami. We about to go undefeated. Why not? Why not? Game by game, play by play. Why not? Why not? We've been through every possible game in ridiculous circumstances in every game, all these losses. And Shanahan, in the 2019 season, we almost went undefeated. Like it was like 3 games, like just little fluke plays on special teams that we lost games. Dude, it's the sloppiness and the little things. Know the rules, Shanahan. Don't tune out. Stay with us every play. Don't disappear for 12 plays.
Nick, I need you to call back Friday to hype us up. Friday, give us a call back Friday.
I'm not mad at undefeated.
Yeah, I mean,
I'd start with winning the West and work my way up to number 1 seed.
How about to start by winning September the 9th?
Yeah, that would be nice.
I mean, this to start. So I want to hear the reactions from. So when you asked the Shanahan stuff.
So the question was very simple. Yeah. We had a 5-pack of questions. I actually thought it was a really cool exercise. I'd like to incorporate it more often, where we asked the callers 5 questions and they had to answer them in rat-a-tat-tat form. So it was like, I say Kyle Shanahan and you say what? That was what we said. So if we do the exercise, Bonte, I'll say it to you. I say Kyle Shanahan and you say what?
Hell of a head coach.
I said winner. You know, he's a winner. He's been here 54 and 29 or whatever it is since 2021. I mean, he's a winner.
Yeah, hell of a head coach.
All right.
Hell of a head coach. One of the 5 best in the NFL.
This is what the audience said. When I say Kyle Shanahan, you say what?
Tortured genius.
Wow, I love that answer.
Well, that's BPA.
When I say Kyle Shanahan, Connie, you say what?
Mastermind.
Ooh, I like that.
Not mad at that.
When I say Kyle Shanahan, you say what?
Plays to not lose the game instead of win the game.
When I say Kyle Shanahan, you say what?
He'll get you to the end, but scared.
When I say Kyle Shanahan, you say what?
Trying to be a guru.
When I say Kyle Shanahan, you say what?
Scheme master.
When I say Kyle Shanahan, you say?
Hot heat.
Oh, man.
Hot heat.
When I say Kyle Shanahan, Robin, you say what?
I'm going to say poor judgment at times.
Poor judgment at times. I like that. When I say Kyle Shanahan, Kev, you say what?
Aging football savant.
When I say Kyle Shanahan, you say what?
I'm going to say he's bullheaded. I mean, he gets in his own way a lot. He doesn't play players he's supposed to play. I think he's bullheaded.
The biggest threat to the 49ers in the NFC is what team?
If I got to go with a team, I'm going to say Philly. My sleeper team would be Captain Kirk. But Kyle Shanahan is the biggest threat.
Damn.
What did you think of those responses?
It's kind of funny. Some good responses. I agree with a few of them.
I do too.
In some of these big games, he does play not to lose. That's why it shocked the hell out of me when he decided to go for it in the Super Bowl. And he hit George Kittle on the out route. I was like, what? This isn't Shanahan-like. But he does get a little conservative. He does get a little conservative in big games. Now, he's been in a lot of big games. Maybe it's the quarterback, which is why he's held back. But then again, I think, well, if it was a quarterback, why the hell did you dial up 4 pass plays with a minute 49 at the 49-yard line with 3 timeouts in Super Bowl 54 against the Kansas City Chiefs? I don't get that. So, I mean, he does tend to get in his own way.
Poor judgment, I actually thought was a very interesting one from Robin, because I think there are times any coach, like Bruce Bochy, There are things that he's done, even though we all think that he's the mastermind and he could do no wrong in the playoffs. There are things that he's done where he's had poor judgment at times. It happens. You show me a coach with a long legacy and who's been coaching a long time, I'll show you a lot of losses where there are all these little decisions leading to a loss that all looks like very foolish.
Well, I mean, you could say those same things, those answers from all those callers. And I heard the first caller.
Torture Genius was an interesting one.
Of course you loved it. You love everything out of VPA's mouth. Where is VPA? How's he doing? I'm kidding. Laugh a little bit. Smile. You could have said the same thing about Andy Reid. Those answers from Shanahan about Shanahan, you could apply those to Andy Reid before he won the Super Bowl.
How about Dusty Baker?
Absolutely.
Like, I'm trying to think of guys that were really successful.
Couldn't quite win a big one.
Exactly.
Beat themselves.
Could you say that about, to a degree, John Elway as a player?
Absolutely. As a player, John Elway. Absolutely. He didn't win until Mike Shanahan got there and he had a running game. He had gotten blown out in Super Bowls. The Bronco teams, wow, they got destroyed by Washington, the Giants, the Niners. I mean, they were getting blasted.
Could you say the same thing about like a Clayton Kershaw, per se?
I still think you can say that about Clayton Kershaw.
Right?
John Madden in the 70s.
John Madden
in the 70s.
Absolutely.
Won that Super Bowl. So you could apply those to a lot of guys who just don't quite win it yet. And so that's where Shanahan's at right now. And that's why Peter Schrager from NFL Network believes that Kyle Shanahan has the most writing on this season, which is a wild statement.
It is.
Because let's be real, if the Niners did lose the Super Bowl, let's say hypothetically they lost again.
It'd be devastating.
You're not going to fire Shanahan.
No.
Who the hell's going to come in and replace him?
I don't know.
Unless you're getting Sean McVay.
I mean, Bonte, there's about 4 coaches that I would even consider.
Right.
Even consider in the NFL. That means there's 28 others that I'm not even thinking about.
Like, you guys want to bring up Lincoln Riley from USC? You want to start that rumor all over again?
Well, he just figured out defense.
I agree. I agree. So,
although what is his name? Miller
Moss.
Miller Moss looked good.
I mean, he looked pretty. Those 3 receivers look pretty sweet too.
Hey, but Miller Moss is tough. He's tough. Hopefully, he's not just any other USC quarterback, but Miller Moss is tough.
He looks. During halftime, they interviewed him on ESPN of last night's game, and he looks like USC Santa Monica.
No, he does. He grew up wanting to be a USC quarterback. It was a really good montage package they had on him growing up, how his mom worked at USC and stuff, and he loved the Trojans. By the way, the Trojan horse, what's his name? With the sword?
I don't know.
The turf? It was not good. I
have to admit, this song hits on the television when it's playing Max.
Have you ever been to a USC game in person?
No.
Oh, my God. You hear this? It feels like college football. Told you what Logan Murdoch and I did at Cal Berkeley. The USC band was there in the corner. We ran over. It started like we were conducting a band. I almost wore my Matt Leiter jersey today. That's how good I feel about USC right now. And that's how bad I feel about Florida State. Damn. Gotta watch that. Please. Hopefully today Mike Norvell says, quarterback change. All right, what's coming up on the game brought to you by Free Bob Bake, celebrating 60 years of full-service baking with no compromises. Your phone call is 888-957-9570. Does Shanahan have the most writing on the season? If I took away Shanahan, who would have the most writing on the season? I think it's Nick Bosa, and I'll explain why on the other side.
All right, Sam.
This is Oreo Cookie from Oakland, California, and it's plain to see you can't change me because I'm going to be a roaster for life.
I miss those drops. Good to have Spinoni back. Good to have Lubman. Well, Lubman. I haven't heard from Lubman much today. He's in a good mood. That either means he's in a good mood or it means the Giants are done. Can we just 2 minutes on the Giants? 2 minutes on the Giants, please. Folks, I think there's going to be good news when it comes to the Giants. I think that good news is coming September 30th or October 1st.
All optimism, baby.
Yeah, I'm optimistic that there will be a regime change. I mean, there's no way you can bring back Farhan Zaidi. You just lost a series to the Miami Marlins at home.
Gabe Kapler revenge series.
They had that game on in They had the game on at the casino in Philadelphia. It was Stanford and TCU, and then it was the Giants and Marlins, and they had the Angels and Mariners. I was like, damn, West Coast baseball today. Ugh, rough.
In one inning over the weekend, it was like a microcosm of everything that frustrates me with the Giants. Logan Webb has a comebacker that he missed. Like, you can't get two unless you get one properly. Yeah. And you got to make a good throw to second to even have a chance to get the guy at first base. And he just throws a high and almost like to right center field. And Fitzgerald's coming across the bag. He can barely get the first out, let alone the second. And then a guy hits a ball to Michael Conforto, and Michael Conforto just like kicks it, boots it. Then McCray picks it up, and I'm not mad at the young man, but he's throwing home. It's like hit the cut. There is no first baseman. Lamont Wade is nowhere to be found. He's supposed to be the cut in that situation.
Hit the cut.
He's nowhere to be found. And Logan Webb is in the middle of no man's land. He should be back beyond the third baseline, being ready to back up third or home. He cuts the ball off. Runners go to second and third. Next pitch, boom, 3-run home run. I'm like,
dude. So
it was a who's who of mistakes.
I mean, Friday night, thank the heavens that Matt Chapman hit the 3-run double in the 8th inning. You could have been swept by the Marlins. Not to mention you barely scored in Milwaukee. and here's the problem. In the month of September, playing all these good teams, starting with Arizona tonight, and you got the Padres, you got the Brewers.
One of the hottest
you got
teams
the
in
Padres,
baseball.
you got the Brewers again. The Diamondbacks again. You got the Cardinals at some point. You got to go to Baltimore, and you got to go to Kansas City. I like saying Baltimore. This is going to be a disaster in September for the Giants. And your young players that we thought were pillars. Patrick Bailey had one of the worst hitting months in the history of Major League Baseball. One of the worst hitting months in the history of Major League Baseball, Patrick Bailey.
But if you've been watching for the last 2-3 months, you could see this coming. Not to this degree, but you could see the drop-off coming. What did I say to you last year? What did I say to you last year when he was batting way above his minor league averages? And then, like, FP was like, well, some guys just hit better in the bigs. I'm like, well, no, I get that, but not 50 points higher. 50 points higher?
Well, you know what? I don't care how much he's played, fatigue or whatnot. It's historically bad. Now I don't even know, like, damn, is he going to stick around the big leagues in the next 5 years? Hitting like that? Looks like an automatic out. Hell, he is an automatic out. And then Ramos.
Well, Ramos
is fading a little bit too.
No, I know, but he's
still hitting with power.
On
but he's
this team, his batting average and his power numbers are above median.
On my bingo card in 2024, I did not have Mike Yastrzemski as your second best outfielder.
I don't think highly of Conforto, so I guess I could see it.
But that's my point, Shasky.
No, but he was the starter heading into the year.
But my bingo card, I did not have Mike Yastrzemski being my second best outfielder on the Giants. Somebody else is going to have to step up. Matos, Soler,
Matos started in AAA.
Somebody, not Yaz, but that's my whole point.
Yeah, but you knew Yaz was going to start at least 100 games.
But Shasky, that's my whole point. He's the second best outfielder of the Giants. Which says a lot about the Giants, is that Mike Yastrzemski, out of all players, is your second best outfielder. So how the hell do we expect to compete in the National League West and the National League if Mike Yastrzemski is your second best outfielder? And I like Mike Yastrzemski. I think he's a great,
more than others.
I think he's a good fourth outfielder, and he hasn't had a bad season, but he's your second best outfielder. So my point is, he cannot be your second best outfielder and expect to compete in the National League.
Well, Bonte, just to add on top of that, Matt Chapman having a great year, but he's been the Giants' best player on a championship team. He's probably their fourth, fifth, sixth best player. That's where the Giants are.
Team, he's a seventh hitter.
Maybe, yeah, but the point is he is just to put a bow on this. Like, he is being put in their cleanup spot and expected to be the guy who's going to drive this team. That's just not the kind of player he is right now. And that's what the Giants were, just a supporting cast without a main driver. And that's what they've been for the last 3 years
I
now.
like Matt Chapman a lot. I really do. I want to see him remain the Giant. I do. I really, really do. I think Matt Chapman, you could build something around that. Bat him, slot him 6. You got to get some other guys in here, no doubt. But I feel I'm a little hesitant to overpay for him.
Did you hear what Dave Fleming said about Matt Chapman?
No, what did he say?
Oh, you didn't hear?
No.
He thinks he has an outside chance to go to the Hall of Fame.
Okay. I love you, Flem. I love you, Flem.
That's a take.
I love you, Flem.
You didn't hear that either, Sam?
I didn't hear that.
I didn't hear. I saw what he said was that Chapman was the best defender he'd seen. I did not see the Hall of Fame.
He said that on this show?
If he, trends and, there was a lot more into it. It wasn't just, he's an outside.
His argument, because he joined Chasky and I, his argument was basically that if you look at his WAR right now, if he stays on the same path, he's going to finish with all other Hall of Famers within the same WAR.
And if you look at it, like Scott Rowland really screwed this up. Yeah. He should have never been in the Hall of Fame. Like, I don't think Scott Rowland's a Hall of Famer. I think Scott Rowland, if you look at the body of work, he was a better, batting average hitter than Matt Chapman. But the power numbers, Chapman, he's got to play another 8 years at this level. Right. He is on trend to be near Scott Rowland in terms of power numbers and defensive numbers. But I don't think that Rowland's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, I don't. When I see Matt Chapman, I don't see Hall of Fame.
I don't either.
Hall of Fame doesn't scream at me.
Could you write the history of the game without Matt Chapman?
I think you could. I think you could. But
I agree with you there.
When the extension talks came out, I'm thinking, damn, Scott Boras, Matt Chapman are talking with the Giants about an extension. Smells a little fishy. They know they could get over our Farhan. And get overpaid.
I wouldn't let Farhan sign anything. Or anyone.
So, listen, in a way, this is a good thing, right? The Giants fading away. I do believe September 30th, October 1st, we're going to get some good news on Farhan, which means he will be relieved of his duties. I don't know why. I don't have any sources on this situation whatsoever. I'm just trusting my big old gut right now that you cannot bring him back. The crowds are going to dwindle. Eyes are already venturing elsewhere. I mean, seriously, are you excited to watch the Giants tonight?
I'm excited for Monday night against the Jets.
There you go. Aren't you excited? Kansas City and Baltimore plays on Thursday. The Packers and the Eagles are in Brazil to play on Friday. And then Saturday morning, we wake up and there's a Texas Longhorns invading Ann Arbor, Michigan, to take on the Wolverines.
I can't wait.
So, the Giants are out of sight, out of mind in the month of September. Again. So I do think there's going to be good news. And so Matt Chapman, that's the thing. Patrick Bailey's historically having a terrible stretch. Historic. I mean, it's awful. You see the splits? Oh, my gosh.
I don't even want to spend this much time on them because I don't think that they deserve it. But one last point. Yesterday was Labor Day.
They didn't even have a game. This is the best part about Labor Day.
Yeah, but what is baseball doing? College football owned the weekend. You could have owned Monday. You had no primetime games on. You had nothing on television. It's another miss by Rob Manfred.
Well, I'd rather watch Florida State get their brains beat in by Boston College any day of the week. Now, I got to tell you, I was energized about baseball when I went to a Yankee game. And I was like, it's twice now I've seen the Yankees. Twice this season I saw the Yankees. And I've watched Aaron Judge hit 4 home runs.
Yeah, well, that's what he does.
I mean, how many home runs does Lamont Wade Jr. have?
He's on pace for 65 or 70 home runs. I'm not Lamont.
No, Lamont. How many Lamont?
Aaron Judge and Soto have 90 home runs combined.
What's Lamont? How many does he have right now?
4.
3 or 4.
He's got 3 or 4 home runs. I've seen Judge in 2 games.
But he gets on base.
I've seen Judge in 2 games hit 4 home runs.
All right.
I mean, hold on. So we'll move on from baseball. But have you ever been to a game where you've seen back to back to back?
No.
Soto Judge and Stanton went back to back to back. This is after Judge hit a 3-run bomb in the first inning. Back to back to back. And even then it goes, wow, this is amazing. Yankee Stadium was in a frenzy, Shasky. It was like being at the NLCS watching the Giants in the rain beat the Cardinals. I was like, what the hell am I watching here? And then you check the Giants score, and it's like, oh, they're losing 5-1. They're losing 6-1. They're losing series to the Brewers and the Marlins. So, all right. 2 minutes is up.
They should have traded Doval, and it's just...
They should have traded everybody. They didn't do anything.
So now they... Okay.
No. They should have sold or bought. Buy or sell. They didn't do it either.
I know.
They just stood pat saying, yeah, we got the best rotation in baseball. And by the way, Jordan Hicks is on the IL. Robbie Ray's on the IL. Just sell and just fire it. And that was Clive's getting standing ovations in Cleveland.
So here's the question that I have. I'm sure there were, Aaron Judge jerseys 5-1 of any other jersey out there?
Oh, my gosh.
How many?
Well, they had a lot of old school jerseys, number 2, and they actually honored the 2009 World Series team that Sunday.
Oh,
and they were giving out replica rings out there.
Standing ovation.
Yeah, they had replica rings and everything. And
so when you go to a Niner game, you're going to see a lot of Jerry's and Joe's jerseys. Who do you think will be the number 1 jersey of the current players?
It's going to be Brock or McCaffrey.
I think
Brock McCaffrey or Bosa.
Bosa, yeah.
Brock McCaffrey, Bosa. By the way, Soto, born to be a Yankee. They love him.
Yeah, of course.
They love him. Yeah. He talks to the fans all the time in right field. They love him. They're going to give him anything. Damn, it must be good. Felt good to be a Yankee fan for a day. Beating up on the Rockies. Anyway, Bosa. So we bring up jerseys and Bosa and McCaffrey and Purdy.
Now that I think about it, because he's been on the team the longest, it might be Bosa.
97, and he's got the big contract.
Yeah.
How many number 11 jerseys will you see?
Oh, I gave my nephew
Aiyuk?
one earlier, like this summer. So I think there should be a lot. I wonder how many brand new Debo number 1s will be out there.
Oh, that number 1 is hard. It is hard. Number 19, Jacob Cowing, took that right off of Trent Taylor's back. Give me that. Give me that,
Trent. Please don't get hurt on the practice spot.
Oh my gosh. But Nick Bosa, out of all the players, I think he has the most writing on this season.
Even though he's well paid, compensated, will be here for essentially as long as he's good, he's here.
He has a season like he did a season ago. And all of a sudden, the overpaid talks are going to ratchet up. The noise is going to ratchet up. And they say, this guy's getting $34 million a year. I think Nick Bosa has to be, not only for the football team, but for his whole reputation, he has to be in a Defensive Player of the Year conversation.
That's a lot of pressure. But I think if you're looking at a guy who can live up to the pressure and be able to dominate and doesn't need all the others around him to be able to dominate, wouldn't it be a defensive end in the system that they're in?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I have a lot of high hopes for Nick Bosa. He's a hell of a defensive end. He's a hell of a pass rusher.
What's the number you're looking for in terms of pressures and sacks?
It's just, again, I can't put a number on it. I don't want to do that.
I think he needs to be near 20.
Yeah, well, he agreed to that extension last year, right? Worth a record $170 million. 5 years, $170 million with $122.5 guaranteed dollars. $122.5 guaranteed dollars for Nick Bosa. Whether it's 20, 15, Shasky, all I need is him to be in the top 5 conversation for DPOY. He has to be. And if he's in the conversation, then that means he's getting a lot of pressures. He's forcing intentional groundings. He's forcing holding penalties. And he's getting the sacks. And they're taking another step. He's getting sack fumbles. Now he's forcing turnovers from this position. So if that all equates to being the DPOY or being in that conversation, then so be it. But in my opinion, Nick Bosa has the most writing on this football team, and he has to be in the DPOY conversation.
Do you know how many sacks he has as a career regular season right now?
Where is he? Around 60?
53 and a half.
53 and a half?
So if he gets, about halfway through the season and he's having one of his kind of years, he'll be able to pass Charles Haley and be in the top 3 all time
for
sacklers. Even though it wasn't a recorded stat until 82, you got a bunch of Cedric Hardman, number 1 all time, 108. Bryant Young, 89.5. Tommy Hart, 72.5. You got to believe if he has one of his kind of years, he's going to jump into the top 4, top 3. All time, already. That's pretty incredible.
Do you think he has the most writing on this season for a player?
I think that he's the linchpin of the defense, and if the defense is top 5-ish, they can weather a lot of storms and a lot of issues, whether it's injuries or just underperformance of the offense for whatever reason. So, there's no doubt about it. And you don't win games without a balanced team. You got to have offense and defense. And when I look around the NFC and I say, who are the best defensive players in the NFC? Nick Bosa's on a very short list.
Yeah.
Very short list. So not only does he have to have a game-wrecking monster-like season, Like, he's got to carry this defensive line. And if he has a big year, then that opens things up for Leonard Floyd. And that opens things up for Javon Hargrave, who's a high-paid guy who needs to showcase himself.
He's on the short list for guys who needs to have a monster season.
Well, I look at it this way, B. J.J. Watt, what separated J.J. Watt? He wasn't just good for 3 or 4 years. He was good for a decade. What separated Aaron Donald? He's good for a decade. What's separated right now T.J. Watt? He's been good for closer to a decade than 5 years. That's where Bosa needs to trend. If you want to be an all-time player and a first-ballot Hall of Famer, you got to do it for 10 years at a high level. And J.J. Watt, year in, year out, with no one around him, carried that defense.
No, not only that, though. Longevity does matter. But also forcing turnovers. So one thing that Bosa hasn't done as much is force fumbles. Like T.J. Watt gets around that edge. J.J. Watt got around that edge. Aaron Donald got through the middle. And they forced fumbles. They forced interceptions. They forced deflections. Now, I'd love to see the numbers on Nick Bosa in terms of forcing not only fumbles, but what about intentional groundings? What about holding penalties? Because those matter to me. You get a situation where guys, holding on this left tackle, number 97 forced to hold. Now all of a sudden you're facing, instead of 1st and 10, you're facing 2nd and 10, 1st and 20, 2nd and 20. Down the distance is now in your favor in the NFL. When you can get that going in your favor, all of a sudden your defense looks a lot better, right? So forced fumbles, how many does Nick Bosa have over the course of his career?
He has 10, which puts him 7th all-time, tied with Justin Smith. Shockingly, John Engelberger is also tied with him, which is a name I would not have had up there.
Shout out Virginia Tech.
But it sounds like a more modern stat because I don't see any of the old-timers on here. Willis, all-time number 1, forced fumbles, 16 in Niner history of a recorded sack, of the recorded stats. Charles Haley, number 2, 14. Bryant Young, 12. Ahmed Brooks, Chris Dolman, Fred Warner, 11. Nick Bosa, Justin Smith, Roy Barker, and Engelberger all have 10. Navarro Bowman and Ronnie Lott, 9 and 8.
Right.
That's kind of crazy.
Yep.
K'Wan Williams is 13 all-time with 8.
Wow.
See, like
Wow.
that's a very interesting number. Tackle for loss, he's really high as well. Like tackle for loss, he's already number 2 all-time. The only guy ahead of him is Bryant Young.
Yep, I see 72 tackle for losses over the course of his career. Last year, 35 quarterback hits. The year before, 48. The year before that, 32.
He's
his rookie season, 25. He's got 141 quarterback hits. So if he could get that number back up to 40, not asking for 48, if he could get up there 40, and you give me some forced fumbles. He's got 4 forced fumbles over the last 2 years. He had 4 in 2021. If you give me about 4 forced fumbles, I think that's the next step for Nick Bosa because I think he's going to have to carry this defensive line, especially early and often, getting around that edge. Now, Javon Hargrave's another name, and then, of course, Brock Purdy on the quarterback side because we've got to figure out what he's going to get paid, but I think Purdy's going to be fine. I think Purdy, as much as people talk about him, he's got an easy job. Hey, just give Aiyuk the ball, get Debo the ball, get McCaffrey and them. Let the Yak boys do what they do.
Don't do too much. That's kind of, just stay within yourself. I think he does a good job of doing that. The Bosa thing is interesting. I mean, they spent so long waiting for that kind of like game-wrecking defensive end, and he was amazing. Last year was not like, it just, on the Bosa level, it just wasn't even close to it. And like almost, you're talking about fans being fickle, and I feel like the team was frustrated with Bosa too. I really do, because when you're building the personnel around someone, you're expecting that guy to play a certain way, and when they don't play a certain way, it puts a lot of stress on other aspects of a defense, expecting it to kind of do your job, the Belichick thing. And I just think if Bosa's looking in the mirror, I bet he said, I didn't do my job enough in my eyes, or what I think I could do.
I think he admitted that. Obviously, Baldy said it, and we heard it from him. But I also think what added to that fire, or to that fuel of fans and players being frustrated with him, is when he spoke out about the defensive coordinator. Now, he ended up not being the only one. And we get it. Steve Wilkes, he's gone. He shouldn't have had the job in the first place. He did. They had their struggles. But when he started making the excuses saying, well, I've been experimenting with things and this and that and slow start, people don't want to hear that.
No.
After you held out and you got $122.5 million guaranteed. We're all cool with it. I know I was cool with you holding out. Just say, show up to Pittsburgh. And I don't want to hear no excuses. And midway through the season, when the Niners had to face some adversity on a 3-game losing streak, We got nothing but excuses.
Well, that's what I don't want to hear from Aiyuk and Trent.
Well, no doubt. I think they're going to be fine.
No, but you know what I mean? Like if we're hitting week 7, week 8, that's when I'll be like, all right, guys, well, wait a minute here. Like it takes 2 to tango.
I don't want to hear anything about excuses.
Yeah.
They're going to hold out and you're going to get your money because I'm all for players getting their money in this league, in the NFL, because I know how cutthroat it is. But I don't want to hear the excuses. I don't want to hear it. And that's the thing that I think got people kind of looking at Bosa with a side eye, like, really, dude? And in the image of the Super Bowl, when I'm hitting you on the shoulder saying, why is it Bosa in the game? It's the last drive of regulation.
What's bigger, the demand you're asking for Bosa, like the general fan,
right,
or the absence of Greenlaw?
Well, we don't know about Greenlaw. It's kind of going back to Traverse Ward, right? When they asked him, are you guys going to miss Brandon Aiyuk? He goes, well, we haven't played a game yet. That's where I'm at with Drake Greenlaw. We haven't played a game yet.
They've done a good job finding linebackers.
They do, all the time.
But this is a different player. He's a tone setter.
He is a tone setter. They missed that juice in training camp.
I'm really worried
They missed this juice in training camp. But D. Winters, I think, brings a lot of juice. And playing next to Fred Warner, I think you get that juice up. Now, Devondre Campbell is somebody, oh my God, Devondre Campbell, I think he's going to get his job taken early in this season.
You do?
Because I think D. Winters is that good. I think he's that good.
Yeah, I don't know what they're going to do at linebacker. I know that they don't play a lot of 3 linebackers, but the second linebacker is vital to Fred Warner's success and just the overall team speed. When Dre Greenlaw's out there, their sideline-to-sideline speed is almost unmatched. When he's not out there, you could tell they took a huge step back.
I mean, it is.
Warren Burks and they just weren't the same.
Drake Greenlaw is massive. There's no doubt. The juice, hitting the helmet before the game, jumping around, some late hits. He's nasty. And you need, like, who's the coach say, well, you can't have all choir boys on this team?
Well, it was my favorite Parcells is you got to have players with character, and then you got to have characters that play.
Exactly.
And I thought that was such a great line.
And he's true. He's right. Lawrence Taylor, he's a character, but damn it, he could play.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? Mark Bavaro is kind of a character, but damn, he could play. Jim Burton, he's a character. Fred Dean, he's a character smoking cigarettes in the locker room, but you know what?
Reynolds.
He can play. You know what I'm saying? So who has the most riding on this season in terms of a player? Not Shanahan, but the players on this team. Is it Brock Purdy? Is it McCaffrey? Is it Trent Williams?
What if I went a little deeper and I said someone like Diamond or Lenore?
He does have a lot riding on it.
You know, he's got a big contract that's facing him in the face. He's a defensive player. We know that, like, cornerbacks, very much like a pitcher, can have an elite year and then just drop off, or vice versa. So I don't know. I find him to be a very interesting player this year.
The vibes are high right now. Ninerland. The vibes are high. We're feeling it. We're feeling good. But we're going to pull some sound here that Lubman just sent to the thread. It's Spinoni. Let me know when you get the sound, because it does concern me a little bit when I see a quote like that. And I want to hear the context. Check the thread and play the sound. If you have the sound, I want to hear it. All right, Lubman, you just sent it. You literally just sent it to the thread, Lubman. It was
I say you check the sound. Like there's a lot of sound in our thread.
But no, but the sound.
I see it. Yeah, it's in there. We got it.
All right.
Well, now I want to hear it.
We'll play it.
There's a lot of like ambiguous words there. So.
Well, I was just saying the sound you just text. I want to play it. That was the first thing I said.
We'll get to it.
Lubman, you ain't skipped a beat, bro.
You need to skip a beat. That's the problem. Rolando in Napa. What's happening?
What's up, guys? I'm about to go into work right now, but I want to put in my 2 cents, man. You guys are talking about the Giants. Quote the Undertaker, rest in peace, move on. They're dead. Wake me up when they fire Farhan. Get back to red and gold. I was talking to your screener. Niners a step up this year. Brandon Aiyuk. He held out. He held out for money. He got the contract. Now you better show up on Monday night, and you better score some touchdowns. And I don't know if you guys done this, but I got 2 crazy NFL season predictions.
I would love it.
I'm saying right now. All right, here we go. First one. Brock Purdy will lead the league in touchdowns this year. Mark my words. He will do it this year. Another one. Nick Sirianni will be fired this year from the Eagles. Major implosion. Lock it. The Eagles suck. They're trash. We stomped their ass last year. They're a dumpster fire. So those are my 2 predictions.
All right. So I love the Sirianni one, but here's where okay, now I'm going to get into a warrior mode. we want them to be just good enough to where they keep Sirianni. Because the last guy I want going there is Bill Belichick.
You know where Bill Belichick's going? I think he's going to Dallas.
You think he's going to go to the Cowboys?
I think he's going to work with Jerry Jones. I don't know why. I
would he pay Dak $75 million?
Probably not. He'll just go draft Shedeur Sanders.
Of all the combinations, I don't think Shedeur Sanders and Bill Belichick go together.
Hey, man, Shedeur Sanders and Dallas.
Bill Belichick, Shedeur Sanders, and Jerry Jones, too. On top of that.
Bill Belichick's ready for that.
No way.
The new Belichick's dating a 25-year-old for crying out loud. I mean, come on.
Did you see the picture that was circulating?
No, what picture?
There was a picture. It was like, look who showed up to my nephew's football practice. And it was Bill Belichick standing on the sidelines of some upper New England game of a bunch of like 13-year-olds, and he's there with his 20-something-year-old girlfriend, and I was like, this is awkward. Dude, do you just walk up to him and be like, what's up, Bill? Just a little head nod?
Or no, you do the coach. What up, coach?
Yeah, you got to go coach.
What up, coach? Coach, what's good? Hey, coach. Good on TV, coach.
If I'm coaching that team, best believe I'm making my way over to Bill and being like, anything that you see that I'm doing wrong, please let me know. Or just give me any kind of advice, whatever you think.
No, because then you're opening the door for him to come to all the film sessions,
That's nothing wrong
all
with
the
that.
practices, and then he's taking your job.
He's not taking your 13-year-old job.
Well, that takes him away from the Dallas job.
I mean, what do you think? Yeah, like, nope, can't do it. I'm coaching Pop Warner.
Saban as a D coordinator, Belichick as a coach for the Dallas Cowboys. Oh, that's a bold take. Saban's not going to last the season with McAfee.
Did you see the video of him and McAfee this weekend?
Yeah, I did.
McAfee's like dancing.
I was watching it live.
It's like, what is going on?
What is going on with these guys? But
also, Kirk Herbstreit. Love Kirk Herbstreit. He's dial it down a little. Got to dial it down a little. I think the Amazon money's changed him a little. I'm noticing a slight change.
Just now?
Just a little.
How about the last 3-4 years?
You noticed it too?
During COVID, that flipped everything. The pandemic flipped everything. We saw who was who. People were unfiltered. Just let things fly. Takes fly. Not as bad as my DJ take. Or I'm going to throw my buddy Zach Poff, my college crewmate, who said, he's the one who replied and said, he'll be the number one pick right now. I didn't go that far. All right. I know I'm crazy. But, no, I don't, it's interesting you both take with Sirianni. But let me tell you, Philly's got a quiet confidence about them right now.
So you went around polling people in Philadelphia?
No, I went around talking trash in Philadelphia. And Anna was like, do you literally have to talk to everybody with the Eagles logo?
I don't know why you would do that.
Why would I do that? Why? Because they need to know that we dropped a 42 burger on their asses last year after talking all that talk. And that I own Philadelphia. Now they have good cheesesteaks. And shout out to Mitchell and S for hooking me up again. I met the founder and everything. And boy, I got the sweet Dan Marino jersey. Oh my God, it's so sick. It's so sick.
I did see you were talking about the Dan Marino jersey, and like an hour later, somebody tweeted the photo of Kaepernick with the Dolphins hat and said, this is Bonte.
That was Rocky New Era. Yeah, that was
That's
Rocky New
funny.
Era. That was good. But I went around the Rocky statue, right? And now this guy, he's a genius. I don't know if he's homeless or what. But he stands at the Rocky statue, and it's not on top of the stairs no more. It's like on the sidewalk because I guess the art museum didn't want it up there. It gets hot, whatever. But I did run the stairs. I ran the stairs twice. Felt really good running those stairs. The Rocky statue's sitting there, and there's a guy standing there, and he just takes photos for people. He grabs their phone to takes photos and gets paid. You got to give him a tip. I was like, Anna, we're not giving him a phone. We'll take our own damn pictures. We ended up succumbing to the guy and give him like $5. But everybody.
Cash? You had cash on you?
And I had cash.
He also takes Venmo.
Yeah, I was going to say.
No, I do have
100%.
He's got a card swiper.
Apple Pay me.
No, I do have cash in
Does
my
he spin the
wallet now.
iPad around after for a tip?
Yes.
The absolute worst. You didn't do anything. Don't turn around. Come on.
Dude,
And it was a minimum 20% every time. No chance.
Now, I do have cash. Because I hit the roulette table. And I lost some money very, very.
Little Atlantic City action?
No, they got the casino in Philadelphia. I lost
I didn't even know
like
that.
$300 on a roulette table in like 7 minutes.
Oh, no.
And then I said, you know what? I'm determined to get my money back.
So what did you hit on the roulette table?
I end up just
Black,
losing $100.
Red?
I want my money.
Red,
I want my money now. Well, red was hot. So then you had to I didn't take a lap and, I tried to get some money right away. And then went back to the hotel room for a second. I was like, and I need you to bring my other credit card. My financial institution's not letting me take out more money. As the 1-800 gambler.
Transaction.
As the 1-800 gambler sign is all over the ATMs. I was like, I'm getting my money back right now.
Did you put any futures in?
I did not. Maybe I'll do that on Bovada. I don't know. Maybe. Or can I even admit that?
Clean it up, Ante.
But I basically talked trash to every single Philadelphia fan that I ran across. Everybody. With a hat, kids, grandmas, grandpas.
Did you go to Ishkabibbles?
No, we got to Uber Eats to our. We got to deliver.
So
to
you
the
did
hotel.
go there, but
I 2 days in a row.
2 days in a row?
Yeah,
mushrooms?
Good. Yeah. Well, so the first day, Anna gets a chicken steak, and she didn't like it, so she takes half of mine. I'm like, I'm still hungry.
What?
So the next day, I was determined to get my own Ishkabibbles cheesesteak. They got an Uber Eats. Hit up Uber Eats and they delivered it to the hotel. And it was great. It was awesome.
I could go for a Philly cheesesteak today.
All the Philly fans. Did you guys win today? No, we lost to the Braves. Yeah, it could. You guys deserve to lose. Seriously, that was my response to everybody. And there was actually, I met this guy, I think his name is Sean. He was at Dumas' wedding. He lives in the Bay Area, lives in Oakland, California. But he's a diehard Eagle fan from Philly.
Yeah.
And when I first met him at the welcome party, he started pointing at me. He goes, I hate you, dog. I can't stand you. He hate listens to us.
Oh, of course he does.
He hate listens.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
We're a drug.
What kind of drug?
Yeah. I want a new drug.
What kind of drug?
Crack.
All right. That's enough of me. In the story of Philadelphia. Where are we at right now? 9:05? See, not having a clock is really like
it's really messing me up. I keep looking up and I keep thinking.
Yeah, I'm like, what time? It's like,
time for the legal.
Dude, it's.
I'm so ready for the summit tomorrow. I wonder how many people are going to show up. I'm really excited.
Stop lying.
I really can't wait to leave my house at 2:30 in the afternoon and drive all the way out to Fremont.
Put that helmet on for Big Cap right there. I saw the email coming back from Philadelphia. I was like, damn, the summit's this week already? I may have to bring Baby Chaz with me.
It's going to be toasty in the East Bay, too. It's like 90 in Oakland. So.
Oh, that's great. Now I'm going to have to bring Baby Chaz and the iPad, and let me tell you, when we go to big crowds, Baby Chaz doesn't leave me. She sits right on my lap, so it's going to be a little questionable tomorrow.
But Neal's going to be there. Lorenzo Neal. That'll be fun.
Bro, really? Yeah. He's going to be joining us, too?
I think so.
How many passes will Mark Willer throw Shasky and I?
I'm always open. I'm like this Julian Edelman.
Hey, the last time we had, Mark Willer looked at us and said, I already know you guys' answer, so I'm going to skip right over you. I was like, wait a minute. We didn't drive out here to Fremont, California to be skipped over and not talk for 40 minutes? Come on. You're listening to 95.7 again.
I'm not optimistic.
KTMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco.
I hope he shows up.
Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. So Lil Neal's going to be on the mic too. Boy, touches are going to be limited. Maybe it is a good time to bring Baby Chaz.
He's not going on the mic. Lolo's just hanging out. He's hanging out with the fans, takes pictures. He's going to be like, yeah.
So he's going to be doing exactly what Dibbs does every time we have a summit. Well, I feel like the two of them
gotta play to the audience.
I feel like Mark and Dibbs don't get questions directed to them. Like, I would like to moderate next time, even though I'm not an A-chair. How come I can't moderate? Why am I the one that's got to be holding all the opinions?
That's why. If we were doing these shows in the morning time, Bonte would probably be doing the hosting.
No, well, they told us
let's mix it up.
Hey, but listen, though. They told us
so we're going to do a summit from, 8 to 10 at Fremont Bank?
Well, they did the director of sports, Lucas Alexander, was telling me, we're going to work on, maybe doing some 10 to 12, some 8 to 10.
Just hit me.
Yeah, just go ahead and play.
I love this song. Just hit me. This might be the official anthem of the morning roast.
Lucas Alexander, by the way, for those who know, director of sports here at 95.7 The Game, afternoon show producer with Will and Dibbs, also USC.
Fight on.
Come on, keep going.
Him and my boy Ryan Crowley. So excited about 5-star recruits.
The streets are texting me right now. The streets are texting Shasky. They're saying, well, if Shasky moderates, there's going to be shot clock violations all day long.
All day. delay of games.
Yo, dog, I'm open. It's like playing pickup. You're running down the court. It's like, I'm just out here exercising.
Oh, ISO, clear out. I got this one.
Like Andrew Wiggins, the first 5 possessions with Steve Kerr's like, we got to get him some touches. We can't go every 5 possessions.
Stop asking that question.
So how many villainous things is Steiny going to come up with in the back pocket?
Oh, man.
Like Guru will cup his ears to the crowd and like, all right, that's
he's
what
trying
they
to win
want
the
hear.
MVP award.
Yeah, and then Steiny's like, okay, this is what they're thinking. I will zag when everyone's zigging. Right?
You're right. Listen, I'm playing a wing tee offense. And what I mean by that is I'm going to have a take, and I'm just sitting back. You don't have to pass me the ball at all. I'm just there. They hear everybody complain about Aiyuk and Trent and everything.
What is there to complain about? Everyone's back.
Well, that's what yeah, you preach to the choir here. I agree with you. McCaffrey's back. Shanahan's coaching. We're finally to week 1.
All right.
We made it.
Steiny and Guru, this question is directed at you. Top 5 answers on the board. That's how I would be running the show if I was running the summit.
Why you shake your head? I'm laughing. Hey, we just take some time. We are all the way back.
We are.
We're drive-bying everybody.
Oh, absolutely.
Brendan Aiyuk's back.
Vibes
Trent's
are at an
back.
all-time high.
All-time high right now for Monday Night Football. And we're selling our tickets because Anna has to work late. Baby Chaz, it's a night game. So I'm going to be in the press box for that day. So I get the press box spread. Nah, I'm going to sit in the press box with my laptop with the binoculars.
You can go say hi.
You know, I'm going to hit the field.
You're going to see me celebrating in the end zone with Rocco, and you're going to be like, yeah, I got to go down there.
No. See, I'm like
this. It's a quick 20-minute walk from the press box to Shasky's seat.
Yeah, I don't.
Are you going to be sitting in the presser, in the press box, Slubby?
No, I'm going to be watching in the comfort of my own home.
Yay.
Yeah, super fun.
Yay.
Sounds fun.
It's always a fun game.
Did you see that Patrick Mahomes 2.0 guy at Arkansas?
I did see him.
Couple of nice throws.
Dude, there's a lot of nice quarterbacks.
There are.
There's a lot of nice quarterbacks. Even the young man from LSU wasn't bad.
No,
he wasn't bad.
Nessmeyer or whatever his name is.
Yeah, he wasn't bad.
No, but I mean, we all want the same thing, right? Quinn Ewers to fail miserably so that we can get
see Arch Manning.
some Arch Manning.
So that's what needs to happen Saturday in Michigan. He needs to struggle mightily because we already know about the Texas Longhorns. Ask Chris Sims. When he struggled, they were yelling for Major Applewhite.
Major
yelling.
Applewhite.
Yelling.
The most Texas name ever.
Right.
Major Applewhite.
Chris Sims could do no right in Texas. So Quinn Ewers, we need him to struggle at the big house. And then they're going to lose another game in the SEC. And they're going to be begging to jump for Arch Manning. That's what's going to happen. I got to hit that field, though, for the Jets. That's why I'm looking forward to the press pass.
I knew there was some ulterior motives.
I got to hit the field. Go walk around, do my finger points.
Yeah.
Gotta love another roast is here.
How much dye will Robert Saleh put in his beard this time?
He puts dye in his beard?
Oh, yeah. Went jet black.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Maybe I should start doing that.
Nah, dude, salt and pepper looks good.
That's what the ladies say.
No, it looks good.
That's what they say.
I always think that the dyed beard looks a little awkward.
And I agree. Oh, we got a break. All right.
Jet
black.
black.
4 downs coming up on the other side. Damn, we got the summit. We got to get ready for it. Tomorrow, 4 to 6. Willard Diz will start things off from 2 to 4. Then 4 to 6, all the hosts will be talking. Low Neal will be there. You know Low Neal's going to grab a microphone. Come on now. You know that. You know what time it is. All the biggest storylines surrounding the 49ers at the start of the season. And you can come watch as well. Space is limited. First come, first serve. That's all coming up. The summit tomorrow. 4 down territory coming up here on the Morning Roast. Brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
All right, man, it's good to be back. Good to be back. Red and Gold Summit tomorrow, September the 4th, Fremont Bake in Fremont, 39150 Fremont Boulevard. We'll let dibs start things off from 2 to 4. Rest of the hosts will join from 4 to 6 to talk about the biggest storylines surrounding the Niners at the start of the season. You can come and watch as well. Space is limited. First come, first serve. Shasky, I'll ask you this before we get to 4-down territory. What is the biggest storyline now that the offseason storylines are gone? Offseason's done. And whether or not you think the Niners lost or won the offseason, all that is irrelevant. It is irrelevant. It's go time, folks. The offseason stuff, shove it to the side. So as we move forward and get ready for the New York Jets Monday, September 9th, Levi Stadium. Cannot wait for the fireworks to go off and get the bomber jets and everything. What is the biggest storyline now as we head into the season? Everybody's signed. Everybody's here. Tay Martin, by the way, just got released. Got to make room for Trent.
So I wrote down last week, like, what I believe to be the biggest storylines. Like, where can Brock get better? Can CMC replicate what he did before? Can Debo or Kittle have one of those signature seasons? Not just a good season. I'm talking signature seasons. Can Aiyuk build on what he did last year? Can this defense get back to top 5 and maybe look a little different in how they did it? Not just that same Robert Saleh, D'Amico Ryans cover 2 kind of way that they've done it the last couple of years. Can this special teams unit be elite? That's one thing we really haven't had during the Shanahan era, was an elite cross-the-board special teams.
Yeah.
Can they find a way to offset the loss of Dre Greenlaw? But I come back to the same 2. First one, and this is more whole team overarching. Can you withstand the attrition of an NFL season year after year after year at your age? Because this team is a little older.
Yep.
That's any team in the league is asking themselves, do we have enough depth to get through all the injuries, and can we stay healthy enough to click at the right time? But that's every team. So let's take that off the board. I think it's Bosa. I keep coming back. Right. Can Bosa get back to being DPOY? Because if Bosa's DPOY, I know what Fred is. I know what this secondary is.
Right.
To me, that's the difference between being the 9th best defense and being a top 3 defense.
See, I think we're kind of on the same page here.
I think even if I told you, hey, Joe, you're going to miss Kittle for a couple games. Debo's going to miss a couple games. Aiyuk's going to be about the same. I think even if you miss CMC for a couple weeks, I think most people are like, I think the offense is going to be pretty damn special.
As long as Trent's there. Trent's the big. He's the guy that I think
they can weather a couple of game storm. Well, a couple games, not a whole season.
Maybe last year the storm hit us and it wasn't pretty.
But I do think they can weather a little bit of a storm for a couple games. I do. I believe that highly in Brock and Shanahan as a combination. But the difference between the truly great 49er teams that go on deep runs is usually a top 5 defense.
Yeah.
Look at the Joe Montana era, Steve Young era, look at the Harbaugh era. Having that top 5 defense, we all know 2013, that defense just wasn't exactly the same as like 2011. It just wasn't. I look at the Shanahan teams over the years, like 2019 was a special defense. Special defense. I don't know if the offense was as prolific as it is now. Back then, I just don't think we were there.
This offense broke franchise records last season. I mean, they averaged damn near 30 points a game. And again, this offseason was so muddled, so messy. And then coming off of that Super Bowl loss that, we talked about this on the show call. We always say, well, yeah, only one team wins the Super Bowl. Can you celebrate the season that you had? Well, there was no celebrating around here. Even though they went the first 5 games, just went 30 for 30. They was dropping 30 left and right on teams. They had a 3-game losing streak, and then they end up being the number 1 seed and had one of the signature regular season wins in recent memory, beating up on the Philadelphia Eagles. I mean, we don't talk about it. We don't even discuss the fact that they have 4 guys go for over 1,000 scrimmage yards. Debo, Aiyuk, Kittle, McCaffrey. I mean, they broke multiple franchise records last season, and we don't even discuss it.
Well, I think about this a lot. Like, Niner fans are accustomed to good offenses. That's what we want. It's like Yankee fans wanting bombers. Like, they have to have good offenses.
No doubt. But let me push back on that for a second. Because their offenses, the Harbaugh years, was it elite?
No. No, and we enjoyed it, but we were just so desperate for a winner.
We're desperate winners.
But we want offense.
And then the first couple of years, and then 2019, even though the offense, I mean, they averaged 30 points a game, 29 points a game, but we all look defense saying, well, they put them in great positions, position,
they were
forced a lot of turnovers. They were a defensive-led team, so it wasn't as explosive. Last year was a first. That's why we always made the comparisons to the 94 Niners. That offense last season was the most explosive offense the Niners had in over 20 years, at least.
There's no doubt.
At least.
But I believe in Shanahan, and I believe in the personnel and Brock Purdy and everything that they've built on offense. Like, they're going to be a top 5 type unit, period.
Yep.
Whether it's touchdowns, points per game, yards, yards per completion, like pick whatever metric you use, right? They're going to be top 5. The defense. When they have an elite defense and you put that together with an elite run game and the ball control that they can do on offense, now you're putting together a special team. And so if I said to you, hey, Bosa has a monster year, well, that would probably tell me that like Nick Sorensen is dialing it up and that this defense is now really, really good. If I tell you that Nick Bosa is having a great year, I bet you that coverage on the back end is looking really good too.
Well, the coverage last year looked really good. But that's why I believe Bosa on this football team, because everybody's going to say, well, Purdy has the most riding on this, his contract, his numbers. You could say Diamondor Lenore. You could say Charvarius Ward has a lot riding on this season. To me, it's Nick Bosa. And I know he's locked up long-term with the 49ers with the 5-year, $170 million deal. He got $122.5 million guaranteed last season. $122.5 million guaranteed.
Gosh, it's a lot.
And we heard a lot of excuses from Bosa. Now, to his credit, he showed up to minicamp, OTAs. He showed up to camp. He looks a little bigger. I'm hearing he's having a great camp. But he has a lot riding in the sense that if he produces a season like he did a season ago with the images that we got from that Super Bowl in Las Vegas, the reputation of Nick Bosa is, oh, boy, we overpaid him. Oh, boy, the Bosa bros. Always taking people to the, by the way, Joey Bosa's already got a broken hand. Did you hear that?
Yeah.
I mean, unbelievable.
Well, the thought process is, they're all about their money. Right? Yep. That's what people say about the Bosas. They're mercenaries. And that could be definitely true. But, you got to be, I'm looking at Nick, and you got to be having some professional pride here and want to get off to a great start. Like, if he sacks Aaron Rodgers multiple times on Monday night,
Monday night
we'll all be feeling real good.
Well, primetime games, Nick Bosa usually shows up. Last season was the outlier. Like, he didn't show up really against Minnesota when Kirk Cousins threw for what did Kirk Cousins throw that game? 400 yards? He was like 35 for 45. The guy looked amazing in that game. Nick Bosa has to get pressure on Aaron Rodgers over and over. And he's had some really good games against Aaron Rodgers, forcing him, flushing him out the pocket, getting around that edge. Nick Bosa has to be the guy. And not only does he have to get sacks, not only does he have to force intentional groundings, he has to get some sack fumbles this year.
Yeah.
He's got to force turnovers, or he's got to force interceptions, deflections, whatever it is. Bosa has to be all-world this season. That's why I believe he has the most riding on him, and it is one of the top 3 storylines for the 49ers heading into the season.
Kirk Cousins was 35 of 45, 378, 2 touchdowns.
35,
It's an unreal game.
Yeah.
The other thing that I've been thinking about, which no one's brought up.
No sacks for Bosa?
No sacks for the Niners that game.
Yeah, he was a tick ahead of them the entire game. I'm looking at the offensive line, and I think they've done a really good job with the offensive line. I think we underrate the offensive line.
Every year.
But David Bakhtiari's just sitting out there. I'd bring him in. I would. Just bring him in as a swing tackle, in case something happens with Colton McKivitz or Trent Williams. Maybe he beats out Colton McKivitz. How many games has he
played in the last couple of years? David Bakhtiari.
Not a lot, but he's a Sarah guy.
I know Spadone's looking it up right now. I know he's a Sarah guy. He's a local guy.
He played for LaFleur.
Hey, listen.
Why not get
Mitch Haniger was a local guy. Mark Kent is a local guy.
Bakhtiari played in the system.
No, I hear you. I hear that. But how many games did he play?
In the last 3 seasons, he started 13 games. It's not good.
No, he hasn't been healthy.
He hasn't been healthy.
But he's a guy. You're telling me if I said to you, Jalen Moore's coming into the game, or David Bakhtiari's coming into the game.
No doubt. I feel good about that.
And I'm not saying he needs to start. I'm just saying as a swing tackle,
I
think he could do a lot worse than David Bakhtiari. That'd be a guy with all this money that they have this year.
So he's just sitting in free agency, David Bakhtiari.
Yes.
I'm not mad at that. But to your point about the offensive line, I watched this team back in 2019 start 2 rookie tackles down at the L.A. Memorial Coliseum. It's the L.A. Rams. Justice School, who's he at? Brunskill, right? Was Brunskill the other one?
And Justin School.
And they won that game 28-7. Now, it wasn't an offensive masterpiece.
No.
But they were able to get away with starting 2 rookie tackles for a nice period of time in 2019. Mike McGlinchey, we know what he was. It's a turnstile. You still advanced to the damn NFC Championship game. You still ran for all these yards. You're still one of the better rushing teams in all of football. Now, I know you're running behind Big Trent, and as Baldy always says, the run play always seems to revolve around. Even when you go right, you end up left anyway with Big Trent because he's just smaller dudes and blowing open holes. But right now, when you got Banks and you got Dominique Pooney and Brindle, I feel really good about the offensive line. I know a lot of people make, how come you don't draft this guy? You don't draft that guy. You don't draft this guy. You don't draft that guy. Offensive line's been, Brock Purdy threw for a franchise record in passing yards. You don't do that behind a mediocre offensive line.
No, you don't. And I don't pay Shanahan, whatever, $15 or $20 million a year to not understand how to make the most out of that roster when it comes to offensive line.
By the way, is Banks, what's his availability?
I thought he was 50-50 week 1. Originally, it was like, he's going to miss time during the regular season. And the last I saw last week was 50-50 for week 1.
I think he's playing week 1. Banks doesn't strike me as a guy who wants to miss Monday
He's
Night
another
Football.
guy on a contract.
Yeah.
It's at the end of his contract, you know?
By the way,
second round pick. I'd like to bring him back.
By the way, Ricky Pearsall, good news with him. He was back at the Niners facility in the weight room about 48 hours after being shot in the chest. So that's good news.
Look, the young man is lucky to be alive.
Yep, no doubt. And he's already back in the weight room. So that's good news for Ricky Pearsall and the 49ers.
Heal up, young man.
Before we get to 4-down territory here, what is it, 9:30? Okay, looking at a lot. 9:30. Let's get some calls. Kevin and San Mateo. What's happening?
Hey, guys, man, how you doing? This is my favorite time of year. This is the best coming up. I mean, great week. Hey, but you know what? The Niners defense, I feel, they couldn't stop that run last year, and they lost Armstead when he was healthy. That line could stop the run, but I don't know, if they want to free it up for Bosa and Floyd on the ends, what do you guys think? Have they got the guys up the middle?
That's going to be a big question mark. I don't think that they stopped the run very well last year with no Armstead. Hargrave isn't great against the run. He's just not. And so the guy that I keep coming back to is the guy that they picked up, who I think he's going to be a player for this team.
Jordan Elliott?
No, the other one.
Givens?
Yeah, no. 99. Malik Collins.
Malik Collins, yeah.
I think Malik Collins is going to be a nice addition. I'm like very surprised the Houston Texans allowed him to go.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised too. He's a good player. He looks the part in training camp too. He looks big. He looks physical. I think he'll be better. I wonder if they'll tweak the defensive line in terms of adjustments of the wide 9 because they do have to stop the run.
They looked a little, again, it's the preseason, but they looked like they were in a little more.
Their splits were,
and it looked like they had 3 down linemen, hands in the dirt.
Right.
And then you had one guy kind of standing up.
Right. Usually the defensive ends are lined up way outside the tackles. Get them in a little bit. Let Bosa get it's a long way to go. You go get that quarterback in a wide 9. Let's go to Matt in the corner pocket. Matt, what's happening?
Gentlemen, good morning.
Good morning.
Bonte, it's been a minute. I'd like to give a shout out to all the overnight air conditioners. They're going to be working hard tonight, baby.
Let's go, Matt. I like that. I like that a lot. Very well played, Matt. I like that.
Hey, Shasky. Morning, Chief. How you doing, bro?
What's up?
All right, here we go. You guys ready? Listen.
Yeah.
We're talking football. We are finally talking football. I was going to try and call an hour ago to save that segment that didn't start off so well, and then it just went downhill from there. But I'll tell you, everybody should be happy. Because it's Tuesday.
Hold on, Matt.
Matt.
You're talking about the calls, right?
No, you guys bailed that thing out, man. I was talking about the calls. You got it.
Okay, gotcha.
You bailed out the boat. You guys both had big buckets bailing out the boat. We had a bad call to start, whatever. We don't need to revisit the history. Here's what we need to talk about, though, is we're not talking about contracts. We're not talking about who got what, who didn't get what. We're talking about the wide 9. We're talking about yards per catch. We're talking about, can the defense do this? We have moved on. Gentlemen, that is called progress. Let's go.
Let's go. I'm mad at it. I was a little worried. He trolled a little bit with the Chief dig. He trolled. I
just don't know what the point was halfway through it still.
Yeah, well, I guess the final point is that we're not discussing hold-ins and holdouts and whether a guy's worth $26 million, $28 million, $30 million, whatever the hell it is.
I'm not going to sugarcoat it. You can sit here and do a sugarcoat job.
Can I ask a question? I'm looking at the television, and it says our contract with Disney, the owner of this channel, has expired.
Yeah, DirecTV. You didn't hear about this?
Why do we have DirecTV here?
Yeah, well, we've had DirecTV for a long time. So we better get YouTube TV cracking because we got no ESPN.
Or Xfinity.
Or Xfinity. Shout out Comcast.
The future starts now.
It does start now. Shout out Xfinity. We should, you know what? We should go to Xfinity. But the internet's better too. Anyway, get my Mariano Rivera on. You know what I mean?
I have it.
DirecTV. Yeah, why do we have DirecTV, number one? And those poor subscribers got screwed. The U.S. Open, they can't watch it. Couldn't watch USC. Couldn't watch nobody will watch Florida State, but I mean, you know. You're not going to be able to watch some of these SEC on ESPN games.
Bill O'Brien, so sweaty. Just so sweaty.
You know how humid it gets in Tallahassee?
Dude, he was so sweaty.
He's sweating through his, he had the undershirt underneath that shirt, too, that was showing the sweat stain. So how gnarly was that undershirt?
Well, it was like 95 degrees when I was in North Carolina with the humidity last week. I played 18 holes in that. It was great. It's fun.
Yeah, you had a great vacation.
I did. I got a nice tan, too. I feel great.
No kids? Kid-free?
Oh, God, it's the best.
Wake it up.
Brother Anthony hooking up the country club, too, with the food. Oh, delicious. Wagyu beef bolognese.
Look how bougie you're getting. Wow.
I
didn't get to play the number 2 course, though. That's like $1,000. That's like their Pebble Beach over at Pinehurst. So, but I got to play 3 of the other ones. That was nice.
Spiffy Spadoni.
I'm so jealous.
You'd love it, Joe.
I know.
Maybe we can go out there one time.
I played Sebastopol Sunday morning, quick little 9, a little small 9, and then I played in the afternoon, and we had a little a duet, a match, if you will. Wow. Me and Danny versus Lab and Mr. Nevin, Mike, and we
all the name drops here. Since we're in the business, it's Virgo season. In case you guys didn't know,
is that your sign?
Well, it's just Virgo.
I thought Vertigo was like you lose
it's Vertigo.
balance.
Vertigo.
It's also a movie from Alfred Hitchcock. Great movie.
It is.
The Birds is my favorite.
It's not bad.
Bodega Bay.
Psycho.
It's not bad. Scares me a little bit with all the birds. It's gave me nightmares as a kid. You see all the birds flocking. It's like, nah, I'm good off that.
You got 4 down territory or what, brothers?
Happy birthday to Quinn. Baby Quinn. Basically, he's young, worldwide hef. It's his 3rd birthday.
Oh, he's 3.
He's 3 now.
Nice.
Hey, it's just what your name dropping right now. I figure I'll just squeeze that in.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, baby Quinn. Worldwide hef. Shout out to him. Now stop bugging me so much, man, when I'm on vacation, dude.
So the little guy saying, dad, like crazy. Like crazy. And I want to take him to his first NFL game, right? Niners. And I was going to take him to the Monday night, but it's a long story. He's got to be at bed by 8, and there's no negotiations.
Don't do that.
Yeah, what?
Night games right now for the kids.
Yeah, I know. I'm not going to. I wanted to.
Only preseason.
So I'm looking at it. So let me ask you guys. Should his first game, should it be Cowboys or should it be Mahomes? It's one of those two.
I think his first game should be against the Patriots. Get a nice little soft landing.
Nah, not good enough. Because my wife's probably going to be, honestly, my wife's probably going to be away that weekend.
Oh, a Cowboy game?
Well, no, the Patriot game, we're going to the wedding, and then the next day we're going to be tired. I don't know.
No, the wedding's on Saturday.
I know, and I'm saying it's 50-50.
Oh. I might try to get those tickets. Who wants to see the Patriots anyway?
I know. All you bandwagon Patriot fans for the last 25 years, hit me up.
Straight crickets.
I want him to go to, I'm thinking that his first game should be Cowboys.
South Landing. Because then you got all the Cowboy fans.
No, it'd be
there's going to be a lot of blue.
Don't ever talk about the Patriots like that.
Yeah, babies need to know what clowns look like.
That's good. That's good material.
Come on.
That's not bad.
It's not bad.
That's not bad at all.
And Michelle's like, we'll bring his little ear thing. So she has his little ear thing.
Yeah.
I go, he doesn't need that. He's a Shasky, dude. He's like screaming and yelling. He's fine.
Well, that's the problem.
Yes, no, he's going to need them.
Yeah, he's going to need them.
Yes,
well, true story, Baby Chaz she would never wear them more than 2 minutes.
Saying.
She would just snatch them off. She didn't want them. I was like, Baby Chaz, her first game.
Which one was it?
You got Kevin Kugler.
Was that her first game?
Yes.
How old was she?
On 2nd and 5, this is Eno Benjamin. A little hop step, and he struck Drake Kirkpatrick and takes it in for the touchdown. Oh my goodness.
That was her first game.
That was her first game. She wasn't even one. Big L. Colt McCoy threw a deep ball towards the end zone.
Turned into Joe Montana.
Dude, he threw a bomb. He threw a bomb towards our seats, Shasky. Yeah. And I was like, wow, they're not going to win this game. It was miserable. We even moved seats. We walked around.
Angry.
Joe Benjamin, that's when I came in. And I called them mistaken-ass Niners. And then I got a call from the Niners saying, hey, man, is it personal right now with Shanahan? No, it's not personal. Y'all stink. That's what's
personal with Jimmy G.
I didn't turn the season around, and, it's all good. We won't get into the bad decision by Shanahan in that game.
Like your first ever game, it's got to be something special. That's why I'm thinking Cowboys.
Don't do Mahomes because
That's what I'm saying. I want to win.
Yeah.
That's why there's a variety. It's a multiple checklist if we go to a Cowboy game.
Yeah, you'll win against the Cowboys. There's no chance you're coming out here and winning.
And what's the rule on taking kids? They have to be how old before you actually have to pay for the ticket?
They're free until they're 2, but
it's like the Sizzler. I'm going to be faking it for a day. Like back in the day, my mom used to be like, "Hey, listen, pretend you're under 12, whatever it was at the Sizzler."
But I know friends
being under 5 or something.
It's like you're going to pretend you're that age forever.
I know friends who pretended that their babies was 2 and they were really like 3.5. They were 3.5 and they were sitting in their seats and it was all good. So, as long as LJ doesn't grow up too fast, I think he'll be fine until he's 3. Just tell him not to grow. Not yet.
He's short. He's not going to be big. It's okay. Social cues are there, though.
Social cues are that is good. That is good. Is he long-winded?
Oh, dude, the guy he wakes up at 4 a.m. and it's just a talkathon.
Yeah. Chestnut's getting there now. She's like, after a week of not seeing her, like, without FaceTime, obviously, but not being in her presence, boy, she's talking up a storm. She just had her first day of school today. First day of school. So, shout out to her. Started taking the pictures. She got the chalkboard, and all that stuff. Mama probably cried and all that stuff. All right, we're going to do 4 down territory. Let's go. What's going on? Hey, hold on. I gotta say,
you sound like Darth Vader screaming into the mask.
Listen, so
what happened there?
I chimed in on YouTube Thursday when Aiyuk signed because I wanted to see the comments and I wanted to hear Willard's take on it. And I got to say, some of the promos and commercials that you guys use my voice, I sound like an absolute psychopath. Absolute. It's a psycho, man. Oh,
first down.
First down. Damn, that was aggressive.
And it's another 49er first down.
Oh. All right.
All right, guys. So I got 4 takes for us to respond to this week. Hopefully, we can get through them all. The first one is Trent Williams.
Are these your takes?
Just general takes.
Yeah, they're yours. All right. I just want to make sure.
Anyway, Trent Williams is back. Brandon Aiyuk's back. So I'm curious, between the two of them, Trent Williams or Brandon Aiyuk, who needs to have the bigger year after they more or less held in, did whatever during training camp?
I know the fans will take Brandon Aiyuk, but I think it needs to be Trent. 36, about to be 37. You flirted retirement. Said you had no guaranteed money on the deal. I'm looking at the contract. It says 3 years, $77 million. I don't know what's going on here. Big Trent's got to play at an all-pro level. There cannot be any slippage from Big Trent.
I'm going to say the same thing I said about Nick Bosa at the end of last year. I better not hear a damn peep from either one of them. All right? If you're going to do, no doubt, hey, you got to get yours. For sure. But you better not show any slippage, right? It's the same thing I say about people in sales. Right? If you're not going to record all your movement in sales in your call reporting system, you better have good sales. Otherwise, I'm going to say, what the heck are you doing all day? So I'm looking over at the 49ers and I'm saying, Brandon Aiyuk, Trent Williams, you both got what you're looking for. Now you better deliver, and I better not hear any excuses.
Well, that was the most surprising thing about Bosa was that we did hear excuses. I never saw that coming from Bosa.
I felt like I kind of did.
Well, I didn't think he was going to make excuses, maybe the slippage, but damn, the excuses too. We're throwing everybody under the bus.
I think we do need to give Parag a little bit today, just a little bit of hey, golf clap. Good job, Parag.
Yeah. Jed York, Parag, John Lynch, Shanahan.
Golf clap.
in the Rick Ross picture. All right, what's second down? Are we still going first?
Second down.
Right, here we go.
All right, so second down, guys.
Second and short.
Who is the bigger threat to the Niners this year? Is it any team in the NFL or is it themselves?
I'll go first. I'm going to take any team in the NFL because, look, it's so hard to repeat as a conference champion, let alone a Super Bowl champion. And you just look around the league and a lot of teams that didn't play as deep into the year don't have the attrition built up of years and years and years of playing tough football in the playoffs. You could make an argument for about 4 or 5 teams in the NFC that could come up and pick off the Niners. You could have a monster year and have one bad quarter and your season's over. One bad drive in your game and your season's over. So I'm going to say the entire NFL.
I'm going to say the Niners. The Niners. They got the best roster. They have possibly the best head coach. The best fans. They have premium players everywhere. Everybody's gotten paid. They got a great quarterback who's in his 3rd year. It's the Niners. They're their biggest threat. They're by far and away the best team in the NFC. Yeah, I'm saying it with my chest. They are by far and away the best team in the NFC. Now, does that mean there's going to be some hairy games? Absolutely. You may lose one to the Rams. You may lose one to the Seahawks. That may happen. I'm not with Nick and Berkeley saying they're going to be undefeated. You may lose a couple. You may have a couple, little stumbles here and there. But they are their biggest threat. It's within that facility. Shanahan, don't let it get to you. Play to win. Purdy, let it rip. Let it fly, baby. Bosa, let's get some sack fumbles. Niners. All right, 3rd down here. I think we got a penalty.
It's 3rd down.
Oh, that's pretty sick.
Right? Yeah.
That's pretty sick. The protection value, I take a week off. You guys have stepped your game up, man. Damn. What's going on? Not you, London.
Why? Who do you think made it?
No, you were off.
Who do you think put this whole thing together?
The boss, Nahigian?
No, I put this stuff together.
Right.
Who put this thing together? Me. That's who. Who do I trust? Me. What's that from, Lubman?
I have no idea.
Scarface.
Scarface, dog.
Anyway, so guys, we're seeing Aaron Rodgers this week on next Monday night. And, of course, we all know the story about 2005, Niners didn't take him, blah, blah, blah. A few years ago, on the morning of the 2021 draft, there was a rumor that the Niners might try and swing a trade for Aaron Rodgers. Obviously, they didn't. They went with Trey Lance instead. But knowing what we know now, if you could get in your little DeLorean and 88 miles an hour back to the past and tell the Niners what to do, would you have rather seen the Niners try to swing a trade for Aaron Rodgers that morning or just kind of go with what ended up happening?
No, we should have traded for Aaron Rodgers. But Matt LaFleur didn't want to do it, but we should have tried to get Rodgers.
Can I go back even further and say we just keep the pick that we had and not trade everything and just take Micah Parsons?
What was more of a whiff, not getting Brady when you had the opportunity or not getting Aaron Rodgers?
Brady.
Okay.
Brady cost you nothing but money.
Yeah.
And Jimmy G's psyche.
And Stafford they could have potentially tried to get.
Brady.
Well, no. Didn't Shanahan goes, okay, let me get back to you. And now we're like, I got to go to dinner first. I totally believe that story. With the way Shanahan was dressed and chilling with Rick Ross, that's such a Shanahan move.
And Kyle Shanahan chose Jimmy G over Tom Brady and Trey Lance over Aaron Rodgers.
Hey.
If you want to look at it that way.
54-29 the last 5 years.
4th down.
Daniels picked them over C.J. Stroud, too. So there you go.
Wow. There you go.
Jimmy.
All right, last one here. Let's keep it simple. What's your bold take for this NFL season?
Ooh.
Last year, real quick. Last year, I predicted before the season started, it would be Belichick's final year in New England.
You kind of said that the last 3 years, though.
2.
Last 3.
And I was right.
Kate Scott. I remember my bold take is this is Belichick's last year.
That was with Cam.
That's like when people said, this is what guy was writing articles for like 5 years. This is Gary Wright. This is the last year on radio. And then Gary Wright is finally retired. He's like, see, I told you guys. It's like, yeah, you've been saying it for 5 years.
I was right about Belichick. And I also said he'd be a star on TV. Right about that. Where Shasky was right. My bold take, and I'm
just going to let you ride. Let it ride. Let it ride. What's your bold take? Come on, Shasky.
Rookie of the year.
My bold take is that we're going to get 1,750 scrimmage yards for Deebo Samuel this year.
I like that. 1,750?
That's my Niner one.
Oh, we got more. Oh, okay.
Of course.
All right. Delayed game here. We're back. It really is 4th down.
Of course. And, God, I can't. I'm going to do it. I'm taking the Buffalo Bills to come out of the AFC this year. I'm going to do it.
That's a very bold take.
I'm going to do it. I'm taking the Bills.
That's a very, very bold take. Here's my bold take. Tua Tagovailoa will win MVP in the National Football League this year. It's my bold take. The Miami Dolphins are going to win the AFC East, and Tua will win the National Football League Most Valuable Player Award. It's my bold take. It's a bold one. That is bold.
That is bold. The Dallas Cowboys will not make the playoffs this year. They will not make the playoffs. Nope. And Mike McCarthy will be fired. I don't think Jerry Jones is an in-season firing guy, is he? Usually, I'm not sure.
Nah, he won't.
He won't do that, but they're not making the playoffs this year. And Dak is going to move on. They're not going to get a contract done.
Interesting. I think most people think it's going to be Caleb or maybe Bo Nix. Why do I got this feeling Malik Neighbors is going to win Rookie of the Year?
I drafted him a couple leagues.
I did too.
I think he's a star.
Don't sleep on Jane Daniels either. I think he's going to be really good in Washington.
Yeah, Jane Daniels. Jane Daniels.
Yeah, but if he got hurt, would that surprise you either?
Well, all those guys can get hurt, right?
Yeah. Well, Ben, what you got?
So my bold take is, I know everyone's, we like to think that the Chiefs are just a shoo-in for a three-peat for some reason, or they're at least going to win the AFC. My bold take, Chiefs aren't going to win a playoff game this year. Whoa! I think they get the 1 seed. They're going to get that bye week off. And then they're getting knocked out in the second round by the Buffalo Bills en route to winning the AFC.
You guys are way too high on the Bills.
No, I think Keon Coleman's going to have a monster year.
You guys are way too high on the Bills.
When does that crack come into play?
Way too high on the Bills.
I don't trust Baltimore.
I got Miami winning that division.
Yeah,
I think Miami still wins the division. Buffalo will be a wild card team, go into Kansas City and beat them in the divisional round.
Wow, that is very, very bold.
Kansas City Chiefs have lost at home during the Mahomes era one time.
AFC Championship.
In the playoffs.
Yeah.
AFC
When
Championship
D4 jumps
against
off sides.
Yes. That's
And Cincinnati, they lost 2 games.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
And Joe Burrow. So unless it's Joe Burrow, Tom Brady.
They blew a 21-3 lead in that game.
He got concussed in the second half.
Who did?
Mahomes.
Oh, he was?
That's what the consensus is.
So we just always blame concussions.
Yeah.
Brock Purdy threw 2 picks in Minnesota.
Gore only ran for 21 yards. He was concussed.
He was concussed. He had a concussion. He was hurt. That's it. That's our bold take. Tua's winning MVP. Shasky's got, what you got again? Buffalo Bills or?
Representing the AFC.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
I'll start us off here. We made it. We made it. We made it to football season.
Oh boy.
Thank you, football Jesus.
No, thank you, calendar.
Is September the best month? Weather, sports. Is it the best month? Kids back in school.
Well, that means nothing when they get out of 12:45 and you work a morning show.
Well, that's younger, you know.
Facts.
Wait till Chess is in elementary, then I get back to you. Yes, we did make it. We did make it. My final thought, Colorado, Nebraska. Sneaky good game this week. Is Shadur Sanders that guy? Or is Travis Hunter? What is he better at? Wide receiver or corner? I'm intrigued.
Did you see what Dion said about both of them?
No, what'd he say?
They're only going to go.
Oh, yeah, they're a package deal.
Well, and they're only going to go where they want to go.
Yeah.
They're going to pull an Eli.
Yeah.
And you know what that means.
Yeah.
Travis Hunter's coming to the Niners.
Well, not only that, but Deion says, Michael Irvin told Mason Cam yesterday that, yeah, Deion Sanders will be part of the package.
I'm not sure Deion can coach.
Well, he may get the Dallas Cowboy job. It's another bold
But
take.
if Belichick's there.
Oh, Belichick.
Dion on that coaching staff?
Jerry Jones will whiff on Belichick, then he'll go pivot to Dion. Go ahead, guys. Go ahead.
Sure is a great day to be a Miami Hurricane. God, that was a great win. Going into the swamp, watching those little swamp creatures leave that stadium halfway through the fourth quarter. Bonte, even as a Florida State fan, you have to enjoy watching Florida lose. That's like the one thing we can agree on is that, you know, Florida sucks.
Florida sucks.
They do suck, and it's fun to watch them suck. I will say this, though. All the talk of is the U back, stuff like that, park it for now. The U being back, that conversation does not even start until they're hoisting the ACC championship trophy. So a great win. Let's enjoy it. Let's actually, build off of it and have a good season after a great win for once.
Could an argument be made Washington, Oregon, and USC are the next 3 schools after Ohio State in the Big Ten?
Michigan.
I'm asking.
Oh, like in terms of talent right now?
Year.
For this year? Well, let's see Michigan. Yeah. I feel like Michigan had a look ahead. They were looking ahead to Texas.
And Fresno State's a tricky. Like they're not they're not like some Turkey Tech University as Bob Sidoni likes to say. Fresno State has always plays teams tough. I know it's such an old man. It's such an old man saying.
By the way, I love Mike Norvell last night. It's on me. I failed the team. No, it's on the quarterback you picked, dude. The quarterback stinks.
Well, can you stop the run?
They can't stop the run at all.
They look small.
My final thought is this: Lincoln Riley is the only coach to have coached 3 Heisman Trophy winning quarterbacks.
Unreal.
Caleb, Baker, Kyler.
And
this next kid is going to win the Heisman this year. Miller Moss has the 9th best odds right now via DraftKings. If you want to just put your Heisman wager now, I do it. Plus 2,200, Miller Moss to win the Heisman.
What's Carson Beck?
He threw 6 touchdowns last year in the bowl game.
Yeah, against Louisville.
He's the 3rd best odds at plus 900. Dylan Gabriel out of Oregon at plus 800.
I like him.
Favorite.
I don't like
Gabriel. And then Jackson Dart, Ole Miss. I like Ole Miss. I like Lane's team this year. Plus 850.
Lane can recruit.
And they can run up the score too. Oh,
but
another final thought.
Shador and Miller Moss are tied at plus 2,200.
If you're Florida,
you have to go get Lane.
Yes.
You have to go get Lane.
Yes.
In a heartbeat. You have to. You have to. Florida's down bad right now.
Bad. Although I do like their 19-year-old true freshman.
Yeah, but they've got to get Lane Kiffin in there right away. Billy Napier's good as gone. He might as well put his house on sale right now. Another final thought real quick, a bonus one. We did make it. You know why? Because we don't have to talk about the Giants until January. They are as good as gone on this show.
Well, we're going to have to talk about their announcement on September 30th.
Oh, yeah. September 30th, October 1st, another bold take. Giants fans will be happy that day.
Well, don't forget the Niners play the day before.
I'm hearing rumors that they're in on Juan Soto, though, so we'll be monitoring that.
Stop that.
I think he's one of the top 30 destinations or something.
I'm out. Brought to you by Xfinity at home or on the go. You get the fastest internet to all of your devices. Steiny Goo next, or is anybody out? Anybody else on vacation? All right, Steiny Goo, we're next on 95.7 The Game.
Did you know when you purchase lumber and building materials?
I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
Don't guard this.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Oh, ducks in a row. Ducks in a row. 49ers have their ducks in a row.
Yay.
A week before the Jets game, right? That's what Evan said.
Less than a week, and Guru calls that. Nobody asked, Donnie, love you, missed you. Their house is in order now.
Oh.
Yep, vacuum, did the mopped.
Boy,
Yeah.
I was worried there for a minute. It didn't look like the season was going to start the way everybody wanted.
Yeah.
Yeah, good to see Trent Williams decided to be a team player.
Yeah. I am waiting for the chicken elements of this so we can see how much
It'll be a lot.
It'll be
a lot.
But be happy. Don't worry. Be happy. Bobby McFerrin.
I'm not going to let another guy's paycheck make me happy or unhappy.
But you were kind of like, you didn't like how he was handling his business.
I still didn't.
He got paid, though.
Of course he did.
Pay me. How you been? I missed you. I really did. I miss you and Evan.
What are you talking? I saw you Friday.
It's Tuesday. Yeah, and I had to leave a little early.
I guess. Yeah. All right. I haven't seen you since Ricky Pearsall. Jeez.
Go ahead. You get it out.
I don't have anything to get out. It's scary.
Yeah, it is scary, and I'm glad you brought that up. Thoughts and prayers to Ricky Pearsall and his family. But, Ricky, the Lord loves you, Steiny, because from all accounts, he got shot at point-blank range and survived. The bullet did not hit a vital organ, and I don't have to tell you, living in the Bay Area, just in the United States, how that could have went. But, Steiny, think about it. He was out of the hospital the next day, and I don't want to make this political because I got off of Twitter because, you know, the conversation will never end. The bottom line is a robbery happened. He was shot, and he was blessed to the umpteenth power, Steiny. And I don't know when he's coming back. I don't even care. Ricky Pearsall is the Super Bowl winner of life, my friend. How about that?
All right.
Okay.
That works.
I'm in a mood, man. I feel like I know him, like how blessed he is to have, he could have been paralyzed, Steiny.
Yeah. We're going to have, at noon, we're going to have Sal Castaneda of KTVU News on.
Good call.
Give us some insight as to what happened on Saturday between Ricky Pearsall and a 17-year-old from Tracy, and see if he can shed some details onto the situation. But it's been a big weekend for the 49ers. I mean, Brandon Aiyuk signs, Pearsall, obviously the news surrounding him, and then Trent Williams is in the Bay Area now getting ready to sign his contract, redo, if you will. And the 49ers looks like they are going to be whole for this game against the Jets, of course, minus Pearsall, but Christian McCaffrey's practicing. So the bottom line is it looks like maybe they're going to, we'll see, be able to put this training camp behind them, Goo.
Yeah, and something else that transpired Saturday that I like, Steiny, that the Niners got to bond. They had a party, I believe, at Kyle's house. The rapper Rick Ross was in town to do that. And what I loved about seeing the pictures and the camaraderie is, hey, I told you I thought Trent would be back yesterday or today, right before, Jet Week practice kicks off. And that's what happened. But, Steiny, I'm thinking about what was talked about. Maybe they didn't even talk about football, but, I'm a sports romantic. I just think about the Niners since 2019, 4 visits to the NFC Championship games, 2 Super Bowls. They're on the cusp, and it's just about can they get over the hump as a collective?
My question to 49er fans today is how would you describe the 49ers either off-season or their training camp, and do you think it's going to impact the season in any way, positive or negative? Is it a positive? Could it be a positive that Trent Williams will be fresh by week 1 or for week 1, let's say?
The Brandon Aiyuk contract signing, obviously that lingered into last week. Is it all behind the 49ers right now? Do you like the way the organization handled it? Do you like the way the players handled it? They have a game in 6 days. Does it feel like they're ready to go? Or do you feel like there's still a lot to prove after this training camp that was obviously, some people said it was filled with drama? Would you consider what happened over the last month or so drama? Or is it just typical training camp that the San Francisco 49ers had to get through, and now it's time for the regular season?
Man, that's a great question, Steiny. I'll just start with Brandon Aiyuk. That was drama. Anytime there are reports of a trade and the football world to stop or on edge, 49er fans wanting to know if number 11 is going to catch passes from Brock Purdy in the 2024 season, that's drama. So they got it fixed. They got it rectified. And I'll tell you this, you asked me, I don't like from a physical, I guess I'm conditioning standpoint, and this is just me projecting because I don't know what the status is of Aiyuk and Trent Williams. But Steiny, as long as I've been watching the NFL, I do think camp, OTAs, that matters. So just from those two guys, from that vantage point, I'm wondering and I'm curious to see, are they going to have a Debo/Bosa type season to where when we get down the road and it's apparent to the naked eye, Bosa can say, you know what, I wasn't myself. I didn't get off to the best start. So that's why I'm wondering if Trent can just come in here and throw grown-ass men around with no training camp. I wouldn't be shocked. He's an OG. But Brandon Aiyuk, Donnie, you know, I know you laugh when I bring this up, but the soft tissue stuff and CeeDee Lamb and all the other guys that have held out got to deal with that. But I can't wait. Look, college football, it's incredible, but you're not the NFL. And Steiny, I can taste Monday night as we'll be at the Hilton for that. That's a showdown. Could be the best. I got the Jets. I know we got Baldy sound of what he thinks the Jets are going to do this season. But I told you, I think the Jets, healthy, are going to be a factor. And what a great test for the Niners on Monday night.
Well, let's not forget, and I'm going to ask for help from Evan here. What did Guru and one of – I mean, I know that he said the Giants were going to make – we're going to win a playoff series. Was it last week that he said the Jets and the Chargers in the AFC Championship? Remember, Jets and Chiefs. Jets and Chiefs.
And my Giant pick, Bud, is not over. That's still don't grade me.
I think he said Chargers and the.
No, please. Evan? I'm sorry, Evan, but nah.
Get in the game, Evan.
I love
Let's
Jim
go.
Harbaugh. Come on now. And that Giant pick is not over. 6.5 back.
Okay.
Attendance is up.
Yeah, I was going to say, you're more giddy about the Giants than Guru is.
It's incredible.
Somebody explain that to me.
Well, the fans have showed up and showed out. How about that? They're the MVP.
They showed out.
Yeah, they're Giants the MVP.
Fans. Oh, yeah.
Well, 6.5 back.
It's September, bro.
But I will not say my saying.
Why not?
I don't feel it. The baseball's not there.
Oh.
The math is.
888-957-9570 is the number. And, there's some.
Yeah, I saw the
What the hell?
Yeah, you wish.
What is going on?
Yeah. Snitches get stitches, Steiny.
I'm just looking at the clock. It says 12:41. It's not going to be 12:41. You're going to have to tell me what the time is.
Well, I usually tell you to break, and then sometimes you do it.
Well, I do it most of the time, but do the powers that be know that the clock's wrong?
I'll talk to Tim Jordan.
There you go.
Thank you. How would you describe the 49ers offseason? And will it impact this year? And we could also, I saw the Athletic today, and they had some fun over-unders with the San Francisco 49ers in terms of some stats and whatnot, things like that. But we can have some fun with that. But, you know, the 49ers, Trent Williams, check. Brandon Aiyuk, check. Ricky Pearsall may not play, but he's not going to play for the first 4 games. Right. But, you know, the 49ers survive a scare there. Man. And now there's a game in 6 days. And how are we feeling, 49er fans? After a tumultuous offseason, after a tricky training camp, what are you feeling about this team right now? And the one question I saw this the other day too, or not the other day, I saw this earlier today. And if this is,
give it to me.
I mean, this to me is the best news in terms of how you feel about your team. So the Athletic had a bunch of NFL preview stuff this weekend, and one was every team's biggest concern. Every NFL team, they had 32 teams, and they listed each team's biggest concern. You know how you know the Niners are good? You know what their biggest concern was listed as?
Run D.
Center.
Well,
center.
But they had to expand. No run defense or none of that, huh?
Center. Worried about Brendel or Burford or whoever hikes the ball. Feliciano when he gets healthy.
Well, when you go
center,
when you go to the Super Bowl or NFC Championship 4 straight times, Donnie, since 2019, you think that list would be kind of bare.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number, and the San Francisco, it's football season.
2 days away.
2 days. The Ravens play the Chiefs.
And then the Eagles, who do they got Friday, Stoney, in Brazil, and they're telling the players don't even leave the Packers, thank you, Spadoni, don't even leave the hotel.
Why?
Because of crime. Yeah, because of crime.
Why would you play the game there?
But my whole thing, I don't understand. Like,
what
damn.
City are we talking about in Brazil?
Brasilia?
Sao Paulo?
Keep going. It's one of them. But Stoney,
what's the other one?
You got players coming out from the Eagles like they're a little nervous.
Yeah, I guess that's the price. Sao Paulo. That's where it's at, apparently. So the 49ers.
I'm sick of crime.
Well, then why don't you go to Finland then?
Well, I was thinking more like Ireland.
Or Norway.
Yeah.
Go to Norway. No guns in Norway. Yeah, Ricky Pearsall. God, that was...
Where were you when you got the news? Saturday. I was...
3:30.
Yes, but Donnie alerted us on the thread, and I was like, yeah, this is not true.
Yeah, I was at a buddy's house. Yeah. I was at a buddy's house.
You didn't answer your own question about the offseason. I'm curious to see what you thought for the Niners.
Yeah,
I think you threw out to the fans.
Yeah, I think I think in some way they're going to have to deal with the last month or so and what's been happening. I don't know how specifically it's going to turn out, but I think right now, obviously, you look at the team and, okay, Pearsall's not going to start the year. He's going to miss the first 4 games. So that's, I'm going to view that as an injury, essentially. And
a blessing.
He's a rookie.
Yeah.
And so I don't think he was expected to come out of the gates early. Trent Williams, obviously, I think more so than Aiyuk, I'm going to be watching to see if, he can stay healthy early in the year. And, I mean, that's, to me, the only thing that could be a real issue with this team is if either Aiyuk or Trent Williams gets hurt, then I think stuff starts to resurface. But as long as they play the first, 2 or 3 games and look pretty good and feel like they're building on something, then I think
all systems a go.
Yeah, it should be fine. But though I do think those 2 players put themselves in a position where they're going to be scrutinized a little more than the other players. And if Trent Williams has some slippage, or if Brandon Aiyuk gets off to a slow start, yeah, they're probably going to hear it a little bit, and so should the 49ers because they allowed it to go as long as it did.
Yeah, but they got it done. And like I said, Saturday night, Stoney, that was a team bonding moment. I know Trent wasn't there, but the bottom line is they got news that Ricky Pearsall, avoid major injuries or whatnot, and was in critical condition, stable condition. That is. So to me, Stoney, I feel like they're playing for him, and every team's got something, but I just feel like this Ricky, in a crazy way, will bring them together. Not that they needed to be, but all that other stuff, the holdouts, the, animosity per se, if there's any. I think what happened Saturday with the rookie, Stoney, kind of just puts things in perspective. The Niners are whole, and now you go out and try to kick the Jets' ass.
What about this from the YouTube chat? Is there any of concern about this? The offseason proved that the players know it's get your money time. They don't care about championships right now. I mean, I don't know if I could say that.
That's
we're
kinda
only
unfair.
talking about three guys, but I mean, I think you could make the case for Trent Williams and McCaffrey and Aiyuk. Yeah, it was their time. They wanted to get paid, and they got paid.
And some may not in the future, but you can't worry about that right now. And Steiny, none of those three, they missed. McCaffrey didn't. Nobody missed a game. There hadn't been games played. There have been practice, and that's the question. Will there be rust or whatnot? But I expect them to be the best version of themselves, and we'll be able to watch. Steiny, we know what we're watching. If there's some ramp-up time and Aiyuk might be winded or whatnot, or Trent Williams, because I know every Niner fan and football fan in the world. I just had another fantasy draft yesterday. I had the number one pick. I took McCaffrey, Stoney. But I say that to say Trent Williams does everything.
Well,
opens the hole for McCaffrey, and then he protects the blind side for Brock Purdy in a year that is going to go a long way in regard to how much chicken he gets.
Are there any 49er fans out there that are concerned about what happened this offseason and how it could impact the year? I'm interested to know if you're a 49er fan. And I look back at when I had favorite teams, and if something like this happened, the minute it was over, I always hoped it was over. And now they're whole and they can go into the regular season. But I'm also interested to wonder if fans out there look at how this season started and think, you know what? It's a sign that we've already got to kind of turn this thing around. You got Trent Williams, no training camp, and to me, people try to make that a good thing. Oh, that's a good thing. Why? Well, because he's a veteran player. He doesn't need training camp. Now will be fresher, and he'll be ready to go. Oh, okay. I mean, that's one way to look at it. I think the other way to look at it is he's 36 years old. He missed training camp. Now he's got a game on Monday night, and let's be careful here because you can't afford to lose him. So.
You know what? Just hearing you
I'm
talk.
just wondering what 49er fans think. Do you believe in things bleeding over into the regular season, or is the slate wiped clean and here it is, game one, let's go?
You know what? Just hearing you talk like that has me thinking about the Warrior comp and discussion we had when we did know that Dre and Clay felt some type of way about Wiggins and Poole getting their money. We never knew that the next season, Stoney, but I'll say this. I thought that team maximized or maxed out, lost to the Lakers in 6 games. So never once was it about Dre or Clay feeling some type of way about, them not getting paid and others, if that's a real thing.
Yeah. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. And Peter Schrager of Good Morning Football, It's Football, was talking about Kyle Shanahan. And tell me if you agree with what he's saying here, Goo.
Okay.
I look at this past weekend, and Kyle Shanahan, they had a little party with Brandon Aiyuk, with Deebo Samuel, with Rick Ross, the boss, and this is what Kyle wore to the party.
Oh, my word.
Wow. Now, I have been texting with sources. It was actually a great Gatsby theme.
Is your source wearing number 17 in that picture?
It might have been Rick Ross, the boss. It was a great Gatsby theme.
That's Scott Fitzgerald.
And I think, a guy who's got so much riding on this season as the head coach of the 49ers with contracts, everyone wants it. Purdy's got to get paid at some point. We've got to pay. Talanoa Hufanga has to get paid. Kyle's coming in there, and he's grown the hair out. He bookended his summer with the McCaffrey wedding, where he was wilding out, and this amazing great Gatsby. This is me saying, hey, I've got the swag. My team's got the swag. You guys can poke holes in us all summer long. We good. In fact, we Gucci.
Hey, Gucci.
I think Kyle Shanahan's got the most riding on this season. I also feel like he has no doubts that his team is ready to go. I'm going to say the head coach of the defending NFC champions, Kyle Shanahan's got the most on his shoulders, and he's got some hair rocking on it, too. He's growing out that hair, and I respect it, and he was rocking it like Gatsby on Friday night.
Oh, boy.
That's television, Stoney.
Yeah,
NFL Network. Everybody trying to be cool. Good God. You're trying too hard. But how can you have pressure, Steiny? Listen, I took an L on Andy Reid.
He never used the word pressure.
But he said the most.
He said the most riding on his shoulders.
But that, to me, tell me if I'm wrong, that equates to pressure. Like his job is secure as all outdoors.
Exactly. So why? I don't know. I don't think he's under pressure.
Well, I just know he wants to win and be in a class, like his dad, and that's eluded him. But pressure is when what Mike McCarthy's facing in Dallas, Donnie, with no contract, and if you don't win, you're probably gone. Shanahan has all the job security in the world. I didn't get that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. Obviously, he's got a ton of job security, and he's had a great run the last 5 years. There's no doubt about it. But the question is, what does him being under pressure even mean? If you think Kyle Shanahan's under pressure, what does that mean? I mean, I get he's under pressure because he's got one of the best teams in football again, but I mean, I don't really see how that translates. And when you say, a lot of pressure on Kyle Shanahan this year, like, what does that mean? I don't know what it means if his job's safe and sound.
Well, it's what we talked about last week, the money, Steiny, when the money starts taking away talent, and that happens organically. And we know this happens. That's why we talk about, you look at Brock Purdy and what they're paying him beans right now. To me, it's about taking advantage of this run, of this tenure that you've had of dominance that you guys put together. And I believe as the years keep coming, Steiny, it gets more difficult to keep that talent, a la this last season in regard to contracts and the future. You kind of just want to cash it in. You want to, get that stamp. Everybody knew we had the roster, but now we want the chip.
415 on the Xfinity Mobile text line. As a 49er fan, I feel like the team's going to come out of the gates a little slow, so I'm tempering my early season expectations. That's from Certified G. Is that how 49er fans are kind of prepping for the season? Are you expecting a slower start because of the way training camp went down, or because it's all over now and they got everybody in that they need to have in? Are you expecting them to come out of the gates with clicking on all cylinders? I mean, the Jets are just six days away. Aaron Rodgers coming into Levi Stadium. How you feeling about your squad? I mean, this is it. It's football season.
Let's go.
It's football season, and we got a team in the Bay Area that's going for a Super Bowl again. 888-957-9570 is the number. You have a concern about the 49ers? We can talk about those. You have areas of strength that you think the 49ers can't be touched. We'll talk about some of those. On the other side, we'll also talk a little bit about some of these over-unders that we got. What's the give me a little number on the time here, Evan. What's our clock saying right now?
You got a minute.
Oh, okay. We got a minute. Sal Castaneda coming up at noon. You can catch him weekday mornings on KTVU. And we're going to talk about what went down this weekend with Ricky Pearsall at Union Square.
In the broad daylight, Donnie.
Yeah, he'll share some of the details about that. I know he was on top of that situation. And don't forget, tomorrow, the 2024 Red and Gold Summit. It's set for tomorrow. Once again, we'll be live from the beautiful Fremont Bank at 39150 Fremont Boulevard. Willard and Dibbs are going to be live from 2 to 4, and then all hosts will be on from 4 to 6, getting you ready for another football season. Come on out, join the fun. It's open to the public. First come, first serve. 888-957-9570 is the number. It's football season. What do you expect out of your San Francisco 49ers? What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. That segment brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
It all starts Monday.
Are you ready for some?
He took advantage of the leverage that he had. He did what he had to do, all those things. Took care of himself. Sat out training camp. I got my eyes on Trent Williams this year, and that means I'm going to be studying offensive line play. He better have a good year.
But I'll tell you this.
He's on notice from Matt Steinmetz. Who's on notice from you fans?
That's your answer, and that's your prerogative. Bobby Brown, I can't take it from you, but I'll say this to that about it being Trent, because I don't want to talk you out of it. He's been an all-pro the last 3 seasons. He's 36 years old. He's played a lot of football. So on my chart, my metric, I got confidence he can bypass or miss training camp and preseason and still be the guy that he is. My answer, Steiny, and you tell me what you think, because I do have a love, I don't want to call it hate relationship with Kyle Shanahan, but I react to new information. He's so great and skilled and innovative at his job that when the Niners lose in big games, there always seems to be like the overtime rule, the non-throwing of the flag. And I think when you lose on a big stage and you get your ass kicked, and I remember I was listening to the morning guys talk about the Buffalo Bills, it's kind of nothing to see here when you just lay an egg collectively. But Kyle at different junctures, who's the Captain James T. Kirk of the Enterprise, Steiny, he has to deliver in the team knowing their overtime rules. I'm not saying that's why the Niners lost the Super Bowl, but things like that, to me, are why the sound we played from our guy Peter from NFL Network, he wasn't calling Kyle out, but he was putting it at his doorstep, and I have no problem with that because I think so highly of Kyle. I'm mad at him because I feel like he's gotten in his own way of getting it done. So I'm going to say Kyle, Steiny.
All right. Who has to deliver, in your mind, for the San Francisco 49ers this year? In your mind. And that means there's no wrong answers here. But the way I look at it is Aiyuk held out, and I know he held in. McCaffrey, he wanted to get some more money. He got it. Trent Williams was a no-show until today. Kyle Shanahan, people think he's got the monkey on his back. You got Brock Purdy, who's...
I wonder how many answers we'll get with Brock.
Yeah.
Because right now, you and I, we got Trent and Kyle. I'm curious from the callers what we get, Steiny.
Well, and the reason I'm saying Trent Williams, too, is because, I think to me, Trent Williams and Brandon Aiyuk and even McCaffrey, depending on, how his year goes, they put kind of targets on their back. They wanted more money. They all got more money, and now they have to deliver. But to me, Trent Williams is front and center in terms of the guy who has to deliver on this team. And it's the other thing that's a factor with Trent Williams is while he may be the best left tackle in football,
all pro 3 seasons in a row,
the offensive line as a whole is considered, a question mark.
Yeah.
So he's got to anchor that offensive line. So to my way of thinking, it's Trent Williams. Trent Williams has to be the guy that everybody thinks he is this year, and he's got to do it in the regular season and in the postseason. So 888-957-9570 is the number if you want to jump into this conversation. To your way of thinking, who is the 49er player that's got to deliver? Plain and simple.
Now I'm mad, Steiny. I didn't follow the assignment. I said Kyle, but if I were going player, it would be Bosa. And Bosa,
it can be anybody.
Okay, Bosa didn't live up to that contract. The check's cashed, but I need to see some dominance from him. And a lot of people out there are going to be like, "Goo, he needs help." You be your own help when you're the Michael Strahan or the Aaron Donald of the 49ers, the Fred Dean, the Aldon Smith before the problem. So I'm looking at Bosa to have a bounce back. But let's just talk about Bosa for a second, Steiny, and body type. He's basically just went through his football puberty, and he held out, and he admitted that affected him. So when you talk about Trent Williams, I'm like, you might be barking up the right tree, and hopefully you're wrong, but him missing camp at 36, you just wonder if there'll be some, tough times in regard to win and stamina.
Yeah, we'll find out.
Because he don't rest on no play. You know what I mean?
Who's that?
Trent Williams. You're passing or you're running.
Yeah. 888-957-9570. It's football season, everybody. 510 on the Xfinity Mobile text line. Steiny, I thought most important season this year is for Kittle. We need a leader that will get it done no matter what, and that leader is Fred Warner. Fred Warner will lead this defense to put his name up there with Willis and Norton Jr. That's T from Oakland.
I think it's already up there, but I'm not mad. But Warner, I don't think he had a bad season at all, Steiny. He's going to be without his running mate, Greenlaw, for a while, if not the whole season. So I'm curious to see how this defense under first-year defensive coordinator Sorensen is going to attack, and what better test than the JETS?
I think you have a higher opinion of the Jets than most people.
Well, we got sound. Baldy will tell you what he thinks of the Jets. I'll leave that
the
there.
Jets offense?
The Jets as a whole. They got offense
they're in
and
disarray.
Defense. That's just the camera stuff.
What about Reddick? They got a guy who's not there yet.
They didn't have him last year, and that defense they were studs.
Yeah, but now he's holding out. You think with the Niners,
maybe he will miss
ripping
Monday.
him. Yeah. Key West Bryant. Is on the line. What's going on?
Let's see who he's calling out.
Key West Bryant.
Piggyback.
Hey,
I
Key
hate
West.
to piggyback on this. Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey.
I hate to piggyback, but it's definitely Bosa.
Yeah.
I mean, we have to have a pass rush. We've got this intellectual mastermind coach. We've got plenty of talent. Even if they all played at a medium, they should get the job done. Get after the quarterback. And most importantly, don't over-pursue Mahomes like he did in the past, right? Make a presence there on that line. That's it. I mean, get after it.
Wow.
10.5 sacks last year.
2 for Bosa, Stoddy, including me. 1 for the caller, and then myself.
Josh Ram, Jets are bad, Steiny, Jesus. What does that mean, Josh Ram? But Jets are bad, Steiny, Jesus.
I got to believe bad meaning good.
I guess. Yeah. I mean, the other thing is, let's not forget that their quarterback is 40 and he didn't play last year. So Aaron Rodgers hasn't played in 2 years, essentially.
Do you think that could kind of help?
Yes,
gotcha.
I do think that's a factor.
I thought you were saying that was a negative.
That is a negative that's a negative for the Jets.
I was looking at like he didn't get hit all last year, and that could be a positive because we're talking about one of the best to ever do it.
Yeah, I'm
looking at it. He's got weaponry. He's got Hall. He's got Wilson. He's got some weaponry.
Yeah, and he's 40 years old and he hasn't thrown a football in a year, or 2 years. So I don't know.
Brady won a Super Bowl in his 40s.
Yeah, he did. He's the only one, right?
Yeah,
the only quarterback to ever win a Super Bowl. And you don't think the Jets are winning a Super Bowl? Come on. What are you doing?
I'm doing what the Memphis Grizzlies did last year. When they were decimated and lost their star player, their asses played hard. And if you know ball, you could watch like, okay, some guys took steps. But you couldn't look at the win-loss record to say, okay, Memphis got the best out of a bad hand. And I expect now that they get Ja back, Steiny, Memphis is going to be a problem. And I look at the Jets. Some of their losses were gut-wrenching because they had nothing at the quarterback play, but they had studs on the defensive side of the ball and offense. So I can't wait that this is – and they got the old-school helmets now with the Jets on the side.
That's worth 4 points.
The Richard Todd helmet, Steiny, I'm ready.
That's worth 4 points.
No, I'm just saying.
No, I think it is.
I think you're selling Rodgers short. I think if healthy, Steiny, he's as good as if you can give him time, he'll get it out.
Yeah. From the 510, we're talking about what 49er needs to deliver this year in your mind. Who has to come through the most in terms of a player or a coach? 888-957-9570. This is from the 510. Brock Purdy needs to deliver.
Our first Brock.
He did not play well against good defenses he faced last season. In the playoffs, he did not put together a full game. He had good drives and quarters, but was fairly inconsistent. That's from the 510. Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy may be the one player on this team that needs to improve.
Well, let's be honest. If we want to talk about pressure and impact and future paydays, there's nobody close to Brock Purdy and what he might be able to get with a good or bad year, Steiny. So I'm not mad at that. I do hate the fact that his example I didn't buy. I thought the Niners offense as a whole during the playoff run was pedestrian. So I don't think that was just on Brock.
Well, if their offense as a whole was pedestrian in the postseason, then you do have to wonder, in a way,
what you got?
Why they, if their offense was so pedestrian, that didn't stop Trent Williams, Brandon Aiyuk, and Christian McCaffrey for wanting more money.
But even though it was pedestrian, partner, they almost won it.
But did they almost win it, or were they pedestrian offensively?
Well, both.
Yeah. And
Ralph
they wanted
Barbieri,
money.
Two things could be true.
Yeah, and they wanted money after a Super Bowl year in which they didn't get it done.
And they got it.
And they did get it. So what kind of incentive do you think this team has right now? I mean, it's easy to say that, they need a Super Bowl, but the bottom line is right now they're 0-0, and there's a long, long way to go.
Yeah.
And
we got a game coming up.
We do. Amazing Grace is on the phone.
Amazing Grace.
What's going on, Grace? How you doing?
I'm doing great. Highly favored and blessed. Number one 49er fan.
All right.
I think my coach needs to step up. He's out here posing and moving and shaking with some of these rap players. Get in the office. Make a plan. You do look well in white, though. Make a plan so we can get this job done. I'm ready for my ring so I can get my bragging rights on.
Yeah, right. Grace, don't be a stranger. I like that. She called in. She said the coach.
You know what I mean? I'm talking about the coach.
Yeah, he did look clean and white. I got to get that to him. Kyle did look. His swag was on 1,000.
His swag better be on 1,000 on that field when we go in here and do this.
There you go. Grace,
right, so
call it out, Kyle.
Kyle Shanahan's the one who's got to
Well, not calling
deliver.
out, just answering your question that you astutely put together.
Yeah. Brock had more weapons than Jimmy ever had, according to
well, Jimmy only had a few games with McCaffrey, Steiny.
And he won them all.
And without him, he got to a bowl.
206, the Jets are bad, as in bad, Guru. Pressure is on the O&D lines. Maybe he means bad. No, he might mean bad is good. I don't know if he means bad is good or bad is bad.
The Jets
are bad
not
as in bad, Guru. Yeah. Pressure's on the O&D lines as a whole. That's from Gutter Trash. Yeah, I can't tell if he's agreeing with you or not.
Well, my question to you and Niner fans, and it just my assessment.
Until further notice.
I smell a bet coming.
Please.
10 wins.
For who?
The Jets.
I'll take the under.
Well, do it right.
Okay.
This is done.
Okay.
Evan, book it. 10 wins for the Jets.
Yeah, I got the under.
I'm going to give you 2 seconds to change your mind.
Why?
You're selling Rodgers short.
I'm selling Rodgers old.
Brees, what about Hall?
Brees Hall. I had him on my fantasy team last year.
Nothing.
I know all about
I'm just telling you. The Jets got D.
Evan?
All right. Boy.
Crazy bet I just made?
Jets under 10 wins. I took over.
I'd lean under, but just me.
Yeah. Looks like another one coming my way. Let me see what the Jets win total is for this year.
Man, I'm telling you.
2024.
I got Kansas City, Baltimore, and the Jets.
Jets projected win totals 9.5, 9.5.
10 is a winner for me.
So there you go. Colin Cowherd thinks it's too high, though, and he knows.
Yeah.
And, if you're going to ask, he knows.
Yeah. Just like he knew about the Aiyuk situation. Now, I shouldn't have did that.
Was he wrong about it?
Yeah, he did the Jerry Rice.
When did he do that?
On
the
show.
He's going to Pittsburgh?
No, just saying we would know something soon.
All right, here you go. This is how great the Jets are, according to Brian Baldinger.
Nobody better take Aaron Rodgers lightly because he played 4 plays last year and he's approaching 40. Nobody better do that. I've seen that team practice last year and this year as much as anybody out there. That guy, when you go out to watch him in practice, he doesn't look 40. His arm doesn't look like that. I saw Brett Favre late in his career, and the arm fell off. I saw Peyton Manning's arm fall off. That's not the case. And I don't know if there's a smarter player or coach than Aaron Rodgers in this business. You better take Brees Hall might push Christian McCaffrey for leading the league in rushing, yards, the whole thing this year. He has that kind of ability. The offense line is as good as it's been since, in over 10 years. Okay, it's the best it's been. And they've got depth.
Yeah, the G is for Guru, Stoney, not just me banging that drum. That's Baldy.
Yeah, I prefer the wisdom of D-Lou22
what did D-Lou
on the YouTube
say?
chat, who says, Jets have no O-line, and it's different when there's pressure. 40-year-old's going to be running for his life.
One of the greatest to ever do it. Okay. I wonder what
Is
I
he?
should.
Is he?
Well, what
do you got him? Your top? Yeah, he's probably top 12.
I got him top 5.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. Montana?
Number 1.
Brady?
2. Mahomes 3.
Manning?
Oh, I got Manning in there.
You got Rodgers better than Manning?
Yeah.
Okay, I got Manning there. Who else we got? Some of the greatest quarterbacks.
Elway. For me.
Yeah, I got Elway over. Elway's definitely over.
That's my top 5.
What about Roger Staubach?
He's up there. He's in my top 10.
What about Steve Young? I think Steve Young's better than Aaron
Steve
Rodgers.
Young's kryptonite was Dallas, even though he beat him once, Donnie.
Yeah, Rodgers. Yeah. I'd say top 12, Rodgers.
But I'm in lockstep with Vegas, 9.5. That's our bet.
Yeah. From the 408, Purdy can play subpar all season as long as he delivers in the playoffs and gets us a ring. That's from Gil. All right.
Yeah. The thing that the Niners, to me, forget the contracts, Donnie, and who wasn't in and who was out. It's just they've been a monster since 2019. And you need one injury away. That's every team. I do understand that, partner. But at the end of the day, if there are no injuries, you just wonder how can Kyle and John and the players just keep being a monster until they actually get that elusive ring. So that's all it's about. It's not an easy schedule. I think the NFC West, the Rams, I think they're going to be better. I think Seattle's done some things in the draft, and Marvin Harrison Jr., along with Kyler Murray, a year removed from him being hurt, I think the West is going to be a bear. So it's not going to be easy.
I'll tell you what. You mentioned the schedule.
Talk to me.
And I was
what
just
you got?
like,
I got it in
I was
front
just
of
like,
me.
I've been looking at some schedules, and I thought like a lot of team schedules, and when you said schedule, I was like, oh God, there's a team out there that has the easiest freaking schedule I've ever seen in my life.
Well, they're not a good team.
It's not a pro team. They might even get Bonte to hear this.
Florida State's 0-2.
Have you seen Penn State's schedule?
Sorry, they won a game.
It's a joke.
Your boy.
Penn State plays like one top 10 team all year. They don't play Michigan this year. Or they don't play Ohio State. College football's a joke. It really is.
I love it.
It
is the best appetizer to the NFL
it's
ever.
A joke.
Yep.
It's a joke. Let me see my list. I got Brady, Montana, Manning. I'd put Johnny Unitas over Aaron Rodgers. I'd put Marino over Rodgers.
I forgot Danny. Damn.
Elway over Rodgers. I'd put Brett Favre over Rodgers. Certainly Terry Bradshaw. Steve
He's got
Young.
4 rings, Bradshaw.
Exactly. Rodgers may not even be top 15.
Stop.
Seriously.
Snotty,
Dude, Brady, Montana, Manning, Unitas, Marino.
I'm just talking
Staubach,
physical attributes and things that I've done at the quarterback position.
Young,
ability to
Bradshaw.
throw on the run, keep the play alive.
Yeah, that's good.
Know what the defense is. And it's sad, commentary only has 1, but my metrics are different, man. He's a top 5 quarterback to me. Aaron Rodgers.
So who's not one of your top 5? Brady?
No, I got Brady in
Montana?
there. Yeah, he's number 1. Mahomes 3. And Marino 4. I left Marino off.
Okay, so you got Aaron Rodgers better than Terry Bradshaw.
Yeah, and I hate that.
Well, you can change it.
But I just thought he brings more to the table. Aaron Rodgers is special, Stoney. And Baldy back, I mean, he's 40 on paper, but that arm is not 40.
I mean, there are a lot of football people that think Rodgers is one of the most overrated quarterbacks around.
Well, you look at his one Super Bowl and use that against him.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And he's been quarterbacking for 18 years now, something like that. So, and now he's 40, and he's coming off a year in which he didn't play. I don't know. We'll see how the 49ers do against him. 888-957-9570 is the number. The question is this: what 49er player or coach has to deliver this year? What's the player or the coach that has to deliver this year in your own mind? For me, it's Trent Williams after what, and I'll say it, it's Trent Williams after what he pulled this offseason. Guru has Shanahan up there and Bosa.
Yeah.
What do you guys have, 49er fans? Who's the player coach that's got to deliver this year if the 49ers want to reach their ultimate goal? 888-957-9570 is the number to jump into the conversation. Join 95.7 The Game at Harding Park Friday, September 6th. That's this Friday for the Pettinelli Financial Partners Golf Tournament. It benefits the Autism Society of San Francisco. Go to 957thegame.com to learn more. Presented by Atco Pest Control, the Bay Area's locally family-owned pest control company. 888-957-9570.
9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring. Robert Half is here to help. Our recruiting professionals utilize an award.
I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this.
It's the Guru, Steiny, Guru, Steiny, Guru, Steiny show. Let's go.
All righty. Don't forget, tomorrow, Red and Gold Summit. Tomorrow, open to the public.
Let's
2024 Red and Gold Summit set for tomorrow, September 4th. We're going to be live from the beautiful Fremont Bank at 39150 Fremont Boulevard. Willard and Dibbs live from 2 to 4. They'll do half a show, and then we'll come and finish it off for them.
Yep.
Guru, Steiny, Bonte, and Shasky, we do a show and a half on a day like tomorrow, and Willard and Dibbs get a half a show. So that's some good news. We're also going to have Low Neal in the house signing autographs. One of the greatest fullbacks to ever do it. Low Neal will be in the house. It's open to the public. The address, 39150 Fremont Boulevard. Willard and Dibbs, 2 to 4. All the hosts from 4 to 6. And we're going to get you ready for another football season. Come on out. Join the fun. Once again, open to the public. First come, first served. Who's going to the summit?
Yeah.
Who's going to the summit tomorrow?
And that beautiful building out there, Steiny.
Yeah. Yeah. Some people disagreeing with you got Rogers High. We got Rogers High.
Yeah. And again, it was more about the physical too, Steiny. The things I've seen him do from a physical standpoint. That's not all of it. Winning does matter, but Aaron Rodgers is one of the best to ever do it.
What's his playoff record?
Dude, please don't bring that up.
Well, I'm gonna.
Jimmy went through there and knocked him off. Cap went through there and knocked him off.
Just take
at
a
home.
look. Just for
him and
kicks.
McCarthy have not been the best combo. How about
He's
that?
11-10.
Oh, yikes.
He's 11-10.
Now, I wish you wouldn't have brought that up, but yikes. That's nasty.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Boy. How about this? Okay, they won it in 10. Do you know he's only had 1 year other than the Super Bowl year?
Give it to me.
Aaron Rodgers has only had 1 year other than the Super Bowl year where he won 2 playoff games.
Now,
wow.
And then who do you put that on?
I put it on him.
The coach, the defense,
I put it on him.
Yeah.
I put it on him. 11-10. Jeez.
Not good.
No. I might have to drop him to 17. I mean, I got Brady, Montana, Young, Manning, Elway, Bradshaw, Unitas, Staubach, Marino. I got to put Otto Graham in there, Sid Luckman. For goodness sakes, over Aaron Rodgers. Talking about what 49er needs to deliver this year. Who is the guy you as fans are pinpointing to need a good year for the San Francisco 49ers? What player, what coach? We're talking about that right now on 95.7 The Game.
It's funny. We've heard coaches. We've heard Coell. We've heard Trent. You even mentioned Trent. I brought up Bosa. Steiny, let me tell you who we won't hear, and I'll be shocked and flabbergasted. We will not hear one Christian McCaffrey.
Why not?
I mean, he doesn't leave anything to be desired. And the only reason you're bringing up Trent, Steiny, is not because of what's transpired on the field. It's because of the time he's missed.
I mean, you can make a case.
And his age.
You can make a case that McCaffrey's got to stay at this level for the 49ers to
Oh, that's a must.
Well, then he is. Then he's got to deliver. He's got to stay healthy. He's got to have another year like last year. And he could be the guy you feel like has to deliver because now he's being relied on in a monster way.
Can you remember? Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Can you remember another Bay Area team that's gotten close as the Niners and had not got it done? Because I think of the Giants, 3-5, 10, 12, and 14. I think of the Warriors. They got 4. Just one is, recently as 2022. I can't remember a Bay Area team that was this dominant and didn't get it done. Now, I could think of Rich Gannon's Raiders, right? But that was short-lived, and they lost to Tampa Bay. But I'm talking about since 2019, the best roster, the best defense. You got one of the best anchors of the defense in Bosa, Fred, Greenlaw. You just want them to validate it and get it done, man.
I'd have to put I'd say the Warriors team that won 73 games that didn't win it.
But the year before they did, though.
Right.
Yeah. So they were validated. I'm just talking about getting it done at all during the run. And right now it's been 5 years of a great run, but just close, no cigar right now.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. What's Marino's ring count? 0.
Wow.
What's your point? I mean,
you went 11-10 on my guy, A-Rod.
If you would like to, like, if your idea of the best quarterbacks of all time simply are who won the most Super Bowls, well, that's easy to figure out.
Yeah.
Then just make a list of who the guys are that won the most Super Bowls, and that's your list. I don't do it that way.
Like if Aaron had Coell, oh my gosh, how many rings would he have?
Well, I don't know.
4 or 5?
So why would well let me
They win that 1 in 19 if Aaron Rodgers is thrown or on that drive, I believe.
Why is Kyle Shanahan known as a choke artist since he's been here, but you assume that if he would have had Rodgers, he wouldn't have made big mistakes in the postseason that would have cost him?
No, you can't ignore what he's done with Brock Purdy, who's not mincemeat, but he's Mr. Irrelevant, and what he's done with Jimmy Garoppolo. So I just think about it like what he did last time he had a great quarterback. He wasn't a head coach, but Matt Ryan got his only MVP, Steiny, under the tutelage of Kyle Shanahan. So I'm just thinking and looking at it like, man, if Rodgers was ever to get with the smarts and the pedigree and the play calling of one Kyle Shanahan, good God, what could he do? Well, RG3 had a Rookie of the Year when Kyle was his coordinator. So that's how I'm looking at that.
Well, first, okay, you want to look at it deeper? I would say that Shanahan couldn't coach Aaron Rodgers. I don't think that's the kind of quarterback he'd want to coach. But the other, like what I'm wondering is, so in other words, if he had for all, I'm just playing devil's advocate.
All right.
I'm playing devil's advocate for all the people out there that say, the 49ers aren't going to win it as long as Shanahan's a coach. Shanahan gets lemon booty. Shanahan didn't throw the flag. Shanahan didn't know the overtime rules. Well, wouldn't he have been the same coach even if Aaron Rodgers was quarterbacking for him?
Well, I look at it as they wouldn't have been in OT. They would have been 34-10.
So Kyle Shanahan isn't a choke artist. He's just got bad players.
I don't like what position you're trying to put me in, so I'm going to back up. Bottom line is, Scotty, it wouldn't even been that close had he had the talent at the quarterback position of the likes of Aaron Rodgers.
I don't agree with you. I mean, I
So what does that mean? I'm just asking you, what are you saying when you say Kyle couldn't coach Aaron Rodgers?
Because Rodgers has too big of an ego. Rodgers would buck him. Rodgers is the kind of, maybe he could have coached him out of Cal, but once Rodgers became a star in his own mind, which was probably year 3? Well, no, it wouldn't have been year 3. It would have been a little longer than that. No, I don't.
That's interesting because we got the news later on, just not too long ago, Snotty, that he told Brock, hey, if I can pull the trigger and get Tom Brady, you might have to sit.
Yeah, and I don't really necessarily believe that either.
Because he didn't fire a few years prior when he could have got Tom Brady before he went and got that Super Bowl with the Bucs. You know what I mean? That's like when it was real and he was attainable.
I just think that Brock Purdy, all things considered, is the perfect quarterback for Kyle Shanahan to coach.
Yeah.
Because he came in with no hype. He is a 7th-round pick, so he's got to completely and utterly adhere to what Shanahan wants. He will do that. He's got to get paid, so he's going to have to obviously be a good soldier for Kyle Shanahan. But no, I absolutely think there's something to the fact that there are certain quarterbacks I don't believe Kyle Shanahan wants to coach. And they're, by and large, they're quarterbacks that are really, really top of the line. And I don't think he wants to coach a quarterback like that. I don't think he wants to coach a quarterback who's set in his ways like a Brady or like a Rodgers, because the bottom line is they've got more credentials than he does.
Man.
And I don't think he wants a part of that.
But allegedly, Steiny, he did want a part of that this not too long ago.
Who?
When Kyle with Tom Brady Part 2.
That's what he says.
Yeah.
Seriously, that's what he says. But I don't necessarily believe that either. Because when he really had a chance to get him, he didn't want him.
There you go.
When Brady was even younger.
Yeah. Hey, I got a nugget from Dibs here. Let me read it to you. Aaron Rodgers, Steiny, 0-4 all-time versus the Niners in the playoffs, 11-6 versus everyone else. So to that 11-10 record, he just had a Niner problem. How about that?
Yeah. From the 615. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Brady, Rodgers, or any of those would not work with Kyle. Kyle has to be the man, and his offense is not an off-script offense, or Kyle does not want it run that way. I basically agree with that.
And I don't want to say I disagree, but if I throw Matt Ryan in there, that relationship was great.
Well, he was an offensive coordinator at that point.
So but I guess I'm just talking about the communication.
And how long ago was that?
That was short-lived. Oh, it was a while ago.
15 years? 10, 15 years?
28-3 lead in the Super Bowl.
Well, that's the other thing. I mean, Kyle Shanahan has gotten more entrenched in the NFL, so he's even, to me, more, let's say, self-assured now than he's ever been. So, no, I don't think that's why he had a problem with Jimmy Garoppolo. Is because in his mind, Jimmy Garoppolo was too much of a pain and not good enough of a quarterback.
Yeah, right.
And so he didn't want to go down that road. 888-957-9570 is the number. Coming up at noon today, we're gonna jump on with Sal Castaneda, anchor at KTVU News. He was on the Ricky Pearsall story on Saturday. We would like to get some more details on that, so we're going to talk to Sal Castaneda at noon. You want to do a couple over-unders?
Let's do it. I'm ready.
All right. Let me get the story up just so.
And you've been in the Bay since how long? When did you come out here? What's your year that you say?
1990.
I don't remember a Bay Area athlete ever getting shot. You know, anything like this happening in the Bay.
Something happened with
robberies, but not shot. And I could be wrong, but I know I'm not. Like that's how crazy this was, and how lucky and blessed Ricky Pearsall and his family are, man. Really.
Trying to think.
I threw you a curveball. My bad. You're looking that up, but I just can't.
Yeah, I can't think of.
I know Alden Smith, and I'm snitching, had a party and there were shots fired, but nobody was. I'm talking about the guy of a team here in the Bay being shot in an altercation.
All right,
what you got?
These numbers were taken right from the Athletic.
All right,
let me. Gosh, why can't I do this now? Let me figure it out. Okay, here's some of the things that they debated. All right. Brandon Aiyuk yards for the year.
Brandon Aiyuk.
Over under set at 1,015 yards. And real quick, let me just read you a little info.
All right.
Aiyuk finished last year with 1,300 yards. He missed week 3 with a shoulder and did not play a full game in week 2 or week 18. He finished last year with 1,015 yards in 2022. So he had 1,015 yards 2 years ago, 1,342 last year. Will he get back over 1,015 yards this upcoming season?
Oh my gosh, Steiny, this is a layup. Man, yes. And he's been paid. Again, I don't know what took so long, but he got his bread. He's up there. The team put a ring on it. So I think that's just, wow. 1,015. I don't want to say easy. I'm not catching the ball. But, man, an injury to McCaffrey or Debo or Kittle or whatnot, Brandon Aiyuk's got something to prove or justify, what he did this offseason. That is low, partner. So I'm going to go, yeah.
There were 5 writers from The Athletic. 4 said over. 1 said under. Tim Kawakami. He said anything on the over here would signify Aiyuk's second highest career yardage total, and that doesn't seem likely given his long absence from camp and potential slow ramp up to full speed.
So again, it's not about capability, TK is telling us, Donnie. He thinks him missing time, it'll be about everything we've talked about, endurance and
Jimmy Durkin, who's with The Athletic, said over. For $30 million per year, he better produce 1,000 yards, right?
JD.
The start of the season might be a little sluggish, but he'll hit his stride and he'll get there. By the way, 888-957-9570 if you want to jump in on any of these. I'd have to say over also for Brandon Aiyuk. I get he may get off to a slow start, but I mean, in this year's NFL, let me do this. I love doing this.
What you got?
I'll tell you exactly what I got. Let me get this. This is why it's a joke. 10-15 divided by 17. Yeah, I think Brandon Aiyuk can average 60 yards per game in the air this year.
Yeah.
That's all he get. If he averages 60 yards per game in the air, he will go over 10-15.
And I'm pretty confident he will get that.
You would think so.
And you're right, or the writers are, and for the most part. Stein, if he were to get under 1,000, a G, then something went wrong.
Well,
health-wise, whatever, something. Come on, man. You ain't paying 4 for 120 for 1,000 yards or less.
I mean, I do allow for the fact that he could get off to a slow start. Maybe the first 3 games he's only got, I don't know, 150 yards, something like that. But even still, that's a low number in my book.
There you go.
But all right, who's going to have more receiving yards, Brandon Aiyuk or Deebo Samuel? Background: in 2021, Samuel had more yards than Aiyuk, but Ayuk's gotten more yards the last 2 seasons. Aiyuk or Deebo Samuel more receiving yards?
Man, Stoney, I hate to be a party pooper, but I'm going with Brandon. I think he's your best natural down the field runner, and he can beat you at the line of scrimmage. We know Deebo is a different type receiver, and a lot of his catches are behind the line of scrimmage, the jet screens or whatnot. So I'm going Brandon Aiyuk.
See, right there, strong.
When you think somebody knows you,
be strong.
Yeah.
I
heard me with Jeff Garcia.
This guy's a
dude. I watched that interview on YouTube.
This guy's an active player.
Yeah, but I got to tell you,
you guys retired and broke
you
down.
You went Westbrook on that interview. You told me to lay out.
Yeah,
you even put up the hand twice.
And you see why I did it, didn't you?
I was hot
because once you got on, you went nuts.
He's never been that guy.
He went nuts. Things had to be established that day. That came right from the boss. Yeah. Check with him. Mm-hmm. I actually would take Deebo Samuel in this one.
I can't wait to hear why.
I really would, because I think he's set for a monster year. And I think there is something to Aiyuk getting off to a slow start. Yeah, I think Deebo Samuel has a chance to have more yards than Aiyuk, and that's my guess.
If I told you to guess how many yards Deebo, you may have it in front of you, how many Deebo had last year, what would your guess be?
1,000.
892.
Okay.
Yeah.
This one, Barrows has Aiyuk, Kawakami has Samuel, Marcus Thompson has Aiyuk, Jimmy Durkin has Samuel, and David Lombardi has Samuel. So 3 of the 5 athletic writers have Deebo Samuel with a bigger year, essentially, than Brandon Aiyuk. 510 says Aiyuk because Deebo gets hurt every year, and he gets a lot of touches behind the line of scrimmage. That's true.
That was my number one. But 15 games for Deebo last year, Stoney.
Yeah. Okay. Brock Purdy interception total. It's over-under at 11. 11, which is how many he had last year. And he had, I believe, 31 touchdown passes, if I'm not mistaken. 31 TDs, 11 interceptions. Brock Purdy over-under interceptions, 11.
I'm going over, pal. And the reason I'm going over is, again, he ain't no dink and dunk dude. He thinks he can fit the ball in, and I love him for that. It's worked for him thus far, but Stoney, I think I don't know, defensive coordinators and other teams have more film on Brock. And I hate to even admit that I'm thinking about this on my in the Guru computer. It was preseason. Trent wasn't out there, but he likes to keep a play alive. That is Brock Purdy. And sometimes that's going to help him. Sometimes that might get him. So, Steiny, I'm going to say over.
Yeah,
he throws over 11.
Yeah, I got the over, too, for Brock Purdy. 11 interceptions. I mean, he had a hell of a year last year. 31 and 11.
MVP up until Christmas game with Lamar.
Yeah, I got to say over. It doesn't necessarily mean he's going to have a worse year.
Exactly.
But I wouldn't be surprised to see a little bit of regression there. Yeah. Under 3 of the 5 writers on the Athletic have him going under. Right. Fewer interceptions than last year.
I'm sure Kyle loves to hear that, partner.
Where's my guy coming up with a list right here?
Any Kittle Vittles?
Any Kittle Vittles? What do you mean?
They have anything for Kittle?
I'll tell you what, 650 is. He's not. He's mad at you. The 650.
What did I do?
You have Brady apparently way too high for him,
dude.
He is now
submitted Montana first.
He has now submitted his list.
All right.
Brady, Montana, Mahomes, Manning, Unitas, Elway, Favre, Marino, Breeze, Staubach. Aaron Rodgers would be at 11, and then of course he gives the Guru hit the pipe.
So I got Rodgers too high for him.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's what he had an issue with.
That's all good.
Yeah.
Aaron Rodgers.
Here's a fun one. Who's going to get more snaps this year? Brandon Allen or Dobbsy?
It's Dobbs. I got it. Yes, not it's Dobbs.
Okay.
Yeah. He's done some things in the league, and I know they haven't all been right, but I think he is more than efficient to be a backup quarterback, Stoney. That's just me.
3 of the writers say Allen, and 2 of the writers say Dobbs.
What is that about?
Let me read you Kawakami's reason. Allen probably should be Dobbs getting quarterback 2 mop-up duties at the end of blowouts and maybe emergency snaps if Purdy is out for a series or 2. But Shanahan will probably lean to the guy he knows better. And then Barrows also agrees it's going to be Allen, except for the second preseason game, which Dobbs started. Allen has been functioning as the number 2 quarterback since spring. So there you have.
Hopefully we won't find out, huh? How about that?
Well, or we find out. Because there's a lot of blowouts.
Yeah, he's the backup.
We might be able to do it that way. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. If you want to jump into the conversation and give us some of your answers on these over-unders. Guru and I have agreed on some, disagreed on others, but they're interesting numbers, and if you want to play along, you can obviously do that. Hey, download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer.
It all starts Monday.
Are you ready for some football?
This is Macklin Celebrini, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru.
Yep.
Got to get some clarification from the boss on these super chats.
There's only one boss. His name is Bruce. you just want to fight. Just give me an A+ for that. They call Bruce Springsteen the boss. Born in the USA. Yeah.
Sometimes I wonder if I just lay out how long Guru will go with his James Joyce stream of consciousness. I think he would probably go.
James Joyce, whoa. My man.
So, listen, we have the super chat that you're allowed to use on the YouTube chat, and apparently we have one. And I'll just read it.
What you got?
Steiny the moron who didn't want Brady years ago. Yeah, neither did your coach, mouth. Your coach didn't want Brady either. You know why? Because I was smart enough to understand that your head coach, Kyle Shanahan, couldn't handle someone like Tom Brady. Would have been a nightmare. Would have been a nightmare. The arrogant Kyle Shanahan actually trying to coach Tom Brady, the one guy who might know more about quarterbacking than Kyle Shanahan. It's called a well-thought-out take, Iceman.
Well, I'll say this. There is an argument to be made. Had Kyle pulled the trigger and got Tom before he went to Tampa, that the Niners might have a Super Bowl or two.
Well,
got to take him at his word when he double back, though.
Yeah, coulda, woulda, shoulda. We can 888-957. Now let's talk about all the 49ers Super Bowls they should have won. We can do that if you want.
3 of them.
Yeah, 3 of them. They should have won all 3. Should they be 8-0 in the Super Bowls? Guru, should they be 8-0 in Super Bowls?
You're ready for Cobb's Comedy Club.
Yep.
But that's pretty funny. But an argument can be made that they had it.
Yeah.
I'll leave that there.
Argument could be made it could be 3-5 without Dwight Clark. Well, without what's his name, John Taylor's catch against the Bengals.
Yep.
Weren't they in another close one? Or was that the only close one they were in?
Well, they beat the Bengals 2 close ones.
Yeah, it could be 3-5. Boy, hey, we got Sal Castaneda coming up in about 20 minutes. And he works for KTVU. He's an anchor, KTVU. We'll talk about...
I need your help on this.
Yeah, go ahead. Hey, what do you say? Talk.
You, Evan, and I spend a lot of time outside the station together talking about life, not just sports. And we'll be at venues, and I'm not no Rudy Poot. I'm no punk. But, I'm always looking at my whereabouts when we're out together. And I see you and Evan look at me sometimes like, what's going on, man? What's in between the ears, Goo? But, I do look at my surroundings. And, Steiny, I can't, and I got to be careful here. I'm so happy that Ricky Pearsall is going to recover. But I just can't stop thinking about what it could have been and how it went down on a beautiful day in San Francisco, and to have it marred, the weekend marred with a robbery attempt, just I don't know how you compartmentalize, but it bothers me that happened in the Bay. But I'm not naive enough to sit here and tell you that doesn't happen in Chicago or Dallas or any other place. But I know we got Sal coming up. But Steiny, I guess I'm mad at where I live that went down. And it goes down too often. And sometimes it's not professional athletes, so that doesn't make it different. But I just thought that was a stain, man. That was a stain over the weekend. And fortunately, Ricky Pearsall still with us and is at home resting and recuperating, Steiny. But so many things could have went bad. Or worse. How about that? Because something did bad happen, but just...
Yeah, I mean... I
thank you for the therapy, Steiny. No, seriously,
I don't know what to say about it. I mean, it's not like that's the first crime that's been committed in the Bay Area. It's not like it's the first crime that's been committed anywhere. I mean, it's unfortunate. It's a good thing he's not, wasn't more serious than it was. I don't have any grand statements to make about it, because I I still don't really. We really don't know what happened other than guy tried to rob him and there was a tussle. But
he was giving his time to the fans, Donnie, doing an autographs. He was signing autographs.
They get paid for that. That's part of their contract.
Hey,
they have to make appearances.
I hear you. But
so
you know what I mean.
He wasn't serving food at a soup kitchen.
But regardless of what you were doing, nobody deserves that.
Of course not. Right. I mean, are you trying to get me to say that he deserved it?
Oh, no, come on now.
No.
And if somebody comes up on you, Stoney, and says, I want what's on your wrist or your neck or whatever, even your car, and I tell my kids this, you got to live another day, give it to them.
Yeah, he was very fortunate. Yeah. Very fortunate. Hey, what do we got here? We got a couple minutes before we got Sal. And I know we're talking about I got some great news.
I need some.
Although, what do you think about this?
Well, you said great. Now what is it?
Hold on. Okay. Let me get this text in from the 510. This is what Buster Posey was referring to.
And that's what
that's from the 510.
Like, how can I fight that? But then not say that happens every day and maybe it's not a professional athlete or gets covered like that did. But I can't defend that, right? For the people, because social media, I had to get off, Donnie. They were using it. They were going at it. It was pretty much what you just brought up. But I'm like, what is that helping anything right now? We got a problem in the Bay, and we got to get it fixed, and we got to get the people in power to really believe it and get behind it. But I'll just tell you this, Donnie, and you can laugh. There are a lot of days your boy don't feel safe. And it don't matter where I'm at. It could be here. It could be the Union. It could be Hayward, Sac, wherever. And that's not a good feeling.
Yeah, I mean, look, the bottom line is, as much as we don't like it, San Francisco doesn't have a great reputation around the rest of the country. And this is absolutely going to feed into that.
Okay.
In fact, I have
That's what I was asking.
I guarantee you. And if somebody wants to take this bet, they can. I guarantee you this will become an issue that's talked about politically before the election.
Oh, it's already started.
Exactly. It
already has.
It's going to be used as an example of what's happening to our cities. And it's gotten so bad that the 49ers rookie wide receiver got robbed in the middle of Union Square. I mean, it's
over a Rolex watch.
It's
allegedly, Steiny.
Yeah, it's just not. It's not going to do the city any favors at all.
Okay.
But it also happened. It also happened. 510 says, it amazes me that nobody's mentioning the fact that this multimillionaire risked his life for something replaceable. Yeah, I mean, I think we all can acknowledge, Ricky Pearsall was fortunate that it didn't end up being worse than that. But that's the thing. I don't know the details of exactly what happened. I just read the basics. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And I'll say this: if you had to line up a list of people that had a bullet go through them and not hit a vital organ and are still with us, I don't think that line would be that long, Steiny. So the texter saying don't fight over an item. The bottom line is Ricky Pearsall, with the man upstairs, is in good standing, Steiny, because he needed every ounce of that good luck, per se, to go his way to avoid something that could have been way worse and cost him his life.
Yeah, I mean, somebody on the YouTube chat, Niners, Giants, and Warriors need to realize, I mean, let me ask, and I'll bring Evan in here too, along with Gil. Do you really, I'll just put it out there. Niners, Giants, and Warriors need to realize that they can't sign free agents for a while. Now they can only get talent here via trades to make them come here. Do you, I mean, are we burying the lead in terms of this is why guys don't want to come to San Francisco, or one of the reasons why people don't want to pros don't want to play in San Francisco? Or is that
it doesn't help
a
the
bridge too
perception
far?
of the city.
Right.
I mean, there's statistics that would tell you it's safer than ever, but when a story like this happens, it just affirms everyone's bias.
That perfectly said.
Right. Is it real, though, in terms of has the reputation of San Francisco cost the team a free agent over the last few years? I don't know if we'll ever be able to find that out, but
let me take a crack at it.
Do you think it's real?
Let me take a crack at it. Had this just been Tom Thumb and that happened too and he got robbed for his Rolex, this story would be just another day in the Bay Area in San Francisco. But the fact that it was a professional athlete, Steiny, it is being used for propaganda on both sides. My question to you is, do you think it's fair, since this is so new and it just happened? I asked you earlier, can you remember something like this happening to a Bay Area athlete? And if you could have gave me or anybody out there 3 or 4 times, and again, I'm not saying robbed, I'm saying shot at, I would say, Steiny, no. It's not, Evan said it perfectly. I agree. It's a terrible look. And now people are feeding you numbers. Well, hey, it's safe and safe. But Steiny, to your question, do we know Major League Baseball players that have gotten shot? Football, basketball? No. So, I can't
Paul
recall.
Pierce.
I'm just saying, not here in the Bay where we could say there's really a rep out there. Your safety, you're scared to come.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number here. What do you think about nobody responded to my thread on our text on our thread. Can we give the Giants some props?
They don't deserve any.
Their attendance is up.
So give the Giant fans their props.
Well,
the Giants don't deserve diddly squat.
What do you mean?
They're not playing worth anything.
Well, then why are
they? But the fans are doing their part and showing up and not giving up. So when you sent that, I was like, this has to be wrong.
No, it's not.
They are the MVP of this season that is on the verge of, it's past disappointing.
It's been an exciting year. That's why they've averaging 2,500 more fans per game.
Now, come on, Stoney.
Giants attendance is up. They're averaging 33,279. That's up 2,400 from last year. It's the 7th largest year-over-year increase of any major league team. If they average 17,000 the rest of the way, it'll be their best attendance since 2019, pre-pandemic. Farhan's putting an exciting team on the field.
But see, you're trolling because you don't believe that.
Why?
Because fans are, one, it's a beautiful ballpark. 2, they're going out and they want to live. But 3, maybe they're diehards, Stoney, and a lot of them, like, it ain't over. They're 6.5 back. But I guess I'm getting mad at you for trolling because you're saying it as if, Farhan, let me call you in the office, give me high five, you did that. No, that's the fans that love the game. Kudos to Giant fans for not giving up.
Yeah, I actually think.
Because a few years back, we were saying the opposite. Where are the people at? And then now we're going to give this guy, like, this is not going to save his job. I just commend the people of the greater Bay Area for not giving up on the team and going out and watching a team that can't get you 4 runs most often.
I mean, I think one of the reasons their attendance is up is because, whether we like it or not, they do have bigger names on this team. Chapman, Snell. I mean, maybe that's the reason.
Uncle Looney on the chat says, Steiny, you tell me what you think. Those are sold, not gate.
Well, it doesn't matter if they're sold or gate. I mean, the money still goes to the Giants.
Yeah.
And the reality of the situation is Giants attendance is up over last year. And you tell me why. I don't know why.
Because the damn sure is not the product on the field. And I guess that's what's most disappointing to me. But kudos to the fans.
Although, Evan, go tell us what you think a big part of the reason is, because you keep track of this more than I do.
Well, I've just paid attention in the last few homestands, and the average ticket price is pretty low, which I think helps offset some of the decision-making a lot of fans have to go through when they're deciding whether or not to go to a game. Like the White Sox series is like $7 to get in the building. The Braves series before that, I think, was $10 to get in the building.
Wow.
And right now, an A's ticket is more expensive than a Giants ticket if you're talking bottom shelf.
Is that true?
A's with the walk-off. Evan in the house yesterday.
Wow.
Well, the A's are just trying to stick it to their fans by, everyone, they're basically preying on people that want to go to the stadium for the last time. And so they're just upcharging. But they are more expensive.
Wow, $7 and $10 to get in on 3rd and King? Man.
Yeah, 650 says their attendance is up because it's the only Bay Area team where you can watch without costing an arm and a leg. Yeah, I don't pay a lot of attention to ticket prices, just because not my area of expertise. But
you're not saying you're not spinning this like it's going to save Farhan's job, or because I don't think he's not going anywhere, and that's sad. That's just a sad commentary on what the Giants are or what they're not. But Stoney, I don't know how he comes back.
He's definitely coming back.
Yeah.
He's definitely coming back, I would think. The other thing is we had Tim Kawakami on our airwaves about 3 or 4 weeks ago, and Willard and Dibbs were asking him about Farhan's job. Security. Yeah. It was about 2 weeks ago.
I missed that.
Yeah, and he basically said if they hang around and the attendance is pretty good, he doesn't think he's going anywhere. And
wow,
the bottom line is they've had over 30,000 for those games, and so
mediocrity is accepted now. Like as long as the people show up. I'm just asking you.
I don't know how many guys, get fired every year. I mean,
this is Melvin. I'm not blaming it all on Melvin. I just think he's had a better year managing. But I'm just wondering, Steiny, with where the team is at and what they are, is he the guy? And maybe the answer is yes, Melvin. But he's got off to a horrible start. They are just lethargic. They're boring. They strike out. They have the same at bat. It's just, wow, that blew me. When you sent that, I said, that's a typo. But kudos to the fans. And what you guys have all said, Steiny's the cheap ticket.
Kudos to what Farhan's put together.
See, that's what
explain to me why there are more fans this year than last year.
Well, Evan just said it. Economics, the price.
Yeah, I think it has to do with the talent. They did upgrade their talent, even though their record's not great.
But how do you keep your I'm asking, business 101, if Farhan has any higher ups, it's not about attendance. It's about wins and losses. And it's about what you went and got at the Nordstroms when you spent that $200 million, pal. It ain't about the people coming. They're going to come because we got one of the best parks, if not the best park in America.
Yeah, and that's the rat on the table, is it is about attendance. It's more about attendance, a lot of people feel, than wins and losses. As long as the Giants draw, they're going to continue with the status quo.
Wow. What about Alan Neal on the chat, Steiny? Revenue has not gone up, just attendance. Like, we're not in the know to know that, but I got to assume if attendance has gone up, revenue's gone up.
Consultant is in Walnut Creek. What's going on, Consultant? How you doing?
Hey, guys. Long time no talk. Happy that football season's back, so I can be back on the airwaves. But,
nice. There you go.
Ironically, my first call not about the Niners, about the Giants. I was at an AI conference last week, and fun fact, I think kudos goes out to the Giants marketing org. They are part of a 7-team trial, team trial with the MLB that's using AI and personalization on ad spend. And it's been a huge success for them. I think they said that they're seeing 60% higher conversions on their social media advertising. So I think that's what you're seeing here is that they're spending some money on advertising, and that advertising's turning into revenue and ticket sales.
Explain to me how the AI part of it. Explain to me the AI part of it.
Yeah. So what it is they created 2,400 different ads, and based on who is coming on the social media at what time, let's say it's nighttime.
Right.
The AI is selecting that, saying, okay, I'm going to be showing one of these 5 ads, and it will, if there's 1,000 people that it can serve the ad to, it'll show 5 different kind of catchphrases like, buy a ticket right now and you'll get a discount, or it'll show the picture of their favorite player and it'll just incentivize people to click on it. and buy a ticket. So the AI is serving up a huge amount of different kinds of ads, and that's turning into higher conversions.
Interesting.
So it's kudos to the marketing team. I really don't think it really has anything to do with the team itself.
Got you.
Oh, yeah, I agree with that part.
Thanks, consultant. Appreciate the call. Yeah, nevertheless.
We took a crack at it.
Nevertheless. There's action at Oracle. It's our last best chance.
There is not action.
It's our last best chance to make a run tonight. Got to win some games against the D-backs.
You're 3-7 in your last 10. You just lost 2 of 3
gotta turn it around.
with web pitching to Miami Marlins. And my neighbor put some chicken on that game.
What an idiot.
Hey, I'm going to let him know. I'm going to let him know you said that.
Which, is it the woman that I met? At Norm's part? Oh, your neighbor in Sac.
Yeah.
Oh, not Norm's neighbor.
No.
Oh, I got you.
She asked about you.
I don't even, what was her name?
Oh, you messed it. Let's move on.
Yeah, I don't even really remember.
You told on yourself. You brought her up like you remembered her name, and then
I don't remember her name.
Just dismiss her. Now
met about 50
Kate.
people
Her name's
that
Kate.
night. I don't care.
Hey!
I don't care what her name is. A rat's behind. Kate.
Put some respect on my neighbor's name.
You know what? She wasn't very friendly. How about that?
She was more than friendly. She's the best.
Yeah, she's one of the best.
Yeah.
She's one of the best. All right. 888. No. Hold that number. We got Sal Castaneda coming up on the other side. KTVU news anchor. He was on the story of Ricky Pearsall, who got shot in an attempted robbery on Saturday at Union Square. And hopefully Sal can give us some more details on not only what happened, but maybe an overview on
and I appreciate your comments, Donnie, saying there's no way you can't say this was a bad luck. That's what I was getting to, and you nailed it.
Yeah. So Sal Castaneda coming up on the other side. Give us a little update on what went down Saturday at Union Square with Ricky Pearsall. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. That segment was also brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle.
This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Good afternoon, everybody. And let's head out to the River Islands guest line. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Joining us right now is Sal Castaneda, KTVU news anchor. He was all over the Ricky Pearsall situation on Saturday. What's going on, Sal? How's it going?
Not much, Steiny, Guru.
Hey.
Yeah, I happen to be paying attention to something else. There was a plane crash at about the same time, and one of my buddies tipped me off to that. And then, so I was already engaged in, the whole news gathering stuff. And then the Pearsall thing came down at about the same time. So, it was kind of like I already had the devices up and in my hand, and I was able to hear it all kind of as it happened.
So what do we know? That Ricky Pearsall was in Union Square and he was approached by a 17-year-old who wanted to steal his watch. There was a confrontation, and both guys got shot. Is that? Are there any more details than that at this point?
Yeah, he was shopping at this high-end luxury store called Verona. They make really expensive suitcases, and he'd also gone to Louis Vuitton. And he was carrying bags, and he was wearing a Rolex, and, unwittingly made himself a target. Ricky Pearsall is 6'1". He's not a small dude. He's pretty well built, and this 17-year-old kid allegedly saw an easy target, had a gun, and thought it would be easy. But what the kid didn't know is that because of all the political pressure with, crime in Union Square, there were a lot of police officers really close by, and the first responder, the first person who reached them was a woman, Sergeant Joelle Harrell, who had been on a force for 25 years. She ran when she heard the gunshots and got to Pearsall right away and put her hand on the wound. And Pearsall actually asked her, "Am I going to die?" I can't imagine being shot. Wow. I've never been shot. But he asked her, "Am I going to die?" And she said, "No, it's not your time. Look at me, listen to me, hold on, be strong like you are on the football field." So she sprung into action and calmed him down because she wanted him to stay calm. She got on the radio, and within minutes, the place was flooded with cops.
Wow, Sal, I caught her interview. It was emotional, and I mean this. I'm from the Bay Area, born and raised. I work in the city, as you know, and walk the streets. Steiny doesn't even know this. I'm still shook by this story, and by the blessings of God, Ricky Pearsall kept his life. Just think about that. The bullet went through and through. I had never heard that term. Sal, my question to you is, I had to get off social media because people are making this political, but Steiny brought up a profound point earlier about how far does this go? A pro athlete getting shot, almost lost his life. How bad of a deal is this for, and I hope people don't think I'm being insensitive. I'm not, but future free agents wanting to come to San Francisco, how much damage do you think was done by this story from other athletes possibly coming here, making this place home?
Yeah, I'd like to think it's not going to have as much of an impact that way. San Francisco is a big city. Miami's a big city. New York is a big city. There's certainly crime in all the big cities out there. But I do think it'll have an effect as to, hey, don't be flashing your wealth. And this is not blaming the victim. I mean, right. You really should be able to do whatever you want at any time. But the sad reality is when I go down to Union Square, I dress down, right? I don't drive the fancy car. Wow. I shouldn't have to do that, but that's the way it is, right? You're getting out of, these Louis Vuitton store and you're wearing a Rolex and some 17-year-old kid who thinks he's a tough guy is going to come up on you. That's all bad. The city shouldn't be that way. Nevertheless, I'm not going to be doing that. And I think that's going to go a long way in teaching these guys to dress it down a little bit.
Wow. Sal Castaneda joining us on 95.7 The Game, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. Let me just ask you this, and I was just wondering this as we head toward the election in November. Is this something that's going to get traction politically between now and the election of another indication of one of our cities, not even safe enough for a professional football player to walk through?
I don't see how it can, obviously, in today's environment. I think that London Breed is the mayor, and her opponents have wasted no time in saying, you see, this is what needs to be fixed. The mayor isn't doing enough. You have the other candidates coming on and saying this is unacceptable. And London Breed knows that, is there ever good timing for something like this to happen? Absolutely not. But she probably wishes it wouldn't have happened now with a few months to go to the election. I mean, politics is politics. And this just kind of reminds people that San Francisco has a reputation. This is not doing anything for the national reputation of San Francisco. It's actually bringing more and more people back after it had died down. I don't know if it's fair because all cities have big crime, but it is what it is. London Breed's opponents are certainly seizing this opportunity. That's for sure.
Sal, I don't want to put you on the spot, but I'm going to be honest because, the thought went through my mind Saturday as I was getting all the news. The Niners had a party at Coell's house, and it was already planned. And by all accounts, John Lynch was at the hospital with one Ricky Pearsall. And, Rick Ross was there, one of the rappers from Miami, and he posted it on his IG. And a lot of people were up in arms like, why did you go through with the party? I guess I'm just asking, and I'm not judging the Niners. And maybe they celebrated that, he avoided disaster. But did you have that thought when you saw those pictures come up and the rest of the team was having a party as one of their guys was laid up in the hospital?
Well, I didn't, it didn't offend me. I don't offend easily, as Steiny knows. It didn't offend me. I think that, especially after it came out that he was going to be okay, I think they went ahead with the party.
Right.
What I really take away from it is why is a 17-year-old kid driving from Tracy 60 miles away to come commit crime in one of the busiest policed areas? Obviously, this kid had no idea what he was doing. That place when you go down there, there's a lot of cops there, and now they've doubled the cops there, right? So this was obviously an amateur job. The kid was wearing slides. This is the point that I said. He was wearing slides, and he ran away. He left his slides, so they were able to easily identify the kid because he was one of the only people running around with no shoes. So they tracked him down about a block away. So, obviously, very amateur job. He was shot himself by his own gun. Reportedly, he's a member of a gang out there in Tracy. So this is all bad, right? It could have been a lot worse. We could be talking about a dead person right now, maybe 2 dead people. So this is what gets me. Why are people coming to San Francisco to commit crime?
Wow.
Has it made it that easy, that much of a calling card that you have to come out to San Francisco? And by all accounts, the guy didn't know that Ricky was a football player. He just saw a guy with a Rolex and a couple of Louis Vuitton bags.
Sal, but real quick, Sally, nothing's worse than Ricky getting shot. But this same guy got caught with a gun days before and was released. Just think about that. I'll just let that there. Like, okay, this is what you do after that. That's what's so disappointing in all this too. Well,
just being on this earth for a long time, we go through phases, and I think people now, especially since crime has become an issue, are looking more critically at these kind of things. Yeah. Why was he out of jail in the first place? Especially in San Francisco, where one of you guys brought up it's a political issue to be safe on the streets. So yeah, I don't know why they let him out. I'm sure that's going to come out. Right. I mean, let's just be honest. If it hadn't been Ricky Pearsall, the person who was shot, this would have maybe gotten a little bit of news coverage, and that's it. But now everything is going to be examined super closely.
Yeah.
Sal, let me ask you this, and you might not have the answer, but I it's hard for me to understand getting shot and then you leave the hospital a day later. I mean, you've probably seen, unfortunately, a number of these. Do we have any idea, when Ricky Pearsall could play again? And the only reason I'm asking that question is because he is at home right now, apparently, after getting released from the hospital.
Yeah, well, he's not going to be. They put him on some sort of a list where he's not going to be able to play for 4 games.
Right.
But I don't know the answer to when he really will be able to play. I don't, fortunately, I've never been shot. I don't know anyone who is close enough. I'm sure doctors will be able to say, but I know that he was extremely lucky for him to be shot. It went through his chest, came out his back, did not have any major arteries or organs, and they released him from the hospital a day later. That shows to me that, okay, well, it might have been, really, really lucky that nothing bad happened to him, and he may indeed be able to play in 5 weeks. Super fortunate.
Yeah. Sal, speaking of playing, before we let you go, I got to get your prognosis on this season. Steiny asked me were the holdouts of Aiyuk and Trent Williams, who's due in town to sign a new contract. Do you think this will impact the season? I'm excited. Monday night we'll be out there against the Jets. The world will be watching. What are your thoughts and vibe on this Niner team going into this season?
Well, I hope it's going to be good. I remember when Bosa held out last season, we came up right until the very end, and he didn't have the year. He would tell you this himself. He didn't have the year he wanted to have. I'm not sure if that's going to be the same with Aiyuk, who signed last week, or with Trent Williams, and I'm hoping it's not because, I'm a 49ers fan, but it could. Trent Williams never plays preseason anyway, so I think it's going to be okay. One thing that I just, keep thinking about in this first game coming up is the Jets are a whole lot tougher than people think they are. It's not the same old Jets. They have a really good defense, and it's going to be a good game.
Sal Castaneda, appreciate the time, my man.
Thank you.
All right, guys.
All right, that's Sal Castaneda, courtesy of the River Islands guest line, anchor at KTVU. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? So there you go.
My takeaway, a lot of good stuff from Sal, and I talked about this early morning with Evan Steiny. I don't want to live anywhere to where I'm out of pocket, because if I'm blessed enough to go into a high-end store and purchase something and come out with a bag, then I can't just walk around and continue to enjoy my day, or lo and behold, go into another store. And I'm sitting here and not making this about me. I like watches. I don't got diamond watches glittered out, but I like nice watches. Now I'm sitting up here thinking, do I even need to be wearing my wristwear? It's like, that's not a good thing, man. Those aren't good thoughts. And the amount of people saying Ricky was out of pocket for doing that, and, if he put up a fight for his for his watch, Steiny, I'm just like, damn, no. Is that what it's come to? Sal said he has to dress down. He has to dress down to come to Union Square.
Apparently crime's down in San Francisco, too, overall. So, I don't know. Just fortunate that Ricky Pearsall's
no doubt
still hanging in there and back home. And
he's won the Super Bowl of life, Steiny.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. The San Francisco 49ers season starts on Monday. That's 6 days away. And Brian Baldinger was on with the morning show, the morning roast. And he was asked about Kyle Shanahan and whether or not his seat's warm at all. Take a listen to Baldy.
The only reason why it would be considered hot is because of the roster that he has, and he can fully run his offense. He's got everything he needs to run his offense at the highest level. So there's great expectations. And really the expectations are what Andy Reid has been delivering in Kansas City. It's just, if Andy Reid doesn't win a Super Bowl, nobody's like batting an eye. They're like, they're going to be competitive. But it's just because of the roster. And they've gotten so close on a couple of occasions, including when he was a coordinator in Atlanta. They've been so close. And the fact is that you have to break through as either a quarterback or a coach to have greatness associated with you. And once you do that, they can never take it away. It always goes side by side with what you do. As soon as you win it, the pressure gets right back on you to repeat. And that's just, and some teams can deliver like Kansas City did. Some teams fall along the wayside. But this is a talented roster. Everybody knows it. And it's up to Kyle to guide it right now.
Wow.
All right, you know what bothers me?
Everything. It's Tuesday. Go ahead, Stein. Let me have some fun.
What's Evan doing now?
He was laughing.
Yeah, he was laughing. It's real funny. Oh, it took us 5 minutes to get the buzzer.
What bothers you, pal?
Well, can you do it? And that's one of the reasons it bothers me. If Kyle Shanahan, okay, this is what's unfair to Kyle Shanahan. Everybody brings up, they lost a 28-3 lead when he was in Atlanta.
He deserved it.
Even though he was not the head coach. You know what? It's a joke and it's unfair. If Kyle Shanahan and the Falcons had won that Super Bowl, he wouldn't get any credit for it because he's the offensive coordinator. None. But because he lost it, I tell you what, if this thing continues down the road that it's going now, in 2 or 3 years, everybody's just going to think he was the head coach of that Atlanta Falcons team because he gets so much blame for being an offensive coordinator on that team.
I'm not mad at you, Steiny. I was so ready to disagree with you, but he might as well have been if this thing, that's the key component to your phrase. I don't think it's going to continue down the road. I just don't and I'll say this, Steiny, and Niner fans may not want to hear it, but it's a reality. Pearsall showed us this. We don't know what tomorrow has in order for any of us, but as far as the collective, the San Francisco 49ers as a team, McCaffrey's getting older. Trent Williams is getting older. Things change. Kittle, Debo, all of them. So, again, am I going to sit here, and I heard the morning guys talk about this, who would you rather want than Kyle? But that doesn't give me a license not to criticize him and think he's been Steiny, I really believe it's not been the team they've been playing. It's been some of his decisions that have prevented him from winning the trophy. I'm not speaking for Niner fans, and I'm as a captain of fandom, and the book coming out, Fandom, is Goodum, but it's one thing when you get knocked out in a prize fight. You know what? Mike Tyson kicked my ass. But when you go 15 rounds and you knock the guy down 2 or 3 times like the Niners did to the Chiefs twice, you kind of want to the loss is more difficult to process because you saw with your own eyes we had that team down 10 points in the fourth quarter. That's harder to get over or let go than getting your ass kicked, I believe, from a fan perspective.
No. All I'm saying is if Kyle Shanahan, as an offensive coordinator, had been a part of that Atlanta team and it won a Super Bowl, he would get no credit for it.
But he would never need to break it out, though, Steiny, had he not lost. No,
yes, he would. My point is if had Atlanta won that Super Bowl, he would still be in the same spot right now as a guy who can't get it done. But it's easy to tack on his offensive coordinator position in Atlanta when no other coach gets his offensive or defensive coordinator has gotten this much responsibility for a loss. It's a joke, quite frankly. He's lost 2 Super Bowls. That's it. Not 3, 2.
No, a couple NFC championship games too.
Big Dave and San Leandro. What's up, Big Dave? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, guys? Yeah, definitely excited for the Niners season to start. Can't wait. Sounds like Big Trent's going to get signed pretty soon here, so that's good news. Prayers up to Ricky. And he could have easily lost his life there. He easily could have lost his life. I hope this is a wake-up call, not just to San Francisco, but all these liberal cities out here that just let the criminals run rampant. Now, I'm going to talk from personal experience, recent personal experience. There's folks out there that are going to be hearing this. I know about this because I've been very open about what happened to me. So, back in April, I was minding my own business, sitting there at a golf course near my house. I've called you guys before. I live by the San Leandro Marina.
Okay.
I was sitting there with my dog, right, minding my own business. Some guy got finished playing, what it looked like, right? He came from 18 hole. And came up to me and started harassing me because my dog had a pinch collar. I told him to mind his own business, get out of here. Anyways, he leaves. I walk out. The guy drives up on me, looked like a straight Glock, shot me 7 times with a high-power pellet gun, shot me in the face, and really crazy experience for me, right? Could have shot me in the eye, could have shot me in the neck. You know, it was really traumatic. I had to get the tooth extracted out. The freaking pellet went into my mouth, so I had to get that surgically removed. Yeah, you know, the experience dealing with this, because I haven't never dealt with anything like that before, it was a wake-up call for me because the system is broken. They let that maniac bail out, right? They let that maniac bail out. This guy,
how you doing?
Thing I did was they let him bail out in the streets, and the DA's office didn't even tell me he was loose when I was walking my dog in my house. I didn't even know. I had to call to find out that they let him out. Now, he's since then skipped bail. Now he's still on the loose since April. They still haven't caught him. Right? No, I forgot to mention I did.
Well, let me ask you this, Big Dave. Are you okay right now? Are you okay right now? Are you over this stuff?
The tooth isn't replaced yet. It's been an ongoing thing. It's going to cost like 10 G's. I'm waiting for the victims' compensation board to approve it. It takes months and months. And for anybody out there, just be ready because you have to be proactive in these situations. No one's going to help you out, even though you got attacked like that. You got to be proactive every step of the way.
Thanks, Big Dave. Appreciate the call.
Man.
I don't want to get, but I'm glad you're feeling better, and that stinks.
Rick Pelham Jr., Stoney, Super Chat, $1.99. Is this what we're doing today? I don't know what that means.
Well, it means are we calling in ripping the city?
Oh.
No, we're not.
No,
we're not. We're just talking about what happened to Ricky Pearsall. He's going to miss the first 4 games. And
which is nothing, Stoney, in the grand scheme of life.
Yeah. More Brian Baldinger from the morning roast. As long as we're talking about the Pearsall incident, Baldinger was asked about it. How do you even factor in what happened to Ricky Pearsall in terms of something less important like the locker room?
Good teams, and the 49ers would do this, they rally around those players. And the thing that happened to him could happen to anybody, you know? And so it wasn't like it's 3 o'clock in the morning and he's in a place he shouldn't be. It's none of that. It could happen to anybody. And so he just happened to be an innocent guy. I've heard all the arguments, just give up the watch, all that. Well, nobody knows how you're going to react in any of those, because I still don't exactly know how it all went down. I'm not trying to piece this thing together.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to investigate it. I feel bad for Ricky because he's missed so much time already.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like the bad part to him is it looked like he was just getting back on the field and getting healthy, and now you have to deal with this. And so I feel like his rookie season is slipping away. And it's too bad because he's a very talented player. The 49ers, they don't screw up these first-round picks. Like, they know what they're doing. This kid is a talented player. Like, I don't know when he's going to get on the field now and when you could count on him. But still, he's just missing more and more time. But how can it impact the locker room, Bonte? I just think it just raises the awareness on everybody in the locker room that you have to be cognizant of where you're at all times. And it's not just San Francisco. This could happen anywhere.
No, he preaching.
All right, there was Brian Baldinger.
Yeah. It's a California problem, Stoney, not just San Francisco.
Yeah, I think it's a national.
But what did he say, Stoney, that hit me and resonated? Yeah. Nobody knows how they're going to react until you're in that situation. Hopefully you're not, but that's real.
No.
Talk about it all day.
Exactly. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's get back to football talk on the other side. And the San Francisco 49ers season starts on Monday against the New York Jets. And my question to 49er fans is, who, be it a coach, be it a player, do you need to see deliver this year? And this is you personally. Guru and I have our choices, 888-957-9570. We all acknowledge it's a monster year for the San Francisco 49ers. And if that's the case, who is the player that most needs to deliver for this team? 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
The red and gold.
we go down the tough road, Stoney. Toyota Tundra.
Yo, this is John Spider Sally, 4-time NBA champion, and you are listening to Steiny and the Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, Spider Sally, Steiny.
Yeah.
Fillmore Mike hit me late last Sunday night. Hey, where can I find the Sally interview? I guess he had heard about it.
Right.
So I told him, directed him to the Odyssey app. He said, man, that was fun.
Yeah, if you want to hear anything on 95.7 The Game that you may have missed, you can go download that Odyssey app. All you got to do is download it directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Mm-hmm. John Sally.
That was great.
We put closure on that.
Yeah, that was part one.
Absolutely. We put closure on that.
We should get him on weekly or something, man. Like he didn't want to leave. It was like, remember Iggy way back at Media Day? The guy was like, Iggy, we got to go. And he's like, man, if you don't get away from me, I'm talking to Steiny and Goo. Remember that?
Yeah.
You know what else? Stayed about a good 15 minutes.
One of the things I also remember from, we had him on Friday, right? Sally? Remember when he said, are you going to get to your question? Remember that? Yeah. What?
I hear people with too many questions here.
No, you don't.
On the weekends, too.
You.
And I'm just saying, I'm breaking out the clock because I'm tired of y'all just throwing stuff at me. 30 seconds is not that long.
It's 41.
Evan,
it was 41, and the only reason it stopped at 41...
How would you know it was 41? Friday it was 30.
It was 41.
If you put a clock to it.
And the only reason it was only 41 is because finally John Sally said, do you have a question?
It was about Bronny. I had to... Yeah,
oh, he put you in your place there, too.
No, he answered it different than... He gave his LeBron part of it. The portion we want is... the guys Bronny's taking the jersey from. Bron's incredible, and he's doing what I would do. But we can't ignore the rat on the table brought to you by Atco. Yeah. The Steinmetz is from D3. The Johnsons from 24-Hour Fitness. The Giddings,
Did you care when Jeremy Lin was taking somebody's place when he didn't belong in the league?
I never thought he didn't belong.
Yeah, he didn't.
Lin Sanity?
He absolutely did in his first 2 years with the Warriors. How come you didn't care then?
Because man, please. Right? Lin Sanity was real.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What you got?
I got you being off base. That's what I got. I got you missing the point. That's what I got. I got you annoying me right now.
Well, we're agreeing and I don't like it.
No, we're not agreeing on anything.
Kyle shouldn't be fired. That's not a thing.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, thank you.
Dude, I understand your brilliance.
Listen,
all that's left for Kyle is to win the big one.
Right, which is all that's left for every coach.
Well, Andy had to go somewhere else and get it. Andy Reid. And you hope that don't happen here.
Yeah. Well, then don't fire him. It's pretty simple. Then you just don't fire Kyle Shanahan.
That helps.
You keep him as coach until you get it done. Where's the one? I'll play that in a minute. This is Peter Schrager from Good Morning It's Football, or Good Morning Football. The second. He's got his finger pointed squarely at Kyle Shanahan.
I look at this past weekend, and Kyle Shanahan, they had a little party with Brandon Aiyuk, with Deebo Samuel, with Rick Ross, the boss, and this is what Kyle wore to the party.
Oh, my word.
Wow. Now, I have been texting with sources. It was actually a great Gatsby theme.
Is your source wearing number 17 in that picture?
It might have been Rick Ross, the boss. It was a great Gatsby theme.
That's Scott Fitzgerald.
And I think, a guy who's got so much riding on this season as the head coach of the 49ers with contracts, everyone wants to, Purdy's got to get paid at some point. We've got to pay, Talanoa Hufanga has to get paid. Kyle's coming in there, and he's grown the hair out. Mm-hmm. He bookended his summer with the McCaffrey wedding, where he was wilding out, and this amazing Great Gatsby. This is me saying, hey, I've got the swag. My team's got the swag. You guys could poke holes in us all summer long. we good. In fact, we Gucci.
He Gucci.
I think Kyle Shanahan's got the most riding on this season. I also feel like he has no doubts that his team is ready to go. I'm going to say the head coach of the defending NFC champions, Kyle Shanahan's got the most on his shoulders, and he's got some hair rocking on it, too. He's growing out that hair, and I respect it, and he was rocking it like Gatsby on Friday night.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, that is an old boy. Good God. How about Mike McCarthy? How about your boy Sirianni in Philly? They're fighting for their jobs. Kyle's not fighting for his job, Stoney. So the most riding. Yeah, miss me with that. And am I the only one that liked Kyle's fit and the hair? He had swag Saturday night.
I didn't see it.
Well, you're not on social.
Why should I care about a party? It's a party. I'm a sports guy. And why are they partying this close to the season?
Well, they do it each year.
Right.
At Kyle's house. If he can have something at his house, you would be the first one there. Hey, boss, can I mow the grass? Yeah, you would be there. And that's what I love about it.
By the way, I'm getting some pushback on the YouTube chat. You guys are all wrong. You guys don't get it. Jeremy Lin, was not an NBA player when the Warriors signed him.
But that means he was an NBA player because he got signed.
My point is there's no difference between Jeremy Lin and LeBron James's son. Both guys are in the league. They're not players right now. Jeremy Lin busted his hump, became a damn good pro, became a very good first guard off the bench, but he didn't belong in the NBA in his first year.
Right, give you that, but his daddy didn't help him. That's the nepotism in this.
Joe Lacob helped him because
that's not his dad.
It's the same thing. He has a personal relationship with him.
It's not the same thing as his dad.
Joe Lacob
took a liking. You're right, but he's not his dad.
Same thing.
It's not his dad. He's not riding his daddy's coattail. Even though Lacob gave him the same thing.
That's right.
Joe Lacob is not LeBron James, still in the league. That's all.
There's no difference. There's no difference. My point is that neither belonged in the league. If you want to say LeBron James' son doesn't belong in the league, neither did Jeremy Lin's when he first came into the league.
And I agree with you,
and to me, there's very little difference between Joe Lacob acting like Jeremy Lin's father to get him into the league and LeBron James being his father and getting him into the league. I don't see it.
Well, history was made with this, or is going to be made with LeBron and Bronny. So Lacob and your boy didn't have that at all, Stout. It wasn't family.
Yeah, family part, it's all about nepotism. Whether the nepotism is family or friends or whatever. Mike's in Santa Clara. What's up, Mike?
Not much, guys. Just, happy that Ricky is doing well and everything. That was a scary thing to really read about and hear about. So, one thing, the main part I wanted to talk about was I think Kyle is fully in this year. I think he's locked in regards to, just making sure this may be the year with everyone being taken care of for the most part. And I'm not going to lie, I'm actually digging the haircut. He looks like Keanu from Point Break at this point. So, I'm loving the Point Break haircut. But anyway, guys, I just want to say that I think even though he's not going to mess up this year, there obviously are going to be mess ups throughout the season, with play call or just like how games roll. But I think he's rocked into getting us all the way to the playoffs and hopefully to the Super Bowl and winning it. Thanks, guys.
Appreciate the call, Mike.
Yeah, Super Bowl in the Bayou this year, Stoney.
Is that where it is?
Yeah, New Orleans.
Okay.
I'm done with the chat. Guru, nobody's going to take your Seiko.
Somebody explain to me that. I'm not even going to say the dude's name. Where is it?
You got to read it.
Find it. Jeremy Lin was given an opportunity. Bronny was handed one. What's the difference? What is the difference? They were both given or handed an opportunity, maybe that neither deserved. Jeremy Lin made it worthwhile. He became a pro. He was drafted, he was put on the Golden State Warriors because of potential. And he reached his potential and he became a good player. That's the same thing for Bronny James. He's on the team because of his potential. Maybe he can turn into a Jeremy Lin. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's talk a little Jets. Here you go. Baldinger loves the Jets this year. Take a listen.
Nobody better take Aaron Rodgers lightly because he played 4 plays last year or he's approaching 40. Nobody better do that. I've seen that team practice last year and this year as much as anybody out there. That guy, when you go out to watch him in practice, he doesn't look 40. His arm doesn't look like that. I saw Brett Favre late in his career, and the arm fell off. I saw Peyton Manning's arm fall off. Like, that's not the case. And I don't know if there's a smarter player or coach than Aaron Rodgers in his business. You better take Breece Hall might push Christian McCaffrey for leading the league in rushing, yards, the whole thing this year. He has that kind of ability. The offense line is as good as it's been since, in over 10 years. Okay, it's the best it's been. And they've got depth.
Starting, they got the future Hall of Famer from Dallas, Tyron Smith, playing the Trent Williams to Aaron Rodgers. So I'm just Quentin Williams, their defense, Steiny, Sauce Gardner, C.J. Mosley, they got dogs, man. Breece Hall, Garrett Wilson.
Baldinger on the Jets' defense.
Defensively, they've got great players at every position. Their 2 linebackers are as good as what, when we saw San Francisco last year and what they have off the ball inside linebacker. They can rival what Fred and Dre were like with what they have. And this secondary has never played with the lead where the guys might get a chance to start. DJ Reed, who was former 49er, drafted by the 49ers, Sauce. Like, they've got everything in place to be a great defense. I think this is a very, very talented team. I picked them to win the AFC.
Wow.
So, and win the AFC East. I'm sorry, Joe. But win the AFC East, I picked them. Like, I think this is going to be a very good team.
All right. So the 49ers may have their hands full week 1 against the Jets on Monday Night Football in front of a nationally televised audience.
Man, Steiny, and this is what's so exciting to me, rather than it be Arizona as the opponent. And I'm sure Kyle will be like, what are you talking about? Good, we won easy street. My point being, we got question marks about the Niners offseason. What did it mean? Guys weren't there, but they got a stiff test right out the gate. And I won't come in here Tuesday if they happen to lose, but I'm excited that they got what I deem a stiff test. And if you watch the Jets all last year, Steiny, they were just getting putrid quarterback play, but their defense was in games, and they had chances. Now they got Rodgers back. I'm with Baltimore. He's saying the division is Kansas City on mine first in the AFC, but after that, I think the Jets with the healthy Aaron Rodgers and their weaponry, and we didn't even talk about the revenge game for Solomon Thomas and Javon Kinlaw. They're also Jets.
888-957-9570 is the number. 49ers about as whole as you can possibly be right now, with the exception, obviously, of Ricky Pearsall. But we didn't know if Ricky Pearsall was going to be active or not in week 1. So as far as that goes, the 49ers are heading into this game as healthy as they've been in a while. And the other thing that we haven't really jumped on today is that Christian McCaffrey is back and practicing. And what does that mean?
Joe, I worked with LaDainian Tomlinson for a long time. I think he's as good a back as I've ever seen. I played with Dickerson and Dorsett, and respect for Emmett and Walter and everybody. But I remember one year, Marty Schottenheimer was coaching the Chargers, and he put LT out there, and he pitched it to him. That's back when touchback, you get the ball to 20. And on the first play, he pitched it to LT, and he went 80 yards for a touchdown. And like LT, he laid the ball on the ground in the end zone, and he came off the field to the sideline. He didn't play another play in preseason. I kind of feel like that's McCaffrey. Like, you can have, you got to get banged up a little bit, but I feel like McCaffrey's cutting, his ability to run through contact, and his eyes, like, I don't think he needs a whole lot of work at that. I think he's going to be fresh and ready to go Monday night.
All right. So the 49ers are headed into this game Monday. If you're a 49er fan, you've got to be feeling right now as good as you felt all offseason, right? I mean, right now, you've got to feel really, really good.
Man, I agree.
You've got everybody in there, right? Especially after the offseason you've had, you.
I was going to say this is the team that left Vegas, but, Greenlaw got hurt. But other than that, yeah, Steiny. So it's all systems go. It's about football, and you got a staunch test with the Jets. I can't wait. We'll be there. Let's go. And we got football in 48 hours.
Yes,
Chiefs and Ravens. That ain't no Rudy Poo game. That's a big game.
What does that mean?
Small.
Rudy Poo?
Yeah, small and wimpy.
Is that a guru or is that like...
No, that's
a legitimate phrase.
Yeah, that's like, your ex-boyfriend, he was Rudy Poo, Like a wimp.
Okay.
Small.
Okay.
Let me see if Steiny Meter can guess the spread on the game going into Monday night.
The Jets are so good that the 49ers are favored probably by 6.5.
4.5. -4.5 right now.
Jump on the Niners.
Dude.
Absolutely jump on them.
I got them winning. It's just going to be tough, and that's what I want. We want a good game. You are really down on Rodgers and the Jets.
The Niners are Aaron Rodgers' kryptonite.
Dibs will have something different that he caught me outside, but he said those games, the Niners were the better team in the playoffs. During the regular season, Rodgers had ownage of the Niners.
Yeah, that makes sense.
In the regular season.
When the big lights come on, Rodgers is a 500 quarterback. He's 11-10. Once the competition stiffens, Rodgers wilts.
Now, there are a bunch of good games week one starting Thursday night with the Ravens, Chiefs. We got the Packers, Eagles, and Brazil. But Steiny, I'm not being a homer here. The game of the week is Monday night, Jets against the Niners.
Well, that's because you're in San Francisco. It's not better than the Chiefs, Ravens. Come on, Goo. You have a Super Bowl champion.
Well, it's a rematch of the AFC Championship game.
Right, and what's this one? And what's the Niners Jets?
Well, I guess where I was getting at, partner, is the last game of the docket. Like Thursday it won't be forgotten, but by the time you get to Sunday, you're gonna be like, what happened? But Monday night, yeah.
I mean, it's a matchup between a NFC powerhouse and an AFC team that's trying to find itself.
And a guy fighting for his job in Robert Saleh, according to who you believe.
Yeah. And I mean, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
You think Aaron Rodgers is going to play full season?
I think he'll play 14 games if he doesn't blow something out. And I'm the guy that wants him to play 14 games. Like when we don't give this dude enough credit, or maybe we do because he's from Sarah High School in San Mateo here.
Who?
Tom Brady going to the putrid Tampa Bay Buccaneers and turning that thing into a Super Bowl winner. Like, be careful, Steiny, or people out there that are anti-Aaron Rodgers. He has enough talent around him to do the same thing if he's that Aaron Rodgers. That's all.
Well, he's 40.
Yeah. Brady was older than that when he was with Tampa.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, when you are that good at that position, your computer and Wi-Fi is faster. The Peyton Manning 1-1 with Denver and his arm was hanging, but that was because of the defense, but he was smart enough to do, like, I'm telling you.
Yeah, I don't see it with the Jets.
I got Chiefs, Jets. I know we got our preview show coming up here. But Chiefs, Jets in the AFC Championship game.
What do you mean preview show?
Yeah, when we go around the league, and you guys got my email.
What?
No, I'm being serious, Evan. Did you guys get my email?
Which one did you send it?
The work one to YouTube.
Oh, yeah. I got to change my password. I haven't seen I got to get Tim Jordan to help me with my password.
Maybe it didn't go out.
Yeah.
You thought I was running material, so did Evan.
I think you still might be.
Well, ask the email.
Evan is.
Oh, yeah.
I don't have my email ready.
What don't you have?
Now.
Your Twitter and now your email.
I love it.
When does it stop?
Hopefully never. Hopefully
you're going to miss something in your life that's going to be a blessing.
Like what?
Because of what's something? Come get this check.
I'm going to miss something that's a blessing. You're right.
It's going to be trying to get to you via email, and you don't care.
You mean, yeah, because you get a lot of emails that say, here, we got money for you. 2024 Red and Gold Summit set for tomorrow. tomorrow. Once again, we're going to be live from the beautiful Fremont Bank, 39150 Fremont Boulevard. Willard and Dibbs, they're live 2 to 4. And then all the hosts will be there from 4 to 6, getting you ready for another football season. Come on out and enjoy the hosts. And it's first come, first served. And it's all open to the public. So there you go.
Let's go.
Low Neal's also going to be there.
Man.
Fullback Low Neal, former fullback Low Neal, one of the best fullbacks in NFL history.
Yeah, I was just, watch his highlights and why he's not in the Hall of Fame, I have no idea.
Well, no fullbacks in the Hall of Fame, that's why.
But they used to call the running back the fullback. John Riggins was the fullback.
Yeah.
But he really was the running back.
Well, he actually toted the rock.
Yeah.
Lowe didn't tote it very much. He was mostly a blocker.
He was vicious.
He was mostly a blocker. He was very similar to Juszczyk. Now, you think Juszczyk is a Hall of Famer? Probably not.
Man.
Probably not. And I say this on a Tuesday before I see Lowe on a
hater
Wednesday.
alerts. Hey, Lowe, can I get you a pop? Yeah. Put some respect on his name.
I put more respect on Lowe's name than most of you guys because I compare him to the great Pete Johnson.
I was going to say Sam Gash.
One of the great. He was better than Sam Gash.
I'm not saying he wasn't, but that was a bad, violent man.
Penn State. I don't like Penn State guys.
Dude, you're down, and your boy won that game. I thought of you.
Westford. Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
You know what? Do we have time?
It was only a spread of -4.5.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
They covered. Penn State did.
Yeah. Okay. I got to do this.
Yeah. I was thinking about just saying, look at Steiny. And your boy comes out the gate with a win, Franklin.
Does this sound like a team that's in the big, I don't even know what, a major
we
conference?
We should play a game with that. I'm lost.
Bowling Green, Kent State, Illinois, UCLA, USC, there's a ranked team. Wisconsin, they haven't thrown a forward pass in 4 years.
Man.
Ohio State, that's when they get beat bad. Washington, they stink this year. I've talked to Grandy about that. Purdue, you've got to be kidding me. Minnesota.
Steiny, they don't make their schedule. It is what it is.
Oh, they don't make their schedule? They don't schedule Kent State?
It is what it is.
And Bowling Green?
That's got to be homecoming.
And our guy, where's our guy? What's his name? Oh, shoot. The Maryland fan who always texts in. They have Maryland the last week of the year. Unbelievable.
Franklin came out the gates with a dub, though.
Yeah. Worst coach in college football. He's lousy. I shouldn't say that. What do I know? They'll finish 11th like they always do. Who's your college team?
Now I'm hurt. The Longhorns. I root for Africa.
It's the first time I've ever heard. It's the first time I've ever heard that. Texas is who's coaching them this year?
I don't know his name. Now, what would I just want to fight, like radio fight.
Yeah.
Because if I had guessed it, you'd have been like, I hope Frankie's not listening.
Why is Texas? How come Texas is your favorite team?
Metcalf, Earl Campbell, back in the day. Yeah.
I got you.
You familiar with Metcalf, right? His dad was a bad boy, too.
Eric Metcalf.
Yeah. Number 21.
Yeah, for the Cardinals. Yep. He was a punt returner. What else you want to know?
No, I was just saying,
what else you want to know?
Yeah.
You need
Applewhite, all those dudes.
Oh, yeah, he was a great pro. Major Applewhite. He ended up being a hell of a pro. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. 49ers. Hey, fans, we're 6 days away. We're 6 days away. Have you put the tumultuous offseason behind you? And is this team ready to go? What do you guys think? 888-957-9570. Download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer.
It all starts Monday.
Are you ready for some football? A Monday night party!
Niners.
I was at the Circa. Putting in work.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Don't forget, tomorrow, Red and Gold Summit. Fremont Bank starts at 2 o'clock with Dibbs and Willard, and then all the hosts join at 4. We'll be all there from 4 to 6. Lorenzo Neal, former fullback, also will be on hand for autograph signing and chit-chatting. So come out to 39150 Fremont Boulevard tomorrow. It's open to the public, and it is first come, first served.
Let's go. Steiny.
Yeah.
No, I'm a little irritated at myself. You kind of set me up. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Silk Basie, not 49er Frankie, was listening to that last segment. Sarkisian is the head coach of Texas.
Oh, is he?
And he's mad.
Who, Sarkisian's mad? Why?
Silk that I didn't know that he was my head coach.
Oh, I got you. So,
what you got?
One of the things we do here at 95.7 The Game is we compile a lot of sound from the people that cover the team and people who do national broadcasting. And we're going to let you listen to something from Grant Cohn. He works for Sports Illustrated. He's down at Santa Clara every single day covering the team. And what do you think about this, Goo? Take a listen. This is from Grant Cohn.
I had not heard this.
Yeah.
I have some breaking news. I just spoke to a source who's close to the 49ers, and this is exactly what he told me. I'm hearing the front office is extremely upset with the current financial status of the team, with the salary cap, and the Aiyuk and Trent contracts. It's Super Bowl or bust, and if it's bust, then heads will roll. The Lynch and Shanahan regime is on the hot seat, and it's hotter than ever. Front office, I guess, ownership, is upset with Lynch and Shanahan about all the spending that's happened this offseason. I guess if this report is true, and I have no reason to believe it's not, the front office, Parag, Jed, his parents, were maybe hoping that they could spend a little less this offseason.
Now, you go ahead first. You react first to that.
That sounds strong.
I mean, stronger than your favorite beverage.
I mean, what is...
That goes against everything we thought we knew. That he's not going anywhere. There's no pressure. The deals were done making chocolate chip cookies. But I'll just say this, Steiny. That is super strong. But just think about it. What was taking so long with these contracts if management was worried about the bottom line at the end of the day? Not just, Kyle, you've gotten us there since 2019. We've gotten close. That goes against that conventional wisdom, which I was a part of. Kyle's a made man. There is no pressure.
Well, the other thing that I'm thinking is, so that means there would be a rift between Lynch and Shanahan and the people that are above them. I mean, what were they going to do? Not pay Aiyuk? What were they going to? Are they going to be? You know, what sounds ludicrous to me is, well, what are they going to say next year when they pay Brock Purdy? You know what I'm saying?
I do, but wow. And again, that's a report, Steiny. But I'm up here. I'm like, I'm like, wow.
Well, hot seat to me means they can't have a bad year. But, I mean, listen.
But they got standards so bad would be one and done in the playoffs.
Okay.
You know what I mean? They've created that.
If I have $5,000 in the bank right now, I would probably bet $5,000 that Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch will be leading the 49ers next year at this time. I would bet all my money on that.
All right.
Would you?
Yeah, I would.
So I mean, I don't know how,
because that would be a hypocrite. That would go. The thing that this is signaling, Steiny, is we think, like the Giants. Attendance is up, Farhan's safe. You think you don't know, but this is all a report from Grant, who we ran into in Vegas we were down there for the Super Bowl. But it's just shocking for the possibility, if this is accurate, that what they've done is not good enough. And now that they're handing out all this money that you talk about, that the powers that be are like, okay, what are we getting for it? And maybe that had something to do with the delay in these negotiations. I don't know. You tell me.
Well, Brian Baldinger addressed this with the morning roast, not necessarily the hot seat part, but he talked about how the San Francisco 49ers payroll is very high, but there's a reason for that.
It is a good thing, and it's good for the league because I always think you need teams that everybody's gunning for. They got a big bullseye on their back. Kyle understands, they're all in. John Lynch, Jed, Kyle, they're all in. I never really had – I knew Trent would be back. I had some doubts about Brandon, but, they're loading up. They're loading up to make another run, and this is what you should do. You got a quarterback on a rookie contract. You got to load up. You got to be all in. You can't leave guys at home. You got to put them all on there. You get an extra day this week with Trent, because of the game Monday night. It's going to seem like forever to get there. Once we start playing games on Thursday, Friday, Sunday, by the time you get to Monday night, there's only one game on Monday night. Everybody's watching. Everybody wants to see both these teams. Kyle has been to the championship game 3 times. He's been to the Super Bowl twice. We know what the record is. They are a great roster, but not all great rosters win Super Bowls, and that's what this challenge is all about.
All right, so what if they don't? That's the question. What if they don't?
I think he's coming back, Stoney. I would do that $5K bet. I'm not assassinating the man's report, and I would find it highly, I would be floored. There's no way. And this goes, what's our guy, Shager? Who's the guy report NFL Network this morning that you played?
Peter Schrager.
Yeah, he's saying the same thing, like there's a lot to prove, but I would be shocked, Stoney. There's no way you just throw away or punt on a regime that's gotten you this damn close. And who had a gun to your head, if this is accurate, Stoney, to do those deals? You could have, what you brought up, decided not to, but you did it. So who was that on? Kyle made you do it? John made you do it? You know what I mean, Stoney? Kind of don't buy that.
Well, I don't know what their alternatives were this offseason if you're a San Francisco 49ers front office. Should you have let Aiyuk walk? Should you have not given in to Trent Williams? Should you have told Christian McCaffrey to pound sand?
No.
Well, then I don't understand what we're talking about here.
Where the anger would come from, right?
Well, if Jed York didn't want to pay these guys, he didn't have to pay these guys.
There you go.
So, maybe Shanahan and Lynch had to do a sell job on Marate and on Jed York, but that's part of the business. So I don't. This team's been to 4 NFC Championship games, 2 Super Bowls in the last 5 years.
God.
Yeah. The idea.
You want to win, partner, but I don't think they're on any hot seat. I'm just going to say it. I really believe that. I've been wrong in my life before, Stoney, many times, but come on.
If the season goes completely south, I don't know
this report is before the next 17 games.
Right. So, if they make the playoffs, are they still on the hot seat? If they fall short, what if they don't make the playoffs? What if they get hurt? What if the team is banged up all year?
Well, that's the only way something like that would happen. They'd go hand in hand.
I don't necessarily believe that.
The Jets. Rodgers goes down, it's a wrap, right?
No.
Or if you're believing in Dobbs or who's it?
No, I don't. I think there's a chance that the 49ers could be healthy and they're not as good as everybody thinks. That's possible. But I don't think they're going to fall off the map.
All right.
I don't think they're going to win 5 games. So
it's just interesting hearing that.
Yeah. Brian Baldinger saying the 49ers are loading up. They loaded up this year to make another run. That's true. And the reality of the situation is, I think we all know that no matter if this team wins it all or doesn't win it all, there's going to be a lot of changes next year. And the idea that some of those changes could be Lynch and Shanahan, I'm not feeling that right now. but I don't think there's any doubt that we know that this is going to be kind of the last run at it for this core 49er group.
And that's why I think we got a glimpse of it a little too soon for my taste. And what shocked me, Steiny, about if you want to dub this disease of me, players are fearful for their own chicken because of what Brock Purdy may possibly get. I am shocked that it went into holdouts and hold-ins with these two players a year before the year. How about that? A year before the year. But now that Brian is signed, sealed, and delivered, everything's on the table about who could be out of here next season. But we'll tackle that then because we won't know because everything is predicated on what goes on this season that starts next Monday.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. That sound probably makes, what's our guy's name in Boston? Who's got the mailman Eric?
Oh, boy.
That's probably music to his ears.
No doubt about it.
Yeah, I don't. How long was Andy Reid in Philly before he got whacked?
I want to say like 9 or 10. I'm bringing it up.
Well, that's
Evan will beat me.
We're getting to that area. We're getting to that time period with Kyle Shanahan. But the idea that anybody's on a hot seat, I think, at least as of right now, when you're 0-0, I think it's a little premature. Hey, join 95.7 The Game at Harding Park Friday, September 6th for the Pettinelli Financial Partners Golf Tournament benefiting the Autism Society of the San Francisco Bay Area. Go to 957thegame.com to learn more. Presented by Atco Pest Control, the Bay Area's locally family-owned pest control company. I mean, the fair question is, what is at stake, though, for the San Francisco 49ers this year? I mean,
capitalizing on a roster that they built that's damn near been second to none, Matt. That's all. And that's not a bad thing. It's like, are you guys going to get over the hump? Because it's not a talent issue now. It's not a talent issue when you've done what you've done the last 4 years. So now it's about, can you have the wherewithal to hoist up the Lombardi Trophy? That's what it's about.
Yeah, what's at stake and what's the difference and what happens?
14 years for Andy in Philly.
Okay. What is the difference between the 49ers winning a Super Bowl this year and not winning a Super Bowl this year? Is there something, will there be consequences if the 49ers don't win a Super Bowl this year? Because I'll tell you right now, if this organization is ready to make changes just because they don't win a Super Bowl this year, I mean, that to me sounds pretty preposterous.
But what if they're looking at it that we're spending all this money and we haven't done that?
Well,
could somebody be looking at it through that prism?
Okay, well then if you don't win it, then rebuild. Then start over.
Well, you got Brock Purdy, so you can't do that because you're going to have to pay him right away.
Well, you assume you are. But, according to this,
you are. You're right.
According to, I don't know what's at stake this year if the 49ers don't get it done. I don't know.
I don't believe there should be anything as far as the coaches and general manager. How about you?
Probably not. But then what's going to happen is then they are going to be feeling the pressure because if they don't win it this year and at the end of next year or at the end of this upcoming year that they don't win it, they have to make significant changes.
Yeah.
Well, then I think we are entering into kind of a new period of time for Shanahan and Lynch. But I just, I think they're a year away from maybe being on a hot seat at this point.
Adrian Gutierrez on the YouTube chat, Stoney, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. It's not a talent issue. It's a coaching issue. I don't know what it is, but I do know that this team has more talent or as much talent as any other roster in the NFL, and it's been that way for a while.
It's your opinion.
Yeah.
It's your opinion. I know they don't have the best quarterback in the NFL, though, and I know that's the most important position in sports.
But that's what's crazy about it. That's kind of been who they are. They've never had like Jimmy Garoppolo when he played against Mahomes.
Yeah. So why is everybody scratching their head as to why they haven't won a Super Bowl? Because their quarterback play hasn't been good enough yet.
But to be fair, we don't look at Brock Purdy like Garoppolo, though.
It doesn't matter. The difference in the two Super Bowls is Mahomes outplayed your guy both games. And there's a good chance that won't change if they get to another Super Bowl. I'm not saying the 49ers can't win.
Because they were up 10 twice in those games.
Yeah, like going up against Mahomes.
Yeah,
he's a
but
different
you didn't
animal.
get beat 50-0 is what I'm trying to say. You've confused and baffled Mahomes in both of those games on that stage to have a lead of 10 points or more.
Yeah, but that's nothing against Patrick Mahomes.
Obvious.
You got to close the door against Patrick Mahomes. And
they haven't.
I don't you know, if you don't get it done this year, are you really telling me that?
Well, you're getting a lot of love for that last point about if that's what you're dumbing it down to, Mahomes and Purdy or Mahomes and Garoppolo, what's to see here? But there's more to a game than just the names of the quarterback.
Right. But the biggest difference to me in both Super Bowls was the quarterback play. In both games, Mahomes was like Jordan. He hit every clutch shot. He made every big play. And your quarterback, Jimmy Garoppolo, didn't. And Brock Purdy is a hell of a young quarterback. Yeah. There's no doubt about it. He's getting better. He may win a Super Bowl someday. But Mahomes was better than him on Super Bowl Sunday last year.
Yeah, somebody coming down my road. Stop it, Goo. McCaffrey is MVP of the offense, not Purdy. Hello? I agree with that. What are you listening to?
Yeah, and this is, this is to be expected. This sounds like a Warrior fan here from the 669 on the Xfinity Mobile text line. Wrong, Steiny. You're wrong. The difference in the Super Bowls is that the refs did not call any penalties on the Chiefs' offensive line, who were the most penalized holding team all season. Yeah, don't you get it, 669? They cleaned it up. Great teams clean it up when they get into the Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. You're right. They were holding all regular season. And it was a point of emphasis for Andy Reid and his offensive line coach. And
you
know
need
what?
Some cheese with
they
that
got
wine.
it cleaned up for the Super Bowl.
Do you need
Blaming
some cheese
the
with
refs.
that wine?
Yeah, the refs.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Austin San Jose coming at me. He's, Guru, why are you so hung up over the Niners being up 10 points in 2 games? Doesn't matter. They lost. Plus, the stars of the Chiefs played better than the so-called Niners stars. I saw what I saw, Austin. I saw the Niners in 19 have a 10-point lead with 6 minutes left. They tricked that off. Then got the ball and could have, scored and won the game. They didn't do that. Play calling, all kind of other stuff. And then last year, maybe if you punt the ball, maybe if you do something different in overtime, you win that game. But Mahomes wasn't Jordan after halftime because he threw a pick right after half.
Well, but Jordan turned the ball over in the third quarter of games. I mean, who cares about the third quarter? He made all the plays when he needed to make them.
I'm not arguing that.
And
if you get rid of him when he's down, I guess is my point that you won't have to worry about him coming back. That's my point. Step on their neck. The Niners didn't do that.
I do think of all the people that I know in this world, all of them, whether they're friend or foe, I would have to say that you bring up the 10-point leads more than any person that I've ever met in my entire life. That's all. It's fair. They did. They lost 2 10-point leads. But you tend to mention that, more than anybody else that I know.
Do you know why?
Yeah, because,
what it signals.
What is the fact
that you were beating Billy Badass. You hit the bully in the mouth. You lost, but when you reflect on it, you had the bully beaten. And you stopped throwing the uppercut or jab. Now, I know you've never been in a fight, so this might not hit home, but I'm not going to forget that I had the bully on the ropes. And the bottom line is the Niners were up 10 points, Austin, and other Austins out there on the biggest stage, And I don't think in an NFL game with a team and a roster as loaded and talented as the Niners and coached by Kyle Shanahan that's too far-fetched to think, why couldn't you close the deal? Glenn Gary, Glenn Ross. That's all. That's why I bring up the 10. People act like the Niners showed up and Patrick Mahomes, Austin, it was 63-3. It wasn't that. Especially 19. And if Kittle was not running material, the Saturday Night Live material.
Well, how's that Kyle's
on the first?
fault?
No, I'm not. See, I didn't put it on somebody. I said it's a collective. You know, he gets on that fumble that McCaffrey fumbled on the first drive, but he was running material. Follow the ball. Hadn't brought that one out. I've been holding on to that. But the 10-point lead is symbolic because the Niners were playing better than the Kansas City Chiefs twice on the biggest stage. They also played better than the Rams in the 2022-2021 NFC Championship game on the road when Kittle caught a touchdown in the third quarter and they went up to the fourth, up 10. I don't know why the leads are vanishing. But if you guys don't want me to talk about it like it didn't happen, I get it.
I don't care if you talk about it.
I'm not saying you, but
they didn't win the games.
No doubt.
And the reason they didn't win the games because the other team was better. And to me, my way of thinking, a 10-point lead is not a big lead in football. It's 2 scores. It's not a big lead. It's not a big lead at all for a guy like Patrick Mahomes. I mean, I don't think it's a huge deal. It's a score, stop, score. You lose a game. That's what happened. If you should have been up 17. But, I mean, we're getting back to the original point of what if the 49ers don't win the Super Bowl this year? Okay, then there'll be changes next year, but
not with the Generals, though, Steiny.
I wouldn't assume, but I don't know.
Yeah.
On the other side, we're going to play some Brandon Aiyuk sound. Brandon Aiyuk talked to the media just moments ago, and we'll have that sign. We'll have that sound on the other side. Brandon Aiyuk, and we haven't heard from him since he signed his contract. So 888-957-9570 is the number if you want to jump into the conversation. And don't forget, tomorrow, the 2024 Red and Gold Summit. It's set for Fremont Bank, 39150 Fremont Boulevard. And here's what's coming down. Willard and Dibbs are going to be live from 2 to 4. And then all hosts will be there from 4 to 6 to get you ready for another football season. Come on out and join the fun. Once again, Fremont Bank on Fremont Boulevard. It's open to the public, first come, first served. We'll hear from Brandon Aiyuk on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
You just never know.
All righty. Brandon Aiyuk, signed, sealed, and delivered. He talked to reporters, I think today, right? This was today. Mm-hmm. Hey, Brandon.
BA.
Give me a, say something.
I'm not gonna lie, I made it a little bit more difficult than it needed to at the end. But yeah, it was like that for me. I'm not gonna say the whole entire time, but for about the past month, I think we were pretty good.
No, he made it difficult on himself, or he made it harder than it needed to be. The last few weeks.
I would have followed up with why.
Well, they may have.
Okay.
They may have, and we just have that one to share.
So was he trying to get just some more chicken, or?
Yeah, I don't know. He just, probably.
Yeah. Why did you tell Jaden Daniels in D.C. they didn't want you?
Because he probably didn't like the number they were throwing at him early in the negotiating period.
Boy, did I take an L on that. He ain't getting 30, Steiny. He got 30.
Yeah, RJ's in Fairfield. Hey, RJ, what's going on, buddy?
Nothing. I'm probably a little off topic, but I heard Guru say, talking about the 10-point lead in the Super Bowls, and kind of rubbed me the wrong way because I don't think Guru, I know you're a Dallas Cowboys fan, but you don't understand that we went up against probably the best quarterback in NFL history. And as a Niner fan and going against and knowing Pat Mahomes, Goo, ain't no lead safe with that man, okay?
Okay, listen.
Ain't no
okay,
lead safe.
I got you. I'm not cutting you off. We're having a conversation. Listen, it don't matter who you're a fan of. It's football. And you had Patrick Mahomes throw an interception the first possession of last year's Super Bowl coming out at halftime. So don't tell me because what's on his jersey on the back of his name, I'm supposed to be Helen Keller to the Niners defense playing their ass off. And it happened twice. So you need to shake yourself or check yourself, and you need to demand accountability from the people that are in position to get your team wins, man. Don't run from having a 10-point lead with 6 minutes left in the Super Bowl in 19. Don't run from having the lead last year. That's all I'm trying to tell you. It doesn't matter who you root for. I know, and you know what you saw. Mahomes was not on his best because you let him stick around.
Goo, I wish you would talk to Kyle Shanahan, give him a little pep talk or something, but I understand. You rub me the wrong way again because Goo, it's Pat Mahomes. At the end of the day, I get what you're saying. We were up 10, and our defense let us down. I mean, we had Pat Mahomes on a 4th and 1, and Bosa just got ran by on that. So, you hurt my feelings today, Goo. I just want to leave with you that. Steiny, I'm with you, man. Can you help me out, man? Yes. I love you, Goo.
Yeah, I love you too.
Listen, I'm with you in this way. To me, you can pick out Kyle Shanahan, a thing here, a thing there. But as far as last year goes, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
No, that was
you have Patrick Mahomes, one of the best quarterbacks of all time, going up against Brock Purdy, who's quarterbacked a year and a half. He's been a year and a half starting quarterback for a year and a half. Your best running back, one of the best running backs in football, fumbles on the first series. Your two big bad boys, Trent Williams and Nick Bosa, neither had a good game. And I said this the day after. The 49ers did not play well enough to be Super Bowl champions last year. And I don't blame that on Kyle Shanahan. I blame it on the players. Wow. I don't think Purdy was a Super Bowl winning quarterback. McCaffrey fumbled in that first series. Trent Williams, Bosa, subpar games. Aiyuk, nowhere to be found. It's like you got beat. You got beat is what I think. And when you say, well, this was the best team, no, it wasn't. Your best players didn't play well enough. Plain and simple. And their best players did. Bottom line.
Yeah. And I'll say this to my point about Kyle. Last year's Super Bowl wasn't on him like I believe 19 was. But Steiny, taking that ball in overtime, I thought that was the wrong thing to do. Now, the defense had just come off the field, so they were tired. You needed to give them, but I hear you. But if you say, and I'm just throwing it, if some naysayer said, Well, whose job is it to get the quarterback to be in that zone or get the other guys to show up? That's on the leader.
They're not good enough. I don't think they were good. I'm not blaming it on Kyle Shanahan. I don't think they had the best team. I think the Chiefs were better. They had the better quarterback. And I'm not blaming Kyle Shanahan because Trent Williams was mediocre. And I'm not blaming Kyle Shanahan because Nick Bosa didn't do much in the Super Bowl. And I can't blame Kyle Shanahan because McCaffrey fumbled. I'm giving credit to Andy Reid. I'm giving credit to Patrick Mahomes, who did what he always does. And the 49ers got to come back this year and try to get it done. But they're not going to get it done unless they play better.
Yeah, and one thing in the offseason, outside of these contracts that will stick with me until the season's over, Stoney, and I mean this, you'll probably think I'm just talking, not the first time. Steve Young's comments about Kansas City and what they were collectively as an offense last year. Like that was, to the world, the last best chance to take advantage of them. And you still couldn't do it when your offense with McCaffrey, Debo, Kittle, Aiyuk was whole, and Trent Williams. And you're right, they all had a bad game or didn't play up to their standards. So I can't blame that on Kyle, or can I? Like the team wasn't ready. But that's different.
They weren't ready?
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to check myself.
Well, go ahead.
Excuse me. 19 was the play calling at the end. And that's why I put Kyle in it and blamed him. I can't blame Kyle outside of the overtime rules, Steiny. And maybe he took the ball because the team defense again was tired. But Trent was getting pushed around. Your boy fumbled. I don't know why IU only had 6 targets and Debo was a no-show. I don't know. So I'm not putting that at Kyle. But if somebody says, hey, it's on the coach, then what do you say?
If that's what you right, and then if you want to blame it on Kyle Shanahan,
but I'm not passionate about it like I am 19 with the play calls.
To me, it was simple. It was so obvious to me. They didn't play a Super Bowl winning game. They didn't.
Why?
Because they weren't as good as the Chiefs. They didn't execute when it's like. You think about if you want to go back into the heyday of the Niners, when they won 5, when we go, we don't lose.
We win.
Think about the way they played in those Super Bowls. This team couldn't hold a candle to the way those teams played in the Super Bowl.
No argument from here, man.
They played an average game, and that's not going to win you a Super Bowl. They had an average postseason. Now, if you want to blame Kyle, blame Kyle. But I put it mostly on the players.
Wow.
They weren't good enough. All right, coming up on the other side, we got the crossover with Willard and Dibbs. They're going to join us, and what's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. That segment also brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body.
Willard and Dan Dibley. What is up, gentlemen?
Big fellas.
Yeah, happy to be back. A long weekend. And one of those weekends where, you're kind of itchy to be behind the mic. So much so that I had to call in on Thursday as I was out and about.
I missed that call.
Picking up my car from Walnut Creek Honda. Shout out the service department, best in the Bay. And I heard the news about Brandon Aiyuk. And I thought, ooh, Brandon, how could you do me like this on my day off? And so I tuned into the station. Mark was killing it. And then Butcher Boy showed up.
Yeah.
And I said, it's open season now. I'm going to have to call in now. Better call in now. Mm-hmm. So I waited about half an hour and I called in. I had to get a piece of it.
Butcher. Butcher was great.
He did. Yeah,
is that because, do you think as a staff, we don't trust Willard solo on a big news day?
There's part of that for sure.
No, it's that each of us put so much into this. I got no issue with that. You got to weigh in. You can't share your opinion about something every day for 7 weeks. And then when it happens, when you're going on vacation into a long weekend, he knew. You
need to know now.
Good chance when we got back, we were going to be on to Trent and game week. Dude, you got to get your take off.
And you're not out on Aiyuk. You're in.
Well, here's what I'd say. And I said everything I was going to say Thursday and Friday. There's a bunch of stuff. Number one, I am so happy just to hear him say what he said today. That's all anybody ever wants. And if you don't know what I'm referring to, there was accountability on a platter with Brandon saying, I made this a little bit more difficult than it needed to be in the end, which was my entire point last week. Now, the Niners weren't perfect here either. Trent, whatever. For me, today, Tuesday, September 3rd, is a day where we've all gotten our opinions off. We've all had our frustrations. Put them in a basket.
It's football time.
Throw them in the ocean. Bygones be bygones. The season's here. The people who have their jerseys have their jerseys. LFG. And so yes, it's okay. It will never not be something you look back on and go, that was annoying. But we're here. Let's play.
Yeah, we're here. Let's play. And we got football in 2 days.
Dude.
We got a game on Friday. And then we got a rack on Sunday. And then by the time we all get to Monday, all four of us will be broadcasting live.
And I can't wait.
Down there right outside the gates. And, that to me is when it gets really real. When I leave my house at about 10:30 and I make my way down to Santa Clara and I park right there at the Hilton and I walk in and I see you two doing your thing.
Yep.
That's when it gets
real. And I hit Lucas. I got to go to this one because this is a mega game.
Of course you got to go.
This is the one. And I think the Jets got action. So I've been fighting Steiny all day.
You think so?
I do.
What's the number at now that the Niners are all back to full strength?
9. Oh, that I don't know. I thought you could set the Jets number.
It was 5.5, then it went down to 3.5.
Oh, it was 4.5. I'm sorry, Steiny. I thought you were talking about Jets wins.
Yeah. No, it went back up. You know what I'm smelling that day? Ooh, Steiny.
Extended crossover.
Extended crossover. You got nowhere to be. There's no team time on Monday. There's just a big parking lot of nothingness waiting for you at 2 o'clock. You consider yourself welcome to stay as long as you want.
We should probably book Tim Hardaway because this is going to be a killer crossover.
Nice. I'm going to give you a 2.
Yeah.
But I got to put it, it's not a rat on the table. I'm not a preacher. But Ricky Pearsall. I mean, how blessed is he and his family and everybody that loves him that attempted robbery went bad. He was shot. No vital organs. He's at home on the mend. Just your thoughts, guys, and where you were at and how that – is it a bad look for the city that happened?
Well, personally, this is just my thing. I hate – within 2 minutes of
stay off social that you're right.
Like somebody got shot. Like, can we not make it about San Francisco that minute? Wow. Can we not? Everyone, I'm not taking your opinion away from you. I'm pretty sure there's gun violence in every city in America. That's not excusing anything. I don't even want to get into that. Can we not make Ricky Pearsall a political pinball? That to me is offensive. That's disrespectful to Ricky and what he went through. I thought it was very emotional, that officer sharing the conversation she had with him as they were getting him to the ambulance.
Am I gonna die?
Bless her, bless him, my God. Unbelievable. And so incredibly lucky. Man. I mean, to hear John Lynch say that, this guy's he's not just okay, he was at the facility today and he's gonna play football this year.
It's just incredible. Thank goodness.
Wow.
Thank goodness that it missed.
Yeah. I mean, it went straight in and straight out to not hit any organs.
Through.
When you go from the neck to, let's just say, the waistline, you're talking about 15, 16 organs.
Yeah, it's
and
pretty
about
hard to miss.
7 major arteries, including the one in the neck, the widowmaker, the carotid artery, Steiny, as you well know. So to get shot in that area and have it hit nothing, he is truly lucky. But the San Francisco piece of it, you can debate that till the cows come home. The name that popped in my head, though, was Buster Posey, because this is, and this is just one incident. And if it wasn't Ricky Pearsall, if it was Ricky Smith who got shot, none of us would have even noticed.
Right.
And that happens all the time in this city, in many other cities. Unfortunately, that happens in this country. So I'm with you, Mark, about making this a political hot button and a political football. Unfortunately, many people will. And it just, the words of Buster echoed in my head today as I was thinking about the fallout.
Just at least wait. Have the respect for Ricky Pearsall and his family
he
to
jumped
wait.
off early, man.
One of the candidates for mayor 4 minutes after it happened. Well, this is why you need to vote for me. For God's sakes. I mean, Brian Robinson. This happened with the
DC.
Washington Commanders in D.C. Did we do this with D.C.?
Came back week 5.
Did we do this with D.C.? I don't remember that.
And we didn't do this in New Orleans when that football player was shot in a traffic altercation. I can't remember if he was a defensive lineman, but that happened
he was
10 years ago.
A USC player, right?
Yeah.
Was it Joe McKnight?
I want to say no. It was Big Cat. I'll get the name.
Yeah.
Okay.
But anyway, to the point, this is not to disrespect him by not remembering his name, but this does happen in other situations and other locales. But just because of what we all have started to perceive nationally about this city, that becomes a bigger piece of it, especially when it happens in a tourist and shopping hub, with tons of people around.
Yep.
Mark, you have Trent Williams' numbers in front of you?
We have some of them.
Okay.
We have some of them. I don't have
Help me out.
the whole deal, but for those who have been kind of interested by that, we have the guarantees for Trent Williams, and so the signing bonus that he gets right out of the gate is 25.69.
So that's not part of the signing bonus you're about to share with us,
there's 2 guarantees. There's what you're going to get right away, and then there's the life of the deal practical guarantee, which is outside of some career-ending wackadoodle nature type of an injury. This is what he's going to get, and so it's 25.69 is guaranteed at signing. That's in this form of a signing bonus. 48 over the life of the deal. What I didn't see yet, and we're waiting for, is if there's any more news about extending it, or is there new money, or did they just guarantee money that, as we know, was already on the deal? But
25 M's were not here on the deal.
Right.
He's going to get that at signing.
He had 3 years left and somewhere in the neighborhood of 70 to 75 million, but it was all non-guaranteed. At least 48 of it now is. So there you have it. And I also don't have in front of me what he gave up to get here, because he's been getting fined every day.
Yeah.
A lot.
It's probably on the order of about $3 million, I heard previously. So, you get your 25 up front, you pay 3 of it right back, and you're okay with 22. And I would guess he got a salary bump as well. Until those numbers actually come out, we won't know. But the fact that there's so much money being paid up front makes me think about the Aiyuk deal and the reality that after 2 years, this year and the next year, both of those contracts become much more movable, cuttable, changeable.
Wow.
Right when Brock Purdy's going to get his money.
Tibbs, it was Will Smith, the same player.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
There you go.
From
Not
the
Fresh Prince.
YouTube feed or whatever.
Yep.
Yep. Okay.
Anything stopping Trent from doing this next year?
Nothing stopping him other than he got, if he got, 48 million guaranteed signing,
he's still going to have some guarantees. He won't be able to make the same claim. I've got no guarantees left on my deal. Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
Now, what's stopping him from doing it after 2 years? Father Time would be the answer there.
Unless
he goes the Steph Curry route.
He may tap out then too,
He did say today he wants to keep playing as long as he's productive. So you can put aside
3 All-Pro seasons in a row.
Yeah, all that retirement talk that seems to come up every now and again is like what you're waiting for is a dip in his play, I guess, if you want to think about that. But we haven't seen that yet.
Nope. Or dipping even in his durability. And he missed a few games last year, but
He missed a few the year before that too, I think, didn't he?
And, go ahead and pencil him in for missing a few this year too, because you're dealing with a very physical position and an older guy who came in with no camp. So if you think he's playing all 17, I got a bridge to sell you in Poughkeepsie.
It's possible. He's allowed to.
He is.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's eligible to play all the games.
Do you know how many Niners played all 17 last year?
Ooh, good question.
On offense and defense? Forget the special teamers, but...
Well,
Purdy.
Okay, no, Purdy did not. See,
Nope,
this
16.
is why it's kind of a little bit of it's an unfair question.
It's really not.
No,
That's a cheapie
No,
question.
because
You're right,
because
Mark.
they got the number
You're
one
right.
seed, and a bunch of guys who would have played did not play in that final week.
Correct. Hence my question. Do you know how many guys played
Right.
17?
That's a gimmick
Obviously,
question.
you didn't know.
Yeah, it's a gimmick question.
You didn't think about it, Steiny.
There's an
a gimmick.
insinuation sensation there that is not actually. That's all I'm saying.
If you take a moment to just listen to the question and
We
let
did.
it soak in, he
We did.
fired off the one guy who you knew didn't.
Yeah, no,
Shame on you.
Listen to the question.
I'm
There's-
okay now.
There's a little bit of a little bit of a trick play.
It's a
there.
gimmick.
It's a little bit of a trick play.
It was a gimmick.
I'll go ahead and lower my
you
level
threw
of
a
questioning
flea
to
flicker.
kindergarten level.
No, I don't. Are there any? Did any play all of them?
Probably a couple of those
Oh,
interior
you don't
linemen.
even know.
You don't even know?
Of course not.
That's why I'm asking the
Don't ask
question.
questions.
When
You
you
know
ask a
what?
question, you're seeking knowledge.
I just knew you knew.
All right.
You're listening.
4 is the answer.
To 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Hang on, I'm trying to get their
Nailed
roster
it.
and games played.
Just shake it off. It's not that important.
It's not. But
The greater point
it's fine.
is Trent is signed, Brandon signed, Christian McCaffrey's back at practice. The gang's all here. Let's ride.
Niners
you got
are
6
fine.
days.
They're fine.
6 days till the opener. And, if they lose, we can all decry the fact that Aiyuk and Trent didn't have camp. And if they win, we can all say, camp schmamp. It's unimportant. So either way that goes, we'll have a take, which is exciting.
Yeah. Yeah. What else is going on?
Must be football season. Nothing. Absolutely nothing's going
fantasy
on.
draft for me tonight. League number 5.
Yeah, fantasy drafts. I hope everybody I hope y'all got who you wanted. I spent most of my evening yesterday at a 5th grade fantasy draft, which
Jeez.
was
How did that go?
absolutely hysterical.
So
You think
names
your
out
team's
of a
going to be
hat.
pretty good in that league?
It's not my team.
But names out of a hat or everybody on the
I had
phone?
one of the few sons that I didn't need to coach him at all.
He's ready.
He knows exactly what he's doing. The only thing I needed to do was call him in from the backyard when it was his turn. But to watch round 1, 2, 3, then you're getting around 6, 7. When you get to round 12, it's 8 dads sitting on couches, kids throwing things at each other in the backyard. Some of the dads calling their kids in to make their picks.
Where's the slow
And others not.
Who's hosting it, Will?
One of the guys.
That is
one of the guys. Yeah.
So names on paper or people electronically you're doing it?
No, electronic.
Wow.
Electronic. You got 90 seconds. Don't use them all. You don't need them. Come on. Let's go. Chop, chop.
That is really
Keep it
funny.
moving.
By
5th
round
grade.
5, like the first kid leaves, then 2 kids leave, and now all of a sudden you got 4-on-4 football in the back.
Well, but you got
and the
people-
dads are grinding over kickers and
Wait till
defense.
I'll show you during the next break. I got a picture of each dad with his son grinding away at a computer, and I'm like, you don't even know who these people are. Just let the kid click on some name. You don't know who Adonai Mitchell is. You don't know who that is. Just click it. Just move on. Anyway, so yeah. Must be football season.
Yeah.
There it is. 2 days.
Yeah. Hey, did you see that Giants attendance is up? Did you see that?
From when?
Oh.
No, you tell.
I will. Let me just get the info.
Why are you bringing this up right now?
Hey,
Why are you bringing this up?
Matt Trollmetz.
I'll tell you why we're bringing it up, because Tim Kawakami said that it may go a long way toward determining Farhan's future.
Farhan's future, sure.
So it's relevant.
But attendance when? In the Marlins series?
Giants attendance is up. They're averaging 33,279 fans. That's up 2,400 from last year.
Yeah, for the season.
It's the 7th largest year-over-year increase. If they average 17,000 the rest of the way, it'll be their best attendance year since 19.
Okay.
That's called from Andrew Baggerly's story.
Sweet. Although they would have crushed that in 2021 if we weren't coming out of the pandemic and numbers weren't all changed. Number one.
Are you going to poo-poo these numbers?
No, I'm not. Actually, yes, I am. Because
Get him, Willard.
Because I've read what Tim said, and I'm very confident that what Tim is talking about is not attendance for the whole season. He's going to be talking about what's going to happen now. How'd that Marlins series do?
I actually thought it
did it?
I think it did do better than expected, I thought.
I'll raise my hand. I didn't watch a minute. I'm done.
Well, the stadium was buzzing, Mark.
A real Giants fan is done. We're done. It's Niners season. You did not get us to the month of September. You barely got us to the month of August. I told Dibbs this. He'll back me up. I said to him 5 weeks ago, if you want any of my money in the last 2 months of this season, you have to be in the race.
They are.
No, they're not.
Oh, they're still got a shot.
Tell them, Guru.
Does the math work?
6.5.
The math is there.
The math is there.
But the baseball is not there. That's the only problem.
There is that part of it, yeah.
I'm done. Grandy, they cannot hit. I'm sick of watching it.
And the whole thing about the attendance, and that's a quaint little article, but if you want to compare
Tell it to Baggerly. Not me.
You brought it to this air, so you become
Baggerly.
responsible. Andy Baggerly. You become responsible for the content vis-a-vis this radio program. And we're now into Willard and Dibbs country.
That's right.
So I'll tell you this. That stat is meaningless because the attendance is appreciably down from when they were even decent in 2016. So yes, the numbers are getting better, but they're not even close. They're not even
kudos to the fans, though.
where they were even pre-2010 when they won titles.
And
so,
how was that
inch by inch?
How was that
Step by step.
fan, exactly.
Which?
The fans. Like, kudos to the fans, Farhan. You don't get credit for that. He's like, well, you put the product together. No, you spent $200 million and it blew up in your face.
Snell was a draw.
Unfortunately for us, the Giants ownership does not put its finger on the pulse. Giants ownership is not
so whack.
They're not hell-bent on winning. Giants ownership has shown this year
that's why
that they are hell-bent on one thing, and that is having the bottom line add up the right way.
Yeah.
So
Break even.
So when you get out of this season, is ownership going, wow, you went 80 and 82? Or are they going, hey, nice job getting rid of that Schlereth deal. Nice job, buddy.
Dude, by the way, he's showing a pulse in Atlanta.
Is he? No, he's hitting under 200, I think.
Power numbers, power.
Was he close to 30?
No. So I'm going to owe you something.
Yeah.
Well, you just lost it, man. We bet on the Jets win total over 9.5. I think the Jets are going to win 10 games.
Was it over 9.5 or was it over 10?
Over 9.5. 10 is the winner.
Okay, because when I was listening, it was 10, and then you looked up the line, and then
does it all the time.
This
is what he does.
He actually gave you 2 seconds to back out of it, and then you rolled down to 9.5. Is what
who took the under and who took the over?
I took the under.
I took the over.
They got
Jets are going to be a good team.
I like your bet.
Yeah, no, so does Baldy.
If for no other reason than it's the best bet you've ever made on this air, because you've made a lot of
That's a
crappy
Roger
bets.
Federer right there. That's a backhander.
That is a bet.
Too soon for the Ricky Pearsall thing.
Well,
wow, you just blindsided.
I'd go with you on that.
Yeah.
I think the Jets, look, their defense is fantastic. What'd they win last year with no QB?
They were in every game.
6 or 7 games last year with no QB.
5 or 6, I think, but
it's at least 6.
Yeah,
boy, did we miss your boy from BYU. We thought he was going to be something.
Yeah.
Because you were in the camp with me. I admit it.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah.
Go ahead and throw me under the bus on your bad take, but yeah, I might have been with you on that.
You were the leader.
I've been thinking a lot about these team over-unders in terms of they won 7 games.
7 games last
Best
year.
case, worst case. Like, best case for the Jets, the D is nasty. Brees Hall leads the league in rushing, and the QB stays alive. And if all that happens, we're going to win 11.
That's pretty reasonable, isn't it?
Worst case scenario is your QB's leg falls off again.
Leonard Floyd hits him
Aaron
again.
Rodgers was over 40 when he won the Super Bowl with the Bucks. I'm just putting that out there.
Tom Brady.
You mean Tom?
Tom Brady. Thank you.
Yeah, I put Tom on a different planet.
And Tom's torn ACL was more than a decade earlier. Rodgers is coming off the Achilles.
Did you hear Goose got Aaron Rodgers in his top 5 all-time quarterbacks?
Yeah. I
Top
heard that,
5.
and then I heard your list, and then I fell asleep underneath my Afghan, and I
Could you
woke
run
myself
yours
up.
off real fast before we get Willard? Your top 5.
All time?
Yeah.
I would go Brady, Montana, Mahomes.
We're all the same
And
there.
then you start getting it. I mean, Terry
Give it to us,
Bradshaw,
Dibbs.
I was a Steeler fan growing
got
up, but he's
four.
not. He was a product of the system.
Yeah, see, this
Give it
is-
to Franco and let the D
Give us your other two.
the work.
What did Bradshaw
I go
average? 178 yards a
You
game?
guys are
Peyton Manning and John Elway would be my
I
other
had
two.
Elway in mind.
Yeah. Starting with Norm Van Brocklin and Johnny Unitas.
Sid Luckman.
I got Montana as my number one. Do you have Joe as your number one?
I mean,
was the-
Tom, again, I always try to separate the word. Who's the best of all time? Who's the most accomplished of all time? Does that help people?
Totally.
You know what I mean? Like Tom, whatever. Tom has all the Super Bowls.
But that's
Joe-
what makes Jordan Jordan.
And Joe,
He's
look,
the answer to both of those.
And we're biased. We're biased about Joe. And we've spent our entire lives
He
calling
never
him.
lost.
Yeah. I mean, whatever.
Lost the job to Steve.
All those names that you guys brought up, they're all great.
Okay.
Mark
That's my answer.
Mark does
They're
not
all-
like
Why am I
lists.
mad?
They're all wonderful.
Mark doesn't like lists, and he doesn't like rankings.
Yeah.
He likes just conversation.
Switching to
That's right.
YouTube TV before we get out of here was the best decision of my life.
Well-
because had I been a part of that fiasco, what happened with the weekend at Disney and
Don't talk about it in past tense. It's not done yet.
what is I would have lost my hair knowing that game where games were on.
Do some of you listeners know that as we stand right now, you're not watching the 49er game on Monday? You will not see it.
Wow.
You know what you have
Now-
to do, right?
Look at
Just get Xfinity.
Well, yes, you can
Just
do that.
get Xfinity, and everything is great. The customer service. Hi, I'm Dan Dibley, and I've been a customer for about 17 years, and my internet. Restaurant quality.
Look at my God.
My
Baby
TV.
Shaq over
I got
here.
channels on top of channels.
DirecTV.
But why would they do it like the Niners and wait to the
I was
end?
going to
right
say, they're
before?
like execs at
People are
DirecTV,
mad.
like you seen this Aiyuk guy? Let's just wait until very, very end. I
That's
heard
cold.
Trent Williams showed
You're
up.
right.
That's
No
a hold
Niner
out,
game.
not a hold in.
But that is the deadline. The deadline is they did that right during the LSU USC game.
Oh, my goodness.
And then waved to everyone and went, the Niners and Jets play in 8 days.
Did the
They
double
did that
Kyrie.
mid-game?
No, like right before
Right
it happened.
before.
It's not that they did anything, but the announcement came out in
Gotcha.
the middle of the
Okay.
U.S. Open.
Hot. Adding DTV.
SC
You
and
lost me,
LSU are
I'm
about to
out.
kick, and they're just like, boop, you get a box
Color
on your
bars.
screen.
Oh, that's it.
Pops called me panicking.
Yeah.
What's wrong? Who did it?
Everybody in this
They go
day and
to
age is
ESPN.
trying to log into somebody else's. You know what? People are losing
wow.
their minds.
Man.
Hilarious.
Yeah, just real quick from the Xfinity Mobile text line. Didn't Montana lose in the playoffs at times?
I said Super
Just
Bowl.
because you didn't lose in the Super Bowl doesn't mean you didn't lose.
That's
It's
the
like,
Jordan argument.
well, that's the thing. I mean,
That's
like,
the Jordan
Jordan
argument.
never lost.
He never lost.
He never
Yes, he did.
won his first 8
But
years.
nobody's telling
He
you.
never
Yeah.
won.
He had Graham Bill
couldn't
Waiters,
win.
Dave Corzine.
Couldn't
Come
win.
on.
Couldn't win. He couldn't. In fact, he lost more than he won.
Did you actually think that was a walk-off? Because you just
yeah,
played
I
like
did.
it.
I thought it
That
was.
wasn't good enough to be a walk-off. It
Then
wasn't.
we'll take the loss. We'll
I'm
just have to
excited
take
about
a look.
tomorrow, baby. See
What's
y'all in
tomorrow?
Fremont. Get
The
in
Summit,
game.
Fremont Bank.
Get in the game.
Summit.
Yeah,
Yes,
thank you,
exactly.
guys. Thank
Why
you.
is that not exciting to you, Steiny? You get to talk even more.
You know,
I'm going to throw
the
to
first
you first.
7 were exciting.
I'm going to throw to you first.
Let me just ask you one thing on your way out the door. Do you consciously plan for your big, mood switching troll job? Because you've had one every summit. You say something that the crowd,
Yeah.
Oh, really?
And you're so proud of yourself, like a Cheshire cat. Do you script it?
You are
Or
going
does
to
it
get
just
us.
come to
You don't even know this, but you're closing in on a Summit Lifetime Achievement Award. I might present that to you tomorrow.
I like that.
Maybe I'll wait for the Warrior one.
You know what?
What? Why are you
I'm just
leaving?
going to let it go.
What? Let what go?
We should switch up the seating, too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I should have a
Hey, guys,
podium.
ready?
We're always ready.
Okay. What do you got coming up on the show today?
The show.
Okay, on 95.7, the game.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
What was the hardest part for you? I'm just going to ask you that right out of the gate. We can get Grandy in on this. Not Lucas. He left in the most important week of our lives.
He'll be back.
That's okay. Carter's here. He's bigger and stronger than Lucas anyway. He
had a great tweet last week, Carter. Had a boy.
He did. He looks like a football player. We should trade Lucas for Carter this week. 888-957-9570. What was the hardest part of the last 6 months, the most awful 6 months of all of our lives, which as we sit here today on Tuesday, September 3rd, 2024, ladies and gentlemen, is over.
It's over.
That's it. That's it. It's over. We finally have something we can believe in again. 6 months since the Super Bowl loss and the Warriors not making the playoffs and the Giants somehow putting everyone to sleep
again.
Yet again.
Again.
And then a month and a half of screaming about other people's money. And for me, bygones. Everybody got their opinions out 15 different ways. We've arrived. We're here. The season is starting. I think we've got something we can believe in here. I don't know if they're going to win the Super Bowl or this, that, or the other, even stay healthy. But this is a team that is worth our time, our belief, the postseason, all of those things. And we're here. I'm so happy about it. I'm so happy about it.
Yeah, it's been a long road to hoe. And, if you want to talk about what's been the worst thing between the Super Bowl and today, well, if you can't count the Super Bowl, it's probably the Warriors having their season end the way it did. But there are many other subplots in the Warriors. And I think for me, it would have to be something with the Giants. I can't pinpoint exactly what day. Maybe it was Buntgate. Maybe it was the trade deadline where they kind of sat on their hands and did nothing. And, the whole inexorable slide to mediocrity for the Giants was something that was kind of day after day pain, not real pain, but sports pain, because when the Warriors ended, you knew that the Niners were going to have some offseason, this and that, Aiyuk and Trent and the rest of it, whatever. We didn't see Trent coming, but you knew that there was going to be some offseason stuff, and that's part of fun in football. But then we would have had actual games to care about, and by early July, it felt hard to really care about the Giants because they would break your heart twice a week.
Yeah, I can tell you, you're searching for what was the one day with the Giants?
Yeah.
It isn't one day. It's a bunch of days. Here's how I'll answer it. You want to know what the hardest part of the summer was with the San Francisco Giants? Anytime one of them got to third. That was the hardest part. Anytime any of them got to third base, I swear to God, I was like, this is not going to go well. And it felt like 83% of the time I was right. So that was the hardest thing. But yeah, over the last 6 months, if I had to pick one, it's absolutely that, and this was probably under-discussed, a largely healthy Warriors team didn't even make the playoffs. If you're an NBA fan, how long have you spent being like, God, the NBA, the playoffs are too big. Everybody makes it. Teams with losing records make it. 20 teams at least have a shot if you factor in this play-in tournament. And the Warriors weren't one of them.
Well, they were in the 20-man tournament.
Yes, they were in the 20, but they did not make the 16.
Yeah.
Not the Final Four, not the Elite Eight. They didn't make the Sweet 16.
Didn't make it out of Dayton in the first four.
And that, for me, is what I think had the long-lasting effect. That's what led me sort of to this moment where I'm like, it really feels like it's been a long time since all of us could gather around and go, there's a big game tonight. Big game. Invite your people over. We got a game to watch. Hell, I got the nickname here at this yard of Watch Party Willard.
Yeah.
It's dormant.
You haven't had one in a while.
Can't invite anyone over because the Diamondbacks are in town on a Tuesday. You can't do it. So 6 days from today, Dibs, thank goodness, there's a game.
Yeah. In 2 days, there's a game. Even though it's not us.
But I mean,
a real
one of
Niner
ours.
game, yeah.
Good
a game,
Lord.
one of ours that we can actually get revved up about and really feel good about, because even the Dodgers series this year at Oracle Park, that was hard to get up for because you knew the inevitable blew out down there at the yard, and not only the blowout that would happen on the field, but the blew out in the stands, and so it made it even more difficult to get up for those games than you normally would.
Yeah, absolutely. So I am so thankful to reach this point, and also I do think, and I think we'll spend a little bit more time on this, to wake up. And for those who, I don't know how many early risers are out there, but 5:45 wake-up call for me today. And we were already about, based on Twitter, because I got that stupid habit that so many of us do, which is the alarm is your phone. And so then when you turn the alarm off, what do? Yeah, you just go straight to the phone. Worst stupid thing for you. I wish I could stop doing that so I could give myself a half hour to start the day without the screen, but it's straight to it. And then boom, we're already, 15 minutes past the point where the Trent Williams announcement came down. And the announcement wasn't even the announcement you thought was happening. The contract not even totally done, but Trent getting on a plane. He's got a huge dog, and he's on his way. Big fella's back. And with the Aiyuk stuff that took so long, the Pearsall situation, so unfortunate, but also thank goodness it went the way that it did. I really arrive at a spot today, no matter what your opinions have been, no matter how frustrating this has been at times, today's the day where you go, okay, just wipe it all clean.
Yeah.
We're here. Get your jersey, get your helmet. They're at full strength. Let's go play.
Yeah, and you're going to have the same experience, hopefully, when we get to the Warriors opener here in about 6 weeks, where everything that's happened with the Warriors, you can just kind of wipe it away. And whether it was, trading Kuminga or trading Pods or trading both and Larry Markkinen and Paul George and everything else we went through, when we get to the opener, it'll be all right. These are my Warriors. Let's rock. We'll go to the home opener, and it'll be exciting because a new season brings all that hope and promise and the dreams. And if you're a fan of the Niners, those hopes and promise and dreams have to do with February football and a shot at another Super Bowl. So, yeah, you can put all that stuff behind you and you can get excited. Come Monday, Mark, it'll be 146 days since the Warriors got knocked out by Sacramento. So if you put aside the Giants and the journey we've been on with the Giants, which has been level 2, level 3 excitement, kind of riding, not really the wave, but it's like when you go to a lake, there's a little bit of a ripple from the lake as opposed to the ocean. That's been the Giants, but 146 days on Monday will be the gulf that we have traversed from Warriors ouster to Niners opener.
And
it felt much longer. Did it not? 146 days is a lot of days, but...
Well, I think that's what... And maybe it didn't... Even till the big fella had the announcement today, which, by the way, we're all morons. Today was always going to be the day.
Sure.
Of course today was going to be the day. Oh, Trent got on a plane on Labor Day? Shouldn't have seen that coming. But anyway, soon as big fella's on the way, you can take a deep breath on the Ricky stuff. Brandon is in. I'm going to take what he said, and we'll play it for you in a little bit, but I'm going to take what he said as a little bit of an apology, at least accountability. And I really do appreciate that for him saying what he said today, that he was a pain in the end and it took longer than it needed to. You're right, Brandon. You were a pain in the end. It did take longer.
I keep thinking you're going to say a pain into something else.
No, it's okay.
It's a pain in the end.
It's all okay. It sort of brought up.
You better be careful.
Well, no, not really. But anyway, it brought up a feeling that I didn't realize I had shoved down in the belly, which is that angst, excitement, that love for sitting down on the couch and not letting your back hit the pillow because you're so excited about what you're about to see, you scooch up a little bit. You move to the edge of the seat. Or maybe you just move to the edge of the seat so you can reach the popcorn that you made or the nachos that you made, whatever. But that feeling, haven't had it in 6 months.
Yeah, 146 days is what it'll be.
And I mean, it was the Warrior King game. And that lasted 7 minutes before you were like, nope, not this one either.
April 16th of this year was the date. And yeah, you had hope, and you got in the second half, and you thought, okay, Curry Flurry, this is what we do. You're down 12. It's all right. You're down 15. You know what? 18's not insurmountable. Okay, they're down 21. Oh, God, did that thing get to 25? Whatever it got to, you're right. It never felt like, here we go. Here we come. Like the adrenaline of Brock Purdy getting the ball back with 6 minutes left against Green Bay. That was high level. Super Bowl, obviously, but it didn't work out. But I'm looking forward to those, like you said, edge of the couch, walking around, pacing moments that we haven't had in a long time.
Dude, 6 days. 6 days from right now. This is as big of an event as we've had here with any of our teams since that Warrior game, which was incredibly disappointing. And so before that, it was kind of like the last time these guys played. And obviously the disappointment that led to with the Super Bowl loss. So I do wonder that. Like, if you line all of that up, and, let's invite everybody to the party. 888-957-9570. What was the hardest part of these last 6 months? And I would answer it that way for me. It's the Warriors missing the playoffs. And there's a slash there. It's not just that they missed the playoffs. It's that for the first time in the careers of Steph, Clay, and Dre, they missed the playoffs / there's no good reason for it.
They're all healthy. Yeah.
That hurt. That hurt. Like, that hurts your Warrior ego.
Well, that's the final game that the three of them played together. And Clay went 0 for 10.
Yep.
So,
and then stared into the rafters and basically let us know that day that it was the last game.
Exactly. And so, what we went through in the offseason with the Clay questions, which led to the Brandon questions, and then a little dash of the Trent question, and then, look at Christian out of nowhere. And all the while, the Giants were going 2-3 over 5, 3-2 over 5, 2-4, 4-1, never won 5 in a row. They were just a flat line of boredom throughout the summer. But yeah, I do think you're right about the low point.
Want to hear the rest of the Trent Williams details? I got more details.
More deets?
Got more deets on Trent.
Right.
Ready for all this? All right, here's what Trent was fighting for. And I would argue that while this likely doesn't hurt the Niners all that much, this was worth fighting for now, what Trent just got, okay? This was worth fighting for. And then I got something else to say after it. But
Give me the numbers.
Here are the numbers. I gave you already the upfront guarantee, $25.69, and we said $48 million is the overall guarantee, but let's frame that in a different way. The Niners are guaranteeing the next 2 years of Trent's contract.
Right.
$48 million is now, so it is a 2-year, $48 million deal.
Yep.
And they added $7.6 million in salary this season. So 3 years remaining on the contract. This year in cash, $27.65. He was scheduled for 20. Now it's $27.65, which I think makes him either the number 1 or number 2 left tackle in the game. I got to look at the others around the league.
Yep.
But a lot of us guessed what Trent was asking for, and it was to be about the top paid left tackle this year and to get more guarantees. We were right on that. That's what he was going for. That's what he got. Also, though, you know what I think this means? Yeah, nobody was motivated for Trent to go to camp.
Of course not.
This is
and
not.
We said that all along.
This is not a complex deal for the Niners or Trent to figure out. It's just not. Now, they reworked some things with Malik Collins' deal. It created more cap space this year. I'd argue that's probably, they pulled mostly from that in order to give Trent more money this year. Not that complex. And I do know a lot of people not in the Niner organization around the league who felt like this was
a fait accompli.
This was a show. This whole fight was a little bit of a show. Trent was never not going to show up. They're going to give him some money, and he was going to be ready for the season.
Yep, and he gets $27.65 this year, and if he's got $48 million guaranteed at signing, that means there's probably $21 next year in guaranteed money. Christian Wirfs is averaging 28.1.
So he's number 1.
Yeah, that's average annual. And I don't know what Trent's total average annual is, but he's at least in the neighborhood.
Where's Penei Sewell? Do you have them all in front of you?
I was just looking at the left tackles, but I'll have, I can punch that up real quick. He's at 28. Penei Sewell.
Yeah.
He's a right tackle.
Oh, he is?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
They had
My bad.
They had this broken out by left tackle, right tackle.
Left tackle.
So
Well, as it
making
should.
28.
Right tackle is only a left tackle if your quarterback's left-handed, and Jared Goff is not. All right, we're sponsored by Express Employment Professionals. 888-957-9570. Let's have some fun today. Let bygones be bygones. What has been the hardest part of the last 6 months for you? This is Willard and Dibbs.
If your supply chain demands
95.7 The Game?
That's a great question.
Once upon a time, not long ago. Yes, I heard this on my drive, actually. Which
Why'd
was
you
kind of
stop?
Fun.
I was like, you didn't.
Because I don't know the next line as well as I know the first line. And I know sporadic lines in that song.
Well,
Children's Story, Slick Rick the Ruler.
That's true for all songs, by the way.
Yeah.
Even the ones you all fit, you're like, no, Willard and Dibbs. I know all the words. No, you don't. I guarantee you're messing up at least one lyric.
Yeah.
There's a comedian who does that Michael Jackson thing. He goes, do you know the Michael Jackson line? I'm going to say what I said.
Yes.
I'm not going to stop. And everyone looks at him kind of blank stare. And then he goes, you know the one where you've been running around for years going, Mama say, Mama sa, Mama makusa.
That's
Mama
right.
say, Mama sa, Mama makusa. He goes, that's not what he's saying. Well, I don't even know what that's not even English. What's he saying?
That is widely held as the lyric, though. That's so funny.
So good. Anyway, I threw out to Dibbs that he just asked a great question. Because if anybody wants to, let's have some fun.
That's a great question.
Let's have some fun at my son's expense. He is coming back from a backpacking outing with other family members, my brother-in-law and nephew and whatever. They're all coming off of a mountain. And apparently they're not big listeners to the show because he just called me at 2:20. And he's like, dude, are you available? No, I'm not available. He goes, why? How long are you on air? I'm like, until 6. Yeah. Do you know me? Anyway.
Do you realize why we have dinner at 7 every night?
Good Lord. So anyway, he just called me. He goes, your son has locked his keys and his phone in his car. And I go, that's not possible.
No.
There's not. How is that even possible? And he goes, we think that he was fishing earlier and maybe got into the water a little too far and he might have shorted out his key.
Ah, gotcha.
Is the only thing they can think of. And it is an old car. He's 17. He's got my mom's old car, whatever. I don't need to bring everybody all up into the business, but I'm like, how's that? Does anybody else, is that a thing anymore? Can you still call
older
AAA?
cars you can.
Call AAA and ask them, not for help, ask them, can people still lock their keys in their car? Is that a thing that you're allowed to do anymore?
Older cars, yes. Newer cars, no. Like if I put my keys in my car and I shut the door, I cannot lock it externally.
Right.
Cannot do it. Can't do it.
Well, and the car's not that old.
No.
How old does a car need to be in order for you to still lock the key in the car?
Pre-2010, I would guess.
Oh, it's not pre-2010. That's not a pre-2010 car.
All right.
No.
I was just ballparking it, but the technology is such that you shouldn't be able to do that anymore.
So apparently,
so that's fun.
My son is holding out. He's like a 49er.
No doubt.
He is holding out from his car.
He's probably not going to get 48 guaranteed at signing, though. I'm just guessing.
He ain't even going to get dinner.
Right.
If
he doesn't make it home.
Keep this up. Oh, my gosh. Anyway, 888-957-9570. Thank you, 510. Just texted in. Got an 01 Tacoma, and I've done it.
There you go. 01 Tacoma.
Yep. And 415 said, accidentally left mines in the trunk. Yes, in the trunk you can do, but if you didn't lock the car, you could pop the trunk, right?
Exactly, yeah.
Right?
OTB popped the trunk.
Yeah.
Yes, no doubt. I don't understand it.
I don't know what's going on.
I don't get it. Maybe this is his way of saying, I'm not coming home tonight. I'm going to go to the old lock the keys in the car trick. Dad, I can't come home.
What are you going to do next? My dog ate my homework? Like, there's excuses that have expired.
Yeah.
We're not allowed to use these anymore. You can't say I locked my keys in my car so I can't make it.
A better move would be I lost my keys. And, Dad, it might take 3 or 4 days to find them.
Yeah. Yeah, you want to stay up. I get it. If you want to stay on the mountain, it's fun up there.
Very fun.
Weather's beautiful. It's beautiful out right now.
Incredible, yeah.
Out there locking your keys in your car. Stop it.
You're seeing right through it.
You didn't eat your vegetables. Stop it. No, you didn't. You threw them away. All right. Anyway, so we're having some fun with the last 6 months. We also should very much let you hear some John Lynch before we take your calls, and we will. But some of this John Lynch, I think, was really important. And let's start with the most important of the important, and that's Ricky Pearsall and his situation.
By the grace of God, Ricky Pearsall is here with the team and doing really well. Just wanted to address that situation from a team perspective. we just all feel incredibly blessed. Was able to be down at the hospital, and if I heard it from one person, I heard it from so many down there. It was nothing short of miraculous that he came out of this as good as he did. On behalf of Ricky and his family, I talked with Ricky this morning. He just wants to express, and the team wants to express, our gratitude to a variety of people. Number one, the San Francisco Police Department. They were incredible in their response. They were incredible at the hospital. I want to, in particular, recognize Joelle Harrell. I've met Joelle. I met her husband, Frank, who happened to be in charge of everything at the hospital at San Francisco General. But his wife was the first on the scene, and I think we've all seen the measures she went to make Ricky comfortable, and she was there for him in a real rough time. And I know how appreciative Ricky is of that. We're appreciative to the entire police department. They just were tremendous, from the police chief, Bill Scott, on down. The folks at San Francisco General, the care that they gave Ricky and his family, the respect, the way they handled things was just was unbelievable, and we're eternally grateful for that.
I know you were off kind of 3-day weekend, middle of nowhere this weekend as well. When did you hear about this?
I heard about it just about an hour after it happened. I was just kind of taking a break from the family activity up there in Eureka, and you jump on the phone and you see the report, and it's like, what?
Yeah.
And then you start to look at it, and it's like, oh my God, just a robbery. And apparently as a 17-year-old from Tracy, and I don't know if he had been at the Cow Palace signing previously and saw the Rolex and decided to follow him, or if it was just a youngster who made a terrible, terrible choice on, how to spend his afternoon. Sal Castaneda on earlier with Steiny and Goo was the one saying that he came in from Tracy, and, if you're kind of an amateur hour, because if you understand what's going on in the city right now, there's a lot of police around Pier 39 and Fisherman's Wharf and Union Square, where you have a lot of tourists. There's a lot of police. And so because of that, Ricky Pearsall was able to get his life saved by the actions of the officer. And this reminds me of just how humble we should all stay when it comes to people who give their life potentially to protect us. So this officer, she hears the gunshots and she runs toward them.
That's right.
Toward them.
That's right. And actually, John Lynch referenced her name. Let's let you hear, because he said, I think you've all heard this by now. I don't want to make the assumption that you've all heard this by now. Everybody went to their Labor Day weekend. Who knows where you were? And maybe you didn't get a chance to hear this, and it's important. It's an emotional. Sergeant Joelle Harrell, and this is from NBC Bay Area. This is their interview or their sound that they put together, recounting what happened in the moments after the shooting.
Holding him. And I was like, okay, just be calm. We're here. We're going to take care. Everything's okay. And I could see his breathing started getting faster. I could feel his body changing. I see him look down, and he looks at me. He goes, am I going to die? And I just like, no. I take off my hat because I wanted to make eye contact with him. I wanted him to hear me. And I said to him, listen, look at me. I know you don't know me, but I want you to trust me. It's not your time. God is here with us, okay? Please be calm and breathe. You're strong, okay? I want you to be strong like you are out in the field. Just breathe. And he looked at me and he listened. He did it, and that helped so much.
I can't say enough or feel enough the emotions that she's expressing there.
Incredible.
She can barely state the sentence of recounting that Ricky looked at her and said, am I going to die? And that for me was the moment that kind of gets you, because when you read about this on a computer, yes, it's obviously serious. Oh my goodness, Ricky Pearsall's been shot. And I think like a lot of us, if we're in this industry, I started getting text messages from a lot of different places, and this person knows that person, and this person over here knows this person in the police department, and I was getting reports, and they were all good. They were good reports, like Ricky's going to be okay. And so you sort of, at least for me, you immediately go through a process of, oh my God, this is serious, it's awful, but pretty quickly you're like, Ricky's life is not in danger. And so you get a little like barrier around you of like, okay, like within a half hour, you're like, oh, just what do you want to have for dinner? Like you move on with your day and you forget what this experience must have been like for him.
Yeah.
You don't know if it hit an organ. You don't know. You got shot in the damn chest.
Right.
And so he's looking up at someone he's never met before, and his life is flashing before his eyes.
Exactly.
That's pretty intense, man.
When you go from the highest of highs of getting drafted and becoming a 49er, and you go to an autograph signing and you're feeling great, and you're going out in the city on a beautiful day to do a little shopping with, spend some of your newfound money because you got that first round contract and it's a 4-year deal and you got a 5th-year option and things are pretty good. And then in an instant, your life changes from the pure joy of a weekend shopping trip in Union Square to now you're wondering if you're going to die. It just, I can't even put it into words. I have no idea what that must feel like. But the good news that it was an entrance and an exit, and we'll get into it a little bit more with Doc Pandy at 4 o'clock and ask him about, just the risks of playing post-gunshot wound, because we know about all right, you had a broken arm. Okay, your broken arm is going to be 4 to 6 weeks, and we know that it's going to take a couple weeks after that to feel good again. We know what the timetable is on sports injuries, but what about gunshots? You don't often think about that as far as the return to play protocol. So I'm curious to see what he thinks.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll have that at 4. And by the way, Mark Schlereth, who is going to join us every other week throughout the football season, is going to start that here in about 15 minutes. He'll join us at 3 o'clock, and we'll get into all things 49ers and football. There's a little bit more from John Lynch that we want to play for you, but I also want to be very mindful of those of you who want to weigh in and join the show, and we appreciate your interaction so much. So let's go out to Fremont, which is near and dear because I do believe we're all going to be within the city limits in less than 24 hours at Fremont Bank for our 49ers and the preseason, the Red and Gold Summit, which is going to be happening at Fremont Bank, 39150 Fremont Boulevard tomorrow. Our show 2 to 4, then the whole gang plus Lo Neal in the building.
I can't wait.
On the rooftop deck tomorrow from 4 to 6.
Go to hell, Dibs.
Well, he probably will. He's going to go to Fremont. I don't know about hell, but we're all going to be there. It's going to be a blast. It's free and open to the public, first come, first serve. So we hope you'll make your plans to join us. But right now we're just going to Sean, who is also in Fremont. Hi, Sean. Thanks for calling. We got this up?
Over the last
there.
6
Hold
months.
on, Sean. Start over. Technical difficulty on our end. Go ahead.
Okay. So, over the last 6 months, guys, I've just been, kind of mourning the Warriors' loss and the end of a dynasty. And, I thought they would, make a little bit of a run out of it, but it was kind of a one and done type of thing. And then it was, hey, it's the last season of the A's in Oakland, and, hasn't been much of a season. I know they hit some home runs over there, but, a lot of losses to come by it. So, honestly, what I've been waiting for is college football. And I know that's kind of blasphemy to talk about that on Bay Area Sports Radio, but I figured both of you guys might appreciate this, especially Dibley. I'm getting on a plane this Friday to fly out to Atlanta to go see Cal play Auburn at Jordan-Hare Stadium this weekend, so I'm pretty excited about it.
That is awesome. And, man, bucket list for me was to just go to a big-time game. And I went to Texas A&M and Tennessee when they went to double overtime in that game. And so just to go to a real big-time, apologies to Cal and Stanford, but go to a real big-time college football game. And he's going to Jordan-Hare. Yeah. That's a trip now.
And thank you for saying it correctly. I was going to help you, Sean.
Jordan-Hare.
Don't go out there and call it Jordan-Hare Stadium because you're going to get corrected now by down there. Okay, so, for whatever reason, it's spelled Jordan, and it is pronounced Jordan. Jordan-Hare Stadium, and good old traditional rivalry, Cal and Auburn. Coming up.
You can throw the records out. If there are records,
What?
you can throw them out when these two get together.
I mean, you know how we do that thing with the Niners where we're like, who's got the most air miles of all the NFL teams?
Oh, yeah.
The answer is now forever, until they change this in 2 years, Cal and Stanford. That's who. Because their conference could not be further from them. But good luck to you, boys. Go ahead and good luck out there this weekend.
Yeah, go ahead and get it done.
Cal and Auburn have played one time. Last year, Auburn won.
No way. Auburn beat Cal?
Yeah. It was 14-10,
Berkeley,
though.
yeah.
I know. I actually remember the game.
It's a classic home and home. So maybe you can't throw the records out. Go ahead and take the Tigers and lay the 13 or whatever the number is.
I was going to say to him when he was like, I know it's blasphemy to talk about college football on Bay Area Sports Radio. And I was going to be like, what is college football? That I've never heard of this. What is happening? And they play football in some other league than the NFL? I've never heard of such things. But I will, can I take 1 minute on this? And I know Grandy.
Take it.
Well, Grandy and I we talked about this last week.
And can we offer condolences for Oregon already? My God, you had to hold on for dear life against the Vandals at home?
Want to know.
A win's a win, Dibs.
That's right. That's what you say.
Now we get ready for Boise State.
Congrats to USC though. That was plucky and important and all of those things. That was great.
Clutch.
It didn't happen if you have DirecTV, but other than that, apparently USC beat LSU in the closing seconds. But I'm having the hardest time as a Pac-10 / Pac-12 fan through life, employee at times. I'm having the hardest time even noticing that college football has started. And I don't know how much that has to do with it, because it's not like those conference games would be happening over Labor Day weekend anyway, but it just feels so lost to me. It feels like just aimless and disconnected for me. That's how the start of college football feels right now.
It feels to me like a learning curve, and I have a hard time being a sports fan when there's a lot I have to learn about it, and I want it to be easy. I want to be like the NFL, pretty easy. You're going to tune it in starting Thursday, and you're going to get 16 games with 32 teams. I know all 32 teams. I know the quarterbacks, and I know the coaches.
Or 17 games, but go ahead.
Yeah. Well, no, there's 16 games in a week.
Oh, I see what you mean. This weekend. Yes.
Correct.
I thought you meant for the season.
No, Mark, I'm talking about this weekend.
My bad.
And every
Go
weekend
ahead.
is different. So, but it's simple to follow. It's easy to know. You know the teams and you know everything. If you quiz me on conference realignment, I'd probably go 50%.
Well, let's try it. One question, an NFL question. Do you know how many times the 49ers will play the Rams this year?
Yeah, twice, I would guess.
That's the correct answer.
Yeah.
It could be 3. It's possible.
It is possible. They're allowed to.
They're allowed to.
But not 4.
Yeah. See, you're right. There's tradition.
Yes.
And I love that word in college football, because that's always been a big word in college football, tradition. And now I'm like, what tradition? What are you talking about? The age-old rivalry of UCLA and Ohio State?
Yeah.
What are you talking about? It used to be called the Rose Bowl. Now it's called Saturday.
Exactly.
Like, it's just like, I don't know. That's just me. I might sound like a fuddy-duddy. Yes, part of it might also be that, the company for which I worked for a number of years on college football Saturdays is now gone up into the air. But yeah, give me NFL or give me nothing.
Yeah.
That's just where my head's at right now.
And then you'll get to the 12-team playoff, I'll be excited again.
Yeah, no, it's not like I'm never going to watch it. I was following the SC LSU game.
Yeah.
Following it.
Okay.
On the internet.
In the dark, okay.
Sorry. It's about all I could do. I wanted to throw this at everybody too. I think this is important now. John Lynch talking about Ricky Pearsall's direct wishes, because for some, Ricky getting shot in the afternoon and the Niners all partying with Rick Ross hours later, for some that felt like maybe a bad look. I took it as, I guess Ricky is probably largely okay. That's really good news, because the Niners are not going to go party it up and get their drank on if Ricky is in critical condition or something like that. But here's what John said about that.
I wanted to touch on, at the time of all this going on, we had a team party that was scheduled. When I got to the hospital and visited with Ricky, it was one of the first things he said, "Mr. Lynch, what's going on? I would really like everyone to go to that party, and I'd also like to talk to some of my teammates." I said, "Ricky, you take care of yourself," but kind of a cool moment. We were able to pipe Ricky into the party, and he FaceTimed the entire group, and that show of love and respect was a real special moment for our team.
Yeah, and I love that John took the time to take us on the inside and let us know what that communication was like, because there are certain members out there in our world who have tried to take this incident and turn it into something that will pull the 49ers apart and wag a finger at them for still having an event together on the night when Ricky Pearsall had been shot. Everything should have been canceled. There should have been candles lit. I'm not going to name names because I don't want to give these people any publicity at all. But some of you will know what I'm talking about, and those of you, if you're listening, who did it, you know who you are. Shame on you. You're no different than anyone else who tried to take this Ricky Pearsall shooting and turn it into something with an agenda for your own gain. Shame on you for using it to try to pull the 49ers apart. One thing that I've always felt about Kyle Shanahan's regime, you can get mad at his play calling. You can get mad at the way that they negotiate contracts. You can think that he's arrogant in his press conferences. You can do all of that stuff. One thing I don't think you can question is the camaraderie that they have usually had in that locker room.
You haven't seen anything that we've seen in other teams where you have the coach and the quarterback yelling at each other, or you have coach and other coach yelling at each other. It seems like they're a pretty unified group out front and also behind closed doors. And, who are we to judge any organization or any individual if they want to go ahead and have a party or not? And if Ricky, says to Mr. Lynch, I want you to still have the party and I just want to, call in and send him a message, that's awesome. And so the show goes on. And if the same thing happened in our station and we had one of our station outings, I know personally I would like you guys to carry on, continue on with your business, but every individual can decide on their own.
I will jump in and say that if you get shot tonight, I think we should cancel the summit. That's just me.
No.
We're not doing that without you.
Doing the summit without me.
Really?
Yes. Have Low Neal sit in.
You're Mr. Fremont Bank. I'm not going there without you.
Yeah, but when it comes to the summit, I let the other ball-dominant talkers do most of the talking. You know that.
Who's ball-dominant? We don't have anybody like that at this station.
Is this thing on? Because it's usually not. We had a caller earlier who was on hold, and I wish he would have jumped in because he was talking about a long slog for the Niners this year, how it's going to be a tough road to hoe. And I actually had a stat
what do you think?
To back him up.
Okay. What do you think?
I think it's going to be more difficult than people think. I think the schedule's tougher.
What do you think people think?
I think people are thinking, 10-7, 11-6, and a wild card. I've gotten more and more. Maybe I'm listening to a lot of national voices, but more and more people I talk to and listen to feels like they're hot on the Rams. The Rams are coming. The Rams are going to be a real factor.
Well, that's because there's nothing sexy about saying that the Niners are going to be good.
Right, but the gap between the two seems closer than ever before.
But you only have one way to look smart, and that's to pick against them. If you pick them and you're right, that's not smart.
It's smart because you get the winner.
Yeah, that's duh. Oh, God, you think the Niners are going to be good? Did you think that the Kevin Durant Warriors might win games? Oh, good for you.
Well, this is not that. This is football where...
Dude, it's pretty close. They're one of 2, 3, of the top rosters in the league.
If you and I sit down, and maybe we can do this on the air before Thursday, and just pick the 8 division winners, 4 from each conference.
We got no shot.
But are we going 6 for 8?
Well, let's do it. Let's do it with, Schlereth is coming up in a sec. Let's do it after that. And I'd love to throw that out to people. What kind of season do y'all think the Niners are going to have? You can call in 888-957-9570. And we'll ask Schlereth that. And we can both put out what we think is going to happen out there.
They were 12-5 last year or 13?
12-5. Yeah.
I think this year is going to be...
They punted a game, so they're 12-4.
Right.
And then,
but 12-5, it counts. That's right, because they lost the last game. They lost to Baltimore in 3 in a row. I think if I was to go over under 12, I would go under 12 this year. I think that they're more likely to win 11 than they are 12.
All right, let's talk that out coming up next. And Mark Schlereth is going to jump in, and he's going to be on with us throughout the season. And so we're very excited to start that partnership coming up next. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. This is Willard and Dibbs.
Diabetes, high blood pressure.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
So this ought to be fun. Stink, one of our absolute favorites, is going to be hanging with us every other week throughout the NFL season here on Willard and Dibs. So, that's amazing.
Pretty much.
Yeah. Very, very excited about this. And he's joining us now. We go out to the River Islands guest line. We're joined by Odyssey NFL insider Mark Schlereth, host of the Stinkin' Truth podcast. Insider Calls brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. Mayo game day. Be delicious. What's up, Stink? How you doing, man?
Man, I am great. How are you guys?
We're doing fantastic because we woke up to the news that Trent Williams is on his way, and that helped,
Yeah. Well, what's funny is, I've been here in New York doing this new show called Breakfast Ball. It's way too early for you guys in San Francisco. It's 8 to 10 Eastern, so I record it. But anyhow, it's been funny because all last week and this week, I'm like, I am not the least bit concerned. Like they're gonna figure out a way to get Aiyuk done or whatever, or traded or whatever they were gonna do. And Trent Williams is such a freak show that guy doesn't need practice. As a matter of fact, my whole kind of thought process on Trent was it's probably best just to not have him practice, right? Probably best, at 15 years in the league and being one of the most dominant players in the league, just don't even have him practice. Come in when he comes in and he'd be ready to roll. So I assumed that they would get this done. That was kind of what I felt all along, and it was great to see them get that contract signed and watch him get paid because the dude is just an absolute dominant freak show. So he's just one of those dudes. Like, it's funny when you talk to Kyle, he's like, "Hey, listen, man, this is a dude that when he does something, when he practices, like the team shuts down to watch him. Like that's how impressive he is. Like other athletes that have played professional football will stop what they're doing to watch this guy, his movement skills, and the way he dominates the line of scrimmage."
And it's just fun to watch as a layman, as Mark and I, neither one of us played football at any real high level, but to watch him and to have him stand out for a layman like me, it just impresses me. But makes me wonder, Mark, does he make the right or the left guard rather in the center and the whole offensive line? Does everybody else around him get better just by him being there?
What's interesting, and you guys had McGlinchey there for a while, and now McGlinchey's playing in Denver. But just watching when they got Trent, watching McGlinchey's game on the other side grow, especially in the run blocking aspect of his game, was like it was night and day. How all of a sudden McGlinchey started taking on some of those characteristics. Now, he's never going to be Trent Williams, but I'm talking about aggressiveness, coming off the ball, trying to be the first strike guy, trying to be dominant at the line of scrimmage, and not so like Trent's just one of those dudes, like if he whiffs, he doesn't really care because if he hits you, he's literally going to murder you. Like it's like the way he comes off the ball, it's ridiculous. And so like, it's funny. I play with a guy who's, an all decade of 2 decades, the 80s and 90s in Gary Zimmerman. And not that he was physically dominant like that, but he was such a dominant player and he was such a dominant athlete. And, I was a Pro Bowl player when I left Washington and came to Denver, and I lined up next to Gary. And it was like the very first practice, I was like, man, I got to pick my game up. Like this guy practices faster than I practice. And everything, and you're just like, wow, he's that good. And that's what Trent does for everybody else on that line of scrimmage. They're like, oh, shoot, like he can coast and be better than you. And so that when he plays that way, you start to look at your game and go, man, I got to pick it up. Otherwise, even though I'm giving great effort, I'm going to embarrass myself because I'm on the same clip as him. And, I'm on the same film as him. So those guys have just an incredible impact on your organization, on your football team.
Hanging with Mark Schlereth, and Insider Calls are brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. You can purchase Hellman's at your local Walmart, Kroger, or grocery store to add extra deliciousness and creamy flavor to your game day dishes this football season. Okay, Stink, I know that, the pros, you deal with this all the time, but the 49er camp was filled with constant talk about contracts and holdouts. In what way if at all, does that affect what's about to happen next as the season starts?
Well, I mean, obviously, a couple things. One, it just becomes a distraction. And mostly because, you got to answer the question every day. And I don't understand, like, the whole hold in thing, like Aiyuk being around. Like that, I just would think that would get annoying over time, right? I just think as a player, you look at the guy and go, really, dude? Like, that's what we're going to do? So, and then you got to answer the questions all the time and all that kind of stuff. And I get that's the way guys are getting around, getting fined, and I understand all that. But, I think right now there's just absolute relief that everything is done, and now we don't have to talk about any of that stuff. Let's face it, when you talk about talented teams, you're talking about San Francisco, you're talking about Kansas City, you're talking about Philadelphia, you're talking about the Detroit Lions. Those are some of the most talented teams, the Baltimore Ravens, the most talented teams in football. And they're right up there with them. And now they've got all their guys in and they're ready to roll, and they're playing Monday night. So obviously getting this done today, you're right back in there. Wednesday is actually like a Tuesday when you play Monday night. So, you got an extra day of preparation. So that's always a good thing as well. But listen, once everybody's in, like, it can annoy you and stuff, and all the questions can annoy you and it can get old. But once everybody's in, it just becomes, it becomes water under the bridge. Nobody really cares anymore. So I don't think it really affects the Niners, and I don't think it really affects anything that they did, this offseason and during training camp.
Yeah, Trent's in 6 days ahead of the opener, and Brandon Aiyuk about the same. And you mentioned a talented roster, one of the most talented in football. And do you look at Brock Purdy at quarterback and forget the draft spot and forget the salary, but is he a key piece? Is he really as talented in your eyes as the guys all around him?
Oh, yeah. And maybe it depends on your definition of talent, right? I mean, he doesn't have, the athletic talent of a McCaffrey or a Deebo Samuel or a Trent Williams or, a Fred Warner or any of those guys. But that dude from the neck up is like, that dude's a legitimate NFL quarterback from the neck up. And I'm not saying he's not athletic, he'll be the first to tell you, hey, listen, man, I'm not, I wasn't blessed. I know that I don't have like elite level arm talent. I know, and I think this goes to and points to intelligence. I know what my weaknesses are. I know what I can't do. And I think that's more important than knowing what you are, is knowing what you aren't, and making sure you play to your strengths, but also mitigate your weaknesses. Those are some of the most important things, important lessons you can learn as a player. But I will tell you this, when it comes to processing an offense, when it comes to being on time with your footwork and your footwork leading to on-time and accurate passes, and this is what this guy does. He's one of the top, quarterbacks. He's one of the top players in the league when it comes to the way he plays the game and the way he processes information. And, instantly will eliminate pre-snap a side. You're like, no, that's not a good side. Like, I'm going to the other side. And you watch him do it time and time again. It's not an accident. Like, it is not an accident. That dude can process. And, I always talk about accuracy. And obviously I had a son that played in the big leagues, throwing. But, it's akin to pitching in that if you're not on time, like if your arm lags behind or you're not on time, you cannot throw strikes. And like if your body's ahead of your arm, like you can't throw strikes. Your arm trails, and then you have to make up for that because your arm's behind. And a couple things happen. You either miss higher outside, or you pull the ball, you hold it too long, and you throw one in the dirt inside. Like that's what happens when you're late, timing-wise, in your drops. Well, then you overthrow things, and you can't be accurate if you're not on time. And that dude is just flat out on time all the time, and it's why he can get away and be totally accurate and totally on point with the football, because he is on time with the football.
Hey, Mark, where are we going with these wide receiver contracts? Like, how much longer can NFL teams continue to pay wide receivers at that level?
Yeah, it's interesting, right? And on the Stinking Truth podcast, I've talked about Aiyuk several times, and I think he's a really fine player. But I have sat down with multiple coordinators that are facing the San Francisco 49ers, and never once has anybody said, "Hey, our priority is to stop Aiyuk." It's never been said. It's, "Hey, man, we got to find a way to stop, Christian McCaffrey. We've got to find a way to stop, Deebo Samuel. We got to find a way to stop George." Like, he's the fourth option. And so, like I will say this about wide receivers, and it does kind of just blow me away. Football, everybody's a dependent player, right? You're dependent on everybody doing their job. But there's no more dependent player in the National Football League than a wide receiver. 10 other guys have to do their job exceptionally well for you to sniff a football. And so, I look at the other thing is when you break down film, when you start looking, I'll do this every week. I'm calling a game. I'll start looking at every guy's over the last 3 weeks, every ball a guy catches. And what you'll find is there's certain receivers that run certain routes. There's guys that run in-cutting routes. There's guys that run routes outside the numbers. There's guys that are just crossers. There's it's what they do, right? It's what they're good at. There's very few guys that run every route in the route tree. There's very few guys that can, run everything from the outside or the inside or motion into, slots or stacks or whatever. There's very few guys that do everything well. Those seem to be the guys that get paid. But, I wonder if there's a market correction at some point. We saw it this year. I call it the Fangio effect. So everybody started playing this two-shell, where a lot of quarters coverage and, and you're reading, you're becoming an alley player, you're reading the tight end, and if he blocks, you're a first force guy and all that stuff at the safety position. But remember when, even 4 or 5 years ago, when that middle of the field eraser safety, he was getting $15-18 million a year, and everybody was getting it. And all of a sudden the market corrected and go, well, nobody plays that style of defense anymore, and we don't need to pay our safeties that much money. It's kind of like what happened to the fullback years ago. And, I don't know that there will be. I mean, I guess as long as it's still 70% past this league, or in a lot of cases, then maybe that will never change. But it seems to be a little bit out of whack in my mind.
No doubt, and that's what makes this team so fascinating to me, Mark. And I worked with Lo Neal for about 4 years doing a morning show, and so he taught me a lot about football and about what the Niners do with the fullback and the 21 personnel, and having a wide receiver like Brandon Aiyuk who can block. Does that add to his value to make him less of an anomaly in this inflated wide receiver market?
Well, obviously, you're not going to play in that offense as a wide receiver if you don't block.
Right.
I mean, that is a Shanahan. That's passed down from the time Coell was holding the cord. He's the last guy in the history of the Super Bowl to hold the head coach's cord. Because after the Super Bowl, after Super Bowl 33, I believe it was, they went to wireless headsets. So Coell is the last person in the history of the National Football League to hold a head coach's cord on the Super Bowl on Super Bowl Sunday on the
That
sideline.
is incredible Shanahan trivia knowledge. The last cord holder. Wow.
The last cord holder. Yep, they cut the cord on Coell cut the cord. So, but I played for his dad forever, and it's just you don't block, you don't get to play. You just flat don't get to play at the tight end position, the fullback position, at the wide receiver position. And so those guys, they impress upon those guys, and Aiyuk will do that. Aiyuk is grown in that avenue of his game, and he's grown. His entire game has grown because he was in the doghouse several different occasions. When he first got to the 49ers as a 31st overall pick or whatever it was out of, I think, A-State. But he has really grown into a really, really good, top-notch type of receiver. And so, I'm glad that he got paid. Like I said, a bunch. I wouldn't make him a top 3 paid guy or top 4 paid guy, but I'm glad he got paid. I'm glad he's back into camp because this team is so damn good. And, I frankly, I root for him because of Kyle Shanahan and the Shanahans and how good they've been to me. And, Mike Shanahan added 3 or 4 years to my career. So I'm forever in debt, and I've learned so much. And, I still sit with Mike and watch film and the whole 9 yards. So, I have a lot of just a lot of gratitude and a lot of love for the Shanahan family. They've been really good to me, and Kyle's been good to me. And they're a phenomenal family, phenomenal coach. Kyle's an unbelievable coach. And so it's really cool to see this. And, and I'm rooting for them to kind of finally seal the deal because I would love to see it.
Well, Stink, that's a perfect segue to one other thing I wanted to ask you. And look, we're all part of the media. People say things. They've got big takes. But Peter Schrager, NFL Network, earlier today was asked, of all coaches in the NFL, who's got the most pressure on him? And he immediately went to Kyle Shanahan and said he's got the most riding on this season of any coach in the whole league. How does that grab you?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't thought about that, but sure. I mean, you've been close 2 times. Now, you could sit there and say, well, listen, Mike McCarthy, if they don't do something in the playoffs, Mike McCarthy's certainly probably going to lose his job. So I think there's other coaches you could point to, Nick Sirianni, like the way they finished the season last year in Philadelphia. Kyle has done this and gone to multiple Super Bowls with, 2 quarterbacks that people have questions about. Come on now. I love Brock Purdy, but and I think Brock Purdy is great, but Brock Purdy isn't on the list of the top 5 dudes in the National Football League. And I don't know if he makes, the average person's top 10 list. And then he also went with Jimmy Garoppolo. So that in and of itself shows you what kind of coach that Kyle is. I would tell you, this is the pressure. The pressure is after this season, you're going to have to pay your quarterback. And then you're probably going to have to make some roster decisions that to this point you haven't had to make because you've been able to get away without paying your quarterback all that money. So it'll be interesting, although I will say the Niners have found a way to, circumvent and manipulate the cap, which is awesome, which I always say the cap is fake anyhow. So I like what they're doing in that regard. And, you push the money forward, you take care of your players, and you push your chips in the middle, and you say, we're all in, we're trying to win a championship. So I'd like to see that happen.
Yeah, Mark, my partner likes to use the expression cap schmap.
Cap schmap, Mark. Yeah, cap schmap. Oh, gosh, we can't fit it. I'm like, cap schmap.
Right. If you hey, listen, man, if you really want to do it, when they say, hey, man, it's cap restrictions and cap this and that, that just tells me you don't really, really covet the player. Because if you really, really love the player, you know what you do? You find the money. You renegotiate contracts, you push money forward, you figure out how to get it done. There was never any question in anybody's mind, I don't believe, that they were going to find a way to get a deal done with Trent Williams. Was there ever any question that Trent Williams wasn't going to line up this year? No. Now, there was a question with Aiyuk, maybe they trade him, whatever the case may be, but there was never any question about Trent. So, yeah, I'm with you. What is it, cap schmap?
Cap schmap. Yeah. Can we do something with that? I know you got your new fancy show out there. You could use that if you want.
Yeah. Well, here's the deal. Here's how I operate. Everybody is kind of my intellectual property. So the first time that I use that, I'm gonna credit you. The second time I use it, I'm gonna say, hey, some guy I know says cap schmap. Yeah. The third time I use it, it's just mine. So
that's fair.
I'll use it on the streets of New York later on this evening. I'll walk down to get something to eat here, and I'll use the cash map, and then the next thing I know, it'll be mine here by morning.
I have been referred to as some guy many times in my life, Mark. I am not offended by that.
Right.
All right, there it is.
And your show is breakfast ball, right? That's obviously a golf reference. And do you take a breakfast ball when you play no matter what?
Dude, listen, I don't play a whole lot of golf, So I will hit it until I'm happy. I'm not worried about like that people are score this, score that. I don't care. Like I'll go, like if I go out and play, even if I spray it, if I just hit it solid, I'm like, oh, wow, felt great today, right?
Yeah.
And I could bunt it around and score well, and it's not even fun.
Yeah.
I want to tee it, grip it and rip it. I just want to go.
I love it.
A couple good swings.
Yeah.
That's all you need to make it an okay day,
And I believe in Montessori scoring, Mark. You put down whatever number makes you feel good.
Okay, I'm with that. I'm just like, hey, you can't take more than a double. Let's move.
All right, let's go.
Let's move.
Yeah.
By the way, hey, Stink, not to swing it back to anything serious, but before you go, we did want to get a thought on Ricky Pearsall and how you as a teammate would handle something like that and what a situation like this kind of does to a team as the season's starting.
Yeah, it's a devastating thing, obviously, right? And makes you think twice about where am I going? I mean, he was at an autograph signing, which is absolutely insane. But it makes you feel like, hey, man, people are watching. Potential victim. How do I dress when I leave the house? Do I wear all those things? It makes you think, and it's just a scary situation. And it is one of those things, I think, as a team, you rally around a guy, and you're just happy that he's okay. But obviously he's going to miss time. Now, he had already missed some time in training camp and all that stuff, but he's going to miss time. And it's a devastating situation, right? You just feel like completely violated. So I hate that for him. I hate that for the Niners. But it also be one of those things you rally around together as a team and you protect each other and protect yourself. And, and at least it's kind of one of those wake-up calls of, there's a lot of crazy folks out there, and so we got to be careful.
Indeed. Well said. And Stink, we're looking forward to hanging out with you here and there throughout the season, so thank you so much. Congrats on the new show as well.
Thank you, guys. Take care.
Thanks,
All right,
Mark.
there he goes, Mark Schlereth, and that was Odyssey NFL insider Mark Schlereth, host of the Stinkin' Truth podcast. Insider Calls brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. Mayo game day. Be delicious.
That's a solid 4. You sold it. You brought it home. And I was just picturing Steiny having to do that read and him probably flatly refusing.
Oh, I'll give him that tomorrow at the summit then. Do we get to do that again tomorrow? Probably not. Nope.
Yeah.
John Sally.
There you go. Hellman's Mayonnaise. Hellman's Mayonnaise. Okay.
It is funny.
Yeah, it is. That's why we don't stop doing it.
I was doing that all weekend in Eureka.
You've been doing it all week, all
weekend.
Can't stop it. On text.
Yeah.
It's everywhere.
It's my new passion. It's my new passion,
That's
for sure. New passion.
New passion. Yeah, that's pretty funny. All right, we're sponsored by LifeSource Water Systems. Don't say it twice. That's all. 888-957-9570 is the number. What kind of season do you think the Niners are going to have? Plus, you know what else is going to happen tomorrow? Not just the summit, but our other brand spanking new weekly high-powered NFL guest. He's going to come on tomorrow. We'll tell you next who it's going to be. This is Willard and Dibs.
Hi, this is Sherry, owner of LifeSource. For 40 years, families have been loving our clean, healthy.
literally.
I did Daddy Warbucks in middle school, and it was talk singing.
What I'm telling you, telling Savalas.
NYC.
That's singing.
On 95.7 The Game.
It's really not, but I appreciate that from the Hall of Famer Steve Young. And we also want to remind you, we're streaming live on Twitch and YouTube. You got no idea how good-looking Dibs is. You should check it out, especially with all that weight you dropped.
Yeah.
My gosh.
Yeah. Feeling good right now. Yeah.
Handsome man. Check it out, twitch.tv/957 The Game, youtube.com/957 The Game. It is all powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Tomorrow is the summit in Fremont, which means from 2 to 4, you get Willard and Dibs, and then from 4 to 6, you get everybody. All in one room, all with all the red and gold takes. And oh, by the way, sprinkle in a little extra low kneel and put that thing all over your nachos. And boom, you've got yourself an event at a beautiful locale. That is Fremont Bank, right in the middle of the growing downtown, 39150 Fremont Boulevard. Rooftop deck, and oh, by the way, forecast, perfect.
Yes, exactly. Exactly.
Perfect.
It's going to be plenty warm and plenty beautiful up there, and a chance to meet Low Neal if you haven't had the opportunity. You want to talk about weight loss now. He looks like a middleweight from the pictures I've seen. I can't wait to see the big fella, as he formerly was referred to, and the old grilled cheese, which is what we called the moneymaker, his forehead. The old grilled cheese is maybe a half a grilled cheese now. He's lost some weight.
I got to run something by him because he's bucking a trend here. It's a well-known NFL thing that when they retire, the linemen get smaller and the running backs get bigger, and they all meet at 240 pounds.
Right.
That's what happens. And Lowe is now going the other way. He's doing the offensive lineman thing. He's losing a bunch of weight.
Well, technically, and he'll probably get mad at me for saying this, but he was both.
You're right. He is
both.
a little bit of both. Sure.
Yeah, but as he'll tell you, I'm sure tomorrow, he started out, he was leading the NFL in rushing his rookie year.
For how
after
long?
2 games?
Oh, I thought you were going to be like after a quarter.
No. He broke a big one in the opener of the second game, longest run of his career for a touchdown, and then he broke his foot.
Oh.
And he missed the rest of the year, and the rest was a history of blocking. It should have him in Canton, but I'll save the praise from when he's not around.
Yeah, that's smart.
That's what I normally would do.
So it's just going to be a tremendous day tomorrow, and you're all welcome to come and join us. And it's first come, first serve, and it's just an absolutely wonderful vibe. And that's how you should spend your Wednesday afternoon. There, we said it. But also, before the 4 to 6 soiree, between 2 and 4, precisely at 3 o'clock, as it turns out, you are going to get treated to something that we are going to be doing every single Wednesday for the entire football season. And Bay Area sports radio listeners know this name and this voice very, very well. And we are so pumped up to grab him and bring him to 95.7 The Game and our awesome audience. And that is the great Greg Coell from NFL Films. You see a lot of people on social media now doing like the film thing. Check this out. This guy goes here. This guy goes over here. And he brings you football in a way that makes sense to you so that you can really see what the deep dive, what's actually happening on the field. He's been doing this forever.
Yeah.
He's the OG of all of that. Greg Coell. And he really knows how to like talk about it so it makes sense to people who don't even know what an A-gap is. And so I am so excited to talk to him every single Wednesday. Now, he's going to tell you if Brandon Aiyuk's a $30 million receiver.
One, he already went through and said that he looked at every single route that he ran last year. And you played that sound actually a couple of weeks ago, and he was breaking down what Brandon does, and his assessment was, you know, Granny, if you can find it, I'd love to hear the whole piece.
We should play that.
I don't know if you still had it on your magic board over there.
No.
But I got nothing but a blank screen over here. But the upshot was that Brandon Aiyuk is really good, especially in the Shanahan offense.
Right. I remember that day.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because it was that day where you're like, and I remember all the days where we were like, this trade thing makes no sense.
You kept saying that.
It makes no sense. Like Brandon Aiyuk, as frustrated as I got, go back 5 weeks ago, I'm like, he's supposed to be a 49er. Like, he's at his best when he's with the Niners. The Niners are at their, they can't go get me Cortland Sutton and tell me
that is going to work as well as Brandon Aiyuk. He blocks downfield. He's worked through everything. He understands the Kyle Shanahan system. He's got back-to-back 1,000-yard seasons. This trade stuff doesn't make any sense. And that Greg Coell comment, I thought really crystallized it because he's like, yes, he's good and they're good, but they're both really good when they're together.
Peanut butter and jelly.
Right.
Like I'll eat peanut butter occasionally on a stalk of celery, but you put it between 2 pieces of bread and some jelly and you get yourself a sandwich. Peanut butter and jelly cannot be better than when they are together.
You're right, but peanut butter and celery is also a next level move.
It is.
More people should do that.
You feel like you're eating a healthy snack, but you're really not.
It's healthier.
Much healthier than just a spoon in peanut butter jar.
Boy, dude, that used to be.
Don't even get me started.
I hadn't
Fat Danny Dibley.
But I hadn't even dropped the backpack. Like the backpack would still be on in the pantry.
For sure.
When I got home from school, it was spoon.
Skippy or Jif?
Whatever was on sale is always my mom's answer.
Mark?
Sometimes it was Peter Pan.
Oh, look at that.
No joke.
Off the board.
Whatever the hell's on sale.
Okay.
That's how she shopped. And I would go straight to the drawer where the spoons were, and I'd get the spoon, and you open up the pantry, and you look around, because maybe something's in there that you didn't know was going to be in there. Did mom buy a new bag of Doritos or something? Maybe I'll start there. But no, it was straight to the shelf that was right at about chest high. Big old thing of peanut butter, spoon, jar, enough said.
Yep.
That's it. I didn't need bread, celery, I didn't need anything. I needed a spoon.
And even after you have the first mouthful, you put the spoon right back in the jar, which is pretty gross.
Absolutely.
You wouldn't be one and done.
I'm going to eat it.
Yeah.
No. Nobody was watching. It was 3:11 in the afternoon.
Perfect.
Nobody else was home. I'm eating peanut butter.
Aiyuk and the Niners, peanut butter and jelly. And those of you on the YouTube page talking about jelly overrated, I'm not going to read that. That's inflammatory. Jelly's versatile. Different flavors.
I don't see, when people say overrated, we've lost our way with the term overrated because it has to be.
Jelly's highly rated.
Well, but I don't know. Like, who the hell's cruising around in life being like, so jelly, that's my thing. Jelly. Like, it's not that highly rated. I don't know what anyone does with jelly if it's not with peanut butter.
Put on an English muffin, a little butter.
You can, but who does that?
You're allowed to.
You're allowed to.
Put on toast.
The only other people using jelly are restaurants. They bring you jelly. Nobody does that at home. You're putting butter or peanut butter or whatever, but at a restaurant, you get that little thing with like a four stacks of jelly in there, and then you use it because it's there. But outside of that, and maybe your like brie cheese charcuterie board, who's doing anything with jelly? Nobody.
It's fair.
Nobody's doing it, so stop calling it overrated. It's not that highly rated.
It's pretty highly rated.
It's mid-rated. It's mid. It's mid.
Depends, you know.
Anyway. Greg Coell, this is what he said.
I mean, I think if you went through, and I've done this with coaches, the top 4 or 5 receivers in the league, Aiyuk would not be in that category. Now, maybe it's helpful. I watched all of Aiyuk's targets again a couple of weeks ago from last year because I knew he was in the news. And if I could, it'll just take a moment. Here's what I finished typing when I watched all his targets. I said he's a sudden explosive mover with nuanced route running traits and outstanding route quickness. He can separate and run away from man coverage on crossers and overs, and he has very good zone awareness to work into voids. He's strong run after catch with open field vision and shiftiness and acceleration. He's more sudden and explosive in short areas. The one thing he does not truly possess is vertical explosiveness. He's a perfect mix of talent and scheme where he is now.
So there it is. First of all,
he's a perfect mix of talent and scheme right where he is.
And he remained, as it turned out.
Talent and scheme.
That comment was made in the Ross Tucker podcast on August 9th.
Right.
So almost a month ago.
Yeah.
That comment was made.
And he talks about all the things he does well, and the only thing he doesn't do well is vertical over-the-top speed. And that's quite all right because they don't do vertical over-the-top throws very often.
No.
And when they do, we overthrow Emmanuel Sanders and we lose the Super Bowl. End of deep balls.
That was not an appropriate thing to bring up today. Yeah, you didn't need to do that.
But I did.
I remember Brock Purdy hit Brandon Aiyuk on a little go route down the left sideline against Tampa Bay Bucks. Went all the way.
A lot of times when they throw it deep, it's by scheme. You'll either get the use check wheel route or the hey diddle diddle kittle down the middle play. You don't often sit back and 3 wides and send both guys going on fly routes.
Their deep routes are not that deep. Do you know what I mean?
And it's usually by scheme, where something happens late, or you get misdirection over here, and then a wide receiver breaks free on a double move. You don't often line a guy up and just say, run 50 yards as fast as you can, and I'm throwing it.
Maybe they will do that, though, with Terrace Marshall when they activate him.
It's possible.
Maybe.
If he ends up making the squad.
Or Jacob Cowing. I mean, someone, by the way, at the wide receiver position, I would think is going to be active the first 4 games, who wasn't going to be.
You get 48 actives,
Well, Pearsall was going to be active, and now he's not.
Yeah.
He's on the non-football injury list. He has to sit out at least the first 4 games.
Yeah.
So there's an opportunity for someone.
There is. And, when you get the 48-man roster, which I don't think has to be announced until Sunday or Monday with the Monday night game, I will be intrigued to see exactly what the breakdown is of receivers because, you start running out of spots when you just have 48 and you need to have all your special teamers up. So does Cowing get a chance to make the opening day roster now because of this Pearsall situation?
Maybe. And maybe he was already tracking that way. I don't know. They like him. So we'll see. But those were the words, first of all, of Greg Coell, and I love the way he breaks down players. And he is that maniacal. Like, I knew Brandon was going to be in the news, so I decided to go watch all of his targets.
All of his routes?
No.
He watched every route.
Did he watch every route or every target?
Yeah, I thought it was every route.
It was target.
Either way, that's 105.
That's all the plays for the whole year.
Yeah,
every
it's a
route.
lot of them.
That's
other than the running plays.
Anyway, that's a lot. But that's what he does. That's what he does. He probably somewhere in a room with glasses on right now, looking at some player and doing a deep dive. And that's what we're going to get. That's what we're going to get because fantastic content. We're going to do it every Wednesday with Greg starting tomorrow.
I'm super stoked. Yeah. And, go back to the days of his father, who was my first role model as a kid. I wanted to be Howard Cosell. That was it. I mean, that was what I wanted to do when I grew up. That was the guy who I tried to emulate.
And here you are.
And talking to Greg. Tomorrow and every week.
Yeah.
Which is crazy, but... And just when I hear Greg, it reminds me of Howard a little bit because the same sort of nasally tone with which they deliver information.
Howard's going to turn over in his grave if DirecTV customers can't watch this game on Monday night.
Yeah.
Good Lord.
I don't understand what's going on.
I mean.
I shed DirecTV about 9 years ago, and one of the best decisions I ever made.
I mean, that's fine. I don't want to get into who's customers of what. I just there's a lot of people out there. There's a lot of people out there, and we're all way too busy to know what the hell is going on with stuff like this. And so a lot of people were broadsided, absolutely broadsided on a Sunday. It's Labor Day weekend. God knows how many people. Did you invite someone over? Like, let's watch SC and LSU. And you turn on the TV, and it's like, whoop, blank. And you're probably shaking your remote, changing batteries, calling people, trying to sign up for Disney Plus, pulling out laptops, phones, calling sports bars, calling friends. Like, come on, man. What are we doing? What are you doing?
Just a quick aside on all of this, and this is where, as a sports fan, you kind of lose me a little bit. You've made it so difficult to watch your sports now with your various peacocks, and it's the YouTube game of the week, and this one's on Hulu, and now I got to jump over to Amazon Plus for Thursday Night Football, and I just want to be able to turn on the TV for which I pay cable bills, and I love my Xfinity, and just watch the game. But you look forward, it's like, oh, that's right. This one's on YouTube. This one's on yahoo.org. This one's on Amazon Plus. This one's on Paramount Minus. I mean, you got to chase after the content. I hate it.
Well, first of all, I feel you, but I think you also know how old you sound right now.
I get it. I want things in my life to be easy.
Easy. Well, but that's that's as relatable as anything in the world ever, which is anytime somebody turns 50, 60, 70, or 80, like they just want things to be like they used to be, and they're not.
I don't mind change. I just want change to be for more convenience. This is less convenience.
Well,
this is more money. Now, if there was a super device...
Depends on how you do it.
But if there was a device where you could just turn it on and you could speak in your remote what you wanted, and they would take you directly to that platform.
I think they've got that.
Instead of
some TVs,
the platform's got to open.
Yeah.
Now you go to their menu. Now you got to find what you wanted to. Now you got to click on it.
That's the problem, is toggling. When you got two games that you want to watch at one time.
So I'm watching something on Paramount Plus, and I also want to switch over to U.S. Open quarterfinal tennis action.
I ain't trying to change my HDMI in the middle of a commercial break so that I can get from. Yeah, I
There's
get
no
it.
toggle. So anyway,
yeah.
I don't want to,
Mark Grandy's got something for us. You want to hear what Mark Grandy has to say?
Desperately.
Hi, Grandy.
A little bit of developing news from the 49ers. We already know about the Trent Williams stuff, and obviously Brandon Aiyuk late last week. The 49ers also have reportedly, and this comes from Field Yates of ESPN, restructured the contract of wide receiver Deebo Samuel, creating even more cap space for this season. $16.4 million in cap space created by this Deebo Samuel restructure. You pair that along with the Trent Williams deal, which also saved a little bit of money for this year, and they might have close to like $60 million in cap space for this season
They
alone.
have number one in the NFL now. Can someone help? Like, I get it, but I think, can we break this down for the audience a little bit? Like, what does that mean, quite frankly, not just for now, but the future and Brock Purdy? Because it feels like that's what this is largely about.
Right.
Right?
Yes. I'm just reading that he was scheduled to make 20.9 in base with 28.6 million on the cap hit. So if it's a restructure that frees up 16.4, that tells me that the $28 million cap hit portion of that was transferred into a signing bonus that he just gets, like everyone else is getting cash. So Deebo now gets cash.
Right, but what? Like,
more cash up front.
But why are the Niners doing this?
To create more cap room that they can bring with them in next year.
Yeah, right.
And then take that cap room into the year
over.
after.
Because,
exactly.
in the future, if you look at the contracts that they are signing, they're actually in great cap space this year, but not next year. But I know that a lot of this rolls over, and sure, so a lot of this is about Brock Purdy, and that makes a whole lot of sense. But I actually have no worries about that. Yeah. None. I have the same number of Brock Purdy worries as I do Trent Williams. I think that this is pretty easy. And I know that we're going to have a season-long conversation about what Brock is worth, and people will talk about it and think about it. And some of you out there, we did a whole thing on Friday about how the way Brock looks and the way he talks, it makes people think that he's just going to accept less because he's just such a nice little guy.
Sure,
he's just middle America, right? In the wedding on the beach, and there's no way he'd go demand a contract. He's too nice for that, which is like dripping with all kinds of sort of circumstantial, odd things that I don't even really want to get into. Like, Brock's going to have an agent, and Brock's going to twist somebody's arm if they make him because Trevor Lawrence makes $55 million a year and Brock's better, period. End of sentence. No debating, no arguing. I don't care when the two of them were drafted, one first, one last.
But if he takes 45, Mark, then you might be able to keep a better team around him, thereby ensuring that Brock could still be good. Because if Brock gets 60 and you say bye-bye to all these guys around him, well, now Brock's not very good anymore.
Yeah, great. So
that's the narrative.
Which I
take
reject.
less for your own good.
I reject the narrative. He's a good quarterback. I think he thinks he's a good quarterback. If he has another good year this year, there's not really going to be a whole lot to discuss. But the reason what you just brought up, Grandy, is so interesting to me, that's where my mind has been for the last 2 weeks. Not Brock, Deebo. And that's why I've had such a hard time with the Aiyuk thing. And we'll play for you here in a sec what Aiyuk said, because it was important today. And I think that it might go a little ways in recovering the relationship that we've all asked, is it damaged? Play it for you in a sec. But my mind's been on Deebo the whole time. I don't like during this negotiation how it sounded from many like Deebo's old. He ain't old. He's not anywhere near. He's 28. That's not old. He's younger than Christian McCaffrey. Like, he has.
But you said before that it was going to be Brandon or Deebo when they got to the end of this upcoming year.
And that's my concern.
And this, I think, helps to allay some of that concern.
Which is why that's what I'm bringing up.
Yeah.
That's, to me, my thought in the Brandon deal is, even though it's been reported that Brandon and Deebo are not going to both be on this team at a high salary next year, I hope that's wrong.
Well, I think that this would be a way, I think, to reduce Deebo's salary for next year, but guarantee more of it. And that's where you pay him more now, and he gets more this year in upfront guarantees, and then whatever's left next year, that's the last year under contract. So whatever's left next year, he might rework that or get an extension after this season to rework that deal, because you probably won't have him going on that final year.
Sorry, Dibs. I would also say if the majority of his contract for this year, salary for this year, has now been converted into a signing bonus, which is generally how this sort of thing works, I would imagine, personally, that means he's less likely to be traded midseason, that's for sure, because you've already paid him for essentially his entire contract.
I didn't buy that anyway. The only idea, Debo's not going to get traded unless something goes horrifically wrong. The Niners are not giving away good players unless they're at the deadline and they're 3-7 or something like that.
And even less so now because you've already paid what his salary is going to be.
Correct, yeah. The Niners ain't ducking out. Like, that would mean that, 5 of their players all got absolutely horribly hurt. Or just something is just completely sideways with this season. I do not see that. But my thing is, I want Deebo Samuel on this team more than one more year. I don't think he's anywhere near done. I know the injury risk, all that stuff. I get it.
Yeah, you just don't know how the year is going to go.
No, of course. But I'm not ready to just submit, because that was kind of the idea. You sign Brandon to 30, then this is the last year of Deebo. I'm not. I hope that's not the case.
Well, the cap hit was 28.6, and so they've created $16.4 million in cap space. Maybe that's spread over the 2 years. So perhaps he goes from a $28 million cap hit now down to about 22. And he gets a bunch of cash up front and a signing bonus to make him happy.
Perfect. If everybody's happy, then we're happy.
Then you're happy.
Well, and I'm not, and I get it if you are, but I'm not someone who just goes, it's only about this year. It's just not for me. You know what I mean? Especially these guys who have been drafted and developed here. I don't know. Don't athletes mean something to you? I don't want to just toss Deebo out because it was time and it was Brandon's turn and all of that. I'm not ready for that. That's just where my mind's on it at the moment. Then, again, the other thing is possible, which is that the 49ers, on an annual basis, because they're such a big deal, they're such favorites, and they've been so interesting, and damn it, so close, but can't get over the top, they've built a situation where we feel so much stress and anxiety that is unfounded. Let me paint a picture for you. We get to next offseason. Brock does get a new deal. Deebo's not going anywhere. Everybody is still on the team, well beyond. And we look back at all of this hand-wringing over all of these contracts and hopefully learn the lesson. Stop stressing. Stop stressing. The Niners have been and continue to be kind of next level at this. And maybe everybody will stay together as long as you want them to. Anyway, we can get more on this coming up next. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. 888-957-9570. Let's circle back to the question we've been trying to answer, which is, what kind of season do you think the Niners are going to have now that we've got a clearer picture? And Doc Pandy is going to jump in here with a Pearsall update next on Willard and Dibs.
And I cannot wait, Mark, until tomorrow.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
See? That's what you get. That's what you get right there. We got TVs in our studio, and one of them is hooked to direct. And so I just showed Dibs what it says if you go to an ABC Disney channel right now on direct, which is where, in theory, the Niners-Jets game would be on Monday night.
Well, it's where the U.S. Open tennis tournament is. Forget Monday night. It's Tuesday afternoon.
Apologies if I care a little bit less about that than the 49er Jet game.
Apologies if I have to occupy myself with live sporting events during the show.
We have a chance for an American man to win the U.S. Open for the first time in 21 years.
This man doesn't care. He's anti-American.
Is his name Aaron Rodgers? Because if it's not, I'm just not that into you. I'm not. I'm sorry. You were gone. I was making. And Doc, hang there 10 seconds. I don't understand how all y'all follow this many things. I get jealous that y'all have that much time. Something was happening in tennis while we were on the air last week.
Yeah.
Bonte's tweeting about it, throwing out people's this is a tough matchup for so-and-so. I'm like, I don't even know who that is. And he's on vacation.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Grinding on tennis after
he went to the tennis.
Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah.
And also broke off a half-hour call to the roast to scream and party about Brandon Aiyuk.
Okay.
I'm like, did you travel with anybody out there? Are they just sitting there waiting on you while you watch sports? But anyway, yeah, more power to you if you can do it.
Tennis is a classic have it on program for me.
Okay.
Like international soccer, I'm just going to have it on. Tennis, going to have it on. Golf, going to have it on. If it's on, it's going to be on. Yeah. I'm just going to have it on.
I'm all for the background noise, but anyway. Not that noise.
A lot of that, too.
I don't like that noise. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop, and it's time for Cleared to Play, where we take you inside the tent, get you updated on the latest injuries in the Bay. Proud to partner with UCSF Health on this segment and bring in our friend, Professor of Orthopedic Surgery, Dr. Nirav Pandya. And Doc, great to have you. And unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, this is the first time in all of our talks that we've had to talk about this kind of an injury, which is a gunshot wound. Unbelievable, and thankfully Ricky's okay. But what is your doctor assessment on his football future after this incident?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, I think obviously the most important thing, he's alive and avoided major injury. And as Dan was talking about, I think during the crossover, anytime you see a bullet go through that area, you get worried about the lungs, you worry about the heart. So the fact that he is walking out of San Francisco General the next day and potentially was working out, it sounded like, based on reports, is pretty remarkable. But unfortunately, in the area we live in, we do see a lot of athletes who do have to deal with gun violence. And one of the key things for these young athletes, getting them back to play, is, number one, how much damage was done when the bullet went into the muscle. But one thing that's more important with bullet wounds is that there's a lot of energy that gets dissipated around that. So it's not just the structures that get injured, but all the energy that kind of goes around it. So the zone of injury is much bigger. So even though you're worried, is this just his pectoral muscle? Is it just kind of more localized damage? There can be a lot of impact to ligaments and tendons and nerves as well, too. So hopefully everything ends up being okay with him. We're basically just then waiting for that muscle strength to get back, just like any other injury. Beyond, obviously, the mental hurdles and emotional hurdles are there. But in general, when we see athletes like this who haven't broken a bone, there's not any major joint injury potentially, then usually you're landing at 4 to 6 weeks. It's just like any other soft tissue injury. You need to get that area healed. The tough thing is, how confident are you going to be? And, getting a blow to that area, even though necessarily it's not going to be a muscular issue, but just what does that raise emotionally and mentally for an individual? Because I've seen a lot of athletes who suffer these injuries struggle with this when they get back on the field.
I can't imagine, Doc, and I just am so happy that he was able to escape with just minor injuries. I was wondering about the wounds, because you have an exit wound and an entrance wound. Are those going to be healed after 4 weeks, theoretically, to where that shouldn't be a problem with him taking a blow in that area?
Yeah, usually they do. Typically unlike other kind of wounds in the body, typically with gunshot wounds, you usually let them stay open. You don't close them because you basically want any kind of infection or any material to kind of come out. So it's a little different than a regular wound where you stitch it up and you kind of go. So that can take a little bit longer to heal, but most of these will usually heal in with about 2 weeks. And obviously there is some sensitivity there, but based on, obviously the reports and the videos, this looks like an area that'll be covered with his kind of shoulder pad. So that will give him a little extra protection and hopefully shouldn't be a major issue for him receiving contact and causing a lot of pain.
Unbelievable story. And at least at this point, it's gone as well as we could have hoped. Let's get to the holdouts and what kind of an injury risk they are running. Trent Williams shows up today. Obviously a very, very large man, and he's 36 years old. The fact that he missed camp to you means what?
In an ideal world, he'd want 3 to 4 weeks to ramp up, but not super concerned about him. He's got this week. I was a little bit worried if you're suddenly going into Saturday, Sunday, and then he signs, and then you've got 1 or 2 days. I think the big thing for him is how quickly can you replicate game speed and can he get comfortable? Because if he's not really ready for game speed, then you worry about, will there be some soft tissue things that pop up? But in general, if you look at his career, most of his issues have come kind of week 7, week 8, week 9, when kind of that wear starts building up on him. So for a player like that, actually missing camp may be a little bit of blessing in disguise. He's kind of threaded that needle appropriately where he's not wearing down during camp, and then he gets a little bit of time to work into playing. So hopefully it won't be a major issue for him, and he's got enough time to get up to game speed and not worry about those soft tissue injuries building up.
Does the same thing apply in a ramp up for Brandon Aiyuk, or is it more challenging for a guy who's going to be doing a lot more high speed running and turning and pivoting in the open field?
Yeah, it's definitely more of an issue for Brandon Aiyuk. And I think for him, because of the nature of the position he plays, essentially what he's doing is you go from, obviously working out on your own but not going to game speed to suddenly going to a game where you're essentially running a track meet. You have to go full speed, then you got to recover, and then you're running again, and you're worried about getting hit. So there's just a lot of things you can't replicate if he's working out on his own. So for Brandon, I do worry a little bit about that soft tissue injury, the hamstrings and the quad. So if the team's smart about limiting the number of reps he get, I think that'll be less of an issue and kind of ramp him up over a couple weeks. But definitely the concern for Aiyuk missing camp is a lot greater than Trent Williams.
Doc Pandia with us, cleared to play. Doc, just a name that we haven't been talking about much because it's kind of over here on the back burner, but I wonder if you could give fans a realistic thought of what Dre Greenlaw's season might look like.
Yeah, so his surgery was February 15th, so he's kind of coming right around that 7th month mark. And we know that in general with Achilles injuries, right around 6 months is where you're kind of going from that transition of rehabbing to getting your speed and strength and explosiveness back. It sounds like he's not eligible to return to week 5. I think they put him on the injured list. So that puts him right around that 8-month mark. Where you see athletes starting to return to play is really that 8 to 9 month mark in football. The thing that's really hard to tell is how confident is he going to be? How quickly is that explosiveness going to come back, particularly at that position where he has to react very quickly? So I do think we will potentially see him back. I think the first couple games back, maybe mid-October, November, it may be him playing a little bit less, maybe not looking as explosive, getting that confidence back. But I think the timing fits him well for him to be an impact the second half of the season. This first half of the season may be a little bit touch and go with him.
Doc, great stuff as always. A really important one that we were looking forward to. Thank you so much.
No problem. Take care, guys.
All right, there he is, Doc Pandia. The proceeding was sponsored by UCSF Health. It is wild to me, the emotional transition to go from, and I was like laying down and just taking a moment when I opened up my phone and saw the Ricky Pearsall thing over the weekend. To go from that moment to 3 days later, Doc Pandia is like, 4 to 6 weeks. I'm just like, my head is still spinning.
It's not a sports injury like we normally talk about.
And like when you talk about like, oh yeah, you leave those kinds of wounds open so that they can continue to clear out.
That I did not know.
The whole thing is just wild because the majority of us, right, thankfully in life, I think most people go through life without getting shot. Like, I mean, it's such a dramatic thought that for it to just turn into what it sounds like they're talking about now, like, that's just a wound.
Yeah.
It's like anything else that just heals. And then off we go and we're going to play football again when 3 days ago he's sitting in the arms of an officer asking if he was going to lose his life. It's just, I don't know. It's almost too quick. It's too quick for me to start thinking about football with Ricky.
Yeah, well, and it's going to be 4 weeks. And John Lynch actually mentioned today in his press availability that they had a call to make today because you have to set that going into the week. You have to, either activate somebody or you put them on the 4-week IR, which is what they eventually did because, you weren't going to be sure how quickly. And maybe it takes more than 4 weeks because the PTSD part of it, I didn't really think about because this was not a football injury, but you got shot and you were close to thinking that your life was going to end and turned out to not be as severe as it could have been. And so, yeah, you came back to practice and you feel like, okay, I'm ready to be a football player again, but are you? It's got to be some, like the trauma of getting shot in that way, robbed and shot. I can't imagine.
Okay, this is amazing. Y'all got to hear this. I know you remember what Herm Edwards said to us last time he was on the air. And he said that you got to be careful with Ricky now because Ricky has one speed. And therefore, he is someone who can get hurt. And he said that to us in the wake of Ricky suffering multiple offseason injuries. Hamstring, there's a shoulder, now it's a recurring shoulder, subluxation sensation. All of this is going on. And Herm said, thank you, Grandy. He said that he spoke to John Lynch ahead of the draft and was like, it's the only thing that I would warn you on with Ricky is he's got that McCaffrey type, like, no, we're going 1,000 miles an hour all the time. Okay. So now take what happened this weekend and flash it forward to this story that John Lynch, in his press availability earlier today, shared about a conversation he had with Ricky about injuries. Check this out.
Some of his earliest concerns is when he could play. He's asking me, he's asking the sides. I don't know, but the surgeon was there and helping him through those type of thoughts. But, Ricky takes a lot of pride in being available. And, one continues to point out that I promise you, I'm not injury prone, Ricky. This is not being injury prone. Like something out of your control happened, and Ricky's going to be great. He's going to be a fantastic player. The times we've seen him out on the play, he's exactly what we envisioned and more, and can't wait to see that take place in due time. But we, first and foremost, we're going to make sure that he's all good and ready to go, more than ready by the time we bring him back.
I remember when Jimmy Ward was, quote, injury prone, and Jimmy Garoppolo was injury prone, and Brandon Belt was injury prone, and yet Ricky, getting shot doesn't count.
No. DNP gunshot.
That is over. We're going to put that right over here on the side.
Right. But
unbelievable.
To the story that John Lynch was telling is kind of like what Herm was saying, like you got to protect Ricky from himself. And already Ricky gets out of the hospital the next day and he's immediately back at practice and, working on the legs and doing whatever he can to try to stay in shape. And he knocked on John's door and said, I want to play.
Yeah.
When can I play, guys? And, 4-week IR, but he's going to be able to stay in shape and he's going to be ready to go once he's able to come off this list.
He went to the facility today, bud.
Exactly.
He got shot on Saturday. He's at the facility on Tuesday.
Yeah, feeling much better. Working out and trying to stay in shape. So when he's able to come back and play football in the beginning of October.
Well, think about the idea also of just like, you got to protect him from himself. I mean, look, I wasn't there. I don't know what this looked like. I don't know how much of a choice he had, but let's think about someone who was getting robbed, and instead of what most people do, which is, right, just here, take whatever, just take it. No, Ricky fought with the guy. Like it all speaks to the same characteristic. And yeah, maybe you do have to protect him from himself a little bit when you got that kind of a mentality.
Right, but you didn't think that you had to protect him from himself or that he couldn't wear his nice watch or he couldn't dress up to go buy luggage because the story is he was buying luggage for the upcoming road trip. And so just getting ready. You got trip to Minnesota for September 15th, game number 2. You want to have your luggage all set. And the team's got a virtual bye. They don't practice tomorrow because of the Monday game. And I'm just looking at the schedule here. Thursday, Kyle speaks. That'll be something to keep our ears on, as I'm sure he'll talk about this and Trent and stuff and Brandon and stuff and just the end of days for the offseason and how much relief and stuff that he feels and all that. And now he can just focus on football, which is what he likes to do best and stuff. And then Friday, it'll be Brock Purdy, your guy. He'll speak. We'll get some fresh Purdy. And then Saturday they practice, and then that's it, baby. Let's go.
Then,
Week 1.
Then we head for Santa Clara. Yeah. So earlier you were talking about how a lot of people are sort of predicting, I don't know if it's doom and gloom.
No, it's neither doom nor gloom.
But you said what you hear, most people are projecting 10 or 11 wins and a wild card.
Yes.
Is that what you think is going to happen?
I think that they're right on the number. I think the over-under is 11.5.
I think you're right.
So that's a tough one because on the surface, I look at this team and I look at the amount of talent, and they are as good as last year, if not maybe a click better. You lose Armstead, you get Pooney at right guard, which I think is an upgrade. Other than that, you are mostly comprised the way you were last year. Your defensive line has some new pieces. I think that they made at least lateral moves. So I look at this team, and I look at a kicker who's now going to be in his second year, and you hope that he's more consistent. Shanahan's back, and he's coming off a great year. I look at all those things, and I see a team that should be right in that 11 or 12 win range. But then, Mark, I look a little bit deeper. And you know me, I like to look at the schedule, and I like to point out where the schedule loss is. And they do have a scheduled loss.
Which one?
I'll get to that in a second.
Okay.
But not only do they have a scheduled loss,
that's exciting,
but they have the number one largest net rest disadvantage in football.
Yes.
And
explain to people what that is.
It means when you play a team, how much rest do they have? How much rest do you have?
Right.
And I looked at the schedule, and they have 8 games where they have less rest than their opponents.
Well, that's half the games.
That is half the game.
It's actually not even half the. It's less than half the game.
Well, normally you catch some breaks that go your way. The Niners only have 2 breaks. One is you have an 8-day rest advantage when you go to Tampa. You're off the bye. Tampa played the Thursday, so Tampa actually has.
Yep.
They've got a good healthy dose of games, Chunk, and you've got the extra week. And the only other one is at Miami. You have a 3-day advantage because you will have played on the Thursday the previous week. So other than that, you play 4 teams coming off their bye, and you're not.
You're also at a huge rest disadvantage this Monday.
Because of the Super Bowl.
Because the Jets didn't even make the playoffs.
I didn't factor that in,
They were done in the first week of January.
The scheduled loss, as I see it, is when you go to Buffalo, and that is, I have it here, that is December 1st. You play at Green Bay the week before, Buffalo's coming off their bye. So Buffalo's chilling. You go to Green Bay, then you go to Buffalo.
Well, chilling in more ways than one.
Exactly.
I mean, you're going to 2 of the coldest places in the NFL in late November and early December.
And you play Buffalo when they're coming off their bye.
Yeah.
And that follows a game against Green Bay, which you would think is going to be a very tight, slug it out kind of an affair.
It's an interesting thing, though, because I do think this. I think that a lot of people are saying that, or you hear it because that's the only way you can be interesting. I don't think it's interesting to be like, so I think the Niners are going to be good this year. Well, yeah, that's too easy.
Well, I think they're going to be good, but I also think that the Rams are going to be better.
Sure.
And Arizona's better. Seattle's probably about the same, and your schedule's harder.
I disagree. I think Seattle's going to be better. You could sell me on the idea that Seattle has been the second best team in the NFC West. That's possible.
Okay.
Like they've got new coaching staff.
This division, I think, is going to be a lot tougher than what we are normally used to seeing.
How many NFC teams can you just be like, nope, that's not a threat of any way, shape, or form?
I'm looking at their schedule and...
No. In the NFC. Forget who they're playing.
But I was wondering if they played any of those teams.
Okay.
Carolina would be a team that you can just flick off. The New York Giants beat it.
Okay.
The Washington Commanders, I don't think are going to be...
See, I'll disagree with you there.
Okay, I don't think that they're going to be like...
I don't think they're ready, but I think they're getting interesting fast, and we don't know what Jaden Daniels is going to be.
Right. So I'll put them in the same bucket as Chicago. I'll put them in the maybe bucket.
That's fair.
I mean, Chicago's a maybe to me.
What about Minnesota? Sam Darnold's playing quarterback all year.
Yeah, I'm not threatened by them.
Yeah.
I would put them in the probably not. Like, I would look at 4 or 5 teams at the top, and then you look at another 3 or 4 or 5 teams in that second tier, including Atlanta.
I think it's 2.5 teams that you can legitimately be like, there's no chance that they scare you. You mentioned them, Carolina and the Giants,
right,
and maybe Minnesota.
Okay.
Outside of that, everybody will give you a game. They'll give you a game.
And I'm looking at their schedule of NFC opponents, and the only team in that list they play is Minnesota in week 2.
Yep.
You get the Rams twice, obviously, Arizona and Seattle twice, obviously. You've got Dallas at home, and that game, they're coming off the bye. And I know everyone wants to laugh at Dallas, how we've got ownage on Dallas and all the rest of it. That'll be the Niners' 8th game in 8 weeks, and Dallas is coming off a bye. Yep. And you're coming off the Kansas City game.
I'd argue the Niners need to have, it doesn't need to be perfect at all, but like a good start. I mean, think about those first 6 games. right? You got the Jets on Monday. Then you got a roadie to Minnesota. But, like, come on. You should beat that team. At the Rams, I don't know what's going to happen there.
Yeah, it's a virtual home game. Right? It's a VHG.
But then you're home to New England and home to Arizona before then going to Seattle. After that comes Kansas City and Dallas, and things start coming at you real fast. In those first 6, Niners better be at least 4-2.
Yeah, I think you'd want to even be 5-1.
Well, yeah,
honestly,
you want to be 6-0. But like,
of course.
Yeah, I'm with you. But like, the season could get scary quick if you came out of there 3-3 or worse.
Even 4-2, I think it gets a little scary because you've got the Green Bay Buffalo back-to-back, as mentioned. Chicago by December 8th. We haven't even mentioned Chicago. Everybody's high on Chicago.
Yep.
And you get to December 8th and you figure their rookie quarterback has had almost a full season to get better. Then you go to Miami, which Miami should be better. You just never know. And you got Detroit still.
Yeah, and those games for me, those ones that are like back half of the schedule, I'm like, I don't even know who's playing in those games. Did somebody else's quarterback get hurt? Did your guys get hurt? I don't know. And sure, we don't even know that by week 6. We don't know that by week 2. We don't know that by the second half of week 1. But my point is that those first 6 games offer, I think, the softest portion of the schedule on paper. So,
yeah, I'd even say the first 5. I mean, the trip to Seattle's never easy.
No, it's not easy, but I mean, it's, after that, when you go Kansas City, Dallas, and then a bye week, and then a road trip to Tampa, who's a tough defense. That's a hard defense, the Tampa Bay Bucs. And then as you said, then it's flanked by Green Bay and Buffalo and Miami and Detroit and all this stuff out there.
Yeah.
It'd be good. It'd be good to not start slow.
And this feels to me like it's an 11-6, and that might be enough to win the division. Might be in tiebreaker country. I don't know if the Rams can win 12. I don't know if Seattle, Arizona can win 12. I don't see that. So 11-6 might be enough to tie with the Rams, and you get to the tiebreaker on who wins the division. But for me, the road to be the number 1 seed this year is much more difficult than last year.
Well, and I just think in general, 11.5 as a win total, and there's only 2 teams that have that in Vegas, and it's the Niners and the Chiefs. 11.5, that's really hard to bet the over. Like, that's crazy. To where it's like you have at minimum to win, you need 12 wins. That's when things go great. Like, that's really hard. And so things can go wobbly, and you could still largely have a good season and win 11 games or even 10. And you're going to go to the playoffs if you do that. So I'm with you. Like, I can be as optimistic as possible about the Niners and still think that betting the over on 11.5 is just a bad bet.
Yeah, 4 teams won more than 11.5 last year.
Yes. But the bet on it?
The Niners, Lions, Cowboys, and the Ravens.
But nobody won 13.
The Ravens.
Oh, okay.
The Ravens won 13.
Nobody in the NFC won 13.
Yeah.
So, like, all of those wins by half.
Exactly.
It's just too, to me, it's too hot. Join 95.7 The Game personalities at Harding Park this Friday for the Pet and Ellie Financial Partners Golf Tournament, benefiting the Autism Society, San Francisco Bay Area. Go to 957thegame.com to learn more. Presented by ACO Pest Control, the Bay Area's local family-owned pest control company. Okay, what kind of season do you think is on tap? 888-957-9570. And if you missed what I think was a very important comment from Brandon Aiyuk today, we'll play that next on Willard and Dibs.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to treating every type of athlete, from kids to adults, amateurs.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
It's a great question.
Wow, that's a great question.
That's a great question.
That's a great question. And that's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
This is where you come to get great questions and hopefully great answers. Because if all you're doing is asking great questions and not getting great answers, it's less fun.
What's the point?
What's the point?
You know? The questions are too hard.
That's a great question.
Thank you. Now, before we move back to what we were talking about, and there's two things we really want you to hear in the next 5 minutes or so. Brandon Aiyuk's comment, Peter Schrager's comment. We'll get to all of it. But can I share two pieces of developing information from the San Francisco Giants?
Please.
One of them is like a kicker story, kind of fun. And this came out from Andy Baggerly. Would like to congratulate the great Darren Ruff. Ruff is on the move. Ruff is on the move into retirement.
Okay.
And has been added to the coaching staff at the University of Nebraska, Omaha. Omaha!
Okay.
Omaha!
You doing your Manning.
Yeah.
Omaha!
So Darren Ruff, who, by the way, super dude. Super dude. So that's happening with Darren Ruff.
Exciting.
This next one, and maybe has a little bit more meat on the bone. The Giants, though they would never tell you this, officially today at 2:46 in the afternoon, waved the white flag.
Officially?
Officially.
They canceled all future games, home and road?
They did not cancel the games.
Well, the math is still there, Mark.
Doesn't matter.
How did they wave the white flag? Camilo Duvall back at the closer?
Camilo Duvall is not back at the closer.
Okay.
However, there are a couple of players who are back, and they represent, well, let's see what the young guys do.
Okay.
Which is also known as waving the white flag. So, Luis Matos, Marco Luciano are back on your big league roster. Blake Sable, who was just called up,
Sabes,
has been sent back down.
Come on.
And if he's going to hit the Schmidt out of one, he going to do it in Sacramento. Casey Schmidt has been sent down. Now, you may look at this and be like,
career got Schmidt on.
Yeah, well, you got two young guys for two young guys, but that really is what this represents. It represents the Giants saying, look, we are now in data collection mode on two players who at one time or another have been at the top of the Giants prospect board. They've also done some interesting things at the big league level. They've also made people yank hair out of the side of their heads and want to kick Gatorade buckets. And so it's time to spend September finding out if they're going to be a part of the Giants' big league roster next year. And that is a white flag waiver.
Yeah, especially if Marco Luciano gets in there and starts at shortstop. I mean, what are we doing? Are we going to DH him? We're going to try him at second?
Oh, no.
Put him in the outfield as I've long advocated? What are we doing with Marco Luciano? Because young players, they have to come up and play. They've got to have opportunity. Terrible miss.
That was the worst shot that I've ever had in my entire time at 95.7 the
Just
game.
a canned clanker over there.
Well, it's the first day of the week.
Oh, I just saw it on YouTube in the replay, and you did like a little flinch after. It was pretty cringeworthy.
So people know, I do an underhand flip with my my sparkling water can when I'm done with it over toward the can, and a good solid 3 feet above the can is where the little heat box is.
Yeah.
And I hit the heat box. It was so high. I tried to use too much backboard. I called bank, but they were closed. And so that's a miss. But anyway, yeah, Marco Luciano and Luis Matos are up. And Giants done gave up. And we're going to see where this goes. By the way, is he in the lineup? Do we have a lineup tonight? Let's get a lineup. I give you $5 if you know who the Giants are playing tonight.
Oh, Arizona.
Oh,
it's a grudge match.
I owe you $5.
I'll take the $5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You take it in cash because nobody takes cash anymore.
I do take cash.
That's why I offered it because I have $5 right now.
I'll take it.
And I'm like, I don't even know what to do with it anymore.
I don't traffic in must-wins very often, but this feels like a must-win for the Giants, Mark. A must-sweep.
They all are. If the Giants win out, the math still works.
They don't have to win out for the math to work.
No, they got to win out. What is the Giants' record? How many losses?
68 and 70.
68 and 70?
So if they won their last 24, they would wind up 92 and 70.
Oh, then they're going to the playoffs.
No doubt.
Yeah. All right.
You want a lineup?
Yeah.
Yastrzemski, Fitzgerald, Ramos.
Okay.
Followed by Chapman, Wade, and Encarnacion.
Okay.
And then rounding out the order, Bailey, Luciano, and McCray.
And where is Luciano playing?
Second base.
Hey!
There you go. Progress.
They put him they gave him a glove.
Yeah.
And Bob Melvin has said that they're going to play him a lot at second base this final month of the year.
Well, and that was the pivot. The pivot was, okay, you're not a shortstop. Let's try second base. Do you want to yell pivot? Go ahead and do it.
Pivot!
Okay. So they put him at second base, but I don't want to sound all pessimistic.
That's okay. You already read them their epitaph. You did an obit on the air.
Well, no, not about the Giants.
About Marco Luciano.
Not about their 24-game win streak that's clearly starting tonight. It was more about the fact that, like, okay, so if you're at shortstop and you can't pick up a ground ball,
right,
and someone goes, let's put him at second, what comes at you when you're at second base sometimes?
And that's a great question.
Ground balls. So
Different angle, and you do have a little bit more time.
Different angle.
It's a different angle off a righty.
You do. You still have to know.
I played a ton of second base now.
Brother, so did I.
Yeah.
Now, you guys still do the thing. You like to get the ball, and you get to pick it up and know where to go with it all at the same time.
You have more time at second.
You do.
Because you're closer to first, so you can play a little deeper.
Easier throw.
You can knock that baby down a couple times.
You still have to know what you're supposed to do.
That would be nice.
And before you, it doesn't matter if you know what to do if you don't pick it up. You have to pick it up.
That's fair. He's still a young player.
Yes.
I like the player. He's been in pro baseball for 8 years. He's 23.
I'm not trying to be mean to Marco Luciano, but you got to pick up the ball.
It does feel a little bit like this month is kind of make or break because you can't
Marco?
I mean, not that they're going to discard him if he looks bad, but this is a turning point in his career. You've got to show the little things like you're saying, like runner on first, ground ball to third, who covers second? Second baseman. Feel free to make your way over there off the bat.
Is Melvin like Little League coaching some of these guys? Is that actually what's happening?
Feels like it.
Where when you have to do that thing? All right. No, hey, Billy, stop. Get your finger out of your... Hey, Billy.
Infielders.
Ask
Where's
yourself.
the play?
Get ready, stance. Yes. Before every pitch, you ask yourself, where am I going with the ball if the ball is hit to me? Are they really doing that at Oracle Park? Is this what we're doing with Giants baseball?
It's possible.
All right, guys, ready, stance. I mean, if I bought a ticket this month, that might be what I do. I'm just going to go out there and it won't
Little
be
League coaching.
It won't be heckling. It'll just be like sarcastic coaching from the stands. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
68 and 70. That's pretty brutal. All right. Check it out. Brandon Aiyuk. Okay? This meant something to me. If it doesn't mean anything to you, fine. But I've expressed over the last 2 weeks a very healthy share of frustration with Brandon Aiyuk. Certainly the situation, and it's not all on Brandon at all. The 49ers have had many, questionable approaches this summer. But when you get to August, whether it was 10th or 12th or whatever, and that deal is all the way up in the $30 million range, and then you still skip camp, and you make everybody so frustrated. There are questions to answer, and I loved the way Brandon answered it. Okay? Take a listen to this.
I'm not going to lie. I made it a little bit more difficult than it needed to at the end. But, yeah, it was like that for me. I'm not going to say the whole entire time, but for about the past month, I think we were pretty good.
Okay, so there's two things, and the audio is not perfect, so let me let you know what he said. First of all, he openly says, in the end, I made it more difficult than it needed to be. And then also added, for the last month or so, we've been good. In other words, I ain't trying to get to the Steelers. Really for the whole month of August, which again, we can question all kinds of things in terms of, then dude, why didn't you just sign?
Yeah, that just real quick, Mark, makes me think about the fact that the team said that the offer that was on the table August 12th is the same offer that he signed some weeks later. So he's almost corroborating that insofar as since August for the last month, I've been chilling, knowing that this was on the table. And so he wasn't playing because he didn't want to go to camp.
Yeah. Or he thought something was going to happen that never happened. But my point is, because today, I really do feel like today is about acceptance, forgiveness, whatever. It's not like anybody did anything to us personally. I don't need to forgive anybody. But I accept the Niners offseason. I accept Brandon and his agent. I accept Trent Williams. Everything with the 49ers. Today is about, okay, wipe it clean. Maybe you were mad. Maybe you don't love this contract, that contract, whatever. Wipe it clean. You got a game in 6 days. They are full strength, and a very exciting season is on tap. It's all about that. But I will also add, for me, this helped. That's a big person to stand in front of a microphone after you got $30 million, did a video where you walked in rubbing your hands together with a fountain pen to sign your $30 million a year. For you to come in the next day and the questions are there and you say, my bad. My bad. That means something.
That was kind of a my bad. I
made it more difficult than I needed to. That's a my bad.
And the crowd laughed. So
of course.
I guess it was a my bad, and he doesn't need to apologize to anybody. That was just him basically saying probably that things were a little bit more vocal and loud and dramatic than he probably thought that they were going to be, but he was completely in control of the process. If for the past month he's been, quote, chilling, then it's pretty clear that he just didn't want to go and practice during camp.
I don't know what the motivation was.
I don't know what other motivation would be out there.
Yeah, and I will forever be like, dude, that was a mistake. But if you then step to a microphone and go, I made a mistake, I'm going to accept that almost every time. I love that in people.
Sure.
Just be accountable. Sure. There's so much forgiveness. And I don't even just mean sports, but especially if you're a sports celebrity, people want to love you. They want to love you. If you just get real and say things like that, it goes a long way. So I'm not saying it just now suddenly erases everything that's ever happened in this whole summer of frustration, but that's appreciated. Don't you think?
It is.
That's appreciated.
That's appreciated. I don't know if I would go so far as to, call that an apology. That was just an admission that,
accountability.
Fine. And he made things more difficult than they needed to be. Ha, 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 everybody gets to laugh. Let's go play football. And I get it. It's, he made it as difficult as they felt like they needed to make it. And if they could have gotten this money back on August 12th when the offer was reportedly made, and the offer, according to sources, didn't change from then to now, that would be my real curiosity is why did you wait until now? And if it's as simple as, well, I didn't want to go to camp, ha, 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 we all laugh again. And I just wonder internally if there is any. No, but that would be hilarious if he did. Funny. Because that's the real answer. I can't imagine any other reason. He was physically in the building.
Yeah. Maybe he thought he was going to get more.
Holding in?
Maybe he thought he was going to. Maybe he wanted to wait for CD.
Okay.
Maybe he wanted to wait for CD. And
he's allowed to do it.
Yeah, and he thought the number would go up. I think it's crazy to think, after all we talked about, I think it's crazy to think that you're going to get an offer of 30 and it's going to go up from there.
Especially when it already went up from 26 reportedly.
That's largely what you asked for. And the only reason I feel like we know that is because his personal coach told us, give him the Amon-Ra deal and he's here.
Yeah.
And then they gave him the Amon-Ra deal and he wasn't there. And so that's
exactly
that to me was the mistake. And if he wants to own up to that, then we're good.
Well, we're good.
Like you know what I mean?
And we're good as long as you go out there and you hold up your end of the contract. And that's where I don't know about the calculation of holding in, if he really thought about the fan part of it and what the ramifications will be among fans if he goes out and has a slow start, if he goes out and goes soft tissue, if he goes out and drops a couple of big passes in a game that you ultimately lose. Fans are still ragging on Nick Bosa.
Yeah.
Our very morning show is calling out Nick Bosa as, you better have a better year this year. And, your feet to the fire and all the rest of it because of what happened last offseason.
Do you think that players really, I get that their public perception and persona and branding and everything, it matters to them. But it's also funny sometimes. We do this in the media. Boy, we think highly of ourselves. oh, we're going to hold their feet to the fire.
No, I just think it matters to fans, Mark.
You think they feel that?
No.
And I always look at it this way. Dude, you want to pay me $30 million a year? You can hold my feet in the fire. Like good Lord.
But fans don't want to be booed, and fans don't want to be jeered, and fans don't want to be crushed on social media. These people live on social media.
Yeah, but that's what you're getting paid for.
Exactly.
You're getting paid largely not just because you have an unbelievable, rare skill set, but you're now being paid to be a centerpiece and a celebrity, and the eyeballs are on you, and that's going to mean there's no doubt that Brandon's going to get criticized. He's not going to play great.
But he's going to get criticized more than he would have if he signed in March.
Sure, but 17, even if he signed right away in March, you're going to have 17 games, and they're going to look to you like, now you got it. You think you're an elite receiver? Show us.
Yeah, I do think that he gets less of a benefit of the doubt because of the journey that all fans and media were on in trying to, will he or won't he? Is he getting traded? Is he not? I'm out here. I'm holding in. They say they don't want me. Poop emojis and all the rest of it. Because you put yourself out there like that and you stretch this thing all the way to the deadline.
You know I'm with you.
Fans are going to be looking at him now in a different sort of way when it comes to scrutiny.
No doubt. That's all. But I do appreciate him at least saying, dude, I made it a little bit more. I made it more difficult than I needed to.
Yeah.
Now, we want you to hear this too. And I think I've made it very clear, at least from my standpoint. I will forever be confused at why Kyle Shanahan is so polarizing. I don't get it. Like, did you hear Mark Schlereth come on our show? Now, granted, he played for Mike Shanahan. He has got a lot of reverence there, but that's yet another person who's put on a uniform and played for Mike Shanahan and knows Kyle Shanahan, and Kyle was an assistant on his team and all this thing, and all he can say is, my God, they're great coaches. Great, like legitimately great coaches. Yet there is still that brigade of 49er fans want to talk about holding feet to the fire. Oh, that choke artist, that can't win the big one, that snooty, arrogant,
there it is.
White suit with Rick Ross. Are you kidding me? Snot-nosed Kyle Shanahan. Okay. All right, I don't get it, but if that's you, great, that's you. And then there's this. Peter Schrager, pretty big voice on NFL Network, Good Morning Football, was asked about the pressure cooker and NFL coaches, and he rips this one off.
I look at this past weekend, and Kyle Shanahan, they had a little party with Brandon Aiyuk, with Deebo Samuel, with Rick Ross, the boss, and this is what Kyle wore to the party.
Oh, my word.
Wow. Now, I have been texting with sources. It was actually a great Gatsby theme.
Is your source wearing number 17 in that picture?
It might have been Rick Ross, the boss. I might have been. It was a great Gatsby theme.
That's Scott Fitzgerald.
And I think, a guy who's got so much riding on this season as the head coach of the 49ers with contracts, everyone wants to, Purdy's got to get paid at some point. We've got to pay, Talanoa Hufanga has to get paid. Kyle's coming in there, and he's grown the hair out. Mm-hmm. He bookended his summer with the McCaffrey wedding, where he was wilding out, and this amazing great Gatsby. This is me saying, hey, I've got the swag. My team's got the swag. You guys could poke holes in us all summer long. We good. In fact, we Gucci.
Hey, Gucci.
I think Kyle Shanahan's got the most riding on this season. I also feel like he has no doubts that his team is ready to go. I'm going to say the head coach of the defending NFC champions, Kyle Shanahan's got the most on his shoulders, and he's got some hair rocking on it, too. He's growing out that hair, and I respect it, and he was rocking it like Gatsby on Friday night.
Sometimes I have a hard time with when we just see someone in a picture and we've decided that this means this about what they're thinking and who they are as a person and all that. Dude went to a party. Chill.
His party. He throws a party every year for their 53-man roster announcement. So you announce the 53, and you have a party. A team party. You've been to team parties.
I've been to team parties.
And this is basically a preseason team party. Let's get together. I used to coach volleyball in high school. Let's all get together at somebody's house, have pizza, and just talk about the year a little bit.
Right, yeah.
Lay out some goals and, we'll vote on our captains. It'll be fun.
Peter's right. I've never worn a white suit to a team party. I have never had Rick Ross show up. However, this is the damn San Francisco 49ers. And I don't think if Kyle's hair is a little bit longer, it means that he now got two'd. Like, that's not what it just means. His hair's a little bit longer. And if Kyle is a little arrogant or the Niners are confident, hello, they're the 49ers. I certainly hope they're confident.
Exactly.
Very good football team. You're playing at a high level. You're celebrities. Sure, go ahead and be confident. There is one thing about the way this was worded, and I really wonder what a lot of you think about this now, because the way he worded it was not hot seat. He didn't use the word pressure. He said Kyle Shanahan, of all NFL coaches, has the most riding on this year. It's a little different. Do you buy that?
That Kyle has the most riding on this year?
Of any NFL coach.
No, I think that there's easy 3 or 4 coaches that have more riding on it. Like, for example, the guy in Dallas, Mike McCarthy, he's got more riding on it.
How about Sirianni?
Nick Sirianni's got more riding on it. I would even say that the opponent in week 1, Bobby Saleh, Robert Saleh's got more riding on it. Because if you have a healthy Aaron and you still don't do great, or if you lose Aaron again and you don't do well, those Jets fans can turn on you. New York City will turn on you.
Can I give you another one?
Yeah.
His name is Dan Campbell.
Yeah.
Do you know?
I don't think so, but
take
his contract.
No, not his contract. Do you know what people would say about Kyle Shanahan if he did in the NFC Championship game what Dan Campbell did?
We're going to bite a kneecap off.
You're literally calling.
Couple 4th down conversions. Well, Dan Campbell took this team from an absolute embarrassment on the scrap heap, not single-handedly.
Sure.
What he has done for that team and that city and that entire organization, he could do the same thing again this year, and he'll be criticized, but I still think that he can survive it just fine.
Again, I'm not talking necessarily about hot seats and firings.
I get it. You're talking about a lot on his shoulder.
Right, and you're right. The bar is low in Detroit, but oh my God. If anybody really mismanaged a playoff game this year, it was easily Dan Campbell above all other NFL coaches.
But that was the Detroit Lions that had a playoff game.
Absolutely.
I mean, he could have mismanaged that another 14 ways, and they still would throw a parade in his honor.
All right, so 888-957-9570, that's the number. Do you view this as a pressure cooker year for Kyle Shanahan? What is on the line? And how does that compare to other coaches? We can get into that. Is Kyle Shanahan under pressure? How would you answer that? 888-957-9570 is the number. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Willard and Dibbs.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
I want to draw a line in the sand, okay?
All right.
There's pressure, and then there's like hot seat. Those are two very, very different things. I would argue that, do you have kids? Do you have a job? Do you have somewhere that you're supposed to be on the daily basis? Do you have bills to pay? That's pressure. Yeah.
You're not on the hot seat.
You can't fire me from my job.
Right.
Yeah. What are kids going to do? Hey, we need a new dad. Sorry. Store's all out.
Yeah.
I'm all you got.
Waiver wire.
Well, you could try, but that's pressure. Okay. And so we all feel that to a degree. However, our business, of course, loves to tag things. They love to get clicks. They love to get attention. They love to get everybody buzzing. And I know we all get accused of that sometimes because there's no way to know if, oh gosh, you're just making this up to get everybody all riled up. We don't do that on this show. We don't do that on this station. We might have an opinion that you firmly disagree with. That doesn't mean we're making it up. I say all that to say this. If there is anyone out there in our industry or another that thinks that Kyle Shanahan and or John Lynch are on any kind of a hot seat, you can go ahead and unfollow and unclick and unlisten to that absolute insane dribble for the rest of your lives. That is unequivocally absurd. It's an absurd, baseless claim.
Sources.
Stop. Absolute banana land.
Insider whisper.
If you want to bite the hook, if you want to chew on the hook and get reeled in,
hot seat.
That is your choice. Be a largemouth bass and bite the fake worm, and whoop, you get pulled right out of the water and go have your day.
Bowler bus.
You can go do that if you want.
Hot seat.
Absolute fake dribble. Unsubscribe. That would be my suggestion to you.
I like the rant.
Okay.
Hate to correct another man's rant, but it's drivel, not dribble.
I like to call it dribble. Shut up and dribble. That's what I do.
This is drivel, so you could say shut up and drivel, which would be more appropriate for this particular piece of content.
I'm going with dribble. Okay? I'm speaking my English.
I'm going with whispers and sources.
Fine.
Hot seat.
Absolute banana land.
When you talk about, and we're going to go to the phones in 60 seconds, but when you talk about pressure versus hot seat, I look at 32 coaches in the NFL, and all 32 of them are under pressure. Whether it's pressure to be better than last year, pressure to make the playoffs, or pressure to finally win a Super Bowl in the quest for 6, they're all under pressure. We can talk hot seat in a different way, and there are coaches who are already on the hot seat. Kyle Shanahan is not among them.
No.
I do think Sean McDermott is on a little bit of a hot seat.
That's an interesting one.
Because they haven't, they've been in the playoffs every damn year, but then
teams that don't get over the top, and he's got supposedly one of the 2 best players in the entire game, and now they're reworking receivers. And yeah, I'm with you. And they turned the ball over like a machine last year.
Mike McCarthy, I think his seat's hot. Sirianni goes in with a hot seat. Other than that, you got some warm seats. Dennis Allen's seat is always pretty tepid, pretty warm down there in New Orleans, just because I don't think he's a very good coach.
Yeah, again, like if you want to talk preseason hot seat, that's probably Mike McCarthy, maybe Sirianni. I don't really know how much further it goes than that, to be honest with you. Antonio Pierce has got some things that he needs to prove. Obviously, out there,
that team's a mess.
I guess, but nobody's.
Do you want to reboot that thing again?
Nobody's expecting it to be anything different. It feels like the Bears coach is always on the hot seat. So that's just kind of an omnipresent thing. But yeah, the whole just stop. So let's have a much more intelligent conversation about what Peter Schrager said, which is that he's got the most riding on it. I think that's a little bit different. He's got the squad, right? And you might be a window closing or window opening person. I'm sort of like trusting enough in the 49er front office that I'm like, I think like my hope as a fan is that the window just stays open. I don't really get the idea of, well, we got a 24-year-old quarterback. We're about to break him off.
so that we can officially close our window for good.
Exactly.
Like, what the hell are we talking about?
For me, the window closing becomes disrespectful not only to Brock, but Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch as well. Because the way you keep your window open is by having a very, very good quarterback, which it looks like they might and they probably do have, and then surrounding him with pieces who are making less money through the draft, which hopefully you did that this year with a pretty good draft as it looks right now.
No doubt. And that's the Niners' job. Like, I know it's hard for people to go, well, but Kittle and Warner and McCaffrey and Williams, and then we'll suck. Well, it's like, no, it's their job to replace those people.
Exactly.
You got to go find the new Kittle and the new Warner. And I know that's hard. That's hard. Hard to wrap your head around it. But that's their job. And they have done roster construction work that's not perfect, but it's been positive direction stuff here or there every year.
Yeah.
From the fact that what they acquired at the very beginning when they took this job, it was a dumpster fire. And they've built this. And it will never make sense to me that people are like, not very good at drafting. Oh no? Oh, no. Like,
they've had hits and misses.
Sure.
We've been over this so many times.
Every team does. But
times.
how do you have this many people to pay if you suck at building a roster? How? I don't care if you got them through the draft or acquired them through a trade, free agency, whatever. How do you have this many people that you want to pay if you stink at roster construction?
And how are you in the playoffs 4 out of the last 5 years if you stink at roster construction? That to me is a non-starter topic.
Of course. But, yes, there is a lot riding on this for Kyle Shanahan. I wouldn't put him at the top of the whole league. But to me, this is more a discussion, less about firing or hiring. This is much more a discussion about the brand that is the San Francisco 49ers. Why does Kyle Shanahan have so much riding on this? Because every football fan in America knows exactly who he is, knows the roster, knows the story, watches Netflix, Super Bowl misses, near misses, knows this player, that player, number 1 overall pick in fantasy. That's why he's got so much riding on it. If we walked out of this building and down onto Market Street right now and asked people who the head coach of the Saints is, nobody would even know. Nobody even knows who the head coach.
Former Raider great.
Exactly. Nobody even knows who are the Bengals under pressure? Go ahead, name their coach. And I know some of you have that, but that's why Kyle Shanahan's got so much riding on it. He's one of about 5 or 6 coaches who we know across the board, household names.
Right. It's because they've been in the Super Bowl or very close to it in 4 of the last 5 years. So, yeah, there's a lot riding on it and there's a lot on his shoulders. But at the same time, if they fall short of the ultimate bar, he keeps his job next year unequivocally. And so does John Lynch. There's no way either one of them loses their job. So even if you want to talk about pressure, there's pressure on all these teams to do something, and there is pressure on him to win the Super Bowl.
Insane dribble. I appreciate you calling me out on that.
I try.
I know. I like it. I want to be corrected when I'm wrong. Let's go to Andy.
I should have corrected that because that was a bold-faced lie.
I do. Well, no, it's just like...
Just not by Steiny.
Well, no, it's the first time it happened. So, anyway, let's go to...
Too late on the buzzer for him. Never miss one on the dimmer.
Let's go to Andy. Andy in Redwood City. Andy, what are you doing? Andy? Oh,
hey guys, going through traffic.
Okay,
no, you're fine. Glad to have you.
Andy, can we call timeout 2 seconds into your play? What's going on in there? What? How many? What are we doing? Are we okay?
This wasn't me.
Okay. All right. Yeah, Andy, are you there?
I'm here. Right. I'm here. If you can hear me.
Let's ride. We can hear you.
All right. So first off, I don't believe that Lynch and Shanahan are on the hot seat. Other teams in our division would give their left hand to have this setup that we have right now. That's for one.
Yep.
Now, I don't really believe that. Well, I'm a little bit pessimistic. I know Dibs in one of the shows ran through historical data of losing teams going back to the Super Bowl. It's hard to go back to the Super Bowl as a winning team, more so than a losing team. So I would like for the Niners to go back to the Super Bowl, but I'm a little pessimistic that they're going to reach that level this year.
Now, why is that, Andy? And actually, let me ask it in a different way. why is your mind even there on September 3rd?
It's hard to go back to the Super Bowl. Again, as a winning team, it's hard to go back to back, right? And so many things can happen. Like, for example, you guys are talking about Detroit earlier. Detroit was super successful last season, but they can have a drop-off this year and things wouldn't go their way. 1 game, 2 games, 3 games, they might not get the bounce of the ball and they might lose games. And that could happen to us too. So just thinking about it that way.
Well, and Andy, I mean, obviously you're right, but here's how I'd answer that. And thanks, Andy. Like, there's a reason that Vegas does not allow you to bet on teams to not make the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Okay? You're not allowed to do that. And the reason is that 31 out of 32 times you'd be right.
Exactly.
And 32 out of 32 times, you're almost definitely super duper probably right. Like, you're not allowed to do that because that's where almost every team is going. They are going to not win the Super Bowl. And it's incredibly difficult no matter how good you are. So that's kind of what I'm getting. Like, Andy spoke perfectly, Dibs, to what I was trying to say to you earlier. I think it's easy to be pessimistic. I think it's easy to say that you're predicting a less than expected season because, like, saying the opposite of that is just too easy. It's too easy to be like, so here's my hot take. Niners are going to be good this year. Well, yeah. Like, it feels like only bad stuff can happen because the bar is way the hell up here.
Well, there's 2 bars, really. The first bar is to make the playoffs, and then when you make the playoffs, you'll be one of 14 teams with a chance to win the Super Bowl. So then you get to the second bar, and the second bar has obviously been very difficult to reach since the 90s when you won your last Super Bowl back in 1995 after the 94 season. So, yeah, there are 2 bars. And for me, if you want to look at just the first bar, I don't think that they're going to miss the playoffs. I don't think that they're going to win 13 games. So does that make me pessimistic to think that 11-6 and a wild card? That to me doesn't feel like pessimism when you go into a season where you have so much rest disadvantage. And again, that's the amount of days you have off versus your opponent has off. You have one of the worst rest disadvantages in history. And I was just looking at the sharp football numbers on last year, the 3 games where they had the biggest rest disadvantage. Last season, Cincinnati had 8 more days of rest. You lost that game. The Browns, they were coming off a bye. You weren't. You lost that game. And I know it was a kicker. Came down to a kick. Your kicker missed. You lost the game. And the only other one was Seattle, where they were coming off a mini bye, having played on the Thursday. So they had about a 3-day advantage. You won the game against Seattle, but you didn't cover the spread. Either way, this year you've got 8 of those games where you have less rest than your opponent. So I think those games just inherently are going to be more difficult than they otherwise would.
Yeah, no, I agree with all that. I just also, I'd love to point out how difficult it is to be healthy, have things go your way, be the right team. Other teams are really good too. The ball bounces off the helmet. Does it go to the receiver's hand or does it go the other way? Like, all that stuff has to fall in place, yet still 4 out of 5 years. NFC title game. So it's like that, to me, that speaks to sort of what this particular group has built. And here's what I can assure you. The 49ers inside that building are beyond frustrated that they don't have the Lombardi trophy. But they do not take that for granted. That would be highway robbery to take 4 trips to the NFC title game and 2 trips to the Super Bowl in 5 years. To take that for granted. To think that it's like, if you don't do well this year, we're going to go find somebody else to coach this team and be the general manager of this team. Like, that's absurd. No one is taking for granted what has been achieved here. Because it's really hard to do it, but they still do it almost every year.
They do, and they've been really, really close to not doing it a couple of years ago where you needed to win in the last game of the year and you needed points in the last drive of the regular season just to get in, and you needed a miracle stop by Dre Greenlaw at the goal line to get that done. So it's not like the margin of error has been so great where you've been rolling out of bed and pumping out 13 and 4s. It's been difficult. And last year, almost everything broke your way. You had a little spell where you didn't have Trent and Debo, but other than that, your main guys were all healthy.
Except for you, even with all that said, you went into back-to-back fourth quarters in the playoffs where it looked like you were up a creek.
Right.
And then you won both of those games. You know what I mean? Like, I was talking earlier today to Christy about this. We're sitting there talking about Shanahan, and I was going, for somebody who supposedly can't win the big one, you know what he's never done in his 49er tenure? Make the playoffs and just bow the bleep out right away. Like, just walk in and lose in the first round. Never happened.
Yeah.
It's never happened.
No wild card loss.
Nothing.
No divisional loss.
They went to Lambeau Field in a storm.
What a game that was.
And were the worst team and still found a way to come out with a win.
That was
block.
The
Hufanga? Rich in Fremont. Hi, Rich. 888-957-9570 if you want to weigh in on the conversation. Hi, Rich. What's going on?
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
I believe that either John Lynch or Kyle Shanahan are in the hot seat or the cooker or whatever you want to call it to lose their jobs if they don't get to the Super Bowl. And the reason why is because, before they signed BA, and they're probably going to get this done with Trent Williams, yeah, there was a chance, okay, because they didn't have all their pieces. But they get the Trent Williams thing done, they got all their pieces. So it's like, okay, there's no real reason to think that, hey, if this doesn't work out, yeah, we're gonna just flip the script, and guess what? The two of you are gone, and it's like we're just gonna re-roll. No, you're not gonna do that. And you know why you're not gonna do that? Because you're paying everybody. You distributed the money. So if you distribute the money, it means you believe this roster can get it done. And if that's so, you don't blame your general manager and the head coach if they don't get there. You relook at the roster. But right now, everybody's paid. The money's been delivered. So hey. Roll with the brain trust. Thanks, guys.
All right, Rich, thank you. I mean, here's what I notice about the entire conversation in the NFL about players and stuff. You get to the point where it seems like a lot of people feel like teams are forced to pay these players. And they're not. Like, I get it. The pressure of, you're right there with a bite of the apple. Come on, man. Keep this group together. You can win the Super Bowl. Does that mean you're forced to sign up for people for 5 years who you don't want? Like, one of the questions I wanted answered all offseason is, how badly do the Niners want Brandon Aiyuk on the team? I know they want him. I know he's good.
Pretty badly, as it turns out.
Yeah, but
they had a chance to trade him.
Well, but that's
before the draft, even.
Well, but that's why I was asking the question.
Yeah.
How can you simultaneously be like, dude, we have got to pair you with Brock for 5 years for $30 million, or trade you? I mean, like, how can you have both of those thoughts at the same time?
Because you're not really paying him $30 million a year for 5 years.
Correct.
You're paying him a bunch for 2, and then we'll see.
Yeah, or 3. I mean, it's probably 3 because the first 2 years of the new extension are largely, those are going to be thumpers. And
big
you have
money
this
up
year.
front,
yeah.
And then you get after 2 years, and then you have a choice to make whether or not you want to buy him out and take the cap hit, or continue down the road, maybe rework his deal, as you were mentioning with Mark Schlereth, cap schmap, which he's now using on a national basis.
I'm excited about that.
There are ways that you can make this alleged 5-year deal a 2 or a 3. But yeah, it is interesting what you're saying about, Brandon, we're shopping you. We want to have you for 5 years and 150. We're shopping you.
It's like, some of this is, to me, very much not true. I'm sure, yes, did they take calls? Did they work it? All of that. But then did you hear Brandon? Brandon essentially is like, for the last month, we've been fine. You have?
Well, because at that point, he had already said no to New England.
No, but he hadn't, like, within the last month is also the time that many of us walked in here and thought this trade to the Steelers was going to happen any minute. And he's like, no, we're fine. So what's true, what's false? I don't know. You can't simultaneously have the desire to trade a player and do $30 million a year for 5 years or 2 years or 3 years or whatever.
Right.
You know what I mean.
Yeah, sure you can. You absolutely. That's how you have to do it. You have to let the player know you love him and you want him here forever, while at the same time you're out there catting around trying to see what you can get for him.
No, but you're talking about leverage and negotiation. I'm talking about in your heart of hearts, what do you want? Like, do you want Brandon Aiyuk to be a absolute foundational piece of Brock Purdy's 49ers career?
For now.
Or do you want Cortland Sutton? Like, what are we doing? Which one?
Want him,
what did you want?
He's not Mr. Right, but he's Mr. Right now. And that's what you want. You put a ring on it, sort of. You put a promise ring on it. You're not getting married.
To a degree, in a Niners way, you are.
Well, there's always an annulment.
There's always an out.
You can get annulled after a couple of years. And there's always an out.
And if you're good, then you will write Trent Williams. Trent Williams had a huge deal, and then it had all those dangling, non-guaranteed years. And then we arrived here, and he's like, no.
And that's where we are with the Niners and Brandon Aiyuk. Of course they want him to be a 49er this year in particular, and probably next year too. And then after that, everything is up for grabs in the NFL. In baseball, when these deals are all fully guaranteed, you actually have to make a commitment, and then you have to stick by it, unless it's one of these opt-out Robbie Ray contracts with a mutual opt or a player opt or the rest of it. When you sign a guy 8 years, $250 million, that's it. You got him. Jung-Hoo Lee. You put a ring on it, and he got hurt, but you got Jung-Hoo Lee as long as he wants to still play baseball and until you want to trade him. Unlike this where, Brandon, we really want you. We'll give you $30 million a year. We're going to give you a lot now so that maybe we can give you none later. Here, sign right here.
I mean, even Brock Purdy, I know as we sit here today, it's like, well, come on, $60 million a year. We're doing this next year. Are we? I don't know. There's a lot of things that could happen between now and then. The 49ers, it's not a rule that you have to just be like, well, like we're not interested in that player, but we'll give him $60 million a year because, I don't know, there are people in the media think we're supposed to.
Yeah.
So we'll do it. Like, no, they're not stuck between a rock and a hard place here. This is a wonderful place. This is a roster that brings about jealousy all over the country. You should listen to Pittsburgh sports radio for the last month. The Steelers now.
Oh, they wanted Aiyuk.
That's the Steelers. The Pittsburgh flipping multiple Super Bowl traveling fan base Steelers. And they're in an unbelievable thirst trap. Sitting here, like looking across the country going, dude, number 11, he's the eighth best receiver in the NFL. We'll give it all up for him. So we could have one of those guys. It feels like the 49ers have 9 of those guys. I mean, they're paying at least that many. So this is not a problem. This is not a window closing. It's not any of those things. It's a phenomenal place to be.
And if they didn't want to pay Brandon Aiyuk $30 million a year, they wouldn't have. And they would have had him play on his 5th-year option, or they would have franchised him. And if they don't want to give Brock Purdy $60 million and they want to try their luck again in the draft, in the back half of the draft, and see if they can catch lightning in a bottle a second time, they can do that. They don't have to pay any of these players any money that they don't want to, but they happen to value their roster, and they happen to think that they're in a good spot right now as a team, so that's why they're doing this.
Let's go to Robin in the city. Hi, Robin. Thank you for calling.
Hey, thank you, guys. I told you, the guy who answered the phone, I forgot his name. He said, how's it going? I said, I got to get a life because all I like to do is call you guys, okay?
Robin, 2 things. His name is Carter, and please don't ever get a life. We really would like you to keep calling us.
We like your life as it is.
Yeah, I told him I don't like the kids. I don't think I could do a husband. Anyway, but listen, what inspired me to call was Rich, and I like Rich, but you guys always correct me if I'm wrong, because, I don't call in here thinking I know it all. Just my opinion, and it's a little education from y'all. But what the hell are people thinking about getting rid of Kyle Shanahan? First of all, Jared York don't have the balls to do so, I don't really think. And then didn't they just give him contracts? They basically run the show. So I know it came out from a report from Grant Cohen. Carter told me that. And it must be a slow journalist day or whatever to strike up, that conversation. They're not going nowhere. Do you think, one, Jet actually would have the balls to do that, you guys get rid of them. Shanahan runs the show. And the thing about, and let me tell you, yes, he's fell short in the Super Bowl. But think about it, what he's done year after season after season. He's lost coordinators, defensive coordinators, and he got to keep on pushing. He's lost, people in the front office. I mean, he's got to keep players. He's got to keep pushing that year after year after year. Yes, he comes up short, but look at what he lost. And this team this year is different, and it has me a little worried, you guys, because that offensive line, I'm glad we got Trent, but Trent needs some help, okay, you guys? I'm really worried about that. Peace out, and I love you.
All right,
okay,
love you too, Robin. Thank
again,
you.
I think your life is just fine, and thank you for calling.
For me, Mark, just real quick, it's less about balls and more about brains, because it's not that if this season winds up at 10-7 and you're a wild card and you lose that game and you're mad and you think, you know what, I've got the cojones, I'm firing both of these guys. Okay, now what, hotshot? Now what are we going to do? I have an idea. Well, now we need a new GM and we need a new head coach. And I hope that they can get along, and I hope your head coach is better than your current one. Good luck with that. And I hope your GM has the reputation of gold jacket and the reputation that he has around the league. Good luck with that. So for me, it's less about stones or rocks or cojones, and it's more about brains, because you look at this, even if this year winds up in disappointment, you still have a young quarterback who's going to be a star. You have one of the best coaches in football. You don't do a damn thing in the C-suite.
Well, look, social media, we all know. We understand social media. Social media is not comfortable when things are good.
And hot takery.
Right. They're not comfortable when things are good. So nobody wants to say that. So you got to take it into a different direction. The entire concept of the idea that the owner of the team would feel like spending was happening out of his control is laughable. Who do you think greenlights the contracts? Who do you think puts the money in the escrow account? These contracts don't just have oh, God, wait, what did we do? The owner is aware. The owner is aware.
Are you sure?
I'm sure.
I used to steal money from my late father, Dwayne, and he was unawares.
My parents had cash in a Band-Aid box.
Yeah, of course. It's always the Band-Aid box.
In the medicine cabinet.
Yeah.
And I would go in there if they weren't home and I wanted to get myself some dinner, and I would order a pizza, and I would use the money in the Band-Aid box.
Cash me out one time?
Many times.
Oh, boy.
But it wasn't really considered stealing, because we grew to an understanding that if the parents did not provide you dinner, you were allowed to go get some money and get yourself some dinner.
Put a Band-Aid on your tummy.
I kind of still do the same thing to this day. Like if I'm out, if me and Christy are going to go out to dinner and the kids are like, what are we doing from dinner? Go get yourself something nice. Or go to the freezer.
Exactly.
There's an entire kitchen full of food in there. Why don't you eat something from there? You ungrateful. No.
Cook something. Exactly.
Like, yeah, go take care of yourself.
So I think you're right, though, about the Niners. I don't think that Jed York has a Band-Aid box of $47 million, and John's got to tiptoe into the bathroom and pull it out into petty cash. I'm pretty sure the owner is aware of everything that's going on.
That would be so amazing. Can you imagine Jerry Jones or Jed York or any of these people, you know what I mean, just walking in and going, hey, I've been on vacation. What we do? We paid who? Like, come on. Every time you see that guaranteed number, every time you see it, guaranteed at signing, that means that owner either wrote a check or pulled out their app and made a transfer. That money goes straight to an escrow account. Okay? Unless Shohei Ohtani's interpreter is working for your team, you don't have people going into that account and moving money without you knowing. So this idea that this has all happened somehow under their noses and they didn't know it, absurd. And then there's this. You remember Kyle Van Noy?
Yeah.
Defensive lineman, right? So they've got the McCoy and Van Noy podcast.
Sounds about right.
It was good that they got together because they rhyme. I wonder if that's how the conversation started.
No doubt.
Hey, buddy, your name and my name rhyme. We should do a podcast. And here it is. McCoy and Van Noy. And Kyle Van Noy, through Yahoo, might be a Yahoo, because he says the Niners window is closing.
they have a lot of similarities to when I was playing in a dynasty or a team that was consistently ready to play in the show every year. And it's going to take a lot of effort. And I'm going to go with, too, like I saw Manti Te'o on NFL Network talk about they look tired. You don't see the same energy and whatnot. But my rebuttal to that would be, because I also agreed with him, is that they know what it takes. They're a veteran group, and I think they know that their window is closing. And I think that this year is huge for the Niners. Like, I think after this year, they're going to have to make drastic changes in their players and whatnot.
Okay, so are they going to have to make changes? I'm not going to argue that. I have no idea where this is going in terms of roster construction. But again, until I'm proven wrong, I'm going to keep hitting the same note. If you honestly, as a franchise, if you really, truly believe we're bleeped after this year, man, we don't even know what to do with this roster anymore. If that's how you feel, then yeah, trade Brock and go draft somebody. Don't sign him.
Yeah.
Why would you do that?
If you think your roster's totally bleeped.
Why would you give $300 million to a 24-year-old quarterback if you think you're about to stink? Why would you do that?
You wouldn't.
Do what the Vikings did.
Yep.
My quarterback.
Yep. And start it all over.
We'll start over.
I'll pay the wide receiver $70 million or whatever he's getting. So that's not really the formula for winning football. And the Niners know that, and Kyle knows it. So a better thing to do is what they're doing, which is you knock on Jed's door and say, Jed, we're going to need about $100 million in cash so we can rework 4 deals and we can sign Brandon to a fresh deal. And then, we're still going to have salary cap issues in theory, but go see your buddy Parag and he'll explain it to you just how far we're kicking this can down the road.
I mean, again, they got a lot of work to do. That's the way I would say.
Of course.
They're going to have a lot of good work that they're going to have to do. They're going to have to draft well. This is true. But this idea that the Niners are up a creek after this year, better win this year because they're going to stink after that. It's like, I told you this a couple weeks ago. Everybody who says that, and I'm not even saying you're wrong, just admit it though. If you say that, tucked under the covers of your point is that you don't think Brock Purdy's very good. That's how I feel. If you think the Niners are just going to automatically stink because salary cap and Brock Purdy $60 million, then it means you don't think Brock Purdy is very good.
And think about what we have right now in the NFL of a high-priced quarterback on a team that's just not very good. Like if you run down the teams, there aren't that many. Like Joe Burrow is making a ton of money,
but they're pretty good.
They should be good.
Should be better.
And Dak makes a lot of money, and they're a playoff team. And you go around the league for all the other guys. Trevor Lawrence is a tough one because they had a little bit of a down year last year, but they made the playoffs.
Yeah, well, not last year.
They didn't make it last year.
The year before they did.
Yeah, last year they had to fade. My bad.
No, but if I look at it right now, where you're like teams who have paid the quarterback and they're just not getting production from their squad in the moment, the Jaguars are a good example. I would say the Chargers are a good example, but then they went out and got a huge name coach. Let's see, who else? Green Bay moves into that sphere this year. We'll see what they're able to do. Atlanta moves into that sphere this year. The Browns, the Cleveland Browns, made the playoffs, and I know their quarterback wasn't there.
Right.
And then last year, the Broncos, but then they rebooted. So you're absolutely right. The teams who are paying their quarterbacks are the teams who are there in the end, not the teams who are looking around going, I don't know what to do. I don't know. We were forced to pay this quarterback, and now we don't have any other players.
That's right. I mean, the New York Giants would be the team that would fall under that category.
That's a good point.
And not really forced to pay the quarterback, but they got to that spot where, oh, geez, what are we going to do?
They blinked.
He's pretty good. He's good enough-ish, and so you give him $40 million a year, and right away you're like, oh, boy, that was a mistake.
Let's go to Paul in Pleasanton. Hi, Paul. You're on with Willard and Dibbs.
Yeah, hey, guys, thinking about, Lynch and Shanahan, we definitely don't need to let them go regardless of what happens this year. Instead, what I'm thinking is every job, end of the year, you have your review. You're told, what you did, great. And then you're told, you could improve in this. So, my view on where Lynch and Shanahan could improve, for Lynch, it's the draft. I mean, if you look back at the past 7 years, if I give 3 first rounds for Lance, their record in first round is 2-7, right? Bosa and Aiyuk. And so, however, whoever is drafting their lower rounds, get their input on who to draft in the first round. And I got to tell you, this year, it's spacing out like that.
Well, I know.
And real quick.
Go ahead, Paul. Go ahead.
And then for Shanahan, I've called you guys last year a couple of times on this one, too. It's clock management, right? So could he use a play caller to go work with him here? You guys probably remember Lynch, calling for the timeout in the first Super Bowl here. I saw that thing again last year. So love to kind of get that'd be my review on somebody, whether it's Jed York or somebody telling them on where do they need to get better.
Good Lord, if they have Jed York doing clock management, then they are actually a clown show. But I'll just say this to respond to the two things. I don't think there's a football fan in America who thinks that their coach is good at clock management. I don't think that exists. Chiefs fans think Andy Reid needs help with clock management. It's clearly something that must be very hard.
Well, it's like when you watch a game, you don't notice the umpire until he's blown 4 or 5 strike calls and those balls are outside the box, and you're like, geez, who is this guy? CB Buckner again? This guy's terrible. So you don't notice time management, clock management, until something happens. And, they ran out of timeouts. They shouldn't have burned that one earlier. Now they got to settle for 3. It's like, oh, you're terrible at clock management. A lot of times you don't notice when it's done right.
I'd also say, as far as him saying, why don't you just have the people who are doing the mid and late rounds, why don't you have them do the first round? I'm pretty sure it's the same people. I don't think that the Niners...
John Lynch does the first round and he goes and parties. That's it, guys. Good night.
Turns out it was Rick Ross who does the 5th round for the Niners, and he's killing it.
Yeah, he is.
I mean, it's the same people, and I do think it's largely just kind of quirky. I don't think the Niners are just idiots in the first 2 rounds and then they turn it on. That's kind of the way. And by the way, it hasn't fully worked out that way. I know it feels that way.
Yeah.
But their first 2 rounds, half the people were talking about all these Debo and Brandon and Nick Bosa, all of these guys who you paid. Where'd they come from? They came from the first 2 rounds. So I know they've had
some Titanic misses now.
Some absolute misses.
Trey Lance. He counts for 3.
Oh, did you see what the Cowboys did with him?
Big news. I'm happy for the young man.
Huge.
Yep.
QB3 again. Join 95.
Number 3.
Thank you for join 95.7 The Game at Harding Park. Some personalities out there as well this Friday. Pet Nelly Financial Partners Golf Tournament benefiting the Autism Society San Francisco Bay Area. Go to 957thegame.com to learn more. Presented by Atco Pest Control, the Bay Area's local family-owned pest control company. Coming up next, more on tomorrow's summit and the special guest who's joining us before it even starts. You're going to want to hear about that on Willard and Dibs.
Now, I get a little piece of news for you.
like to see you. You can't do a read about how much weight you've lost and then turn your camera off.
Because no one can see me.
That's just mean.
Yeah.
It's mean.
Sorry about that.
Don't do that.
Didn't mean to.
I want to see you.
It's camera. Unless you tap the unlock button, it'll follow you now. And if I have to go out and get a drink of water, it follows me to the door. It's a little creepy.
It's super
These
creepy.
robo cameras.
It's super creepy. I'm going to get to the restroom one time and turn around and it's going to be standing behind me. Hey, what are you doing in here? Camera? Go away. All right. Listen, this is my one last plea. You got to come see us tomorrow. You have to come see us tomorrow. If you don't, I'll be sad. I don't like being sad. You got to come see us tomorrow. It's going to be a beautiful day. Call your boss now and make something up. Whatever you got to do.
Yeah. Just leave early. Go in early and leave early. Yep.
Like, I don't know.
Well, it's kind of the first week of school for many people, or at least the second week.
Boy, I think people.
Our kids have been in for 4 now, but
yeah, like the after Labor Day start is so 1997.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's what we
different
did.
districts, but you can always go with the kids got a dentist appointment. One thing I never tried to do ever, and I don't think I ever did, was lie to an employer about a sick kid. That for me feels like bad karma.
I'm
you call
with
in
you.
sick for your boss on behalf of your kid who's not really sick. Hey, I can't make it. Look. I can't make it in today. My kid's sick. And your kid's actually not sick.
Have you ever made up that you're sick?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, that's different. If you
can do that, why would you use your kid as an excuse?
Because if it happens to me, then karmically I had that coming to me. If it happens to my kid, then I feel terrible.
Yeah.
Like if karma gets, your kid's sick, huh?
Well,
and all of a sudden my kid is sick.
There weren't many good.
I feel bad.
I get it. There weren't many good things that came out of the pandemic. One of them is if you want the day off from work, if you are a little under the weather, boy, that work will, they'll drive you somewhere or they'll send you a car to keep you home. Like if you show up at the office and you're coughing,
oh boy,
the hell out of here. So you don't have to make it up anymore.
But we don't want those people who are maybe under the weather to come to the summit, do we? Although it is an open roof deck.
Yeah,
come
you
on
got
up.
free air coming through there. Just stay on the other side of the room, but I'd love to wave to you. You know?
So Mark is advocating all of you go into work tomorrow. Just start sneezing around the boss. You'll get sent home. Come on down to Fremont Bank.
You don't need to test or anything like that. Just come on down. It's fine.
Hey, boss, I'm not feeling good. I'm feeling a little under the weather. I think I need to go to the summit at Fremont Bank.
That'd be amazing.
Fremont Boulevard and Capitol Avenue.
Well, and that's the other thing. We're at the bank. So you could just tell your boss, I got to go to the bank.
Got to go to the bank.
And then when...
Also works, yeah.
Yeah, when you're like, take a really long time to get back, just hope that he or she doesn't notice. Or make up some other story.
You wouldn't be lying if you went to Fremont Bank for the Red and Gold Summit. You went to the bank.
Boss, I got to run to the bank. I'll be back. Just try it. Come see us. If you don't know what a summit is, here's what we're doing. The first 2 hours of the Willard and Dibs show is Willard and Dibs. And that's it. It's just on location. But after that, then it really ramps up. Because Monte shows up, and Joe shows up, and Steiny shows up, and Guru shows up, and then this time Lo Neal is going to show up. And so that's not 6, that's 7. 7 people. It's almost going to look like a fantasy draft. Bunch of people sitting in front of laptops saying stupid stuff, just like a fantasy draft. So we're all going to be sitting up there. It's all about the red and gold and the start of the season. It is free and open to the public, first come, first serve. So please come down and join us. And then also, in that first opening 2-hour block, at 3 o'clock, we are debuting for the season one of our absolute favorites, and so excited that he is going to be on with us every single Wednesday through the football season. It is Greg Coell, who, through the years, with NFL films and more, has broken down tape like no other and brought it to you, the fans, like no other. Here's an example of him doing it with Aiyuk back on August 9th when we were embroiled
in a holdout.
I mean, I think if you went through, and I've done this with coaches, the top 4 or 5 receivers in the league, Aiyuk would not be in that category. Now, maybe it's helpful. I watched all of Aiyuk's targets again a couple of weeks ago from last year because I knew he was in the news. And if I could, it'll just take a moment. Here's what I finished typing when I watched all his targets. I said he's a sudden, explosive mover with nuanced route running traits and outstanding route quickness. He can separate and run away from man coverage on crossers and overs, and he has very good zone awareness to work into voids. He's strong run after catch with open field vision and shiftiness and acceleration. He's more sudden and explosive in short areas. The one thing he does not truly possess is vertical explosiveness. He's a perfect mix of talent and scheme where he is now.
That line at the end is the one that got everybody.
Yep.
He is a perfect mix of talent and scheme where he is now. And that came back on August 9th, Ross Tucker podcast. And obviously, it turns out he didn't know this at the time, and we didn't know this at the time, but that is somewhere between 24 to 48 hours before the 49ers presented Brandon Aiyuk with the final offer that he ended up accepting, although he took 3 weeks to do it.
Yeah, he took the 3 weeks, and who knows why he took 3 weeks. Maybe we'll find out someday, probably not. But that breakdown is so perfect as to what we all were thinking with our layman's eyes of he's a perfect fit for this offense. He blocks, he runs good routes, he doesn't need the ball a ton to be impactful on a game. And the fact that he runs such precise routes and crossers and overs and his ability when he gets the ball in his hands after the catch, all of those things we can all see, but to have it confirmed by a scout like Greg Coell is awesome.
Absolutely. And so that kind of stuff, like you can throw, it's really insane. Because, I mean, just think about that. This is for a living now. He's like, I knew he was going to be in the news. So I went and watched every target.
Right.
How many targets did Brandon have last year?
105 was 105.
the number. Okay. So that's one player on one team. But if you wanted to go through all the holdouts, right, Greg? Oh, did you do this with Jamar Chase, CeeDee Lamb? Did you go check out Hassan Reddick, who, by the way, is the only one who still has not shown up and happens to be a New York Jet?
Yep.
But anyway, that's what Greg does. He knows this stuff inside and out. So when we get to tomorrow and we ask him things like, what is your historical knowledge of what a Trent Williams team looks like without Trent Williams? Like, he's going to give you some unbelievable answers to stuff like that. And obviously Purdy. Of course we'll compare Purdy to the other QBs who've been paid and look around the league. And so we're going to be doing that all year on Wednesdays with Greg Coell, and I can't wait.
I can't wait either. And, he'll have an eye toward other things that go on in the NFL so we can all fulfill our NFL Jones as well. It doesn't have to just be 100% Niner-centric. We can branch out with Greg because he does watch absolutely everything.
Yeah, I can't wait to hear what he says about Aaron Rodgers. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what we're going to see with Aaron Rodgers.
Right.
I know Baldy has been to a lot of Jets practices, and he's like, it looks great. He looks great, but...
And tomorrow we can get into the idea of the Niners own him. Aaron Rodgers.
They own him. They've never lost to him.
Yeah, that's funny. In the playoffs, they've never lost to him.
It's true.
In the regular season, though, different story.
Sure.
Actually, a completely different story. And I'll lay it out for you. I did the research today.
But how far back do we go?
I went his whole career against the 49ers.
But I want, the Kyle Shanahan era.
Right.
Versus Aaron Rodgers.
Okay, I'll give you the breakout.
Yeah, let's break it down.
They haven't faced each other as much as, he's played the Niners 9 times in the regular season.
Yeah.
And then 4 in the postseason.
Okay.
In his career. 13 matchups.
And the Niners are 4-0 against him in the postseason.
In the playoffs, yeah.
Yeah.
And when you look at the tape and you look at the games and the stats, it's not Aaron's fault they lost those games.
Well, it never is.
In many ways.
It never is. Yeah.
Well, and he had some pretty paltry teams that he was surrounded by in some of those games.
As did the Niners at times.
Yeah, we'll get into it.
Tom Sula era, they play Aaron Rodgers?
Well, I'm talking about the playoff games.
Okay, got it.
The 4 playoff games, yeah.
Oh.
Aaron was not terrible in those games.
Okay.
Not as good as he was in the regular year now.
Yeah. He did have a throw in that Hufanga game that would have put the game away, and he hucked it right over his receiver's head.
Yep.
Wide open down the right sideline. I remember that one.
In a snowstorm.
Yeah, fair. I got it. Yeah, I know.
No, we're quick to defend Brock Purdy in the rain, but not Aaron Rodgers in a freaking blizzard.
You're darn right.
All right.
Grandy, what are you doing here in
2 minutes.
Baldy on the morning roast.
Yep.
And then Mark Schlereth, who was on with you guys earlier today.
You're darn right he was.
A couple of hard hitters.
That's a couple of linemen just getting in the trenches and doing the darn thing. So you better listen to Grandy because that's coming up next, and it's brought to you by Fremont Bank, which is a place that we like and we will see tomorrow, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Funniest question I've ever asked you. Want to do it again tomorrow?
Yeah, on the road, baby.
Let's go. We're doing it. For Dibs, for Grandy, for Carter. I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. That's all you got.
Amazon Pharmacy presents Painful Thoughts.